Chapter 1. Death and Rebirth. In a villa. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Qi, his entire body racked with pain, gasped for breath as he lay amidst several corpses, the distant wail of sirens growing ever closer. Upon hearing that urgent sound, Bai Qi gritted his teeth and tremblingly rose to his feet, his clothes soaked in blood. Not far in front of him lay a corpulent corpse sprawled upon a sofa, a long blade embedded in its skull, its eyes still wide open, reflecting a lingering terror and unwillingness. Thud! He slowly approached and withdrew the long blade from the corpse's head. The blade measured nearly 1 meter in length, 3 centimeters in width, with a slight curve. Gazing at the overweight body, Bai Qi wore a relaxed expression, the joy of vengeance temporarily overshadowing his pain. A smile flickered across his pale face, drained from blood loss. After a moment, he wiped the smile away and, clutching the still dripping blade, limped toward the exit. His wounds continued to bleed, life ebbing away with each drop, his body growing increasingly cold. Yet he remained indifferent. His obsession had been fulfilled, and there was nothing left to cling to in this world. Outside, police cars had surrounded the villa. As he emerged from a villa, a warning blared through a loudspeaker, but he could hardly comprehend it anymore. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, an object pierced his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring as consciousness plunged into darkness. Time passed how long he could not tell until his fingers twitched slightly, and Bai Qi, entirely naked, slowly opened his eyes. A blood-red moon greeted his gaze, and he sat up, astonished to find his wounds had vanished. Surveying his surroundings, the uneven ground appeared to be stained crimson, seemingly due to the blood moon's influence. Green bubbles emerged from a small pool in a pit, exuding a noxious odor, while in the distance rose peaks resembling hedgehogs, their sharp spines extending outward, the air thick with the scent of char. Have I descended into hell? Bai Qi stood up, uncertainly muttering to himself. His blade lay quietly beside him, and he walked over to retrieve it. The narrow blade reflected a pale face, short black hair, and a pair of icy blue eyes. What is the meaning of these eyes? As Bai Qi pondered his transformation, several humanoid beings with green skin, pointed horns, and sharp ears approached him, and they too noticed him. How can there be a human here? What does it matter? Just capture him first. With that, they charged at Bai Qi, regarding the blade in his hand as nothing more than a toy. Bai Qi's eyes widened. So fast, as the green figures swiftly closed in on him, he instinctively swung the blade forward. Splat! He felt as though he had sliced through tofu in an instant. Purple blood splattered across the ground, the green creatures clutching their necks as they fell lifelessly. A few faint, invisible lights surged into Bai Qi's body, and he sensed a slight enhancement in his physical strength. Slap! One of the slower green beings, witnessing this spectacle, froze in terror, collapsing onto the ground. Seeing that one remained alive, Bai Qi temporarily set aside his bodily transformations and approached the trembling green creature, still dripping blood from his blade. Spare me. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. What is this place? What are you? Noticing the possibility of communication, Bai Qi queried with a puzzled expression. This is the demon realm. I'm a member of the demon clan living here. The demon realm? What sort of place is that? The demon realm is where our kind resides. I've heard that beyond the demon realm lies the land of your humankind. That's all I know. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. The green creature, identifying itself as a demon, pleaded in fear. Bai Qi scrutinized it. Aside from its unusual skin color and horned head, it resembled a human in many respects. With a flash of cold light, Bai Qi swiftly slashed its throat with the blade. Spare it? What a joke! It hadn't shown any mercy when it charged at him just moments before. At that instant, another wave of faint energy surged into Bai Qi's body, and he realized he had grown slightly stronger once more. Moreover, within his unseen heart, a crimson essence clung to it, absorbing the mysterious energy, flowing into his body and distributing it throughout. Calmly observing the corpses around him, Bai Qi had witnessed far more thrilling scenes than this. The sight of the bodies hardly affected him. He quickly shed a few garments, wrapping the blade and himself before hastily departing the area. 1 month later, in a secluded cave, Bai Qi sat cross-legged. Over the past month, he had finally come to understand what had transpired. He had traversed dimensions, colliding with a phenomenon that had become exceedingly popular in the 21st century. Most critically, he had landed in the Dragon Ball world, where the average power level was akin to that of a supernova, and he had not even arrived directly on Earth. Dragon Ball, his favorite and the only anime he had watched countless times, had seen him collect pirated DVDs purchased for $5 during his childhood. Now, however, he found himself in a precarious position within the demon realm ruled by Dabura. Yes, the very Dabura whose strength rivaled that of the formidable Perfect Cell. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Frieza held the title of the strongest with a combat power of 120 million, while Dabura's power was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan 2, presenting an overwhelming disadvantage. To add insult to injury, after a month of testing, he discovered that the common systems attributed to travelers were conspicuously absent, and there was no trace of Saiyan blood within him. As a pure human, he had been unceremoniously dropped into the demon realm with nothing but a blade, a truly hellish beginning. Am I catching the last train of transmigration? Bai Qi felt utterly exasperated while he loved the series. Experiencing it firsthand proved to be an entirely different matter. It was well known that the power levels in the early Dragon Ball series were relatively normal, but after the Namek saga, there had been an explosive escalation. Not to mention, during the later periods, Super Saiyans were rampant, with even the androids requiring a Super Saiyan 2 to pose a threat. And where did that leave him? With a pair of striking blue eyes and a sharp blade. The only solace was that his blade seemed exceptionally sharp even against foes enveloped in energy. It could slice through with ease. Moreover, by absorbing the unique energy of the deceased enemies and channeling it through the blood essence at his heart, he could enhance his physical form. The most direct benefits were improved defense, strength, and speed, and this enhancement was permanent. This energy was akin to the Spirit Bomb energy used by Goku. But the distinction lay in the fact that while Goku's Spirit Bomb could directly attack, his method involved absorption followed by transformation through the energy at his heart. The stronger the enemy, the greater the energy absorbed, resulting in a more significant enhancement. Conversely, if the foe was too weak, the effect would be negligible. Additionally, Bai Qi discovered he could barely channel a portion of the transformed energy into his blade, increasing its sharpness and durability. This change was also permanent. This revelation brought Bai Qi a sense of joy. Perhaps this was his method to continuously grow stronger. Dragon Ball was his beloved anime, but only with formidable strength could he savor life in this world. Compared to the vengeful existence he had led in his previous life, the exhilarating battles of the Dragon Ball realm filled him with anticipation. Along the way, he had felt a pang of confusion, for Earthlings had largely faded from prominence in the later stages of Dragon Ball. Characters like Yamcha, Krillin, and Master Roshi had essentially become mere background figures. The bloodlines of Earthlings paled in comparison to the Saiyans, who experienced an explosive rise in power, unable to keep pace with the times. Moreover, as an Earthling unable to control energy, Bai Qi felt particularly disadvantaged. He was acutely aware that Trunks' sword had been effortlessly blocked and shattered by Android 18. Yet Bai Qi had come to terms with his situation, for the blood essence at his heart allowed for continuous strengthening of his physical form and the infinitely sharp long blade. These three elements formed the foundation upon which he could perpetually grow stronger. And although physical combat was paramount in Dragon Ball, a body devoid of energy was comparatively frail. Even a powerhouse like Goku could be marked by ordinary bullets when not enveloped in energy. Thus, Bai Qi's path to strength was clear. Engage in relentless battles, absorb energy to enhance the strength, speed, and sharpness of his body and blade, while honing his swordsmanship. Even if he could not surpass top-tier warriors like Goku and Vegeta, him to stand at least on the same tier. Having not given you a name in my previous life, since I have been reborn, I shall call you Ice Blade, to instill fear in my enemies like the harsh winter. Haha. A wild gleam sparkled in Bai Qi's blue eyes, and a faint red aura surged around him. Chapter 2. Delilah. In the demon realm, beneath the blood moon, a dozen demon clan members floated in the air, their faces twisted in malice as they gazed down at Bai Qi, who stood amidst the corpses below. Bai Qi stood expressionless, wielding a long blade that dripped with purple blood. His icy blue eyes gazed at the demon clan hovering above, their forms enshrouded in crimson flames. Damn humans, this time you are doomed, a seemingly minor demon leader coldly declared, while the surrounding demons looked on in trepidation at Bai Qi, who stood resolute in the center of the battlefield. An almost palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Bai Qi, a unique and sharp presence that pressed upon all who beheld it. For months, this enigmatic human had launched relentless assaults on numerous patrol units, slaying tens of thousands of demons. His long blade was extraordinary, capable of effortlessly slicing through the energy that enveloped its victim. Several formidable demon warriors had met their end at his hands in close combat, their heads severed in an instant. As such, the demons had already taken precautions, maintaining their distance from Bai Qi and preparing to launch energy projectiles from afar. Since Bai Qi had determined his path to strength, he had embarked on a frenzied hunt, mercilessly eliminating isolated demon forces within the demon realm. In just a few short months, his power had surged dramatically, The sharpness of his presence and the bloodlust that surrounded him were testaments to his growth. The Ice Edge, having undergone continuous enhancement, now possessed exceptional penetration capabilities and remarkable hardness. Even the mightiest blows could not shatter it. Moreover, he could envelop the Ice Edge in his blood energy, elevating its strength and penetration even further. His blood energy bore the sharpness of a blade, capable of piercing through defenses to inflict damage on the body. Should his opponent's physical fortitude be insufficient, a single strike could render them combat ineffective or even lead to their demise. This was why so many demon elites had fallen to his blade in an instant. Only when the demons realized the threat did he grow even stronger, having absorbed the essence of the fallen. Through the relentless slaughter, his combat skills had sharpened, and the Ice Edge had become increasingly instinctive in his hands. The sole drawback was that Bai Qi lacked effective ranged attacks. With a thunderous boom, Bai Qi launched himself forward, propelling off the ground with force, which cracked the earth beneath him as he charged toward the demon that appeared to be the leader. In that fleeting moment, the demons, having gathered their strength, unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. The ground erupted around him, shattered by the onslaught of energy blasts. In such a tempest, one could either evade or withstand strikes. Thus, Bai Qi tore through the demon's firepower net, swiftly closing the distance to his target. With a resounding clang, he swung his blade down in the face of the demon leader's horrified gaze, cleaving it in two. The other demons, witnessing this, frantically unleashed a torrent of energy projectiles. Bai Qi, undeterred, navigated through the dense barrage, closing in on one demon. With a thunderous punch, he shattered its skull before rapidly advancing on the remaining demons, leaving only one standing. Seeing the grim fate of his comrades, the last demon erupted in white energy and fled. Bai Qi, fueled by blood energy, swiftly pursued, and with a decisive strike, silenced it forever. Panting heavily, Bai Qi inhaled deeply, concealing himself as he departed the battlefield after absorbing the last vestige of essence. Not long after Bai Qi's departure, 100 demons radiating a terrifying aura materialized above the battlefield. At their forefront stood a female demon, her silver hair cascading down her back, her winered skin adorned in blue garments. Her golden eyes surveyed the scene strewn with dismembered limbs, a frown creasing her brow. Humans, she had encountered occasionally, were typically frail, lacking in combat prowess, and radiated a relatively calm energy. Yet the lingering aura of slaughter exuded a metallic sharpness, intermingled with chaos and brutality, rendering it hard for her to believe that a mere human had wrought such destruction. "Hey, Ball, are you certain it's a human? Did you see clearly?" she inquired. "I saw it clearly, Lady Delilah. It is indeed a human, wielding a long blade, and shrouded in some form of blood energy. Strangely, after each battle, it feels as if his strength increases by the next encounter," replied a tall demon, exuding a crimson aura. Initially, they had targeted only weaker, fewer in number demons, dismissing the threat. However, as time progressed, the human strength had escalated alarmingly. How peculiar that a human would exist in the demon realm. Very well, once captured, we can extract its memories to uncover the truth. Summon the tracker, he hasn't gone far. Once we trace the energy, we shall pursue him immediately. A human appearing in the demon realm is quite intriguing, Lady Delilah remarked, a cruel smile gracing her lips, her sharp voice cutting through the air like glass. The other demons dared not breathe, intimidated by their fearsome leader. Delilah, the daughter of the demon king Dapura, was a true tyrant. The demon warriors indulged her whims, fostering her notoriously vicious disposition. For any one demon, or otherwise who fell into her clutches, death was an elusive hope. Ball wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily brought a slender demon youth to the center of the battlefield. The trembling boy raised his hand to cast a special spell, causing the residual blood-red energy in the air to coalesce and drift toward a specific direction, gradually quickening its pace. Seeing this, Ball followed closely behind the boy, while Delilah floated beside them, lifting his chin with a delicate finger, her expression alluring. "It seems that sparing you is a wise choice. If only those old fools had been as obedient as you, perhaps they could have avoided death. What do you think, The boy shivered under her gaze, and Delilah, losing interest, soared ahead, her eyes gleaming with uncontained excitement. If that human can enter the demon realm, he must possess a means to escape. Once captured, I can extract his memories to learn how to leave this tedious place. How delightful it would be to reach the human world directly. With this thought, Delilah's smile twisted into something grotesque. Having spent over a century in the demon realm, she found herself growing weary of her surroundings. With Dapura in slumber, The entire realm had become her playground, and though there were demons stronger than she, they dared not challenge her. Unlike her father, who craved power, she relished in the torment of the weaker, finding immense joy in their fearful expressions. Yet, as the years dragged on, the thrill had waned, and she longed to explore the outside world, for the confines of the demon realm could no longer satisfy her insatiable desires. With a vast population base yet lacking in strength, humanity has become her target, and now that the opportunity has finally presented itself, how could she possibly contain her excitement? Back in the cave, Bai Qi sat upon the ground. Through the recent skirmish, his abilities had advanced yet again. The blood energy that surged forth from his heart was continuously augmented by the absorption of vital essence. He believed this blood energy would ultimately become his unique aura, granting him the capability of flight, though he regrettably lacked fine control over it for the time being. Moreover, the injuries sustained during battle had healed due to the enhancement of his vital essence, which elucidated why he could relentlessly assault the demonic forces. This terrifying regenerative capacity made Bai Qi feel akin to a perpetual motion machine, devoid of fatigue, and it sparked thoughts of future, permanent artificial beings. The ice blade in his grasp was also undergoing constant enhancement, but this rapid method of improvement bore its own drawbacks. With each act of slaughter, the ferocity within him escalated, subsequently clouding his judgment. The sheer volume of combat left him little time to process his experiences. He had no choice but to hasten his ascent in strength, oblivious to where the original plot of Dragon Ball had progressed. Should it have reached the Arc of Namek, the seemingly insurmountable combat prowess would be utterly despairing. Thus, he hoped to strengthen himself and swiftly depart from the demon realm. Furthermore, the latent risks within his heart required careful attention, lest he transform into a mere monster driven by slaughter. If fate were to unfold as anticipated, the ultimate outcome would be his annihilation at the hands of Sun Wukong and his righteous companions. Bai Qi entered a meditative state, a habit retained from his previous life. To his astonishment, he discovered that this practice could indeed suppress the tumultuous feelings within him, providing a semblance of solace. This method of meditation accompanied him through countless arduous nights, calming his restless soul. Chapter 3, Bai Qi versus Delilah, within the cavern. After concluding his meditation, Bai Qi gazed thoughtfully at the ice blade in his hand. Following months of battle, he realized that his combat style had become excessively simplistic. Aside from his penetrating fists and the most rudimentary slashes with a blade, he was at a loss, perhaps due to his inability to harness energy. He was entirely unacquainted with techniques such as energy blasts or ki cannons. The formidable energy waves could even briefly contend with foes stronger than himself, which constituted a vital method of combat. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was limited to the cleaving and slashing techniques he had practiced in his previous life. In the world of Dragon Ball, there were numerous powerful beings, yet very few wielded weapons, leaving him devoid of reference points. Alas, there was nothing to be done but to go with the flow. Perhaps when he had the opportunity to reach Earth, he could seek guidance from Master Roshi. Boom. Just as Bai Qi was lost in thought, a crimson energy wave struck the location of the cave. Above the cavern, Bar had lowered his hand, while Delilah and the other demon clan members fixated intently on the smoke that enveloped the now-ruined mountainside. Amidst the haze, a pair of azure eyes flickered. Bai Qi held the blade in his right hand while shielding his face with his left. The pursuers were remarkably swift. Lowering his hand, he gazed upward, and upon spotting a blue figure, his pupils constricted in shock. What the hell, Depura? Wasn't he supposed to be in slumber? A chill ran down his spine. Encountering Depura at this moment could very well spell his doom, marking the premature end of his nascent life. His complexion turned ashen as he tightened his grip on the ice blade, observing the hundreds of floating demon clan members, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It seemed there was no escape. It appeared he would meet his end here today. At long last, as the smoke cleared, Delilah beheld the blood-tinged, weapon-wielding young human below. Her heart stirred with surprise. She had expected such a palpable aura of killing intent to emanate from someone of advanced years, only to find him so youthful. At this moment, Bai Qi discerned that the demon above was not Depura, and his heart felt a slight relief. Although he had acquired some strength, it was still insufficient against Depura, who could easily crush him with a single hand. Observing Delilah, he noted that aside from her golden eyes, her facial features and skin bore a striking resemblance to Depura, which explained his earlier mistake. However, it was his first encounter with a female demon, and he found her appearance quite pleasing. What's the matter? Have you never encountered a beautiful female demon like me? She teased with a smirk. I have a few questions for you. Surrender willingly and cooperate, and you may suffer less, she laughed heartily. sensing the appreciation in Bai Qi's gaze. Delilah's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yet, upon hearing her shrill voice, Bai Qi's brow furrowed in discontent. Casting a glance around, he realized that although it was not Depura, the situation remained dire. The hundreds of demons surrounding him were significantly stronger than those he had faced previously. The female demon, resembling Depura, was not to be underestimated, and the tall demon beside her exerted considerable pressure on him. It seems this will be a fierce battle. With that thought, Bai Qi began to summon the blood energy within him and looked up at Delilah, retorting mockingly, "You are indeed quite attractive, but it's a pity you have a mouth." What? You foolish creature, Delilah exclaimed, recognizing the mockery in his voice. She detested being insulted above all else, and in an instant, a surge of purple energy erupted from her as she prepared to unleash her wrath. What a perfect opportunity. Seizing the fleeting moment, Bai Qi surged up from the ground, his blood surging with fervor. Gripping the icy blade entwined with his vitality, he struck fiercely at Delilah. Clang! A sword of vibrant purple energy forged from robust power intercepted his icy strike. Delilah, wielding the sword, wore a look of disdain. Observing this, Bai Qi delivered a swift kick towards her, catching her off guard and sending her flying. Boom! With a firm grip on the icy blade, he pivoted and cleaved through a nearby demon, instantly unleashing a torrent of energy projectiles. After deftly evading the assault, Bai Qi swiftly maneuvered and cleaved through two demon clan members with a single stroke. At that moment, Ball, engulfed in crimson flames, surged forward to engage Bai Qi in a fierce struggle. Bang! Clang! The two exchanged blows, with Ball displaying formidable strength. His robust aura rendered it arduous for the icy blade to penetrate, while Bai Qi's body, enhanced through numerous fortifications, felt to Ball as if he were striking an iron mountain. Suddenly, a purple arc of sword energy surged forth. Both Bai Qi and Ball narrowly evaded it. But the unsuspecting demons behind them were not so fortunate and were swiftly obliterated. Delilah entered the fray, and the three warriors soon became entangled in battle. Bang! Bang! Clang! The relentless sounds of flesh colliding and weapons clashing echoed throughout, while the surrounding demons dared not recklessly unleash energy blasts for fear of injuring their own. Hiss! Bai Qi was caught off guard and pierced in the chest by Delilah's violet energy sword. Fortunately, he managed to evade a fatal blow to his heart at the critical moment. Despite his enhanced abilities, facing two opponents simultaneously proved to be quite a challenge. Ziz! Bai Qi gritted his teeth and swiftly approached Delilah, guided by the energy sword, as the searing energy caused the flesh to sizzle. Madman! Suppressing the relentless sensation of burning, he closed in on Delilah and swung down with the blade. Just in time, Delilah released the energy sword to evade the attack. Boom! Bai Qi was poised to pursue when he was struck in the back by a crimson energy wave unleashed by Ball. The tremendous force hurled him into the ground. With a grunt, he extracted the energy sword still embedded in his chest, waves of excruciating pain radiating from his back and torso causing him to feel somewhat dizzy. At this moment, the surrounding demons, who had been merely observing, seized the opportunity to launch energy projectiles at Bai Qi. Braving the onslaught of energy blasts, he deftly dispatched several of the advancing demons. The influx of vitality rejuvenated him considerably, his mind sharpening as he began to evade the incoming attacks with remarkable agility. Observing Bai Qi's relentless dodging, Delilah and Ball exchanged grave glances, both panting heavily. Is this individual even human? The intensity of the battle seemed to have barely drained his stamina. Despite his injuries, he remained sprightly, and the force of his strikes grew ever more formidable. Ball, astonished, remarked on the situation, while Delilah, her chest heaving, remained silent, sharing the same sentiment of disbelief. As Bai Qi evaded while contemplating Delilah's violet sword aura, he endeavored to concentrate his blood energy upon the blade. Upon reaching his limit, he swiftly swung his weapon towards the demon clan, which was frantically unleashing energy projectiles. With a resounding clang, a crescent-shaped red blade of energy, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, sliced through the air, obliterating several airborne demons into fragments. With vitality surging within him, Bai Qi advanced toward the dazed Delilah and her companion. The fierce blood energy struck their faces, startling them awake. Delilah summoned a violet energy sword, while Ball erupted with fierce flames, and the three engaged in combat once more. With a series of explosive sounds, bang, clang, bang, the energy projectiles, violet sword aura, and red blade clashed, resulting in a catastrophic eruption. The surrounding demons continued to fall, and Bai Qi grew increasingly powerful amidst the fray. The force transmitted through his hand gradually intensified, while Darila and Ball's stamina began to wane. With a sudden thrust, Bai Qi cleaved Ball's head with a single strike, causing the lifeless body to drop to the ground. Nonchalantly tossing aside the severed head, Bai Qi charged toward the now terrified Darila. The icy edge of his blade dripped with violet blood, landing on her face, heralding impending death. Darila's golden eyes met Bai Qi's piercing blue ones, filled with murderous intent, sending a chill through her entire being. At that moment, reveling in the torment of others, she finally experienced an unfamiliar terror, for death loomed perilously close. Overcome with fear, she could no longer maintain her energy sword, which Bai Qi seized as an opportunity, shattering it and severing her right arm. Darila clasped her bleeding shoulder, devoid of combat spirit, as her heart filled with dread. With a clang, she collapsed and frantically attempted to flee. Observing her plight, Bai Qi unleashed a blade of energy that severed her legs. Paying no heed to the writhing Darila on the ground, he surged forth, targeting the remaining demons in disarray. 2 minutes later, Bai Qi, drenched in blood, approached the barely breathing Darila. Her once beautiful face was now contorted in sheer terror. Bai Qi crouched down, gripping the knife, and coldly inquired of Delilah, "What is your purpose in seeking me out? Surely, it is not merely to kill me. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end." Delilah gazed at Bai Qi, suddenly seizing him with her left hand. "You shall have no chance to know. We shall die together." Ha, ha, ha. The madness in Delilah's eyes surged forth as she roared, startling Bai Qi. A wave of terrifying dread enveloped him as a surge of purple energy erupted from Delilah's being, enveloping both of them and the entire battlefield in a thick shroud. Boom. The heavens darkened, the earth shattered in an instant, and the bodies strewn across the ground were vaporized. As the formidable and fearsome purple energy detonated like a nuclear bomb, Delilah self-destructed. After a long while, as the smoke cleared, a vast pit emerged, with Bai Qi, charred to a crisp, lying at the bottom. How careless. With that final thought, Bai Qi succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. Cassius in the Way of Departure. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. In the cavern, Bai Qi was roused by the sound of dripping water. He opened his eyes. Though his entire body ached, his wounds had been healed by vital energy. The cataclysmic explosion unleashed by Delilah before her demise had nearly claimed his life. Had he not absorbed her energy at the last moment, barely clinging to life, he would likely be in hell now. Cough, cough. Was it truly so resolute? I never anticipated she would self-destruct. Bai Qi felt somewhat at a loss. In the original work he had read in his previous life, instances of enemies self-destructing were infrequent, which had lulled his vigilance. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped death this time. Otherwise, his second life would have been abruptly curtailed at the very outset. As for being resurrected by a divine dragon, that was but a fanciful notion. No one knew of his existence, and thus, who would revive him? This incident instilled in Bai Qi a sudden sense of urgency regarding the future. If a minor character, entirely absent from the original narrative, proved to be such a formidable challenge, then foes like Frisia and Cell would surely be even more daunting. Up until now, he remained oblivious to the progression of the plot. Was Mexing still a synthetic being? The only certainty was that the era of Majin Bu had not yet arrived, as Dabura had not yet fallen under Babiti's control. As the power level surged in the later stages, he needed to grow rapidly. Unlike the Scion race, Bai Qi, as a human, lacked the ability to unleash a sudden burst of strength in dire situations. Should he find himself in a true crisis with insufficient power, it would indeed spell his demise to the extent that his ashes would be scattered. Contemplating this, Bai Qi gradually sat up and surveyed the surrounding rocky walls. Realizing he was in a cave, "Master, you are awake," a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a youthful demon with gray skin and a frail physique, who looked at him with a face full of surprise. "It seems you were the one who saved me and brought me here. What is your name?" Bai Qi, while inspecting his own body, was also keenly observing his surroundings. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he faintly perceived a figure approaching in the distance. Had he not been so severely injured that he could barely grip his blade, he would have already unleashed a decisive strike. Believing it to be a remnant of an enemy he had failed to vanquish earlier. "Indeed, my lord, I am Cassius, captured by that wretched demoness, Delilah. You are truly formidable, my lord. To have slain Delilah, that vile creature, is nothing short of miraculous," Cassius exclaimed, his face alight with admiration for Bai Qi, his body trembling with excitement. Bai Qi raised his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such formality. Simply call me Bai Qi. But tell me, Why did you rescue me? You must have seen how many demonkin I have slain. Are you not afraid that I might turn my blade upon you?" As he spoke, Bai Qi noticed the ice edge resting against the wall. He approached it, picked it up, and swung it casually through the air. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, his blood energy more solid, and the blade sharper and more resilient than before. The essence of Delilah and her accomplices had indeed augmented his strength, and the relentless flow of power uplifted his spirits, a smile creeping across his face. "Then I shall call you brother Bai," Cassius replied with a hint of defiance. Delilah, relying on her status as the daughter of Depura, committed unspeakable atrocities. Countless innocent demonkin have perished at her hands, including most of my family. Had I not possessed a modicum of magic, I would have surely met the same fate. Even surviving, I have been tormented by her. Those demons who thrived in her shadow deserve their fates. Brother Bai, by slaying that demon, you have saved me. I owe you my life, and I shall undoubtedly repay this debt." Upon hearing Cassius's words, Bai Qi's expression stiffened. The daughter of Depura? What a coincidence, he mused. However, he remained indifferent to Cassius's gratitude, responding coldly, "There is no need for thanks. I killed her simply because she was my enemy, intent on my demise. Nothing more." Cassius paused in surprise but quickly reaffirmed, "It matters not. You have saved me, brother Bai." Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Qi chose to remain silent. Is she the daughter of Dapra? No wonder she resembles Dapra so closely. This could prove to be quite complicated. I must find a way to depart from the demon realm before Dapra discovers my presence. Bai Qi contemplated inwardly, acknowledging that despite his considerable increase in strength, he had not yet reached a level of arrogance sufficient to confront Depura, having spent merely 1 year in the demon realm. He found it challenging to gauge his combat prowess due to the lack of concrete benchmarks. Nevertheless, he was certain that he was not exceptionally powerful, otherwise his encounter with Delilah would not have been so precarious. In the world of Dragon Ball, a power level exceeding 10,000 could obliterate planets. And even the early-stage Master Rashi, with a power level over 100, could destroy the moon. The thought that he still could not harness energy left Bai Qi feeling quite helpless. While others traversed worlds by possessing souls, he arrived intact in his physical form, retaining only the memories of his past life. The sole transformation in his being was the change of his eyes to a striking blue and an apparent rejuvenation of his body. Most notably, the blood essence at his heart had completely fused with it. Hidden within his heart, with each heartbeat, the blood essence surged forth, only to be drawn back in, then erupted again. After this contemplation, he gazed at the still excited Cassius and squinted, inquiring, "Since you possess some magic, it must be your influence that enabled Delilah to locate me, correct? As we conceal ourselves here, I wonder if the demon clan possesses similar abilities. Do you think Depura will come to eliminate us?" Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the excitement on Cassius's face vanished instantaneously. He looked at the squinting Bai Qi and retreated slightly. Yes, I apologize, brother Bai. It was Delilah who coerced me. Do not worry, brother Bai. I have used magic to conceal our presence, and even Depura would be unable to detect us," Cassius replied weakly, his voice dwindling to a whisper by the end. Bai Qi nodded, not particularly concerned about being followed, but rather anxious that the demon clan might have come after him. Upon hearing Cassius, he felt a slight sense of relief. Looking at the downcast Cassius, he remarked, "Well done. It appears you possess considerable magical prowess. Do you know of any means to escape the demon realm? By the way, do you have any food with you?" Cassius, upon hearing this, hurriedly produced a soft package from behind him. As he opened it, a sticky, purple jelly-like substance was revealed. Our village primarily focuses on practicing magic, which leaves our combat abilities rather feeble. Consequently, we often find ourselves targeted by formidable demons for various nefarious purposes. In an attempt to evade capture, we have learned to use magic to conceal ourselves, Cassius explained with a hint of embarrassment. Bai Qi listened attentively while seated on the ground, bringing the purple delicacy to his mouth. Initially, the peculiar food, reminiscent of some toxic substance, was difficult to swallow, but he had since grown accustomed to it. As for the taste, it was better left unmentioned. Is that so? Since you wield magic, would you happen to know how to leave the demon realm? If so, we must depart swiftly. If Dapper finds us, none shall survive, as you surely understand, Bai Qi inquired with a glimmer of hope. Cassius shook his head. I do not know, but I recall that there was a teleportation spell capable of exiting the demon realm, though it has long been lost to time. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and with excitement, he exclaimed, "Perhaps I could ask my father. When Delilah came, he miraculously escaped, and I know where he is. I can take you to him." Bai Qi, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment, was now invigorated by this news. He quickly wiped his hands and fixed his gaze on Cassius. Then let us hasten to your father. The longer we linger, the more perilous our situation becomes. Will your body be all right, brother Bai? Cassius inquired cautiously, remembering how Bai Qi had appeared breathless and on the verge of collapse, although he seemed to have recovered significantly. Concern still lingered in his eyes. Just lead the way, Bai Qi replied resolutely. Bai Qi enveloped the ice edge with a cloth for food, addressing Cassius in a nonchalant manner. All right. Cassius tidied up and set off with Bai Qi. Chapter 5. The completion of the teleportation array and departure from the demon realm. End of the demon realm arc. In the heart of the demon realm stood a grand palace, where a towering demon clad in blue attire, with wine-red skin, sat upon the throne. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, indicating his formidable power. His yellow eyes, with black vertical pupils, coldly scrutinized the several demons kneeling before the throne. These demons, usually powerful in their own right, now dared not breathe as they knelt on the ground. The figure seated on the throne was none other than Depula, the demon king, whom Bai Qi had been pondering. So, it seems that in the span of a month, you have failed to identify the perpetrator behind Lila's death? Depula inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. A month prior, he had been abruptly awakened from slumber when the vital essence of his beloved daughter, Darlila, had suddenly extinguished. The confirmation of Darlila's demise had ignited an unparalleled fury within him, as he was oblivious to who in the demon realm possessed the audacity to slay his daughter. He promptly initiated an investigation, yet a month had passed with no leads, fueling his desire for retribution. My lord, we suspect that the culprit employed some form of concealment, and we are certain that this individual remains within the demon realm. We have assembled all the magical demons for interrogation, and within a few days, we should be able to pinpoint the location of the murderer. A slightly elevated-ranking demon responded, quaking in fear. He then projected an image of a human youth with tousled black hair and blue eyes, who appeared somewhat gaunt. This was Bai Qi. Upon seeing the image, Depula expressed mild surprise. A human? Regardless of his race, I shall grant you 3 days. Employ any means necessary. If you fail to resolve this within 3 days, you shall be the ones offered as tribute to Lila. His voice was dark and foreboding as he dismissed the trembling demons, vanishing from the throne, the oppressive force in the air dissipating. As Depula departed, the demons exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. The one who had spoken wiped the sweat from his brow and instructed his subordinates to expedite their efforts. Meanwhile, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground. A month prior, he and Cassius had discovered Cassius's father, an aging gray-skinned demon, hidden behind a magical barrier. Their reunion was marked by pleasantries, after which Bai Qi conveyed his purpose. To their astonishment, Bartis, Cassius's father, revealed his knowledge of an ancient teleportation array. However, the process required specific materials and immense energy to activate, which had previously hindered their escape from the demon realm. Due to their inherent combat weaknesses, they were unable to provide the necessary energy or hunt formidable creatures for materials. Yet, after a month of preparation, the so-called materials turned out to be certain organs from powerful creatures, and Bai Qi had successfully slain many. He had even gathered additional supplies, while he himself could provide the energy needed to activate the teleportation array. Now, everything was in place, awaiting Bartis's completion of the setup. Bai Qi rested the sheathed ice blade upon his leg, the scabbard resembling the hide of some scaled creature. To put it mildly, it appeared exceptionally unsightly, reminiscent of a crudely crafted artifact, which imparted a newfound perspective on his own craftsmanship. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was certainly preferable to tattered cloth. This peculiar scabbard was fashioned from the hide of a colossal one-eyed python, measuring over 10 meters in length, which Bai Qi had slain during his quest for materials. The serpent's heart had been repurposed as a valuable resource, while the skin was transformed into the scabbard, and its dark crimson eyes were extracted, with the flesh savored by Bai Qi and his companions, epitomizing the principle of utilizing every part of the creature. After Bai Qi crushed the crystalline lens surrounding the giant python's eye, he discovered a small, drop-shaped redstone that appeared quite sturdy and possessed a beauty akin to that of a gemstone. He intended to use it to adorn his sword sheath, but was embarrassed to find that it could not be affixed. Consequently, he decided to carry it with him, contemplating a solution for its use at a later time. At this moment, Bai Qi closed his eyes tightly, resting the ice edge upon his thigh. He endeavored to establish a connection with it, and soon a faint blue light intertwined with his consciousness and his mind. He opened his eyes and grasped the ice edge in his hand. Indeed, The weapon that traversed with me possesses extraordinary qualities. Previously, Bai Qi had sensed a peculiar bond with the ice edge that had journeyed alongside him. And now he had finally succeeded in forging that connection. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swept the blade through the air, leaving a delicate trace behind. The ice edge felt as fluid and familiar as his own arm, prompting a smile to break across Bai Qi's face. He had grown stronger within a month. He had completely mastered the surging power he had acquired. The insights gained from Delilah now enabled him to effortlessly unleash solidified energy in the form of a sharp, crimson blade of Qi, reminiscent of Qin's energy round slash, yet possessing greater intensity and a broader range. Indeed, power is intoxicating. I wonder how Cassius and the others are faring. They must be nearly ready as well. I truly look forward to reuniting with Sun Wukong and the others. Bai Qi gazed beyond the barrier. It was merely a month ago when he convened with Cassius and Bartz that the entire demon realm suddenly trembled. An overwhelming force emanated from the heart of the demon realm, even though he was yet unable to perceive the essence. The palpable pressure he felt from such a distance clearly indicated the presence of the demon king, Dapra. It seemed as though the very gravity of the demon realm had multiplied several times over, which elucidated why Bai Qi refrained from venturing out to slay the demon kin. Even in his current state, he was merely a larger-than-average, and in the presence of Dapra, who could dispatch him with a mere glance. He was now fervently eager to escape, although the barrier appeared relatively secure. It was not only Cassius and his companions who wielded magic. The likelihood of being discovered was merely a matter of time. Thus, the sooner he could depart, the better. Bai Qi walked to a clearing in the center of the barrier and inquired of the busy Cassius and his companion. Cassius, how are your preparations progressing? Are we able to depart now? Cassius wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, We shall be ready shortly, brother Bai. Just a few more minutes. Bai Qi nodded. At that moment, Bartz pulled Bai Qi aside, concern etched on his face as he lowered his voice, saying, I must ask you, Bai Qi. This teleportation array can directly transport us to the realm of humans. Are you certain we will be safe there? After all, we are both of the demon race. And humans generally harbor animosity towards us. Bai Qi assured with unwavering confidence, rest assured, once we arrive on Earth, I can guarantee your safety without a doubt. Upon hearing this, Bartz nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance towards Bai Qi, particularly since he had saved his son. Subsequently, he turned to prepare the teleportation array. Bai Qi understood Bartz's concerns. He was well aware of the character of Sun Wukong and others on Earth, who were not the type to engage in indiscriminate violence. Moreover, Earth could be regarded as the safest place in the universe. Bai Qi gazed upon the meticulously arranged teleportation array, where various internal organs were laid out in a pentagram formation, evoking the semblance of a sinister summoning ritual. Occasionally, tendrils of high-voltage lightning flickered around, causing Bai Qi's brow to furrow with unease. Were it not for his lack of alternatives, he would never consent to stepping into such an unreliable-looking teleportation array. Bartz had previously warned him that due to its antiquity, this array had remained imperfect over the years, thus posing a modicum of danger. However, his instinctual sense of peril suggested that the threat was far more substantial than mere triviality. All right, brother Bai, we are all set. Let us gather our belongings and embark. Cassius exclaimed with palpable excitement. Bai Qi nodded, his gaze fixed on the array. Apart from his ice blade, he had little else to bring along. A few minutes later, Bartz and Cassius were ready. Bai Qi, gripping his sword, stepped into the center of the formation alongside them, as Bartz and Cassius placed their hands upon his shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qi thought to himself, I hope we make it in time. Bai Qi, consumed by apprehension, contemplated the inevitable detection of his released aura before the imminent arrival of Dapula. Subsequently, a surge of blood energy enveloped both Bart and his companion, propelling them upward as the terrifying essence emanated from him. The surrounding materials began to levitate as if liberated from the shackles of gravity. While the blood energy was swiftly absorbed by the formation, a brilliant white beam of light pierced through the barrier, ascending into the heavens of the demon realm. Suddenly, Bai Qi sensed the rapid approach of a presence radiating a chilling aura, as a wave of white energy surged towards them from the distance. Bai Qi could even sense the searing, death-laden energy emanating from the wave of force. In a moment of dire peril, the surrounding organs were instantly reduced to ash, and Bai Qi and his companions were abruptly whisked away by a blinding flash of light. Boom. The location of Bai Qi and his companions was instantaneously enveloped by an energy wave. After a tremendous shaking of the earth, a colossal pit emerged, several times larger than the crater left by Delilah's self-detonation. The grim-faced Dapra hovered above the vast chasm, contemplating the vanishing azure of his eyes. Ah, ah. A robust and formidable energy reverberated throughout the demon realm. Chapter 9. Are they friends or foes? The despairing Z warrior's earth as a beam of white light appeared over the earth. Piccolo, who was meditating cross-legged in a desolate mountain, abruptly opened his eyes. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What is this suddenly overwhelming aura? Piccolo stood up, his body trembling involuntarily, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. This energy is powerful and exceedingly malevolent. Damn it! Is there no salvation for this world? Upon concluding his thoughts, he unleashed his energy and gritted his teeth, propelling himself towards the source. On the island, Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, Krillin, and Master Roshi were gathered for a meal. Krillin, what is this? Yamcha, how can there be such an overwhelmingly powerful energy? At that moment, Master Roshi's countenance turned serious. He, too, sensed the disturbance. What's wrong? What's happening? Bulma asked, looking puzzled at Krillin, who had suddenly stood up. A wave of evil, potent energy has suddenly manifested on Earth, Krillin stammered. Bulma was taken aback and inquired. Is it stronger than Goku? Hundreds of times more powerful than Goku, and exceedingly wicked, Yamcha gulped. What? Bulma was shocked. In her understanding, Goku was already immensely strong. And the thought of something being hundreds of times stronger was staggering. Perhaps the Earth is doomed this time, Master Roshi lamented, his back seemingly more hunched beneath the weight of his shell. Could it be Piccolo? Krillin asked uncertainly. Impossible, that guy Piccolo could never be this strong, Yamcha asserted confidently. Though his legs began to tremble, and he had lost the will to resist, Krillin had already collapsed onto the ground. We should go see. Surely Goku and the others have sensed it and are heading over, Yamcha urged Krillin, who weakly nodded and rose to his feet. The two erupted in energy and soared towards the sensed aura. They must be all right. Bulma watched the departing duo with worry, silently praying for their safety. Sigh. Master Roshi exhaled a resigned breath. His era had passed, and he could no longer keep pace with Krillin and the others. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku, who had been feasting with great enthusiasm, suddenly set down his bowl and stood up, his expression grave. What's wrong, Goku? Chi-Chi asked in confusion, having never seen him lose his appetite while eating. Chi-Chi, I need to step out for a moment. You and Gohan continue eating, Goku said, swiftly exiting the house and flying off into the distance. Chi-Chi, noticing Goku's serious demeanor, realized something grave must have occurred. She said nothing more, silently praying for him. Meanwhile, the young Gohan, only 2.5 years old, continued to enjoy his meal, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. On a training plane, Tianjin and Jiaozi halted, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. Heavens, Tianjin, this energy. Jiaozi stared blankly at Tianjin. Yes, I feel it too. This time, it's likely dire. Tianjin replied seriously. This energy presents no possibility of resistance. I sense Goku and the others. They are also heading over, having felt it too. Given the circumstances, we should go as well. All right, Jiaozi nodded, and the two unleashed their energy, flying towards the source. In the heavenly temple, Old Kai and Bobo were in a state of frantic disarray, sweat continuously dripping from their brows. They too had sensed the formidable energy. Unlike Goku and the others, Old Kai and Bobo could distinctly perceive the malevolence contained within that aura. Kai, Goku, and Piccolo have already gone. Is there any chance we can succeed together? Bobo asked Old Kai with a glimmer of hope. Impossible. This aura is hundreds of times stronger than the combined might of Goku and Piccolo. Victory is unattainable. We can only pray that the newcomer harbors no ill intentions, Old Kai replied, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, he realized this planet might be nearing its end, and he had mentally prepared for death. Upon hearing Old Kai's words, Bobo's face grew even dimmer. No ill intentions? What a jest! From the profound chill that penetrates the very soul, it is evident that the newcomer bears not only malice but an abundance of it. The former Demon King Piccolo pales in comparison to this aura, both in strength and malevolence. The so-called Demon King appears as innocent as a baby. As they worried, Goku and the others, now united, sped through the skies. Piccolo, I didn't expect you to join us, Goku remarked with surprise upon seeing Piccolo. Humph, as anticipated. This planet is beyond salvation. Rather than die in obscurity while fleeing, I would rather fight, Piccolo stated darkly. Hiki, with you here, our chances may be slightly better, Goku said optimistically, though he too was shaken by the sheer magnitude of the energy. Fear did not grip him. Rather, he was concerned for the fate of the Earth. While Krillin and the others cast wary glances at Piccolo, Observing Goku and the guarded expressions of Krillin and the others, Piccolo scoffed, saying to Goku, "What? Do you think we can rely on just the two of us and these insignificant beings? You are truly naive, Goku." Goku said nothing further, his gaze fixed sternly ahead, while the others, listening to Piccolo's taunts, remained largely unresponsive. A profound sense of defeat pervaded their hearts, the overwhelming power before them evoking a feeling of insignificance. And a palpable atmosphere of despair spread as they fell silent. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos stood within a dark, five-pointed pit. Bai Qi inhaled the fresh air greedily, the long-lost sunlight warming his skin, bringing a profound sense of comfort. Suddenly, with a thud, Cassius and his companion collapsed onto the ground, their faces devoid of color. Overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death, the energy wave from Dapra loomed ominously before them, and Cassius felt as if the specter of death itself was beckoning him. Even now, a dull ache lingered upon his visage, a haunting reminder of how close he had come to oblivion. Cassius, filled with trepidation, exchanged glances with Bardas, who nodded in shared apprehension. What is happening? Just as they were lamenting their plight, a terrified voice pierced the air. Surrounding Bai Qi and his companions were a group of burly figures, resembling soldiers, brandishing firearms, while several vehicles stood idling nearby. Moments earlier, a blinding flash of white light had erupted, instantly annihilating several of their comrades. And now Bai Qi and his two companions materialized at the epicenter of that luminescent explosion. As they witnessed the fear etched on the faces around them, Cassius was about to offer an explanation when a gunshot rang out, echoing through the tense atmosphere. Bai Qi effortlessly seized the bullet that was aimed at Cassius. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Bang, 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 bang. Seemingly provoked, the crowd unleashed a frenzied barrage of bullets towards Bai Qi and his companions. With a swift flicker of movement, mere seconds later, Bai Qi snapped the neck of the last soldier and cast him aside, dusting off his hands. Brother Bai. We could have communicated earlier, Cassius remarked cautiously, glancing at Bai Qi, while Bardas maintained an air of indifference, clearly accustomed to such scenes. There was no necessity for that. Bai Qi spoke indifferently, remarking that some matters are beyond explanation. At that moment, he noticed what appeared to be two individuals within a cage at the rear of a pickup truck. He approached slowly, observing that they resembled captives. Defenseless ordinary people seized by the soldiers. A girl with golden hair and blue eyes stood protectively behind a boy with similar features, though he had dark hair. Both were dressed in tattered clothing and barefoot. The golden-haired girl shielded the trembling boy, her expression warily fixed on Bai Qi. With a swift motion, he yanked the iron door open, and, noticing the anxious girl, he aimed to ease her fear to facilitate the forthcoming inquiries. Allowing a smile he deemed benevolent to grace his pale face. "Hello there, little sister. Do you happen to know if there are any homes nearby?" The pungent odor emanating from Bai Qi caused the blonde girl to furrow her brows, subtly shifting the boy backward. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Cassius inquire. Noticing the girl's silence, Bai Qi's smile faltered. Indeed, he was not particularly adept at communication. Observing the slightly lecherous grin on Bai Qi's face amidst the corpses strewn about, the blonde girl trembled as she raised her hand, pointing in a certain direction. Bai Qi gazed in the direction indicated by the girl, nodded slightly, and then turned to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Observing the girl and the boy behind her who was discreetly scrutinizing him, he noticed their faces were marred with grime, rendering their features indistinct. They appeared to be vagrants before their capture. He brushed his hand against his tattered clothing and produced a crimson, teardrop-shaped gem, the very eye of the one-eyed python. He placed the gemstone into the girl's palm, saying, "Let this serve as a token of my appreciation. It should be worth a considerable sum." After handing over the gem, he disregarded them and turned to walk towards Cassius and the others, realizing that keeping the gemstone would serve him no purpose. The girl stared at the red jewel in her hand, her large blue eyes following Bai Qi as he departed, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Twins? Soldiers? There's something oddly familiar about them. Bai Qi found himself in a state of perplexity, pondering whether it was the teleportation array that had muddled his mind, as he could not fathom the connection between the events. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he addressed the now upright Bardas and Cassius, suggesting, "There is a dwelling over yonder. Let us venture there to freshen up and change our attire." Cassius and Bardas nodded in agreement, for they were enveloped by a foul stench that even they could scarcely endure. This was particularly true for Bai Qi, who had not bathed in a year during his time in the demon realm, the mingling of the scent of blood and decay creating an unbearable odor. Bai Qi flew towards the residence with the two companions. Along the way, Cassius curiously inquired, "Brother Bai, you smiled rather mischievously just now. Did you uncover something?" Bai Qi's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I merely asked for directions." Bai Qi responded calmly, feeling that his smile radiated warmth. Upon hearing this, Cassius nodded and then inquired with curiosity, "Brother Bai, after we finish washing up, where shall we go? Are we settling down on Earth? There will be a few friends arriving, and we simply need to await their arrival. I have a few matters that require their assistance. By the way, your teleportation array can transport us between planets, correct? Once we're done here, I plan to depart for other planets to cultivate my skills, after ensuring Uncle Bart is settled on Earth. You may choose to accompany me or remain with Uncle Bart." Sensing several presences approaching from a distance, Bai Qi replied casually, "I will definitely follow you, Brother Bai. My father has already taught me how to set up the teleportation array. I can now arrange it independently. As for my father, he will stay comfortably on Earth." Hearing that Bai Qi intended to leave, Cassius expressed his anxiety, fearing abandonment. Bai Qi nodded. The energy began to shift. Clint exclaimed in astonishment. "Let us hasten our pace," Sun Wukong addressed the group, and the warriors promptly quickened their steps. "Humph. Are you eager to meet your demise?" Piccolo scoffed. Yet he too accelerated to keep up. At this moment, Bai Qi stood before a mirror in a room. Clad in loosely fitting black trousers and a slightly oversized dark yellow shirt, with an ice blade slung at his waist. Due to the absence of sunlight in the demon realm, his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, complemented by a head of casually cropped black hair. Behind him lay the unconscious members of the household upon the bed. Observing Cassius, dressed in white, and Bart's in casual blue attire, a flicker of excitement ignited in his azure eyes as he sensed a presence materializing above. "Have they arrived?" he pondered, as he caressed the ice blade and stepped through the door into the outside world. Chapter 7. Overwhelming Dominance in Midair. Sun Wukong and his companions gazed at the young man hovering before them, his expression stern and a blade secured at his waist. Piccolo, Krillin, and others regarded him with palpable trepidation, while Cassius and Bart's, observing from a distance, were conveniently overlooked. "Are we certain he's a friend? He doesn't seem to fit that description." Cassius, standing afar, watched the interactions with curiosity, noting the serious demeanor of Piccolo and the others, which lacked any semblance of joy typically associated with reunions. As Bai Qi beheld the figures on the screen now manifest before him, a surge of excitement coursed through him, albeit a tempered one. After more than a year in the demon realm, the initial thrill had significantly waned. Sensing the auras of Sun Wukong and his allies, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Weak, far too weak, it seems the true narrative has only just begun. Before Raditz' impending arrival, Bai Qi let out a sigh of relief, estimating that the combat power of those present was largely around 200 to 300. Before the explosive increase in strength that would occur during the Namek saga, he still had time to become even more formidable. "Hello there, you appear to be from Earth," he said. "I apologize, but your energy is quite powerful. We have come to ascertain whether you are an enemy." Sun Wukong, with a smile on his face, took the initiative to greet Bai Qi, while Piccolo, Krillin, and others regarded him with wary expressions. "Yes, I am indeed from Earth, although I have previously lived in other places. It seems you are the strongest beings on this planet. I have heard tales of a mystical Dragon Ball that can grant wishes. I would like to make use of it, and once I have done so, I shall take my leave." Bai Qi declared his intentions to Sun Wukong. "What? How could he possibly know about the Dragon Balls?" "Humph. So he has come for the Dragon Balls. Can we trust what this person is saying?" Piccolo and the others were taken aback, contemplating in silence. However, their apprehension began to ease. From his tone, it seemed that he was open to dialogue and not a malevolent individual. "Ah, I see. We do indeed possess the Dragon Balls here, but can you assure us that your wish is not of a nefarious nature?" Sun Wukong inquired earnestly. Bai Qi nodded slightly. Yet upon observing the tense expressions of Piccolo and the others, he felt a touch of helplessness. "Very well, let us exchange a few moves. You may all come at me at once, and afterward, you shall comprehend." "Indeed, that was precisely what I intended to say," Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm, finding Bai Qi's words to be most agreeable. "Humph, refrain from underestimating others," Piccolo retorted with a scoff, as the group positioned themselves for the impending confrontation. "Here it comes." With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong launched the first strike. Bai Qi casually tilted his head, evading the punch, and delivered a knee to Sun Wukong's abdomen, causing his internal organs to shift violently, resulting in a spurt of blood from Wukong's mouth. Energy Sphere Slash. Kamehameha. Krillin and Tien Shinhan initiated their assault, unleashing their ultimate techniques. After deflecting the Kamehameha with a swift palm, Bai Qi seized the Energy Sphere Slash barehanded and hurled it toward Krillin, who narrowly dodged the incoming attack. Bai Qi so approached Tianjin Fan with a swift motion, but suddenly his body halted. As if it were under the telekinetic influence of the dumplings in the distance, Bai Qi struck Tianjin Fan's face with unwavering force, effortlessly lifting the contorted visage of Tianjin Fan and hurling him towards the dumpling. The impact of their collision rendered both unconscious. With a swift motion, Bai Qi sent Krillin, who was poised to unleash the solar flare, flying with a backhanded slap, and then delivered a kick that sent Yamcha, who was advancing with the Wolfang fist, crashing to the ground. Kamehameha. Special Beam Cannon. With two resounding roars, the revived attacks of Sun Wukong and Piccolo surged forth, with Piccolo unleashing a technique originally meant for Sun Wukong. Following a tremendous explosion, as the smoke dissipated, Bai Qi stood unscathed at the center of the shattered crater. Bang! Piccolo, his chest heaving in shock, was suddenly struck by excruciating pain in his abdomen. Bai Qi withdrew his right fist, stained with a silken hue of purple blood, causing Piccolo to lose his grip on the flight technique and collapse to the ground, unconscious. He then approached Sun Wukong, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. A surge of bloodlust erupted, a terrifying aura pressing down upon the hearts of the onlookers like a great mountain, with a murderous glint pervading his azure eyes. Now you comprehend. It would be as effortless as child's play to end your lives. My patience is limited. You would do well to prepare the Dragon Balls forthwith. Exhausting my patience will lead to dire consequences. With that, he released the now crimson-faced Sun Wukong, reflecting that had it not been for Bart's desire to remain on Earth, he would have already resorted to forceful measures, rather than engaging in such futile discourse. The group lay prostrate on the ground, feeling the dreadful pressure from Bai Qi's presence, akin to a razor-sharp blade poised at their throats, each moment fraught with the specter of death. The immense disparity in power had extinguished their will to fight. As they observed the friends Bai Qi had mentioned lying scattered on the ground, Cassius and his companion wore expressions of bewilderment. 3 days. Grant us 3 days to prepare the Dragon Balls. I hope you will honor your word by then, Sun Wukong declared as he rose to his feet. Naturally, this little bald head shall serve as a hostage. Should the Dragon Balls remain unprepared after 3 days, I shall first take his life, and then eliminate all of Earth's inhabitants. Bai Qi replied calmly, striding toward the now terrified Krillin while Sun Wukong's eyes burned with fury. Several hours later, on Master Roshi's small island, Bulma and the others gazed with a mix of fear and curiosity at Bai Qi and Cassius, who were indulging in a hearty meal. Upon learning that Krillin and the others were gathering, a ravenous Bai Qi had amiably conversed with Krillin, who reluctantly led them to the island. Are you seriously bringing this harbinger of death here? Oolong exclaimed in shock, staring at the awkward Krillin. Enough, Oolong. Do not blame Krillin. He is merely a pawn in this situation. Besides, he appears to be nothing more than a cold, handsome fellow. One would never suspect such terror lurked beneath the surface. Though that blade is rather unsightly, Bulma interjected, evidently informed of the preceding events by Krillin. Bulma, please do not engage in any reckless behavior. You should leave. This place is perilous, Krillin warned, concern etched across his face, aware that Bulma could not sense energy and thus remained oblivious to Bai Qi's fearsome nature. Not a chance. Since this bastard intends to kill you, how could I possibly stand idly by? Bulma retorted, advancing toward Bai Qi, causing Krillin and Oolong to feel a surge of panic. Just as they were about to intervene, Bulma reached Bai Qi. This food is absolutely delightful. What kind of life have you lived in the demon realm? Cassius exclaimed with his mouth full, a look of bliss on his face. Indeed, I never imagined human food could be so delectable, Bartz concurred enthusiastically. At this moment, Bai Qi gazed at the approaching Bulma, her azure locks cascading elegantly, adorned in a pink blouse, her exquisite features marred by an expression of fury. Hey, I'm speaking to you, Knife Man. If you have a wish to make, just state it plainly. Why inflict such harm on Krillin? I've heard you even intend to kill him. How can you be such a scoundrel? As these words escaped her lips, Krillin's brow twitched, and Master Roshi nearby broke into a cold sweat. Bai Qi listened to Bulma's words with little reaction. It was entirely normal for her to engage in perplexing antics. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, even Beerus was struck by her audacity. Wiping his hands, he contemplated his objective and addressed Bulma, would you assist me with the task? Upon its completion, I might consider sparing the little bald one. Huh? Bulma was taken aback, and the others, including Krillin, who rushed over to intervene, stood frozen in surprise. Are you serious? Bulma inquired cautiously. Indeed. I have heard that you possess portable space capsules here. I require provisions that can last for over a year. A place to rest and clothing. If you could prepare these for me, I would be inclined to reconsider my decision regarding the little bald one. Bai Qi, all right. That's quite simple. You are referring to the universal capsule, correct? Wait for me, and remember your word, he said. Upon hearing this, Bulma cheerfully set off to prepare. And before long, she piloted her aircraft away from the island. For the world's wealthiest individual, this request was utterly uncomplicated. The onlookers, including Klin, stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. It seems he truly intends to leave. Klin mused internally, feeling a sense of relief that perhaps he would not meet his demise after all. At that moment, Sun Wukong and the others, having consumed the magical beans, had also recovered and were hastily gathering the Dragon Balls. Wukong, are you sure we can trust him? What if he breaks his promise? Yamcha asked with concern. I don't know. There's nothing we can do. We can't defeat him. And the Supreme Kai communicated to me to comply with his requests and avoid provoking him. Wukong replied helplessly. We can only hope he keeps his word. By the way, isn't Piccolo coming? Tien Shinhan inquired, puzzled. Oh, you mean Piccolo? It seems this latest setback heavily impacted him. He has gone off to train. That guy is truly formidable. I would love to have another battle with him, Wukong said with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing Wukong's eagerness to fight, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan exchanged glances, speechless. They understood Piccolo's situation. He was not the only one affected by the recent events. They too shared in the turmoil. A sigh escaped their lips, resonating with a shared sense of despair. The following day, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of meditation. This practice allowed his heart to attain tranquility. His unique cultivation method necessitated a constant adherence to his true self. Otherwise, he would risk transforming into a mindless beast driven solely by the urge to kill. At this moment, Bai Qi's entire being radiated a subdued aura, as he had mastered the perception and control of Qi under the guidance of the turtle immortal. Bai Qi's inquiry astonished Master Roshi, yet he did not decline. As a martial artist, he possessed the requisite composure. Naturally, his concern for the safety of himself and Krillin, alongside the imposing blade, was a significant factor. The extraordinary cultivation method left Bai Qi in awe, affirming the title of the god of martial arts. He rested the ice edge upon his thigh, savoring its presence, while the mental connection with the blade deepened gradually. Meanwhile, Cassius and Bartis were growing familiar with Krillin and the others. Unlike the reticent Bai Qi, Cassius effortlessly mingled with them. His father, on the other hand, was engrossed with Master Roshi in the study of peculiar items, often breaking into fits of lewd laughter. At that moment, Krillin cautiously approached Bai Qi, inhaling deeply, and, with newfound determination, addressed him, Mr. Bai. It was evident that he had learned Bai Qi's name from Cassius. Had it not been for Cassius's fervent assurances that Bai Qi was amiable, he would not have dared to approach. Additionally, Bulma's decision to entrust the universal capsules to Bai Qi further emboldened him. Bai Qi opened his eyes, gazing at the anxious Klin. Mr. Bai, you are so powerful. Are you truly human? Klin stammered, his voice tinged with trepidation. I mean, is it truly possible for a human to cultivate to such an extraordinary level as you? Observing Klin's mixture of fear and admiration, Bai Qi, the strongest human from his previous life, recognized Klin's formidable talent for cultivation, though regrettably, he found himself amidst a group of peculiar beings. Bai Qi responded earnestly, of course. Curiosity gleamed in Klin's eyes as he inquired further. How can I become as powerful as you? Bai Qi patiently replied, through diligent training, seizing opportunities, and possessing the heart of a warrior. Klin nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the wisdom. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Klin expressed his gratitude, entirely oblivious to Bai Qi's earlier intent to kill him. After all, no one is immune to the desire for strength. Watching Klin depart, Bai Qi shook his head, noting the subtle differences between Klin and his counterpart in the original narrative. In terms of training time, Klin had far surpassed him. Bai Qi had poured the entirety of his knowledge into those brief words. Bulma had also brought an entire box of the necessary universal capsules, and the arrangements with Bartis were nearly complete. They only needed Goku and the others to arrive with the Dragon Balls tomorrow to fulfill their wish before departing. They had over a year before Raditz' impending attack. At present, Bai Qi estimated that his strength was comparable to Goku's when he first arrived on Namek, ready to unleash his full power. He pondered what level he might attain in a year's time. Chapter 8. Departure and warning on the third day. Except for Piccolo, Goku, Klin, Yamcha, and the others gathered on the small island. The 7 Dragon Balls were laid out on the ground. Bulma spread her arms wide and shouted, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Instantly, the sky darkened, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene as the dragon from Bai Qi's memories materialized in the heavens. In a desolate wilderness, Piccolo, who was deep in training, sensed the sudden change in the sky and quickly deduced its significance. "Humph," he scoffed, gritting his teeth and redoubling his efforts, for Bai Qi's earlier display of strength had struck a deep blow to his pride. "State your wish," Shenron spoke slowly. Following the customary introduction, the group watched Bai Qi with bated breath, while Cassius and the others marveled at this extraordinary spectacle. "Shenron, grant me the ability to master the Kaioken," Bai Qi called out to the dragon. The crowd was puzzled. At that moment, Sun Wukong was also unaware of what the King Kai Fist entailed. This wish was quite simple. A flash of red light flickered in the dragon's eyes. "I have inscribed the method of cultivating the King Kai Fist into your mind. You will succeed in your training by following it. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, Bai Qi." Subsequently, the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky and dispersed in all directions. "This dragon is rather mischievous." Bai Qi remained speechless, silently lamenting within. Observing Bai Qi's expression, which seemed to scream of impending violence, apart from Sun Wukong and Krillin, the others, including Yamcha, felt a secret thrill, though they maintained a facade of composure. At this moment, Sun Wukong curiously inquired of Bai Qi, "The King Fist? Is it a formidable martial art?" "Yes, in due time. You shall come to understand," Bai Qi replied, regaining his composure as he contemplated the King Fist within his mind, a technique renowned for its ability to rapidly enhance combat prowess in a short span. His formidable physique was perfectly suited to this technique. Had it not been for Cassius's intention to leave with him, he would have wished for instantaneous movement instead. Disregarding the others, he instructed Cassius to prepare the teleportation array while he carefully stored away the universal capsule. The teleportation array could not transport them to a designated planet, but would automatically redirect them to nearby planets with elevated energy indices, as Cassius had informed him. "Next time we meet, let us have a rematch, haha," Sun Wukong said, scratching his head. Bai Qi glanced at him seriously and stated, "Sun Wukong, as a token of gratitude, allow me to impart one more piece of information. A being far weaker than I shall arrive on Earth in a year. With your current strength, you will be utterly outmatched. Should you remain this weak by then, it will spell the end for Earth." With that, he ignored the shocked expressions of Sun Wukong and Krillin, walking over to whisper a few words to Bartz. Meanwhile, Cassius had set up the teleportation array with the remaining materials from last time. As they beheld the somewhat desiccated organs arranged in a pentagram, Yamcha and the others felt that Bai Qi's departure was indeed a blessing, akin to a sinister summoning ritual. Shortly thereafter, Bai Qi stood at the center of the array. After bidding farewell to Bartz, Cassius joined him, enveloping himself in a shroud of blood energy. Bai Qi unleashed his full aura, and the crimson energy erupted forth. Those standing at a distance, including Krillin, felt a weight settle on their shoulders, their scalps tingling as the air thickened with a metallic scent. Even Bulma found her breathing becoming labored. "Monster," was the unanimous thought amongst them. "Farewell, Cassius," Krillin waved goodbye, having formed a decent rapport with him during their time together. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Bai Qi, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the two vanished from sight. At last, "That harbinger of death has departed," Yamcha said with a tone of relief, and the others, including Tianjin On, exhaled in unison. Yet, Bai Qi's final words tightened their spirits once again. 5 months later, on an unknown planet, Bai Qi sheathed his blade, shaking off the blood that had clung to it. Surrounding him lay a multitude of headless corpses. Over the course of nearly half a year, he and Cassius had traversed dozens of planets. Such was the advantage of the teleportation array, swift and efficient. Had they relied on the spherical spacecraft piloted by Vegeta, they would have squandered much time merely traveling. Each time they arrived at a new planet, he unleashed his full aura, drawing the strongest beings of the planet to him, who were subsequently provoked by his murderous intent. The sequence was straightforward: engage, slaughter, absorb, and strengthen. The ordinary inhabitants were of no concern to him. Excessive and pointless killing held no significance in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his name had already entered the blacklist of Yama, and an entire suite of services for his passage through the 18 layers of hell was waiting for him. Moments later, he entered a semicircular dwelling and pushed open the door. "Welcome back, Brother Bai. Are you preparing to depart?" Cassius, engrossed in a game, asked. One must commend Bulma for her thorough preparations. The residence boasted a bedroom, kitchen, gym, and even entertainment facilities, including games and novels. Apart from practicing magic occasionally, Cassius was engrossed in gaming and literature. After sipping from a can of beverage, Bai Qi replied, "Yes, we shall leave tomorrow." Bai Qi observed Cassius, who was engrossed in his game, his pallid face flushed with excitement, and he shook his head in exasperation. After taking a shower, he settled onto the sofa and meticulously polished his blade, ice edge. As he diligently wiped the sword, Cassius couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ever since he had learned that the weapon was named Ice Edge, he thought, what a splendid name, while inwardly stifling laughter at the absurdity of it. Interestingly, during their journey, they encountered a squad dispatched by Frisia to eliminate the native inhabitants of a planet. After dispatching them with ease, Bai Qi contemplated examining the device affixed to their faces, but suddenly recalled its potential surveillance capabilities and decisively crushed it underfoot. Neither he nor Cassius possessed any aptitude for technology, rendering further investigation unnecessary, and they were not inclined to confront Frisia at that moment. Meanwhile, aboard a colossal spaceship, an alien equipped with a detection device knelt before Frisia, reporting, "Report, Lord Frisia. A month ago, a team on a mission suddenly lost contact. Prior to this, their detector registered a colossal surge of energy, and our analysis indicates that this energy corresponds to a combat power of 1 per million. Frisia, a diminutive figure adorned with horns seated upon a hovering throne, rose upon hearing the report, a wine goblet in his right hand. 1 per million? How intriguing. When did such a formidable individual emerge in my domain? I wonder if they would be interested in serving me." He chuckled menacingly as he descended from his throne, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbin, who were equally astonished. The power of 1 per million was second only to Frisia himself, as even his strongest subordinate, Captain Jinyu, possessed only 120,000. Surely, it would be an honor to serve under Lord Frisia. Perhaps you should send your most powerful Captain Jinyu to negotiate with him. I doubt he would refuse. Dodoria seized the opportunity to flatter Frisia. Should Jinyu have been present, he would have undoubtedly expressed his gratitude to Dodoria, likely by eliminating him first. Are you an idiot? Sending Jinyu with a combat power of 120,000 to confront him would be tantamount to suicide, Frisia coldly retorted, inadvertently saving Jinyu's life. Forgive me, my lord. Dodoria hastily knelt, cold sweat pouring down his face, clearly realizing he had misstepped. The air around them seemed to chill several degrees. Meanwhile, Zarbin stood silently, daring not to breathe, knowing that speaking up could lead to his demise. "Oh, come now. There is no need to be so tense, Dodoria. I was merely jesting. I shall personally handle the negotiations when the time comes," Frisia said with a smile, causing Dodoria to tremble as he moved to stand beside Zarbin, almost believing Frisia's words were genuine. After sharing a laugh, Frisia addressed the still kneeling report officer. "You may leave for now. Be sure to inform me immediately if there are any further surges in energy." "Yes, my lord," the alien replied before departing. "By the way, Zarbin, have there been any unusual movements from those wild monkeys, Vegeta and his companions?" Frisia inquired. "None to report, Lord Frisia. They have been executing your commands without incident." Zarbin responded promptly. "Very well, continue to monitor them closely to prevent any underhanded actions," Frisia instructed before turning away to gaze out at the starry expanse of space. 1 per million? If I could harness such power, my dominion would expand immensely. Goldo's mechanical forces would be rendered obsolete. And if they are of no use to me, they shall have no reason to exist. To him, whether it was 1 per million or 14 million mattered little. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could extinguish them. His robust tail thrashed against the floor, resonating with a thunderous sound. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Qi was engrossed in a meditative practice aimed at enhancing his soul, a technique he had learned from Cassius. A powerful soul could prevent others from prying into one's memories. He recalled that in the original narrative, characters like Sun Wukong, the fortune-telling old woman, and the Grand Elder of Namek possessed similar mind-reading abilities, a terrifying prospect he wished to keep secret from prying eyes. He endeavored to merge this technique with his meditative practices, using his vital energy to nourish his soul. Perhaps due to his dual life experiences, his soul power was significantly stronger than average, allowing him to achieve remarkable progress in his training, successfully combining meditation with this newfound technique. It could be described as an enhanced meditation method, purifying the mind while fortifying the soul, strengthening him holistically from body to spirit, and even enhancing his vital energy. Moreover, his swordsmanship was improving remarkably, and he had not neglected his training in the Kinkai fist, managing to execute a 20-fold increase in power under full exertion. Cassius was equally diligent in his magical studies, finding it increasingly effortless to set up teleportation arrays. As a member of the demon race, he possessed inherently enigmatic abilities. And with his exceptional talent in magic, he was on track to rival the likes of Babidi from the Demon Saga if he persisted in his training. Bai Qi sometimes finds himself quite curious about the principles behind teleportation arrays and various forms of magic. After an extensive, complex, and somewhat obscure explanation from Cassius, Bai Qi, bewildered, felt the information pass through his left ear, traverse his brain without triggering any chemical reactions, and exit through his right ear. He couldn't help but marvel at the adage that expertise lies in specialization. Chapter 9. The Limits of Humanity on a Desolate Planet. Bai Qi, drenched in blood, entered a room wielding his icy blade. Oh my goodness, just look at that. At that moment, Cassius, whose lips seemed to be coated in honey, was vehemently cursing at the game screen, but upon spotting Bai Qi, he abruptly ceased his tirade. Brother Bai, what is the matter? Have you encountered some trouble? Cassius inquired. Setting aside his game, he had recently sensed that Bai Qi's mood appeared somewhat subdued, with his aura fluctuating every time he returned. Oh, I just feel as though my strength has reached a bottleneck. Bai Qi reclined on the sofa, responding with a hint of helplessness. Indeed. I have recently sensed that my abilities seem to have reached their utmost limit. His body was enveloped in a feeling of saturation. The vital energy absorbed from vanquished foes appeared to no longer enhance his physique. As the essence filtered from his heart to various parts of his body, he could only perceive a slight tingling sensation, which promptly dissipated. There was no discernible change in his physical strength, and the vitality coursing through him had ceased to elevate. This reaction was only evident when he vanquished opponents of comparable strength. Against those weaker, he felt nothing as their energy simply faded away. Have I reached the pinnacle of human potential? Bai Qi clenched his fist, a hint of reluctance gleaming in his eyes. According to estimations, his current combat power exceeded 1/4,000,000. With a blade in hand, it could soar to over 3,000,000, and without utilizing the Kaioken, this represented his utmost strength. Having resided in this world for merely over a year, he had achieved a level of combat prowess that took Son Goku and others more than 2 decades of arduous training to attain, specifically, the Goku from Namek. The wondrous blood mist had enabled him to reach the pinnacle of his potential within this short span. At present, he felt akin to a satiated individual, unable to consume anymore. Is that so? I sense that Brother Bai is already exceptionally powerful, Cassius remarked earnestly. In the time he had known Bai Qi, apart from the fierce battle against Delilah, with the Pura conveniently omitted, there had been no one capable of challenging him. Whether it was Son Goku and his companions from Earth or the various planets they had traversed over the past 7 months. Even those slightly stronger than Bai Qi fell swiftly to his unique blood energy, imbued with armor-piercing properties, alongside his icy blade. Thus, in his perception, Bai Qi was undeniably formidable. Bai Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly, in the era of Super Saiyans following the events on Namek. His current level of combat prowess was insufficient even for self-preservation. He began to comprehend Krillin's sentiments, having previously believed that the enhancement of his energy was limitless. Instead, it turned out to be merely an accelerator, an unfortunate revelation indeed. After calming his thoughts, Bai Qi closed his eyes in meditation. He still possessed certain advantages. The enhancement characteristics of his body were permanent. Even without expending energy, he could withstand various attacks, as neither his strength, speed, nor defense would diminish due to the absence of energy enveloping him. As long as he was able to move, he could continue to fight. And his formidable endurance provided a significant edge, ensuring that he remained in peak condition at all times. Regarding the limits of enhancement, he scoffed. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the notion of limits was scarcely valuable. He was determined, he must discover a method to break through these confines. He had no desire to rely on the Dragon Balls for repeated resurrections in the later stages. And it was likely that no one would be inclined to revive him anyway. Thus, it was best for him to take fate into his own hands. Having soothed his emotions, Bai Qi contemplated the 3 stages of combat he currently possessed. The first stage was unarmed and barehanded. The second involved wielding the Ice Edge with his energy fully unleashed, and the third stage was initiated by activating the Kinkai Fist while unleashing his full firepower. Super Earthling form. Bai Qi silently lamented that since he could not enhance his hard power, he decided to solidify the recently skyrocketing abilities he had acquired. The rapid elevation of his strength instilled in him a sense of superficiality. While this may not pose an issue in the early stages, it could prove fatal later on. A robust foundation is essential for a longer journey. True power lies in the control one holds, for physiques vary from person to person. He was not a scion, and thus could not unleash a fury-fueled explosion to vanquish formidable foes. Instead, extreme anger would only hasten his demise. If physical training proved inadequate, he would refine his mind. He did not neglect the cultivation of his soul. The enhancement of his spiritual power significantly augmented his reflexes. One must admit, Cassius's method of training was nothing short of miraculous. Brother Bai, stop overthinking. How about I prepare a few dishes for you? I've been honing my culinary skills recently. Cassius exclaimed, eager to head to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's brow furrowed, and he quickly interjected, there is no need for that. I believe there are instant noodles in the fridge, just prepare a couple of bowls. My appetite is not very robust at the moment. Ever since Cassius nearly blew up the kitchen last time, Bai Qi felt that Cassius, like himself, lacked talent in that area. He had also attempted cooking, only for Cassius to curiously pop his head in and ask if he was concocting potions. Really? I was hoping to impress you with my skills, Cassius replied. Disappointment evident as he rose to prepare the noodles. Bai Qi reclined on the couch, gazing at the bright lights, his blue eyes appearing more profound due to the cultivation of his spiritual power. On Earth, a fierce clash ensued between Sun Wukong and Piccolo on a vast plain, their figures darting back and forth. Ever since Bai Qi learned of the impending formidable adversary a year later, the Z warriors on Earth had embarked on intense trainings, with Wukong and Piccolo frequently sparring. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan dared not slack off, engaging in rigorous training as well. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, a circular battleship hurtled towards Earth, harboring the dormant Raditz. 3 months later, a circular spacecraft descended upon Earth, and the prepared warriors swiftly approached the vessel. Raditz, equipped with a scouter over his left eye, exited the ship. Humph, a mere weakling with a power level of 5, he declared, addressing a farmer wielding a gun. Uttering that classic line, suddenly, the scouter detected several strong energy signatures approaching him. Raditz smirked. Have they already sensed me? How convenient. It saves me the trouble of searching. Haha. With a thunderous laugh, he casually unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the farmer into fragments, then soared into the sky, his aura erupting. Upon sensing Raditz's energy, Piccolo remarked, indeed, quite powerful, but nowhere near the blade-wielding man. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, while Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others wore relaxed expressions. Though Raditz's power was formidable, it was not insurmountable like Bai Qi's. Soon, the warriors stood before Raditz, observing the ship and the tail behind him. An alien? They pondered. Kakarot, Raditz began, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. Following a series of dialogues, the group discerned Raditz's and Sun Wukong's scion identities. Upon realizing the threat, Krillin was the first to act, launching an energy disc attack. Raditz, taken aback by the ambush, narrowly evaded, receiving a cut on his face. Wiping the blood away, he was filled with surprise and rage, his body surging with energy. You pathetic scum from this lowly planet, he bellowed, igniting the battle. Boom. Crash. Solar flare. Energy blast. Bam. Bam. Minutes later, Raditz lay bloodied on the ground, his battle attire tattered. Wukong and the others were not faring much better, each sustaining severe injuries. You fools. That bald-headed one spoke of Dragon Balls. My 2 companions will know of this. Within a year, they will arrive on Earth, far stronger than I am, and they will annihilate you all for revenge. He spat, coughing up blood. Observing Raditz's bravado, Piccolo, despite his own pain, slowly rose and approached Raditz. As Piccolo's shadow loomed over him, Raditz's eyes filled with fear. Just as he was about to speak again, Piccolo silenced him with a swift kick, collapsing breathlessly beside him. His expression was a tempest of emotions, as Raditz's words weighed heavily on the group, especially with the gravely injured Sun Wukong in view. Quick, Krillin, give Wukong a Senzu bean, or he will perish. Oh. Krillin hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from his waistband and moved towards Wukong. At that moment, Piccolo heard the voice of the elder Kaioshin echo in his ears. What? Are you certain? After receiving confirmation, Piccolo halted Krillin from feeding Wukong the Senzu bean. He approached Wukong, a sinister expression on his face, and asked, Sun Wukong, do you have any final words? Coughing, Wukong replied, I indeed need to ask you a favor. Unfazed, Wukong spoke laboriously to Piccolo. Then, under the horrified gazes of Krillin and the others, Piccolo ended Wukong's life. On an unknown planet, a burly bald man and a short, fierce-looking individual with tied-back hair sat by a fire, both sporting tails. They were consuming food made from some extraterrestrial corpse, surrounded by a multitude of alien remains. They were Nappa and Vegeta. Who would have thought Raditz would perish on such a lowly planet? By the way, Vegeta, Does that so-called wish-granting Dragon Ball truly exist? Nappa inquired curiously. Why not check it out? If the Dragon Balls exist, I shall wish for eternal life. Then we Scions will rise again, free from Frisia's control. Vegeta replied, his mood buoyant, unconcerned by Raditz' demise. Nappa too felt a surge of joy at the thought. Ha ha, ha. They both laughed heartily. In the gym, Bai Qi sat cross-legged, eyes closed. In his mind, a blade's shape appeared, albeit slightly blurred, yet unmistakably resembling the ice edge. The blade, resting on his lap, emanated an inexplicable aura. Since determining his physical limits 3 months ago, he had devoted his energy to the blade and spiritual power. Now, his bond with the ice edge had deepened, enhancing his combat prowess. A crimson aura began to envelop him, sharper and purer than before. Downstairs, Cassius, engrossed in a video game, suddenly felt a chill. Brother Bai seems to have grown stronger and more formidable. Gazing towards Bai Qi, Cassius murmured to himself, then shrugged and returned to the game, having long since grown accustomed to it. Opening his azure eyes and suppressing his aura, Bai Qi observed the ice edge before sheathing it. Raditz has probably reached Earth by now. He might have already perished, he pondered silently. Chapter 10. A fortuitous encounter with Darius in the vast expanse of the universe. On a certain planet, a towering ancient tree stood majestically upon the earth, its height piercing through the clouds. As a burst of white light flickered, Bai Qi and Cassius were teleported to this planet, where they quickly took notice of the colossal tree in the distance. My heavens, that tree is extraordinarily large, Cassius exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. It seems to be a planet dominated by flora, Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi gazed at the towering tree, pondering deeply as he sensed the surrounding environment. Strangely, the area was filled with desiccated plants, devoid of any living beings. This planet exuded an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a dying elder nearing the end of life. What troubles you, Brother Bai? Is something amiss? Cassius inquired, observing Bai Qi's contemplative demeanor with curiosity. This planet possesses an oddity. Do not set up camp just yet. For the time being, stay close to me, Bai Qi replied to Cassius. Understood, Cassius nodded in agreement. Typically, upon arriving at a new planet, Bai Qi would clear a safe area to establish the universal capsule, allowing him to wait comfortably within. However, the current circumstances felt distinctly unusual, and it was undoubtedly safer to remain by Bai Qi's side. Bai Qi soared towards the magnificent tree, convinced that the peculiarities of this planet were intertwined with its presence. Beneath the colossal trunk stood a figure clad in black shoulder armor and combat attire, strikingly reminiscent of Sun Wukong, albeit with a slightly darker complexion. A fierce glint resided between his brows, his left eye adorned with a crimson detector, and a tail coiled around his waist, none other than Dale's from the cinematic adaptation. With the acquisition of these fruits, his ambitions for cosmic domination advanced another step. He chuckled gleefully as he surveyed the red fruits brought by his subordinates. Meanwhile, concealed behind a massive tree root exposed to the earth, 2 furtive figures lurked in the shadows. Tai Si, perhaps we should retreat. That is a scion we are dealing with. Captured by them, our fate would be grim, suggested a diminutive alien with purple skin and a white vest. His yellow eyes darting nervously towards a girl with short yellow hair clad in a form-fitting black suit. Do not fret, Gak. Did you not come to investigate the mystery of the vanishing planets? The culprit is right before us, and this presents an exceptional opportunity for our writing. Let us hold on a little longer. Besides, are you not an elite? Surely you are not afraid, Tai Si whispered, her face alight with excitement and mischief. Fear? No. Of course not. I am an elite, merely concerned for your safety, Gak replied, attempting to maintain composure, though the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his unease. A formidable presence approaches, Dales remarked as his detector beeped insistently, his smile fading as he ascended into the air with his entourage. Shoo, quiet. They are emerging. Tai Si urgently instructed Gak, both of them shrinking their heads as they stealthily observed Dales and his crew. Dales hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on the approaching Bai Qi and his companion, noting the stern expression of Bai Qi and the curious countenance of Cassius. Consulting his left eye's detector, Dales exclaimed, a battle power of 15,000, impressive. What do you say, would you care to serve me? Ha. He dismissed Cassius, whose battle power was merely in the hundreds. Recognizing the visage akin to Sun Wukong in the towering tree behind him, Bai Qi's understanding crystallized. So it is Dale's. But this battle power deviates from that depicted in the film. In his perception, Dale's power should have reached several 100,000. Starkly contrasting the mere 20 to 30,000 portrayed in the original narrative. No wonder he remained so arrogant in the presence of Bai Qi. Not interested. Bai Qi replied coolly upon hearing Dale's proposition. Is that so? Humph. Then you shall become nourishment for this place. Dale sneered, gesturing for his hundreds of subordinates to encircle Bai Qi and Caxius. Perfect. Time to test my recently developed technique. Bai Qi declared as he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand while pressing his left against its sheath. A faint resonance of blade music reverberating through the air for miles around. Extreme blade storm. Buzz. Bai Qi unsheathed the ice blade, and the surrounding air was instantly filled with a myriad of transparent blades. The hundreds of minions of Dales were immediately sliced into fragments, as a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Indeed, the effect was quite remarkable. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the tactic he had unearthed during this period. At this moment, Dales, who had rapidly traversed a distance of 1,000 meters, came to a halt. Just as Bai Qi grasped the hilt of the knife, a sudden jolt coursed through his eyelids, a foreboding sense of danger enveloping him, prompting his hurried retreat. He certainly ran with remarkable speed. Bai Qi gazed at Dales, 1,000 meters away, and exclaimed in surprise, Humph, do not be so smug. Just now, I was merely careless. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Having calmed his emotions, Dales began to unleash a terrifying energy that surged from his body. Soon, enveloped in a fiery aura, he confidently pointed his thumb at himself and proclaimed, My combat prowess stands at an astounding 930,000. Humph, prepare to meet your demise. You scoundrel. Clearly, the sudden surge in his battle strength caused Dales to overlook the persistent sense of impending danger that lingered in his mind, and he charged fiercely towards Bai Qi. Moments later, a disheveled and incapacitated Dales lay on the ground, having been utterly defeated. His hands had been severed by Bai Qi, and he was now bathed in blood, his eyes devoid of life. We must flee at once before that monster discovers us. We will surely perish here, stammered Jack, who had been secretly observing the battle, his legs trembling as he whispered to Tai Si. He regretted his decision to remain, feeling it was the gravest error of his life. I fear it may be too late, Tai Si's trembling voice echoed. Jack turned to look at Tai Si, only to find a long blade radiating a crimson glow pressed against her fair neck, with Bai Qi, drenched in blood, standing ominously behind her. My dear friends, eavesdropping is quite an unseemly habit. Bai Qi spoke in a cold voice. Earlier, he had sensed a gaze fixed upon him from afar, but had no time to address it. Now, observing the Ultraman-like figure of Jocko and the trembling Taze beneath his blade, he quickly deduced their identities. Thud. G Great One, we mean no harm. I am Jocko of the Galactic Patrol, and this is my companion. We came to investigate the disappearance of planets in this sector. We weren't spying on you intentionally. At the sound of Bai Qi-han's voice, Jocko's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, hastily explaining their purpose. Bai Qi remained silent, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the trembling officer. Sweat beaded on Jocko's forehead under the weight of that silence. Taze, meanwhile, had turned deathly pale, her lips sealed in terror. The icy edge of the blade pressed against her throat sent faint stabs of pain through her, as though death itself were whispering in her ear. Galactic Patrol HM? Bai Qi finally spoke. You must possess coordinates for planets across the universe. Locate one called Namek for me, and I'll overlook this intrusion. Jocko swallowed hard. Why yes, Great One. My ship contains planetary records. I'll retrieve the data immediately. With Bai Qi slight nod, Jocko scrambled away. Turning, Bai Qi sheathed his blade and hauled the petrified Taze back to where Keika stood, unceremoniously dropping her beside the barely breathing Dales. Hello there. Keika greeted her cheerfully, his warmth evident. Hi, Taze stammered, still shaken. The sight of Dales, now little more than a bloodied husk, made her head spin, and she fought the urge to look away. Yet Keika chatted with her effortlessly, his kind smile and sunny demeanor offering a sliver of comfort. Her gaze flickered to Bai Qi, his short black hair, dark trousers, and blue jacket. The sword at his hip, though its scabbard was rather unsightly. His piercing blue eyes were locked on Dales, lost in thought. If not for the frost in his expression, he might even be considered handsome. Aya! Dale's sudden scream jolted Taze from her thoughts, her entire body flinching at the sound. Bai Qi discarded the tail in his hand. As a scion, he had the potential to transform into a great ape. Although the moon was absent at the moment, it was prudent to remove it nonetheless, for he did not wish to find himself in a precarious situation. Where's Gak? Could that scoundrel have absconded with the ship? Alas, observing the trembling Dales, Tai Si, now wakened, felt a surge of anxiety. She regretted her decision to stay behind. Her novel remained unfinished, and she was yet to marry. Was she destined to perish here today? Seeing Tai Si on the verge of tears, Ka Shou Si felt a deep sense of helplessness, uncertain of how to console her. having long since acclimated to Bai Qi's unpredictable nature. An hour later, amidst Tai Si's torment, Gak returned, panting heavily. At that moment, Gak had become a beacon of hope in Tai Si's eyes. My apologies for the delay, my lord. This sphere contains the coordinates of our current location as well as the position of the planet Namek that you seek. Gak handed a white metallic sphere to Bai Qi, who squeezed it, causing the sphere to unfold and project a three-dimensional star map. A red line extended from Bai Qi's location to a verdant planet, undoubtedly Namek. Gazing at the lengthy red line, Bai Qi's lips twitched. He was surprised to realize how far they had ventured. At this moment, Tai Si and Gak stood together, fearfully regarding Bai Qi. Thank you, he said to Gak before dismissing the two of them from his thoughts. Bai Qi lifted Dales and soared through the air with Kashio Si, their eyes fixed on the colossal spirit tree. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. He could not shake the feeling that this tree was somehow alive, an eerie unease gnawing at his heart. Bai Qi grasped with his left hand, and at that moment, it seemed as though the hues of the universe were encapsulated within his palm. He compressed a crimson energy orb, no larger than a table tennis ball, within his grasp. Casting it towards the roots of a tree, a tremendous beam of light surged skyward, culminating in a violent explosion that revealed a vast, dark pit before him. This was the meteor swarm, a technique Bai Qi had emulated from Broly, even adopting its name simple, efficient, and perfectly suited for someone like him, who wielded a blade in one hand. The peculiar sensation in his heart dissipated, and Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. By the time Jayak and the others recovered from their astonishment, Bai Qi and his companions had already departed. Chapter 11. The long road ahead. North Kai's planet Goku. Up so early? North Kai yawned as he stepped out of his dwelling, spotting Goku, who was diligently exercising. Well, that scion he mentioned is arriving soon. And I've heard he is quite formidable. If I don't step up my game, Earth might be in jeopardy, Goku replied, his expression laden with concern as beads of sweat dripped onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Beside him stood Babarusu, towel in hand, while Girigori hovered above, observing Goku's rigorous training. Content with Goku's dedication, North Kai took a sip of juice from a nearby table. Initially, Krillin could have used the Senzu beans to restore Goku, but the old Kai had instructed Piccolo to eliminate Goku to facilitate his training on North Kai's planet, which explained Goku's presence there. Noticing North Kai leisurely enjoying his juice while reading a comic, Goku paused his training, grabbed the towel from Babarusu, wiped his brow, and inquired with curiosity, Lord Kai, you don't seem anxious at all. Do you have a strategy? Haha. North Kai chuckled mysteriously at Goku's curiosity. He had recently sensed the impending arrival of two scions, whose power was indeed beyond what Goku and his friends could contend with. However, the threat was not comparable to that of the previous human wielding a blade. With his own unique techniques, the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken, he was confident in overcoming this crisis. Seeing North Kai's enigmatic demeanor, Goku began to regale him with jokes, prompting hearty laughter from the Kai, who could no longer withstand Goku's relentless teasing. With a self-assured smile, North Kai finally revealed, all right, I might as well tell you. As long as you master my two signature techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, this crisis will be averted. The Kaioken? Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. While he was unfamiliar with the Spirit Bomb, he had heard of the Kaioken from Bai Qi and had been quite curious, not realizing it was North Kai's ultimate move. You know about the Kaioken? North Kai asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes as Goku recounted Bai Qi's wish to learn the Kaioken. What? You mean he has also learned the Kaioken? North Kai gasped in shock. The existence of the Kaioken was known only to a select few of his old friends, so it was unfathomable that a seemingly random human appearing on Earth would be aware of it. Beads of sweat began to form on North Kai's brow. He had sensed Bai Qi's arrival but had not paid attention after witnessing no further conflict between Bai Qi and Goku. It seemed he had overlooked something significant. Lord Kai, are you all right? Goku asked, concerned by the perspiration glistening on North Kai's forehead. I'm fine. Hurry and continue your training. I'll teach you the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb in a couple of days, North Kai replied, wiping his sweat. Great, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The fact that someone as formidable as Bai Qi had specifically wished to learn the Kaioken indicated its immense power. And now he too would have the opportunity to learn it, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, North Kai was deeply troubled. He was somewhat aware of the happenings in the northern galaxy, particularly the havoc wrought by the mysterious boy wielding a blade. Everywhere he went, he battled the strongest beings on each planet, decisively defeating and eliminating them like a relentless hunter. Were it not for Bai Qi's disinterest in annihilating the weaker indigenous beings, North Kai would have suspected him to be one of Frisia's subordinates. Nonetheless, the sheer number of planets he had ravaged was staggering. Utilizing the demon-used teleportation array, Bai Qi had plundered over 100 planets, and now his whereabouts were undetectable, likely having departed the northern galaxy to wreak havoc elsewhere. Don't run. Let me land one more blow. Gohan, covered in wounds, shouted gleefully as he chased after a tailless dinosaur. Atop a mountain, Piccolo sat cross-legged in the air, eyes closed, his white cape billowing without wind. Upon sensing Gohan's commotion, he opened his eyes. Looks like the little brat is still alive, Piccolo remarked coolly. Goku had entrusted him with the task of training Gohan, and despite Chi-Chi's protests, he had taken Gohan under his wing. Initially perplexed, Piccolo soon discovered the remarkable potential that lay within Gohan. After witnessing Gohan transform into a great ape upon gazing at the moon, Piccolo was left in shock, ultimately destroying the moon to regain control over Gohan. Both father and son are monsters, Piccolo mused, closing his eyes once more to resume his training. Bai Qi and Cassius carried the barely conscious Tails to a clearing, where Cassius produced a versatile capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a soft thud, a crescent-shaped house materialized before them. Bai Ge, are you not coming in? Cassius inquired, turning to look at the contemplative Bai Qi as he stepped inside. I have some matters to attend to, Bai Qi replied. With a shrug, Cassius entered the house. He still had a game to conquer. Observing Tails lying on the ground, Bai Qi settled down, adjusting his focus. His intention in sparing Tails was not for nostalgic reminiscence. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly delivered a decisive blow, ending Tails' life. A rich aura of vitality erupted, which Bai Qi absorbed into his body, where it began to fortify his physique after passing through his heart. Noticing this, Bai Qi concentrated the blood energy at the surface of his body, which surged forth, enveloping him like a glass membrane tightly adhering to his skin. From a distance, Bai Qi appeared almost like a being of blood, preparing to contain the vitality within himself, preventing its dissipation. As a sharp pain coursed through his body, the energy threatened to escape, but the barrier he had constructed kept it confined, resulting in a wave of intense agony. The vitality, seemingly possessing its own will, became ferocious, rampaging within him, causing his body to resonate with thunderous sounds as he trembled uncontrollably. Minutes passed, and upon realizing it could not break free, the energy began to seep slowly into his muscles, tearing at them agonizingly, nearly causing Bai Qi to lose control of the blood energy. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his stance as beads of sweat the size of peas emerged profusely. Finally, after an hour, all the vitality within him was completely absorbed, solidifying his strength. Bai Qi was drenched in sweat, lying on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion, his chest heaving violently. Brother Bai, what has happened? Are you all right? Cassius, observing from a distance, hurried over. Sensing Bai Qi's turbulent breath, he abandoned his game and rushed out. However, upon witnessing Bai Qi's condition, he hesitated to interrupt, but soon approached with concern, inquiring anxiously, "Are you all right?" It's nothing. I'm fine," Bai Qi replied, catching his breath. Bai Qi gasped for breath as he spoke, then, with Cassius's assistance, entered the room and reclined on the sofa, wiping his face. Despite the flush of pain on his countenance, a smile lingered upon his lips. Bai Qi had long entertained such thoughts. Just moments ago, with the presence of Jike and others, it was not feasible to act upon them. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Darius to linger until now. At present, his vision had materialized successfully. Although his body still trembled from excruciating pain, he could distinctly sense the transformations occurring within him. His strength and resilience had notably increased. The vitality coursing through his veins had also augmented slightly. Though the change was not monumental, it was indeed a sign of his enhancement. This indicated that his journey toward greater strength could persist, albeit with considerable difficulty. Ha ha ha. Reflecting on this, Bai Qi erupted into laughter. Cassius placed a glass of water beside him, observing Bai Qi's mirth with a puzzled expression, uncertain of the source of his amusement. However, seeing that he appeared untroubled, Cassius felt reassured and returned to his game. Bai Qi took a sip from the water that Cassius had brought him, and at last, he could continue his journey of self-improvement. For someone whose potential seemed to have been depleted, taking another step forward felt as daunting as attempting to pierce a concrete wall with a mere needle. Yet, what did it matter? There was a way forward, after all. After a brief respite, Bai Qi took a shower and changed into fresh attire before settling down in the gym, with Cassius by his side. Before them lay 2 crimson fruits, which Bai Qi had procured from Dales, a fruit from the spirit tree, said to be consumable only by the divine. It was rumored that Dales had dramatically boosted his combat power from 20 to an astounding 930,000 by partaking of these fruits. He handed a relatively large fruit to Cassius, who gazed at it with curiosity. "Brother Bai, what is this?" Cassius inquired, examining the fruit in his hand. "It is a spirit tree fruit. Consuming it can significantly enhance your strength." Bai Qi toyed with the fruit in his hand and replied, "Oh, is it truly so wondrous?" Cassius sniffed it, finding no discernible scent. He held little obsession with becoming stronger, nor did he possess any fervor for cultivation. Instead, he simply wished to indulge in games, practice magic, and lead a blissful life as a homebody. Ignoring Cassius, Bai Qi scrutinized the fruit, which bore a resemblance to the devil fruits from One Piece, yet lacked the eerie sensation that the spiritual tree had once imparted to him, or else he would not have dared to offer it to Cassius. Suddenly, Cassius let out a loud roar, startling Bai Qi to the point where he nearly crushed the spiritual tree fruit in his grasp. "What the heck?" Bai Qi observed the raucous Cassius, suppressing the impulse to deliver a sharp slap. He placed the detector, obtained from Dale's, on his left eye, though devoid of Frasia's monitoring capabilities, and directed it towards Cassius. The reading exceeded 13,000. Staring at the data on the device, Bai Qi was taken aback by the substantial increase. From a mere few hundred battle power, it had surged to over 10,000. No wonder he was bellowing. One might have thought he was on the verge of becoming Super Cassius. "By goo, I feel incredibly powerful," Cassius exclaimed, clenching his fists and reveling in the explosive surge of strength as he spoke to Bai Qi with exhilaration. "Indeed, your enhancement is significant. Take a moment to truly feel it and attempt to harness this newfound power," Bai Qi responded. He then consumed the fruits in his hand, feeling a sense of anticipation upon witnessing Cassius's transformation. After a while, Bai Qi sensed that aside from a slight increase in vitality, there were no other discernible changes. Is it due to being too minimal? Bai Qi pondered in silence, lamenting that he should have allowed Cassius to consume them all, thereby avoiding waste. He wondered just how much that fellow Darius had consumed to achieve a staggering power increase of 930,000. "Brother Bai, I find myself unable to control my energy. Could you impart some wisdom to me?" Cassius awkwardly admitted, revealing that his previous weaker energy had deterred him from learning the methods of control. "No." The sudden surge left him utterly bewildered. "Let me contemplate for a moment," Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi gazed thoughtfully at Cassius. When the turtle sage instructed him, he grasped the teachings swiftly, yet some of the words now eluded his memory. Ahem, in defense, one should be as tranquil as the sky. In offense, as swift as lightning. Bai Qi pondered for a moment, drawing upon the memories of his past life, before addressing Cassius. Cassius looked utterly bewildered, prompting Bai Qi to feel a surge of frustration as he struggled to maintain his composure. Drawing from his own experiences and the remnants of Master Roshi's teachings that lingered in his mind, he began to impart his wisdom to Cassius. An hour later, observing Cassius finally mastering the control of his energy, Bai Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief. Chapter 12. Berserker in the Future. A spacecraft descended upon a verdant planet. An elderly man, clad in green trousers and a white long coat, emerged from the vessel. His mismatched eyes, one red and the other white, scanning the surroundings with a fervent curiosity. "New Namek, truly elusive," he chuckled. "I do hope the legendary Dragon Balls do not disappoint me. Would you not agree, Hachiyak?" The old man burst into a fit of manic laughter, turning to address a towering humanoid figure trailing behind him. This being was encased in crimson armor, adorned with crystalline structures resembling blue gemstones embedded in its wrists, chest, and head. Its expression was vacant, fixated on the distance, devoid of any response. Unperturbed, the old man soared into the sky, with Hachiyak closely following in his wake. In the distance, within a dwelling, the newly appointed Grand Elder, Mulin, sat solemnly in a chair, surrounded by Namekians he had summoned. They regarded him with grave expressions, attentive to his every word. "Have they arrived?" Mulin murmured, an ominous determination glimmering in his eyes. A cataclysmic change loomed in the future, returning to the present. Bai Qi and Cassius traversed a desolate wasteland, with Cassius adorned with Darius's detector, curiously scanning the surrounding environment. "Brother Bai, it appears this planet has been artificially ravaged. The detector indicates there are no signs of life nearby," Cassius remarked, astonished as he gazed at the device. Let us continue our search. If we find nothing, we shall take our leave." Bai Qi walked ahead, surveying the surrounding ruins as he replied. Ever since they had obtained the coordinates of Namek, Bai Qi and Cassius had been relentlessly advancing toward it. Thanks to Cassius's newfound strength, the teleportation array they set up could now accurately transport them in a specific direction. As Bai Qi's power grew, so did his appetite, and the provisions prepared on Earth were dwindling. Therefore, they planned to procure some supplies from this planet. But judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that hope was futile. Bai Qi gazed upon the ruins, estimating it to be the handiwork of the real estate magnate, Fulisha. Brother Bai, there are two formidable beings approaching, one with a power level exceeding 30,000, and the other surpassing 5,000. Just as Bai Qi was deep in thought, the voice of Cassius broke through his contemplation. Bai Qi raised his gaze to the sky, and after a minute, two figures, one tall and one short, descended before him. One of them was a middle-aged man with darker skin, draped in a white cloak, his left eye blinded by a scar. Upon seeing this individual, an unsettling feeling washed over Bai Qi. Behind the middle-aged man stood a youth towering over 2 meters, with elongated arms and a bare torso, clad in a flowing red skirt. His eyes appeared somewhat hollow, causing Bai Qi to gasp in disbelief, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Greetings. I am Paragus. Trapped on this planet for quite some time. It seems you have come from beyond. Could you possibly take us away? He inquired eagerly. Oh, and this is my son. Broly. Paragus greeted him warmly, nearly causing Bai Qi to choke in astonishment. Depura, Broly, how is it that I encounter everything in one go? He thought. Hello. I am Cassius, he replied. Bai Qi remained silent, while Cassius engaged in conversation with Paragus. Though Cassius wore a smile, his inner vigilance was palpable. It was evident that the surroundings were the handiwork of Paragus, a man not to be trifled with. Moreover, Bai Qi sensed the ominous aura emanating from him. Should I make a move? I wonder if I can eliminate Broly in an instant. If not, what then? Bai Qi pondered anxiously. He held no belief in Paragus's deceitful words and resolved to have Cassius set up the teleportation array while he distracted Broly. They don't appear to be Psions. Psions don't wield blades. Once I ascertain the location of their spacecraft, I'll instruct Broly to eliminate them. Paragus was also concocting his own schemes. Observing the seemingly jovial demeanor of Paragus, Bai Qi recognized the malicious intent lurking beneath. He called Cassius, who was in conversation, to step back. When the conflict ensues, ensure the teleportation array is prepared swiftly. We must find an opportunity to retreat. Bai Qi quietly spoke to Cassius. All right. Without the slightest hesitation, Cassius nodded. Placing complete trust in Bai Qi, he sensed the profound malice hidden behind Paragus's smile. After conveying his message, Bai Qi observed the still grinning Paragus. His left hand gradually resting on the hilt of his blade, his internal energy steadily rising, his azure eyes fixated intently on Broly. At that moment, Paragus also sensed something amiss. Upon meeting Bai Qi's icy gaze, he withdrew his smile. Have I been discovered? Humph. Broly seemed to perceive Bai Qi's murderous intent. Mechanically turning his head, his vacant eyes locking onto Bai Qi's azure orbs, a frenzied killing intent seizing his gaze. This is not good. Clang. Bai Qi was taken aback and swiftly drew his sword, slashing towards Broly. Midway, he activated the 20-fold Kaioken, causing his hair and skin to turn crimson. As a surge of immense power erupted forth, bloodlust enveloped the icy blade, while a green protective shield enveloped both Broly and Paragus. With a resounding crack, under the full force of Bai Qi's assault, the shield shattered like glass. Regaining his composure, Paragus exerted all his strength to shift aside. But half of his body was instantly obliterated, the remnants flung into the distance. Just as the blade was about to sever Broly's neck, Broly bent backward, evading the strike, causing a few strands of black hair and a headband-like ornament to fall. In a swift retaliatory motion, he kicked towards Bai Qi. With a thud, pain radiated through his abdomen as he was sent flying. But before that, he hurled a massive meteor at Broly's face. Boom. Bai Qi plummeted into the ruins like a cannonball, hastily emerging to soar into the air, gazing incredulously at Broly. How could he evade that? At that moment, Broly was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke when a sudden whirlwind dispersed the dust. A formidable aura emerged at the center. Broly clenched his fists tightly, his hair transforming into a deep purple-black hue, his entire being shrouded in golden flames. His once frail physique now appeared robust, the earth around him cracking under the immense pressure, resembling a berserker. Ha, ha, ha ha. He laughed maniacally, tilting his head back as if celebrating his liberation from bondage. Cough. Well done, Broly. Eliminate them. Cough. Paragus, left with only half of his body and barely clinging to life, coughed while addressing Broly, oblivious to the fact that the control device atop Broly's head had vanished. At this, Broly revealed a cruel smile, directing his palm toward Paragus. A green energy orb imbued with destructive intent instantly enveloping him. No, With a defiant roar, Paragus was obliterated into fragments. Witnessing the scene before him, where a father and son shared a tender moment, Bai Qi released the Kaioken. It seemed that Broly could not be defeated in an instant. He resolved not to exert too much pressure, lest Broly transform into a Super Saiyan and become an unstoppable force. Cassius had departed the moment they engaged, which brought him a sense of relief. Crack, crack. In his transformed state, Broly twisted his neck, his pale green eyes fixated on Bai Qi in the sky. Boom, clang, bang. Golden flames intertwined with red, as fists and blades of energy collided, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Extreme blade storm. Countless translucent blades rained down upon Broly, blood splattering as wounds appeared across his body. Huh, huh, huh. Is this all you've got? Broly laughed maniacally, relentlessly charging through the attacks until he stood before Bai Qi. With his right hand, he seized Bai Qi's hair, while his left fist swung toward his face. Bai Qi retaliated with a left-handed punch, the impact resonating through the air. Boom. As they clashed, Bai Qi executed a swift strike aimed at Broly's neck. Broly released his grip, condensing a green energy orb in his left hand, pressing it against Bai Qi's waist. After a violent explosion, Bai Qi was sent flying. Bang. The sky turned green, and a massive surge of energy hurtled toward Bai Qi, who had just regained his footing. With a shake of his numb left hand, he suppressed the discomfort in his waist and, using his right arm with force, cleaved the incoming force in twain, sending several red arcs of light toward Broly. Is this a toy? Ha, 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 crack. After a bout of boisterous laughter, Broly heightened his energy further, his muscles swelling once more, his hair shifting to a bluish-green hue. With a sweep of his hand, he shattered the arcs of light, unleashing a barrage of densely packed green energy orbs in all directions. Clang. Bai Qi braced against the shockwaves and swiftly closed the distance to Broly, his blood boiling with fury as he thrust his blade toward Broly's heart. The blade barely pierced the skin before being clamped tight by Broly's formidable muscles. Thud. As if impervious to pain, Broly retaliated with a devastating punch, slamming Bai Qi into the ground and wrenching the icy blade free. Gripping Bai Qi's head, Broly dragged him at breakneck speed, carving a massive fissure through the earth. With a slight tilt of his head, Broly narrowly avoided a crimson slash that grazed his cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. Licking the wound, his eyes gleamed with bloodlust before he spun 390 degrees and launched Bai Qi deep into the earth with a brutal kick. Soaring into the sky, Broly summoned a swirling orb of emerald energy in his palm. The surrounding air warped with shifting hues as the light intensified to blinding brilliance before he hurled it downward. Gigantic meteor. Die, you worthless insect. Ha. The sheer pressure of the attack instantly pulverized the rubble around Bai Qi. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand, every bone in his body screaming in protest. Fresh blood seeped from reopened wounds under the crushing force of the descending cataclysm. Damn, is this the true power of the original? His thoughts flickered to Caxius. Has he recovered yet? Gazing up at the apocalyptic strike blotting out the sky, Bai Qi knew failure meant annihilation, him and the planet reduced to cosmic dust. Summoning his remaining strength, he channeled a crimson gigantic meteor in his left hand and hurled it skyward. The two colossal energies collided midair, splitting the heavens into halves of red and green. Yet, the emerald tide inexorably gained dominance, pressing downward toward the earth. 20-fold Kaioken. Bai Qi unleashed the King of Worlds' fist, barely withstanding the onslaught, while Broly's aura in the air surged incessantly, causing his body to swell. Hiss. Bai Qi seemed to perceive the sound of his own body tearing apart as he channeled all his vitality into the icy blade in his right hand. Instantly, a blood-red longsword, 5 meters wide and over 100 meters long, manifested in his grip. Releasing his left hand, he swung the icy blade. With a swift horizontal and vertical strike, a crimson cross of over 100 meters cleaved through two colossal energy spheres, reducing them to 4 fragments, and then surged towards the sky, targeting the maniacally laughing Broly. A thunderous explosion erupted in the air. As the remnants of the energy spheres descended, Bai Qi positioned the massive sword horizontally, using its flat surface to strike upward. The immense pressure of the wind propelled the falling remnants towards Broly. A series of even more thunderous explosions resonated, causing the King Kai fist to dissipate and the icy blade's vitality to fade, returning it to its original state. Crack. Hiss. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and Bai Qi drew a sharp breath, collapsing to the ground. Brother Bai, we must leave at once. The teleportation array is ready. We should depart now. Cassius rushed over, his form covered in dust. The previous overwhelming pressure had prevented him from approaching, and now he spoke in a state of panic. Can you hold on, Brother Bai? Cassius asked with concern. I'm managing, but we must hurry, Bai Qi replied weakly. Cassius helped him to his feet, grasped the icy blade nearby, and unleashed a surge of energy as they soared towards the teleportation array. Is that monster dead? Cassius inquired, his voice filled with hopeful anticipation. Bai Qi shook his head, feeling an overwhelming energy emanating from the center of the explosion. At that moment, the chaos in the sky had subsided. Broly, with his green hair cascading down, had lost the pupils in his eyes, his muscles swollen to their utmost limit. Aside from a cross-shaped wound on his chest, all other injuries had completely healed. Enveloped in a radiant green-golden aura, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, he had unmistakably entered a state of transcendent power. His ferocious, unadulterated, and formidable aura enveloped the surroundings as dark clouds gathered ominously above him, resembling the descent of a demon. He then directed his gaze towards Bai Qi and his companion, who stood at the teleportation array, extending his index finger towards Bai Qi, proclaiming, I shall make your blood spill 5 paces. Witnessing Broly's incessant taunts left Bai Qi somewhat speechless. He found himself unable to contend with either his strength or his words. The overwhelming pressure surrounding him made his scalp tingle and his breath feel constricted, while Cassius, beside him, was nearly paralyzed with fear at Broly's ghostly eyes and astonishing presence. Brother Bai, please hurry, Cassius cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Bai Qi infused his final surge of energy into the teleportation array, and in a flash of radiant light, he vanished from the spot. Witnessing Bai Qi's disappearance, Broly let out a furious roar, his immense aura escalating further. The beleaguered planet reached its breaking point, erupting with a thunderous boom like a firework, dispersing into cosmic dust. Chapter 13. Aboard the thief's ship, a colossal spacecraft arrived at the site where Bai Qi and Broly had battled. However, the planet had already been reduced to cosmic particles. Lord Frisia, this is the location of the immense energy fluctuations we detected earlier, but it appears to have been obliterated due to the conflict, Dodoria reported from behind Frisia. Moments ago, their ship's sensors had recorded 2 massive energies engaged in combat, one of which was so potent that even their most advanced detectors could not gauge it, leaving Dodoria utterly astounded. This indicated that the warrior's power level was at least over 100 million, prompting him to hastily inform Frisia, which was the very reason for their arrival. It seems we have arrived a moment too late. Frisia's expression remained impassive. He had been equally shaken upon receiving the news. In this universe, the only beings likely to surpass his strength were his father and Cooler. Yet it was evident that this energy did not belong to either of them. Although this place has been destroyed, we have detected a power level of around 500,000 on a nearby planet. Our analysis suggests it originates from the same source as the previous reading of 1,400,000, though the reason for the decrease in power remains unclear. Noticing Frisia's disappointment, Sabin hastily interjected, Is that so? Well then, why didn't you mention it sooner? Let us hasten to meet him. At this, Frisia perked up and commanded his subordinates to set sail immediately. Yes, Dodoria and Shambo replied in unison. By a campfire, Cassius roasted an unidentified creature he had hunted, while Bai Qi sat nearby. They had been recuperating there for 2 days. Since his battle with Broly, Bai Qi's injuries had healed by half, showcasing the resilience of his physique. Otherwise, the 20-fold Kaioken could have easily claimed his life. In his haste, he had forgotten the sins of beans. Oh, the folly of oversight. Bai Qi lamented, wishing he had the beans to expedite his recovery. His formidable body allowed him to confront Broly directly, as the disparity in energy levels had become insurmountable and incomparable. Such a robust physique granted him astonishing recuperative abilities. His bones had been shattered, and his internal organs had been reduced to a pulp, yet in merely 2 days, he had regained half of his strength. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, lives up to his name. Goodness, who spread the rumor that Broly loses his sanity upon transformation, while his combat style is indeed straightforward and unrefined. It reveals remarkable fighting techniques and an acute sense of danger from the very beginning. Bai Qi couldn't help but scoff at the thought of Broly, who had survived Frisia's onslaught as a child, not to mention his incessant banter. Bai Qi felt a tinge of trepidation. Had Broly entered his Super Saiyan form from the outset, he could have easily dispatched him in an instant. Even if he employed a 20-fold Kaioken, it would merely prolong his demise. As his body regained its strength, he sensed a subtle firmness, prompting a faint smile, though the change was minuscule. It undeniably signified his growing power. Brother Bai, how does your body feel? Are you better? Cassius inquired while grilling meat. Yes, I feel much improved, Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi nodded in response. That's good. By the way, Brother Bai, What is the name of that last move you executed? It was simply magnificent, Cassius asked excitedly. Ah, that move is called the cross slash. Bai Qi pondered for a moment before casually speaking. Pooh, Cassius shook his shoulders, unable to suppress his laughter. What is so amusing? Bai Qi wore a look of perplexity. It's nothing, just suddenly recalled some joyful moments, Cassius remarked, covering his mouth. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Qi understood the source of his amusement. However, he felt powerless, for naming things was not his forte. Ultimately, the essence of a technique lay in its formidable power and practicality. Lost in thought, Bai Qi began to feel a twinge of hunger. Noticing that the grilled meat was nearly ready, he casually tore off a leg and took a bite, only to furrow his brow and inquire of Cassius. Did you forget to add salt? Wasn't it you who added it? Cassius replied, utterly bewildered. Bai Qi sighed, resigning himself to a meager meal. For the provisions brought from Earth had run out. Just as the two were dining, a spaceship descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds. Bai Qi wiped his hands and rose from the ground, while Cassius hastily followed suit. What is happening? Is this a visit meant for us? Cassius inquired, gazing at the descending spacecraft with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, there is a considerable likelihood. Let us observe further. Bai Qi responded calmly, estimating that the ship had been drawn in by Broly's formidable aura. Beyond the level of Frisia, he harbored no fear of anyone else, in his perception. The strongest energy emanating from within the vessel was merely comparable to his own, which was still recovering from injuries. He could easily overwhelm it. Surely it couldn't be Frisia. Could it? Haha. Bai Qi's heart sank as he mused, firmly believing that his misfortune could not possibly be so severe. Encountering Broly was already the epitome of bad luck. The cabin door swung open, and a group of vividly colored aliens surged forth, forming an orderly procession in two neat lines. Witnessing this somewhat familiar formation, Bai Qi felt an unsettling premonition in his heart. Emerging from a hovering vehicle was a diminutive figure, followed closely by a rotund pink individual and a strikingly handsome man with green hair and azure skin. Frisia, good heavens! Bai Qi exhaled deeply, his myriad thoughts coalescing into a singular exclamation of disbelief. It appeared that he could only take one step at a time. There was no time left to have Cassius set up a teleportation array, and he himself was still nursing his injuries. Frisia regarded the two figures ahead with curiosity, a stern-faced youth wielding a blade and another boy with raw horns protruding from his head, his skin a pallid gray. Oh, it seems you are acquainted with me, Frisia remarked, observing the visibly anxious Bai Qi. Indeed, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the esteemed reputation of King Frisia. Bai Qi responded, Is that so? Heh, my good sir, your prowess is quite remarkable. What say you to joining my Frisia force? Ho ho ho. Frisia declared with a smile, though his tone brooked no dissent. Is this the extent of King Frisia's combat prowess? Such strength is hardly sufficient to earn my allegiance. Bai Qi crossed his arms, a proud expression gracing his features as he spoke. He then harnessed his energy, allowing his blood to surge outward. For a performance must always be convincing. Ah, an astonishing battle power of 510,000. Quite impressive indeed. No wonder you exude such confidence. However, my own power surpasses that. Frisia, unperturbed, leapt down from the infant carriage and activated his explosive transformation, his form expanding as his aura escalated dramatically, culminating in the first stage of his Minotaur transformation, which elevated his battle power to over 1.2 million. This is my first transformation, reaching a battle power of 1.2 million. I can undergo this transformation once more. I wonder if that would entice you to join me. The towering Frisia regarded the astonished Bai Qi with a satisfied nod. Those of formidable strength are invariably arrogant. It is clear that without demonstrating overwhelming power, one cannot compel submission, a truth Frisia comprehended well. As for the sword at Bai Qi's waist, he chose to conveniently overlook it. Regarding the moral dichotomy, Frisia harbored no concerns. The energy emanating from Bai Qi indicated he was hardly a benevolent individual. What? You can transform once more? If that is the case, I shall join Frisia the Great's ranks. However, I have one condition. May my companion beside me join as well? Bai Qi responded with astonishment, secretly pondering the caution displayed, as only 2 transformations had been revealed. That is only natural. However, I perceive that your prowess exceeds this. Does it not? Frisia inquired with a hint of skepticism, for the initial assessment of Bai Qi's strength had reached an astounding 1/million. Yet now he merely exhibited a power level of 510,000. Indeed, it seems the confrontation with Broly was detected. Bai Qi mused internally. recognizing that someone of Frisia's caliber was not easily deceived. With a wry smile, he confessed, "It appears I cannot conceal anything from you, my lord. Yes, my combat abilities far surpass this level. A few days ago, while traversing a planet, I was engulfed by two immense energy waves and barely managed to escape. Our spacecraft crashed here. Is that so? Did you glimpse the individuals behind those two energy signatures?" Frisia asked, curiosity piqued, as Bai Qi's account aligned with his own suspicions, given the uncanny timing of their appearances. "In my haste to survive, I unfortunately did not see them," Bai Qi replied, his expression betraying a lingering fear. Frisia nodded in understanding, dismissing any notion that Bai Qi was linked to that energy, as the two were entirely incomparable. With a smile, he continued, "In that case, Mr. Bai Qi, you may utilize the healing chamber aboard the ship to recuperate. May I inquire how to address your companion?" "Thank you, Lord Frisia. You may simply call me Bai Qi, and this is my companion, Cassius." Bai Qi introduced that joining Frisia indeed had its advantages. As he would no longer need to travel alone, he could simply accompany Frisia to Namek, thus saving considerable effort. Regarding the prospect of refusal, he believed that Frisia would not allow him to survive if he chose that path. "Understood, Mr. Bai Qi, Mr. Cassius, let us embark." Frisia remarked with polished civility as he resumed his original form, taking his seat in the hovering vehicle, with Bai Qi and his companion following into the spacecraft. As they passed by Zarbin and Dodoria, the two exchanged friendly greetings, for a being with a battle power exceeding 1,000,000 was not someone they could afford to provoke. Thus, Bai Qi and his companion boarded Frisia's vessel. Several hours later, Bai Qi, equipped with a breathing mask, floated within a treatment pod filled with a verdant healing liquid, enveloped by a soothing warmth. The combination of his innate regenerative abilities and the therapeutic fluid resulted in his injuries healing at an astonishingly visible pace. Such terrifying regenerative power. "This healing rate is unprecedented," marveled the extraterrestrial scientist operating the treatment pod. Cassius, clutching the ice blade, stood nearby, clad in a yellow-shouldered combat uniform, his left eye equipped with Frisia's standard-issue scanner. "Lord Frisia, the human Bai Qi has been in the treatment pod for several hours now. It seems he will soon fully recover. According to our scans, his battle power has already reached 1,300,000, Dodoria reported, kneeling before Frisia, feeling a wave of frustration as Bai Qi's remarkable battle power assured his future prominence by Frisia's side, relegating both him and Zarbin to the background. "Understood. Once he is healed, have him come see me," Frisia replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by any potential difficulties in controlling Bai Qi post-recovery. Such confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. "Yes," Dodoria affirmed, rising to exit. "Mr. Zarbin, do you believe Bai Qi's words hold any credibility?" Frisia inquired, swirling the wine in his glass towards Zarbin. "Indeed. It should be credible. The energy levels of the two combatants are vastly different from Bai Qi. It cannot possibly be him," Zarbin pondered before responding. "Is that so?" "Oh ho ho, that is truly splendid," Frisia laughed, buoyed by the prospect of acquiring another formidable warrior. With a battle power of 1,300,000. It was likely that neither his brother Cooler nor his father King Cold had warriors of such caliber under their command. Chapter 14, The Perilous Perception, Dance Troupe Brother Bai. Will we be following Frisia from now on? I have an unsettling feeling about his intentions. With your current strength post-recovery, even if he were to transform a second time, he would not stand a chance against you. Cassius expressed his concerns, having discarded the scanner into the room, curiously contemplating the possibility that even Frisia's second transformation would not pose a threat to Bai Qi. "It is not as simple as you think. For now, let us stay close to him. We shall decide when the time is ripe," Bai Qi advised. Bai Qi spoke softly, unaware that Cassius did not know of Frisia's terrifying battle power of 120,000,000 after his 3 transformations. This was Frisia's original strength, not an augmentation achieved through transformation. Thus, the disparity in power necessitated a pretense of submission. As he touched the ice blade at his waist, he realized he could not eliminate Frisia in his first form, for there was a high likelihood that Frisia's suppressed power would erupt in an instant when faced with danger, leading to considerable trouble. A miscalculation could be fatal. At this moment, Bai Qi donned a sleek black combat suit with rounded shoulders, which he had customized to include a sheath for the ice blade on his left hip. He had also removed the detector from his left eye, discarding it in the room, as it possessed surveillance capabilities. This attire was remarkably lightweight, almost imperceptible in weight, yet boasted high defensive properties, complemented by a technologically advanced healing pod. It seemed that Frisia, the Cosmic Emperor, was formidable not merely through brute force, but rather a truly formidable adversary. Bai Qi could not help but exclaim to Cassius, "Why don't you take a stroll elsewhere? I am to meet Frisia." Cassius nodded in agreement. After all, Frisia had specifically summoned Bai Qi, and it would be inappropriate for him to accompany him. Bai Qi pushed open the grand door and entered, where he beheld Frisia seated in a baby carriage, flanked by Sabo and Dodoria, who stood beside him. Kneeling on one knee, he spoke in a subdued tone, "Lord Frisia, I have heard you were seeking me. Please rise, Mr. Bai Qi. How's your injury?" Frisia inquired. Regarding the kneeling Bai Qi with a smile, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have nearly recovered," Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi rose to his feet. His expression inscrutable as he replied, "Indeed, that is satisfactory. I am quite curious, Mr. Bai Qi, to which race do you belong? I have subordinates who bear a striking resemblance to you, albeit with some differences." Frisia inquired slowly. "I am of Earth lineage, Lord Frisia," Bai Qi answered candidly. "Oh, Earthlings. You say? I must admit, I have never heard of them. Tell me, do all the Earthlings possess strength comparable to yours?" Frisia asked, narrowing his eyes with intrigue. "Not quite. Most possess battle powers ranging from 1 to 10. My elevated strength is a result of my extensive travels throughout the cosmos since childhood." Bai Qi continued to chatter nonsensically, while Duodolia and Sabo exchanged exasperated glances at his words. Having traversed the cosmos since childhood, they wondered why their combat prowess barely exceeded 10,000. "Oh, truly? Mr. Bai Qi must possess extraordinary talent," Frisia remarked with a smile. "I am flattered, merely fortunate. I suppose. Pray tell, which similar race does the king refer to?" Bai Qi inquired with curiosity. "Ah, that lot? Just a band of foolish wild monkeys." "Unworthy of your concern," Frisia replied, his smile fading as his expression turned icy. Bai Qi nodded slightly. Harboring a malicious thought within, "Perhaps you cannot foresee that soon you shall meet your demise at the hands of a wild monkey, ha." At that moment, Frisia ceased his speech, fixing his gaze on the impassive Bai Qi, his crimson eyes locking on to Bai Qi's azure ones. The surroundings fell into an unexpected silence, an inexplicable atmosphere thickening the air. Dodoria and Sabo instinctively held their breath. After a considerable pause, Frisia finally spoke. "Then, Mr. Bai Qi, you may retire to rest, as your injuries have only just begun to heal." Bai Qi responded with a nod and slowly walked out. Once Bai Qi had retreated, Frisia instructed Sabo, "Go investigate this so-called Earth and ascertain whether the situation aligns with what he described." "Understood," Sabo replied before departing. "How intriguing, that delightful aura of menace," Frisia mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he drained his glass of wine. The joy of acquiring a formidable ally was somewhat diminished, for it was evident that Frisia had discerned something in Bai Qi's eyes. Yet, he remained unfazed. His formidable power instilled in him the confidence to command all. To him, Bai Qi was but a slightly larger insect. Meanwhile, Dodoria felt a surge of elation, thinking to himself, "It seems King Frisia harbors doubts about that Bai Qi. How amusing." Bai Qi sat in a solitary chamber, legs crossed in meditation. Moments ago, he had sensed a trace of murderous intent from Frisia. It was implausible for one who aspired to be the emperor of the universe to be easily deceived. He must have discerned something. In the healing pod, he had intentionally displayed a combat power of 1.3 million, yet Frisia had not inquired about it. "Ah, it seems he has monitored me before. Was it during the incident when I eliminated his subordinate?" In the depths of his mind, Bai Qi contemplated that during his previous arrivals at various planets, he had always released his full aura without concealment, which likely alerted others to his presence. Let us see whether you perish first or I do." The thought of the murderous intent reflected in Frisia's eyes brought a cold smirk to Bai Qi's face. Meanwhile, Cassius was meandering about, feeling quite bored as he could not engage in any games, uncertain of what to do. In the distance, a purple figure approached him. "Hello there. My name is Jinyu. May I inquire your name, sir?" Jinyu greeted him amicably. "Greetings. You may call me Cassius," Cassius replied politely. "Mr. Cassius, I seek to inquire about the esteemed Bai Qi, who accompanies you. Might you lead me to him?" Jinyu requested with a sincere expression. Sure. I can take you to him," Cassius said, unable to refuse Jinyu's hopeful demeanor. As for any potential harm to Bai Qi, he mused, there was no one aboard the ship, save for Frisia, who could pose a threat to him. Thank you ever so much," Jinyu exclaimed, visibly grateful, astonished by Cassius's amiability. At that moment, Bai Qi, who had been meditating, opened his eyes. Everything around him appeared to move in slow motion, gradually returning to normal after a brief moment. Was this enhancement of his soul power responsible for the increased reaction time? This indicated that Bai Qi could discern his opponent's movements more swiftly during combat. He felt it was indeed wise to have learned this technique. Knock, knock, knock. Big brother Bai. Cassius's voice interrupted Bai Qi's thoughts. Rising to his feet, he opened the door to find Cassius and the expectant Jinyu behind him, causing him to pause in surprise. Big brother Bai, this is Jinyu. He says he has matters to discuss with you, Cassius pointed out. Ah, greetings, esteemed Bai Qi. I am Jinyu, Jinyu said excitedly, trembling slightly as he gazed into Bai Qi's piercing blue eyes, feeling the immense pressure emanating from him, which surpassed even Frisia's first form. He could not help but think, truly, he is the foremost warrior under Lord Frisia. Frisia had recruited a formidable fighter with a power level exceeding 1 million. And Jinyu had rushed over upon receiving the news. Ah, so you are Jinyu. What brings you to me? Bai Qi inquired curiously, recognizing Jinyu as the leader of Frisia's elite dance squad, wondering what matters he wished to discuss. Indeed, I humbly extend an invitation for you to join my Jinyu force. Jinyu stated earnestly, regaining his composure. Bai Qi was rendered speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Jinyu hurriedly interjected, Lord Bai Qi, if you join us, we shall rename ourselves the Bai Qi Special Forces, with you as our captain. Observing Jinyu's eager expression, Bai Qi felt a headache coming on. He shook his head and replied, so that's how it is. However, I am accustomed to my solitary ways and shall not join. Oh, very well. I won't disturb you any longer, Lord Bai Qi. Seeing Bai Qi's disinterest, Jinyu appeared disappointed but quickly added, should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. With Bai Qi giving a nod, Jinyu left with satisfaction. At that moment, Cassius caught up, his curiosity piqued. The Jinyu Special Forces sounds intriguing. May I observe? Of course, Cassius, you won't be disappointed, Jinyu proudly assured him. As the two moved away, Bai Qi closed the door. The thought of himself posing awkwardly among 9 individuals sent shivers down his spine. Shaking his head, he stepped into the center of the room. Drawing his blade, ice edge. The elongated blade glimmered with a cold light, amplified by the vitality coursing through it as he gently tapped it, producing a melodious ring. Gripping ice edge, he practiced slashing at the air. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person, untrained in swordsmanship, and could only practice the most fundamental actions of slicing and striking based on his comprehension. His understanding was that the essence of any elaborate technique was to vanquish foes. A single decisive strike sufficed, rendering superfluous movements unnecessary. The cross-slash aimed at Broly was merely an amplification of slicing power by several hundred times. Furthermore, the world of Dragon Ball lacked ostentatious techniques. Even later iterations of Goku and Vegeta could obliterate planets with mere punches, underscoring that one's own strength was paramount. As Bai Qi swung ice edge, it emitted a faint crimson glow. I must prepare a grand surprise for Frisia, he mused. As many overlooked the weapon at his side due to his aura, this would become his trump card. Days later, in Bai Qi's chamber, Cassius was rapidly pacing in place. Suddenly, he executed a backflip, landing in a split, and raised his head, shouting Cassius. Bai Qi, seated on the bed, was momentarily frozen, and after a long silence, wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, did Jinyu teach you that? Well, to be precise, it was a joint effort between Jinyu and me. By the way, Jinyu has also crafted a set of moves for you, Brother Bai, Cassius exclaimed, preparing to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's body tensed, and in a flash, he appeared beside Cassius, placing a hand on the eager youth. In a serious tone, he said, no need for that, Cassius. Remember, when you are with me, such movements are strictly forbidden. Why not, Brother Bai? I feel quite impressive. Especially the moves Jinyu devised after much deliberation. I must show you, Cassius continued. But as he noticed Bai Qi's hand inching toward the hilt of his blade, he promptly fell silent. Ah, Brother Bai, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Cassius hastily exited, sensing the palpable menace emanating from Bai Qi. Lying back on his bed, Bai Qi rubbed his face. The elegance of Cassius's performance only heightened his already taut nerves. Meanwhile, the Jinyu Special Forces posed before Frisia, who had just assigned them the mission to attack Planet Yardrat. Ahem, Captain Jinyu, are you clear on the details of this mission? Frisia coughed lightly, addressing Jinyu. Yes, the mission is understood, Lord Frisia, Jinyu affirmed with a nod. By the way, Captain Jinyu, I have heard you have encountered Mr. Bai Qi. What are your thoughts on him? Frisia inquired, pondering. Powerful, aloof, devoid of artistic flair, however. The young Cassius beside him possesses great potential, Jinyu replied earnestly. Frisia nodded in acknowledgement and waved Jinyu away. The Jinyu Special Forces then performed a peculiar ritual before they departed. Chapter 15. The grueling battle with the Scions on North Kai's planet. Goku raised his hands high, gathering a radiant spirit bomb. To date, he had mastered both the spirit bomb and the Kaioken technique. Lord Kai, I am immensely grateful for your guidance during this time. Now, I must hasten back to Earth. Those two Scions are likely on their way. Dissipating the spirit bomb. Goku expressed his gratitude to North Kai before preparing to return to Earth, where Bulma had gathered the Dragon Balls, ready to revive him. In the vastness of space, two spacecraft sped towards Earth. They have arrived? Piccolo, deep in training, sensed their approach and smirked before heading towards the landing site alongside his companion, Gohan, clad in a purple training suit. Simultaneously, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu also sensed the incoming ships and made their way to the landing site, each bearing an expression of confidence. Over the past year, they had trained diligently, their strength surging, particularly Yamcha, who now appeared relaxed and free of pressure. Moreover, neither Raditz nor the current Vegeta could compare to Bai Qi. Even if they possessed higher combat power than Piccolo and the others, they lacked the sense of helplessness. Boom. Nappa unleashed an energy blast that reduced a city to ruins. Don't overdo it, Nappa. We can't afford to destroy the Dragon Balls, Vegeta coldly warned. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa, caught up in the thrill, quickly ceased his actions. He dared not disobey Vegeta. The high combat powers on this planet are converging here. How fortuitous. Nappa, let us relocate. We want to fetch a good price if we ruin this place, Vegeta remarked, glancing at his scouter before moving to a desolate wasteland. Shortly after, the Z fighters arrived before Vegeta and Nappa. A Namekian? Nappa instantly recognized Piccolo. It is said that Namekians possess various extraordinary abilities. The Dragon Balls on Earth must be linked to you, Vegeta deduced, observing Piccolo. Piccolo froze momentarily, speechless. It was evident he was learning of his own identity for the first time. The others were taken aback, realizing that Piccolo was an alien, which explained his disconnect with Earthlings. Where is Kakarot? Is that traitor too frightened to show up? Vegeta scanned the group before dismissing Piccolo, furrowing his brows as he questioned. He is on his way. My father will arrive shortly and surely defeat you. Gohan retorted, his voice brimming with indignation. Is that so? Then you better pray he arrives soon. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a heap of corpses. Ha. Vegeta wore a sinister smile as he addressed Nappa, urging him to swiftly extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Nappa nodded in agreement, bolstered by the fact that the warrior's combat power was significantly heightened due to the influence of Bai Qi. Vegeta and Nappa refrained from deploying their training partners to conserve resources. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I can grant you a swift demise, Nappa bellowed, his imposing physique and overwhelming aura instilling considerable pressure on Piccolo and the others, who promptly abandoned their confident demeanor and prepared for battle. You lack the capability, Piccolo retorted with a scoff. Come at me together. Nappa cracked his neck, readying himself. Ki blast. Yamcha was the first to strike, launching a ki blast towards Nappa. Nappa raised his hand to swat it away, but the ki blast, under Yamcha's control, curved and struck him in the back. Boom. Well, what? Nappa was caught off guard, propelled forward by the unexpected attack. Ki round slash. Kamehameha. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin and Tien Shinhan unleashed their assaults, but Nappa evaded the ki round slash and the Kamehameha with a swift spin. What? They can instantly amplify their fighting power, Vegeta observed in astonishment as the numbers on his scouter skyrocketed. At that moment, Piccolo engaged Nappa. Bang, bang, bang. Piccolo's attacks were effortlessly dodged by Nappa, who retaliated with a series of heavy blows to Piccolo. Boom. A sharp pain coursed through Piccolo's abdomen as he spat blood, sent flying by Nappa's kick. Krillin, Gohan, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha joined the fray. Bang, boom, bang bang. However, their combined efforts either missed Nappa or inflicted negligible damage, while Nappa's strikes landed heavily on Krillin and the others. Is this all you've got? Pathetic. Nappa's arrogance grew as he taunted them. Meanwhile, Vegeta observed with a furrowed brow. After several exchanges, despite Piccolo and his allies being stronger than in the original tale, the vast disparity in strength and combat experience left them grievously wounded. Nappa, too, bore wounds and rips in his battle armor. Yet he fared far better than Piccolo and Krillin. You actually managed to hurt me. Nappa seethed with fury. A scion of his caliber had been injured by those he deemed inferior. Boom. He unleashed his energy, swiftly approaching the exhausted Yamcha and delivering a kick to his abdomen. sending him flying, followed closely by a ki blast. Boom. The explosion left Yamcha lifeless in a crater, prompting Bulma to break down in tears while watching from Master Rashi's house, with Rashi and Puar offering their condolences. Oh, if only Bai Qi were here, Puar lamented. You bastard. Krillin roared in fury upon witnessing Yamcha's demise. Heh, don't worry, I'll send you to join him shortly, Nappa sneered at Krillin. Kamehameha. Tien, mustering his last ounce of strength, launched a ki wave before collapsing unconscious. Do you wish for death? Nappa charged at Tien after effortlessly absorbing the Kamehameha. Don't you dare harm Tien. A battered Kaiatsu stepped in front of Tien. Then we shall perish together, Nappa shouted, gathering ki to finish off Tien and Kaiatsu. Nappa, watch out behind you, Vegeta exclaimed, his expression shifting as he warned Nappa. Ki round slash. Nappa turned just in time to feel the deadly aura of Krillin's attack approaching. As he prepared to evade, Piccolo extended his arms, ensnaring Nappa, while Kaiatsu used telekinesis to momentarily restrain him. Evil explosion. Gohan unleashed his final reserve of energy in an attack against Nappa. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Nappa was left severely injured, his body barely intact. Blood and guts strewn about. Vegeta, save me. Nappa gasped, reaching out desperately to Vegeta. Heh. Vegeta chuckled coldly, extending his hand and reducing Nappa to mere fragments before the startled eyes of his former ally. Vegeta had urged Nappa to be decisive, but his incessant chatter during the battle had irked him. They had deviated from their course to Earth, and if Frieza detected them, it would spell disaster. Ugh. Krillin, witnessing this scene, was taken aback by Vegeta's mercilessness. After killing Nappa, Vegeta slowly approached Gohan, a wicked smile adorning his face. You must be Kakarot's son. Allow me to present a grand gift to Kakarot. Huh. At that moment, Piccolo, despite having 2 broken arms, stood valiantly before Gohan, yelling fiercely as his severed limbs miraculously healed, panting heavily as he faced Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, lying on the ground, looked up at his protector, tears welling in his eyes. Goku. Despair washed over Krillin as he cried out for Goku, realizing they were on the brink of defeat. At that moment, Vegeta seemed to sense something, halting his advance and gazing up at the sky. An orange figure appeared, descending slowly, Goku, having arrived late to the fray. Upon seeing this reliable figure, Krillin exhaled in relief. You are Kakarot, aren't you? Vegeta asked coldly, crossing his arms. Goku ignored him, instead moving to Gohan's side and providing Senzu beans to both Piccolo and Gohan. Dad! Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon regaining his strength. Goku nodded, instructing Gohan to share the beans with Krillin and the others before standing up to thank Piccolo. Thank you, Piccolo. With renewed vigor, Piccolo, now serious, questioned Goku. Do you have a plan? Bastard. Kakarot, how dare you ignore me? Vegeta, incensed by Goku's disregard, shouted furiously, his energy flaring to its peak. Seeing Vegeta's overwhelming aura, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he assumed a fighting stance, his own energy surging in response. Once more, I shall introduce myself. I am Son Goku. Heh. Vegeta scoffed at Goku's declaration, removing and crushing the scouter on his face, realizing its misleading nature. He then struck a confident pose, proclaiming, Kakarot. You will soon comprehend the vast chasm between a lowly warrior and an elite like myself. Ha. Boom. Bang bang. The two clashed fiercely in the air, but alas, even with his training on King Kai's planet, Goku found himself outmatched by Vegeta, remaining at a disadvantage. Boom. Heh, did you witness that? Kakarot, as an inferior warrior. You shall never surpass one of my caliber, a superior fighter. With a single blow, Vegeta struck Goku down, looking down on him with a smug expression. Gasping, Goku rose to his feet, his face resolute as he proclaimed the words that would define his life. I firmly believe that through diligent trainings, even a so-called inferior warrior like me can exceed your so-called superior fighter. Ha, naive, Vegeta scoffed. Double KO Ken. Goku shouted fiercely, activating the technique, his muscle swelling, his aura intensifying, enveloped in a fiery red glow. In an instant, he appeared beside Vegeta and landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's astonished face. What? Bang. Caught off guard by Goku's sudden power surge, Vegeta was sent flying. Swiftly, Goku positioned himself beneath Vegeta, merging his feet to deliver a powerful kick to Vegeta's midsection, causing him to soar into the air. In a flash, Goku ascended above, clasping his hands together, raising them high, and unleashed a devastating barrage, crashing Vegeta down into the ground. Boom. Ah, you bastard. Bang, bang, bang. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's fury surged, enhancing his battle prowess as he re-engaged with Goku. Their figures flickering against the sky, leaving afterimages in their wake. That is the result of Goku's training under the KO, Krillin murmured, observing the fierce battle. Piccolo. Watching the two, clenched his teeth, his eyes betraying his frustration. Once again, he found himself overshadowed by Goku. At Piccolo's side, Gohan regarded his mentor with concern. Noticing Gohan, Piccolo's demeanor softened considerably, then he turned serious, addressing Krillin and Gohan. Do not underestimate this. Prepare yourselves to join the fray. What? Goku isn't, Krillin exclaimed in shock. With Gohan equally baffled. Don't be naive. A technique that can instantly amplify one's power must come with severe drawbacks. To be safe, we must all engage together. Piccolo, possessing far greater strength than Krillin and the others, immediately recognized the flaws of the Kaioken. Understood. Gohan and Krillin nodded earnestly. Krillin glanced back at the despondent Kaiatsu. Offering comfort, do not worry too much. We can revive Tien and Yamcha with the Dragon Balls. Moments ago, Krillin had realized that Tien had succumbed to exhaustion. Hearing Krillin's words, Kaiatsu nodded, rallying his spirits. The group steadied themselves and entered the battle once more. How is this possible? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Witnessing the revival of Krillin and the others, who had just moments ago been on the brink of death. Is it those strange beans? Vegeta recalled the moment when Goku had fed a Senzu bean to Gohan, understanding the source of their resurgence. No matter how many there are, they remain trash. Dismissing the situation, Vegeta unleashed his full power, continuing to dominate Goku and the others, swiftly inflicting severe injuries upon Piccolo and the others once more. Triple Kaioken. Bang. Bang. Realizing Vegeta still held the upper hand, Goku decisively activated the Triple Kaioken, his strength surging as he began to overpower Vegeta. With blinding speed, he landed several punches on Vegeta, who spat blood and was sent reeling. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others seized the opportunity to catch their breath. Enraged, Vegeta realized he was no match for Goku. He suddenly vanished and appeared high above, raising both hands to the side of his face. Concentrating all his energy into his hands, he aimed to obliterate Earth and Goku along with his friends, disregarding the Dragon Balls entirely. Final flash. A massive energy wave surged towards Goku, who gritted his teeth, summoning his remaining strength. Kamehameha. The two immense energy waves clashed in midair, illuminating the sky with a dazzling light as they struggled in a stalemate. What? You blocked my final flash? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Quadruple Kaioken. Seizing the moment, Goku went all in, unleashing the final quadruple Kaioken, and the Kamehameha thickened, forcefully pushing back the final flash, sending both it and Vegeta soaring into the clouds. Boom. The energy waves erupted in the sky. Meanwhile, at Master Roshi's house, Bulma's scouter exploded due to Goku's renewed energy. Did it work? Krillin asked with a hint of hope. Not yet. I can still sense his energy, Goku weakly replied, having exhausted himself from the Kaioken. Vegeta, his battle suit in tatters, lowered his hands from his face, blood streaming from his wounds. He had noticed moments ago that Earth's moon appeared to have been destroyed. Cough. Huh? You've prepared well? But do you think this can stop me? Vegeta snarled, his face twisted with rage as he conjured an artificial moon. Upon seeing the radiant sphere in the sky, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically. Oh no. Having lost his strength, he was unable to destroy the orb. Just as he was about to warn Goku, it was too late. A colossal figure descended. The overwhelming pressure sent everyone flying, enveloping them in despair. Chapter 19. Target Namek. In the vastness of space, a circular energy shield floated, within which lay Broly, restored to his original form, now drifting unconscious in the cosmos. In the distance, a massive metallic planet slithered closer to Broly. Beep. Detected ultra-high energy entity. Beep. Analyzing fusion success rate. Beep. Analysis complete. Success rate at 8. Beep. Success rate below 50. Fusion denied. The electronic voice echoed within the planet. Bring him in. I'll take care of the rest, an ancient voice commanded. The electronic voice ceased. On the planet's surface, metallic tendrils reached out toward Broly. Transformed into a great ape, Vegeta seized Goku, squeezing tightly, causing Goku to emit painful sounds. Goku's face contorted in agony. Boom. An energy blast struck Vegeta's back, but inflicted no damage. Don't you dare harm my father, Gohan cried, struggling to stand as he shouted at Vegeta. Slowly, Vegeta turned, his blood-red eyes locking onto Gohan. Bang. With his mouth agape, he unleashed a ki blast aimed at Gohan. At that moment, Gohan, having exhausted his energy from the last blast, could only watch in horror as the ki blast approached. Gohan! Goku shouted desperately, but he was powerless to intervene. In a moment of desperation, the gravely injured Piccolo stepped in front of Gohan once more. Ah, Uncle Piccolo. After a blinding flash of light, the charred body of Piccolo collapsed to the ground, a faint purple blood seeping beneath him. He cast one last glance towards Gohan, his eyes gradually dimming. Gohan, shaken by the residual waves, opened his eyes to the sky, despair and fury surging within him. His gaze fortuitously fell upon the still visible artificial moon, and he felt the tail that had grown unbeknownst to him respond. With a roar, Gohan transformed into a great ape, perhaps due to his mixed heritage. A flicker of reason remained, driving him to charge towards Vegeta, who was mercilessly assaulting Goku from afar. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was sent hurtling away by the unexpected force, relinquishing his grip on Goku and crashing into the rocks. Vegeta rose, shaking off the debris, and prepared to confront Gohan. The two colossal figures collided, causing the ground to fracture around them. Vegeta, having expended considerable energy earlier, could only muster half of his strength in his ape form. Yet, with his full intellect intact, he was still able to overpower Gohan. Clearing the rubble from his body, Goku trembled as he stood. Observing the fierce battle between Gohan and Vegeta, sorrow etched on his face. Gohan's transformation into a great ape made Goku realize certain truths. But now was not the time for grief. With his experience, he quickly discerned that Gohan was beginning to falter. Scaling a rocky peak, he took a deep breath and raised his hands high. Goku began to harness the energy of the earth, gathering it into a powerful spirit bomb in his hands. However, the lengthy process of its formation left it vulnerable to interruption. Vegeta, engaged in combat with Gohan, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. He turned to see Goku preparing the spirit bomb, his heart racing. I cannot allow him to execute that attack. With that thought, he delivered a powerful punch to Gohan, creating distance before launching a ki blast towards Goku. In that moment, Krillin and Din, still clinging to life, positioned themselves before Goku, channeling their last reserves of energy to shield him from the incoming attack. Witnessing their desperate struggle, Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, Gohan delivered a fierce blow to Vegeta's chin, and the two became entangled once more. Exhausted, Krillin and Din could no longer maintain their flight technique and fell to the ground. At last, Goku's spirit bomb had successfully coalesced, and he hurled it towards Vegeta. The spirit bomb. Vegeta, noticing the approaching energy sphere, attempted to evade, but Gohan, sensing his intent, clung tightly to Vegeta, refusing to relent. Let go, you bastard! Vegeta cried in panic, striking Gohan fiercely, but to no avail. Gohan held on tenaciously, even as Vegeta resorted to ripping off Gohan's tail in desperation. At that moment, the spirit bomb struck. Boom! Vegeta's immense form was enveloped in the explosion, his agonized screams echoing as his simian face contorted in excruciating pain. Gohan, reverting to his human form, suffered only minor injuries, being knocked unconscious into the rubble. The brilliance surrounding Vegeta intensified before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the light faded and the smoke cleared, Vegeta lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly, indicating he still clung to life. With shaking hands, he retrieved a remote control to summon his spherical spaceship. Moments later, the vessel landed beside him. The hatch opened, and he dragged himself toward the ship, his tattered battle suit rendered useless by the ground's friction. Vegeta, disregarding his exposed state, yearned only to escape. At that moment, Krillin staggered over to Vegeta, picking up a nearby rock, ready to send Vegeta off. Wait, Krillin, can I ask you to spare his life? Goku's weak voice broke through from the ground. Goku. Krillin stared at Goku in disbelief as he pleaded for Vegeta's mercy. Cough, cough, he is too powerful. He single-handedly forced us into this predicament. For such a formidable opponent, to perish here would be a grave loss. I implore you, Krillin. Goku's eyes were filled with desperation. Meanwhile, as Vegeta crawled on the ground, he was taken aback by Goku's plea. However, his priority remained his escape. Reflecting on Goku's words and the memory of Yamcha's demise, Krillin found himself torn. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately discarded the rock. But not before stepping on Vegeta's rear, violently yanking off his tail in a fit of frustration. Ah, damn you, bald head. The excruciating pain nearly caused Vegeta to faint, but at last, he managed to drag himself into the spaceship. The hatch sealed shut. Vegeta cast one last glance at Goku. The harsh words he had nearly uttered left unspoken. After being so thoroughly defeated, to speak further would only be humiliating. As the prince of the Saiyans, he still had his pride. The spaceship ascended, and Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness, marking the end of this brutal conflict with Goku and his allies emerging as the tragic victors. Aboard Frisia's spacecraft, the tyrant stood with his arms crossed, having just received a report from Zarbon. Dragon Balls, you say? That wild monkey, Vegeta, has stumbled upon something remarkable. He mused with a sinister smile. Turning, Frisia's voice turned icy, clearly having realized Vegeta's potential. Lord Frisia, according to the information from the scanner, it seems the Dragon Balls are connected to those Namekians. I believe we should head directly to Namek, where the Dragon Balls will surely be more potent, Zarbon suggested, sensing Frisia's murderous intent. Oh ho ho, Zarbon, you are truly clever. Your suggestion is commendable. Very well, relay the orders. Full speed ahead, destination Namek. Frisia's expression softened slightly as he praised Zarbon. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Frisia. Zarbon replied, elated. Dragon Balls. If we could attain eternal life, Frisia chuckled. But then a thought struck him. By the way, Zarbon, you mentioned that Vegeta discovered this information on a planet called Earth, did you not? Indeed, Zarbon confirmed. Earth. Zarbon, go fetch Bido for me, Frisia commanded, contemplating the implications of Earth. Yes, my lord, Zarbon acknowledged, departing to locate Bido. Bido, Lord Frisia is calling for you. Bido, surprised, inquired as he was dining. Yes, Lord Frisia requests your presence, Zarbon replied respectfully, aware that neither Frisia nor Bido was someone he could afford to offend. Understood. I shall go shortly, Bido assured, and Zarbon nodded, leaving him undisturbed. Since our first meeting, Frisia has not summoned me again, nor assigned me any tasks. This summons must relate to Namek. It seems the time has come. Having contemplated, Bai Qi wiped his hands and prepared to meet Frisia. A few minutes later, the expressionless Bai Qi stood before Frisia. Mr. Bai Qi, you mentioned previously that you hail from a planet called Earth, correct? Frisia inquired of Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I recently came across an intriguing piece of information. It is said that there exists a mystical Dragon Ball on Earth that has the power to grant wishes. I wonder how much Mr. Bai Qi knows about this. Bai Qi understood the situation well, yet maintained an air of calm as he spoke. The Dragon Balls, I've heard of them in my childhood, always believing them to be mere legends. May I inquire why the king is interested in such matters? Merely a matter of curiosity, Frisia replied with a smile. I have noticed the speed of the spacecraft has increased. Are we perhaps heading to Earth? Bai Qi asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Certainly not. Our destination is planet Namek, where it is rumored that even more potent Dragon Balls exist. Haha, I trust that, mister. Bai Qi will lend us his considerable efforts when the time comes, Frisia said, narrowing his eyes at Bai Qi. Of course, it is my honor to serve Lord Frisia. Bai Qi responded with an expression of unwavering loyalty. Very well, Mr. Bai Qi, do take your leave and rest well for now. When we arrive at planet Namek, I expect you to showcase your remarkable skills, Frisia instructed, dismissing Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded and stepped outside. As Bai Qi departed, Frisia retracted his smile and instructed Sabo. Go inform Jinyu to alter their course, destination Namek. Understood, Sabo replied, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire further. Frisia resumed his position on the floating throne. Contemplating the notion of eternal life, his spirits lifted. As for Bai Qi summoned Cassius, who was engrossed in the study of performance art, and together they carelessly tossed the detector into Cassius's room. Cassius then proceeded to Bai Qi's chamber. Remember, the situation on Namek is somewhat intricate. Should you sense any danger, prepare the teleportation array to return to Earth, Bai Qi advised. Oh, all right. But what about you, Brother Bai? What if Frisia poses a threat to you? Cassius inquired anxiously. Do not worry about me. I have contingencies in place. Just ensure your own safety, Bai Qi replied calmly. Understood. Cassius nodded before departing to prepare for their expedition to Namek. Watching Cassius leave, Bai Qi's concerns were not unfounded. He himself had uttered words to Frisia that he did not fully believe, let alone Frisia, who must now be wary of him. Frisia's confidence in not attacking Bai Qi stemmed from his own formidable power, as the combat abilities of Goku and others soared into the hundreds of thousands. Frisia's 120 million battle power represented a significant disparity. I wonder what my chances are against Frisia now, Bai Qi pondered. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku, swathed in bandages, lay on a hospital bed, due to their relatively minor injuries. Krillin and the others had recovered in 3 days and were gearing up to travel to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased Yamcha, Tien Shinhan. And Piccolo, have you found the ship of the Grand Kai? Goku excitedly asked Krillin, Gohan, and Kaiatsu. Yes, we've located it. Once Bulma prepares the ship, we can set off, Krillin replied, his expression relaxed. After Piccolo's demise, the Earth's Dragon Balls had lost their efficacy, and the group had been despondent until recently when circumstances shifted. Ah, what a pity. I wish I could join. But the healing herbs won't be ready for another month, Goku lamented, as the thought of lying still for so long was unbearable for someone like him. Don't fret, Goku. Rest well. By the time you're healed, we might have already revived Yamcha and the others, Krillin assured him confidently. Leave it to us, Dad. I will definitely bring Uncle Piccolo back, Gohan declared resolutely, with Kairatsu nodding in agreement. Just be careful and stay safe, Goku cautioned, his concern evident as he looked at Krillin. What? Bulma? You're going too? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Of course. How could I miss such an exciting adventure? Besides, with Yamcha gone, I, as his girlfriend, must do something, Bulma asserted confidently. But it could be dangerous. That evil scion might be there as well, Krillin said, his tone now tense, clearly masking his earlier ease. Relax. You'll protect me, right? Besides, can you operate the ship without me? Bulma retorted dismissively. Adventure was her passion. All right, fine. Krillin conceded, albeit reluctantly, while internally hoping that no major calamity would ensue. In the cosmos, Ties, are you certain we are heading to Namek? Gak asked nervously as he piloted the spaceship. Absolutely. That knife-wielding fellow inquired about Namek's coordinates, so it's only natural we go there. According to my instincts as a novelist, something significant is bound to occur on Namek. This is rare material, Ties exclaimed, her excitement palpable, completely oblivious to the peril she had recently escaped. But, Ties, that ruthless deity is also heading there. What if we encounter him? Gak's face glistened with cold sweat at the thought of Bai Qi's shadow looming large over him. Don't worry, Gak. Once we arrive on Namek, I'll follow your lead. If anything seems amiss, we'll leave immediately, I promise, Ties cooed playfully. That's what you said, if things go awry. We'll make a swift exit. Gak wiped the sweat from his brow, acquiescing to Ties while inwardly fretting. I hope this elite doesn't team meet her end there. Thus, various parties began their journey towards Namek. Chapter 17. The complicated situation inside Frisia's spaceship. In a solitary chamber, Bai Qi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The once indistinct image of a blade within his mind began to sharpen. He could ascertain that it resembled the ice edge, yet it was entirely crimson. Standing silently at the center of his consciousness, he attempted to focus and draw near, causing the blood-red silhouette to quiver slightly. At that moment, the ice edge resting on his lap seemed to resonate, lifting into the air and circling around Bai Qi. He opened his eyes in delight, gazing at the ice edge. He did not employ his energy to levitate the weapon. Rather, due to the blade's essence, he was able to effortlessly suspend it in mid-air. Moreover, he could now distinctly sense the presence of the ice edge, assuring him that he need not worry about losing it during battle. Could it be the spirit of the blade? Bai Qi pondered momentarily before dismissing the thought. How could such a thing possibly occur? It was utterly absurd. Ever since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had been experiencing an array of peculiar phenomena. The shadowy blades in his mind seemed intricately linked to his soul energy. As Bai Qi engaged in meditation and cultivation, their forms gradually became more distinct, akin to the embodiment of his soul power. Then there was the blood mist that fused with his heart, a testament to the formidable nature of his physique, with its sharp and unique vitality being its masterpiece. In a remarkably brief span, he had elevated his strength to the pinnacle of his potential. The life energy absorbed from vanquished foes granted him comprehensive enhancements, which elucidated the strange sensation he felt upon encountering the Tree of Might. 4. Akin to the Tree of Might, he too could absorb life energy, albeit to a lesser extent, leading him to feel as if he had become a sentient manifestation of the tree itself. In contrast to Goku's spirit bomb, which was borrowed, his own energy was seized. Bai Qi contemplated, pondering that his journey into the Dragon Ball universe seemed to be connected to the blood mist in his heart. Clearing his thoughts, he realized that dwelling on such matters was of no assistance to him. Instead, he resolved to harness this opportunity to grow stronger, for regardless of what transpired, formidable power remained the most reliable asset. With the ice blade in hand, Bai Qi commenced his training. His steadfast determination to reach Namek was undoubtedly driven by the allure of the Dragon Balls. To seize the Dragon Balls, he would inevitably find himself at odds with Frieza. If he could vanquish Frieza, it would be ideal, as the tyrant's energy could propel his own strength to new heights. Furthermore, he yearned to witness the legendary Super Saiyan Goku and engage in battle, eager to discern whether this pinnacle of Earthling strength surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. As for Broly, the legendary figure he had previously encountered, he mused that such myths were best left rare. Having acquired knowledge from King Kai about the location and circumstances surrounding Namek, Krillin, Gohan, Yajirobe, and Bulma stood beneath the Supreme Kai spaceship, all prepared for their journey. "Oh, Krillin, do not fret. King Kai assured us that the Namekians cherish peace and are a friendly race," Bulma remarked lightly, observing Krillin's worried expression with his baseball cap pulled low over his brow. "My concern lies not with that," Krillin retorted, glancing at Bulma, who seemed eager to embark. "What if we encounter Vegeta again? After all, I did sever his tail myself." At Frieza's planet 79, Vegeta, recently healed from grievous injuries, was taken aback by Kuei's revelation. "What? Frieza has gone to Namek. Does he monitor us through a scout?" Vegeta thought angrily. "So, Frieza has forgiven your reckless actions, as they yielded valuable intelligence. With this, he can attain eternal life. Ha, Kuei declared, a smug expression adorning his face, blissfully unaware of the implications his words held. Vegeta had no time for Kuei's prattle and hastened toward the spaceship. "Ha, don't waste your efforts, Vegeta. You wish to wish upon the Dragon Balls, don't you? Let me enlighten you. Frieza has recruited a subordinate with a battle power exceeding 1 million, and they have already departed for Namek together." Kuei observed Vegeta's frantic movements without hindrance, disclosing this shocking news. 1 million. At these words, Vegeta halted momentarily before proceeding to the spaceship, departing the planet. How could this be? A power exceeding 1 million would never bow to Frieza. If this is true, there is only one possibility. Frieza has concealed his true strength. Damn it, that treacherous fiend. Vegeta seethed, his expression fierce as he grappled with the escalating complexities of his situation. The prospect of obtaining the Dragon Balls seemed increasingly elusive with the presence of Frieza and this mysterious, powerful ally. As long as I can attain eternal life. No matter the battle power, it is inconsequential. With thoughts of the potential benefits of acquiring the Dragon Balls, Vegeta found a measure of solace. This was indeed an opportunity. The risk was proportionate to the reward. Should he succeed, he would no longer have to live in Frieza's shadow. Moreover, given his unauthorized actions on Earth, Frieza would likely ensure he faced dire consequences. For the sake of his own future and to extricate himself from Frieza's grasp, he had to take this gamble. Vegeta's demeanor darkened. Overt force would not suffice, and he needed to devise a strategy. Watching Vegeta depart in his spaceship, Kuei smirked before boarding his own vessel, ascending into the cosmos, tailing Vegeta into the void of space. A month later, Krillin and his companions finally arrived at Namek, a vast, verdant planet orbited by 3 diminutive stars. As the hatch opened, Krillin and the others descended, much to Bulma's irritation as she struggled with her spacesuit. "How beautiful! This is Namek, the homeland of Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed, marveling at the scenery that starkly contrasted with Earth. Yajirobe floated in the air, the picturesque surroundings uplifting his spirits, while Bulma, seeing her companions at ease, discarded her spacesuit and joined them. "The air is splendid." Bulma inhaled deeply, her expression one of bliss. "Let us not grow too complacent. We are not here for leisure," Krillin cautioned, his demeanor vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. At that moment, a circular spaceship soared above them. "Isn't that a Saiyan ship? Could it be Vegeta?" Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. "There's no mistaking it. That indeed resembles a Saiyan vessel," Gohan affirmed seriously, while Yajirobe's expression mirrored their anxiety. "What? The very Saiyan who nearly killed you," Bulma exclaimed, exasperated that they had encountered Vegeta so soon after their arrival. As they stood in shock, 5 additional circular ships flew overhead, landing in the distance, and 5 figures emerged. "Captain, it appears we arrived first," Jeez reported to Jinyu. "Yes, but Frieza will be arriving shortly. Ensure everyone is prepared to greet him," Jinyu instructed, gazing skyward at the approaching ship. "Understood." The 4 responded in unison. As Krillin and his friends stood in a daze, a colossal spaceship tore through the clouds, descending toward them. As the hatch opened, a cadre of aliens formed 2 lines, and Frieza glided out on a hovering platform, accompanied by Bai Qi, flanked by Zarbin and Dodoria, with Guldo trailing behind. "This is Namek. The scenery is indeed splendid." Bai Qi marveled as he beheld the sights he had once seen on the screen, a gentle stirring within his heart. Hey, ha. The Jinyu Force welcomes King Frisia. With a series of boisterous exclamations, the Jinyu Force flew before Frisia, performing a peculiar dance and striking a pose in salute to their master. Bai Qi cast a glance at the somewhat restless Cassius, who, under Bai Qi's significant gaze, gradually quieted. Ahem, Captain Jinyu, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Frisia broke the awkward silence with a light cough, inquiring. Indeed, Lord Frisia, we have just arrived. Jinyu responded. Did he actually summon the Jinyu Force ahead of schedule? Has he sensed something? Bai Qi pondered inwardly. 5 minutes later, I trust you all comprehend the task at hand, to gather the Dragon Balls, and those who dare to resist shall face annihilation. Frisia's dark purple lips parted, a cruel smile gracing his face as he regarded the Jinyu Force. Understood. After receiving the command, the Jinyu Force performed a unique ceremony before departing. Lord Frisia I, along with Dodoria and Cassius, shall also seek the Dragon Balls. This will expedite our efforts. Sabo, observing the situation, requested Frisia's permission and brought Cassius along. Cassius inquired, Oh, very well. I shall rely on you then, Mr. Sabo. After a moment's contemplation, Frisia acquiesced to Sabo's request. Sabo nodded and departed with Dodoria and the reluctant Cassius, leaving only Bai Qi and Frisia in the vicinity. Lord Frisia, is there anything you require of me? Bai Qi asked upon noticing that everyone else had left. Oh ho ho, Mr. Bai Qi, you need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Just wait here with me. I am confident that soon Jinyu and Sabo will have collected the Dragon Balls. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Frisia's lips curled into a confident smile. For he had summoned the Jinyu Force in pursuit of eternal life, willing to exhaust all his resources. Beware of me. Do you fear I might have designs on the Dragon Balls? Bai Qi nodded slightly, still eager to take action, but Frisia did not grant him that opportunity. Keeping him close as a precaution, he lowered his gaze and fell silent. Bulma, please inform Earth about the situation concerning Goku, and then return. This is dire, Krillin said, swallowing hard. The overwhelming presence of energy signatures had left him unsettled, especially 2 of them that felt unfathomably deep. All right, I will contact Goku immediately, Bulma replied, pulling out her communicator with a grave expression. Observing the visibly trembling Krillin and the others, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Uncle Krillin, do we still have a chance to obtain the Dragon Balls? Gohan asked in a hushed tone, his face pale, while Din looked at Krillin with similar concern. Let us hide for now. Aside from Vegeta, we cannot ascertain whether the other energy signatures belong to foes or allies. We should observe before making any moves. Krillin suggested after a moment of contemplation. Although he yearned to express his true thoughts, Dragon Balls, we might not even survive this, let alone wish for them. Yet, seeing Gohan and Din's hopeful eyes, he held back his words. Krillin was the anchor for the group. He needed to be strong. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just landed, was feeling even worse than them. Damn it, that energy, the rumors are true. Frisia has indeed concealed his power, and the Jinyu Force has also arrived. He thought, veins throbbing on his forehead upon sensing Bai Qi's energy. The joy that the Dragon Balls had once brought him dissipated in an instant, replaced by a chilling dread as more beings continued to descend. I must remain composed. Panicking now will only hasten my demise, he reminded himself. After a moment of inward reflection, Vegeta calmed his racing heart. As a Scion Prince, he could not be easily intimidated by such matters. He suppressed his energy, a technique he had learned on Earth, realizing that the enemy was visible while he remained hidden, presenting him with an opportunity. At that moment, a circular spaceship landed beside him. Vegeta, where are you headed? Came the voice of Koi as the hatch opened. Heh. Vegeta smirked at the approaching Koi, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Very well, let us start with you. In a village on Namek, the corpulent Grand Elder sat wearily in a chair. Grand Elder, most villagers have gathered as you instructed, and all the Dragon Balls have been collected. However, some remote villages remain unnotified, a Namekian resembling Piccolo reported respectfully. Cough, thank you. Nail, those villages are beyond help now. It is too late. You must inform our people that whether they are good or evil, if they come to seize the Dragon Balls, they should not resist. We must avoid unnecessary sacrifices, the Grand Elder managed to say, each word seemingly draining his strength. But Grand Elder, Nail protested, his voice tinged with frustration. Nail, do not worry. Whether it is the malevolent Frisia or the terrifying sword-wielding youth, they are foes we cannot confront. We must rely on our friends from Earth. The Grand Elder reassured Nail. having glimpsed a portion of the future at the cost of his own lifespan. He knew Namek was doomed and could only hope for the protection of their earthly allies. "All right, Grand Elder, I will spread the word," Nail conceded, his heart heavy. The Grand Elder nodded. It was a tragic irony that the very Dragon Balls, embodiments of their wisdom, could bring about their annihilation. On Earth, having consumed a Senzu bean, Goku stood before Dr. Brief's latest spaceship, his demeanor serious. Bulma had relayed all the news. Krillin and the others faced grave peril. "Dr. Brief, you mentioned this spaceship can reach Namek in 9 days?" Goku inquired, gazing at the vessel. "Yes, and it is equipped with a gravity training chamber that simulates 100 times Earth's gravity. But Goku, you must ensure Bulma's safe return," Dr. Brief urged, clearly aware of the severity of the situation. "Rest assured, I will bring Bulma back safely," Goku vowed with determination. On Namek, Bai Qi sat idly on the ground, worry gnawing at him. "Oh, those fools better not kill the Grand Elder. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls will be lost." He had intended to seek out the Grand Elder directly, but Frieza had denied him that chance. "Mr. Bai Qi, why do you always carry that sword?" Frieza inquired, puzzled by Bai Qi's choice. "Ah, my lord. I find it particularly stylish, so I keep it with me," Bai Qi replied, momentarily taken aback before flashing a toothy grin. "Oh, I see," Frieza said, slightly bemused. The sword's unsightly sheath hardly seemed to align with the concept of style. Frieza gazed into the distance, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He recognized that whether it was the Jinyu Force, Bai Qi, or the rebellious Vegeta, all possessed formidable skills. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter. Bai Qi sat cross-legged in the shadow of a rock, beneath the radiant glow of 3 stars that encircled the planet Mike, rendering the concept of night non-existent. By his estimations, a full day had elapsed, yet Jinyu and the others had yet to return. Meanwhile, his left eye's detector continued to relay messages from Jinyu and his companions, revealing that many villages had already evacuated, leaving only a few scattered ones with inhabitants. Despite Jinyu's relentless inquiries, they could not extract any information regarding the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. It appeared to be the work of the Elder, perhaps employing some means of foreseeing impending peril. Bai Qi contemplated silently. After all, as the esteemed Grand Elder of Namek, he undoubtedly possessed a range of enigmatic abilities. Observing the unflappable Frieza, his heart began to stir with unease. The longer the situation persisted, the greater the risk of the Grand Elder's demise, leading to an irrevocable loss. Should they summon the Eternal Dragon and wish to depart from Namek, his meticulously crafted plans would be rendered futile. Frieza was not oblivious to such possibilities. Perhaps he believed that with his formidable strength, he could swiftly intervene should any Namekian exhibit unusual behavior. What would be the success rate if I were to strike him now? Bai Qi mused maliciously as he gazed at Frieza's retreating figure, only to dismiss the thought. The primary concern lay with Cassius, who had been taken away by Sabo and his companions. If the betrayal succeeded, all would be well. Yet, should it fail, Bai Qi had his own means of escape, but Cassius would be in peril. I wonder if Sabo's decision to take Cassius was a fleeting whim or a directive from Frieza. If the latter is true, then Frieza's threat level must be reassessed. Bai Qi began to feel a sense of unease. Frieza was an adversary of considerable difficulty, possessing formidable strength and a profound cunning. It was unclear how Goku and his companions had triumphed over him. What troubles you, Mr. Bai Qi?" Frieza inquired, turning slowly to face him, as if sensing his gaze. According to the information relayed from Jinyu and the others through the scanner, it seemed that the Namekians had sensed something amiss and had begun to evacuate prematurely. They had yet to acquire the Dragon Balls. Should I investigate? Bai Qi scrutinized Frieza, seeking to gauge his intentions with a fabricated excuse. "Ah, thank you for your concern, Mr. Bai Qi, but the Namekians lack the technology for space travel. No matter how they attempt to evade, they remain bound to this planet. It is merely a matter of time before we locate them. There is no need for undue worry." Frieza politely declined Bai Qi's suggestion, his smile betraying the confidence of a cosmic sovereign. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance, and it would be beneath his regal stature to lower himself to pursue a few lowly natives. "Indeed, it is evident that you, Lord Frieza, possess remarkable foresight," Bai Qi acknowledged, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. "Ah, Mr. Bai Qi, you have also given this considerable thought. Since we find ourselves with time to spare, let us return to the spaceship and await further developments." Bai Qi's praise filled him with delight, lifting his spirits as he prepared to return to the spaceship. Bai Qi followed behind Frieza as they approached the spaceship, refraining from any impulsive actions until he could ascertain the status of Cashews. The old man still refused to speak. Did he? In a nearby village, Dodoria was mercilessly striking an elderly Namekian, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of Namekians scattered across the ground. During this time, Sabo, Dodoria, and Cashews had split up with their respective groups to search, but curiously, many villages they passed through were deserted. There were no Namekians, no Dragon Balls. Fortune favored Dodoria today as he discovered a village that had yet to evacuate. However, despite nearly decimating the entire village, the elderly Namekian before him still had not revealed the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and it was evident that Dodoria's patience was wearing thin. Gazing at the silent elder, Dodoria revealed a sinister grin and summoned a small Namekian. Old fool, if you don't speak now, I shall slay this little one, Dodoria declared, gripping the small Namekian by the neck. Dandy scum. The elder spat through gritted teeth, and Dodoria's heart leaped at the sound of the elder's voice. Though it was not the information he sought. Tightening his grip, he observed the child's pallor, causing the elder to tremble violently. In the distance, behind a rock, Krillin, Dend, and Gohan were secretly observing. Just a day prior, as Bulma was about to leave, they had been discovered by two aliens dressed similarly to Vegeta. Though Krillin and the others swiftly dealt with the intruders, their spacecraft had been destroyed. Left with no choice, they had taken Bulma to a nearby cave while the three ventured out to scout the situation. However, the news that Goku would arrive on Namek in 9 days rejuvenated their spirits. They merely needed to endure for that duration. What shall we do, Uncle Krillin? Gohan whispered, his fists clenched, anger boiling at the sight of the devastation. What else? We must find a way to rescue them, Krillin replied softly. Although they were no match for Dodoria, he could not stand idly by in such a dire situation. I will use telekinesis to momentarily control him. You must seize the opportunity to rescue them, Din suggested. Remember, do not linger in battle. Once we have saved them, we must flee, Krillin instructed seriously. Understood. The two replied in unison. Still not speaking? How obstinate. Dodoria sneered at the silent elder, losing his patience and preparing to kill Dandy. Suddenly, Dodoria's body stiffened as Din exerted control over him. With a thud, Krillin, concealed by his suppressed energy, appeared beside Dodoria and kicked him away, catching the falling Dandy and fleeing. Gohan rushed to the elder, delivering 2 powerful punches that sent the still-dazed aliens flying, before pulling the elder up to escape. The elder shook his head, urging them, you must flee with Dandy. I will buy you some time. Without waiting for Gohan's response, he charged towards Dodoria. Run, Gohan! Krillin shouted anxiously, clutching Dandy. Gohan gritted his teeth, realizing there was no alternative, and followed Krillin. A blast of energy shattered the elder, and Dodoria, enraged, pursued Krillin. You worthless trash, seeking death. Dodoria growled, his expression darkening as he accelerated towards Krillin and the others. Damn, he is fast. Power up. We need to increase our speed. Krillin urged Gohan and Dend. The three unleashed their full power, enhancing their speed and leaving Dodoria behind. What? How did their energy suddenly increase? Dodoria exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Krillin's abrupt acceleration. Humph, do you think you can escape me so easily? Dodoria sneered, quickening his pace. In the distance, he spotted a figure, Cashews, who was leading a small team on a leisurely stroll, seemingly disinterested in the search for Dragon Balls. He recognized Dodoria from afar, but was too far to discern more. Hey, Cashews, do you see the 3 ahead? They likely have leads on the Dragon Balls. Come quickly and intercept them. Dodoria's voice crackled through the communicator, and Cashews acknowledged, surging forward to join him, while a group of aliens lagged behind due to their inferior strength. Humph, let us see how you escape, Cashews thought, his confidence bolstered. And he launched an energy blast towards the fleeing trio. Watch out. Dodge. Krillin reacted swiftly, rolling aside to avoid the blast while shouting to Gohan and Dend. Gohan heard Krillin's warning and managed to evade in time, but Dend was struck, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Boom. Dend fell to the ground, injured. Dend. Krillin and Gohan shouted in alarm, forced to halt and fly to his side. Dend, are you all right? Gohan asked, cradling Dend with concern. Cough, I'm sorry. I've slowed you down. Don't worry about me. Just run. Dend gasped weakly, his face pale with guilt. What are you saying? We're all going back to Earth together. Just hold on. Gohan replied firmly. Krillin landed beside them, and Dandy rushed over to Dend, worry etched on his face. The trio had endured so much for his sake, and now Dend was in this state. Guilt flooded their hearts. Running away? Why have you stopped? Dodoria's triumphant voice echoed as he caught up, landing confidently. Krillin stood protectively in front of Gohan and Din, readying himself for battle. Despite Dodoria's superior strength, Krillin would not abandon his friends, and Gohan stood resolutely by his side. Allies, are they? Krillin thought, apprehensive as he noticed the rapidly approaching figure behind Dodoria. What's the rush, Dodoria? Can't you wait for me? Cassius panted as he caught up, visibly displeased. Upon spotting Krillin, Cassius was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Krillin, recognizing Cassius and noting the combat gear and device on his left eye, felt a complex mix of emotions. Cassius appeared to be allied with Dodoria, and the thought of Dodoria's atrocities made Krillin's gaze towards Cassius even more complicated. Meanwhile, Gohan remained vigilant, wary of Cassius, who he did not recognize as he had been absent on Earth. How could Cassius consort with such a person? Klein could not help but think, as he had never anticipated encountering Cassius in this manner. At that moment, Cassius was equally conflicted. He yearned to save Klein. Yet he understood that if Frieza discovered his betrayal, Bai Qi's situation would become precarious, potentially jeopardizing Bai Qi's plans and placing him in danger. Damn it. Why must it be at this moment? Brother Bai, what should I do? Cassius's gaze flickered as he looked at Klein, feeling trapped between two choices. On one side stood his brother Bai, and on the other, his friend Klein. If he did not act swiftly, what would happen if this group of scoundrels escaped? Fortunately, little baldhead, I shall make you aware of the consequences of ambushing me. Dodoria retorted to Cassius, while menacingly addressing Klein, vowing not to let him die too easily, as Klein's surprise attack had infuriated him. Damn it, I'll go for it. I'm sorry, brother Bai. Cassius thought through gritted teeth, having made his decision. He resolved to devise a means to rescue Klein, remembering his father, who had cared for him during his time with Klein. Strangers were of no concern to him. After all, he had been by Bai Qi's side for quite some time. Bai Qi had lost count of the lives he had taken, long accustomed to slaughter. He never considered himself a good man, yet he would go to great lengths to aid his friends. Cassius, fall back and ensure they don't escape. I want to have some fun with them, Doria sneered, his lips curling into a cruel grin. With a nod, Cassius stepped forward, then subtly winked at Krillin. Krillin froze for a moment before comprehension dawned. He steadied himself, watching Doria intently, bracing for what was to come. Boom. Just as Doria cracked his knuckles, a sudden energy blast struck him square in the back. What? Caught off guard, Doria staggered forward. Destructo Disc. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin unleashed the razor-sharp energy disc. The betrayal was so swift, even Gohan stood frozen in shock. The disc sliced cleanly through Doria's neck. A headless corpse crumpled to the ground, the severed head rolling to Cassius' feet, lifeless eyes glaring accusingly. Without hesitation, Cassius ripped off the scouter from his left eye and crushed it. A follow-up energy blast obliterated Doria's head and the device, silencing any last words. But you didn't see that coming. I was a spy all along. Cassius smirked triumphantly. Cassius. Krillin rushed forward, voice trembling with exhilaration. What had seemed a hopeless situation had been overturned in an instant. Hey, save the reunion for later. We need to move now. Cassius urged, gesturing for them to flee. Krillin nodded, understanding the urgency. Grabbing Din, he motioned for Gohan, who carefully cradled Chaozu as the group swiftly retreated. Minutes later, a slower squad of alien soldiers arrived at the scene, staring at the headless corpse, their faces paled in horror. Lord Doria. Meanwhile, in a deserted village, Vegeta strode past empty huts. This was the third settlement he had searched, just like the others, devoid of life. Damn it, did they evacuate? Vegeta snarled, scanning for corpses. The absence of bodies meant Frieza's forces hadn't raided yet. Frustration gnawed at him. He still hadn't even seen a Dragon Ball, let alone a Namekian. His grand plan was crumbling before it could begin. A sudden surge of energy in the distance. Doria's group? If so, I'll tail them and assess the situation. Now capable of sensing ki, Vegeta detected the distant flares. Gathering intel was better than wandering blindly. Suppressing his own energy to avoid detection by the Ginyu Force, he sped toward the source. The elite squad's reputation instilled deep wariness in him. Chapter 19. Unexpected alliances. Lord Frieza wishes to dine with me? Bai Qi, taken aback, spoke up. Yes. King Frieza has sent me to invite Lord Bai Qi to join him for dinner. A respectful extraterrestrial addressed Bai Qi. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Bai Qi nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy, while secretly contemplating a banquet of Hamen. An hour later, the sound of bubbling filled the air. On a long rectangular table, an array of delectable dishes was laid out, with Bai Qi and Frieza seated at opposite ends. Before Bai Qi, the food was vanishing at a remarkable pace. while the alien beside him continuously brought forth more dishes. Observing Bai Qi's uncouth manner of eating, Frisia paused momentarily in the motion of swirling his glass, his dark purple lips twitching slightly. "Frisia, are you not eating?" Bai Qi inquired, his mouth full of food, looking at Frisia, who remained untouched by the meal. There appeared to be no malice in Frisia's demeanor. It was merely a meal after all. "Oh, do indulge yourself, Mr. Bai Qi. I find myself lacking an appetite for the time being," Frisia replied slowly, taking a sip of his wine. Bai Qi fell silent, continuing to consume the food before him. As he sought to replenish his strength, he had a premonition that this would be his last meal on Namek. In a rocky cave, within the capsule house arranged by Bulma, Cassius, Krillin, and others were gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. "So, Mr. Bai Qi is indeed with that Frisia you mentioned?" Krillin exclaimed, astonished. It dawned on him that one of the two unfathomable presences he sensed was Bai Qi's. No wonder it had felt vaguely familiar when he first detected it. He had thought it was merely an illusion. It was surprising how much stronger Bai Qi had become in just over a year. Krillin couldn't help but lament that, as a fellow Earthling, Bai Qi had far surpassed him, no, all of them, in such a short time. Nearby, Sun Gohan listened intently, having sensed the two powerful auras that resonated deep within his soul. The revelation that Krillin knew the owner of one of those auras left him profoundly shocked. His small hands clenched tightly, his youthful heart brimming with longing. If he possessed such power on Earth, even a fraction of it, perhaps Uncle Krillin and the others wouldn't have to face death. "You mean that sword-wielding Bai Qi is also involved?" Bulma's eyes widened. During their time on Earth, Bai Qi had left her with a rather negative impression. Haha. Back then, I could only follow along with Brother Bai and Frisia," Cassius replied awkwardly with a chuckle. "From what I've seen, Frisia is quite a villain, right, Uncle Cassius?" Sun Gohan pondered, speaking politely, as he had been taught by Chi-Chi to respect Cassius, who had also saved them. "Uncle." Cassius's smile faltered. He had not expected to be referred to as such before even getting married. Ahem, indeed. Frisia is involved in the trade of planets in the universe. Once he sets his sights on a valuable planet, he exterminates all the indigenous inhabitants before selling it off. This has been his modus operandi for a long time, and he even calls himself the Emperor of the Universe. After all, having spent some time under Frisia's rule, I am quite familiar with these matters. Hiss. Apart from Cassius, Krillin and the others gasped, evidently taken aback by Frisia's atrocities, realizing the magnitude of the entity they were facing. Cassius, from my perception, Mr. Bai Qi seems to be significantly stronger than Frisia. Why not just eliminate him?" Krillin asked hoarsely, clearly viewing Bai Qi as their last hope. "Brother Bai told me that Frisia hides his true strength to unleash his full power. He would need to be hundreds of times stronger. Brother Bai does not have the confidence to defeat him." Cassius relayed Bai Qi's words to Krillin and the others. A collective gulp echoed as Krillin and his companions turned pale. Cassius's revelations were too staggering. A cloud of despair loomed over them, rendering their meal unappetizing. "Why do we always encounter such monstrous beings?" Bulma lamented, feeling overwhelmed. From the initial encounter with Bai Qi to the later confrontations with Raditz and Vegeta, and now the emergence of a brutal cosmic tyrant, disaster seemed to perpetually shadow them. "This is truly terrifying." Krillin's tone was strained. Living on Earth had transformed his worldview entirely, and he hardly noticed the weight of Cassius's words about lacking confidence. Sigh. Gohan, even Dandy looks disheartened. The hope of obtaining the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo and the others seems bleak. Dandy's face had turned pale as well, sensing that their planet might be beyond salvation. Ahem. Therefore, I have set up a teleportation array. It would be wise for us to leave quickly, Cassius suggested, observing the doubt etched on Krillin and the others' faces. Reiterating a proposal that had earlier been dismissed. "No way," they replied in unison, though fear gripped them, having arrived at this juncture. They felt compelled to find a way to resurrect Piccolo and the others. Cassius was at a loss. He truly could not understand where Krillin and the others found their courage to contend with Frisia for the Dragon Balls. "Apologies, Cassius, but we won't return without achieving our goal. Perhaps you and Bulma should head back," Krillin said apologetically. Cassius's suggestion was undoubtedly for their benefit. Krillin, do you think I am the sort to fear death? I am no fragile vase. If you do not return, neither will I. I still need to resurrect Yamcha. Bulma crossed her arms defiantly, though she was frightened. Nonetheless, having come this far, she was determined not to give up. "Since that's settled, Cassius, you should return first," Krillin said with a wry smile, realizing he could not force Bulma to leave against her will. What the heck, you lot? Cassius thought to himself. But since everyone was intent on staying, he certainly could not leave. Doing so in front of these 3 children would be too embarrassing. Humph, Krillin, how could I leave you all alone? I will stay and assist you, Cassius declared with a serious expression. Thank you, Cassius, Krillin said, his voice filled with gratitude. While Son Gohan and Dandy looked at Cassius with appreciation. Hey, don't mention it. We are friends after all. Cassius scratched his head, feeling slightly sheepish. Indeed. Krillin beamed with joy. Perhaps we should seek out the elder. Dandy, who had been silent until now, suggested, recognizing that Krillin's actions indicated they were good people. The elder? Cassius, Krillin, and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Half an hour later, they all understood who the elder was and the truth of the situation. They learned that the Dragon Balls they longed for had already been gathered by the elder. Excellent. As long as we reach the elder, everything will be manageable. Krillin's voice brimmed with newfound confidence as their objective became clear. Amazing. No wonder Sabor and the others searched for so long without success. Cassius reflected, admiring the elder's foresight. Just when they thought all hope was lost, the news of the elder revitalized their spirits, dissipating the gloom that had settled over them. By the way, Cassius, should we consider finding Mr. Bai Qi? Krillin inquired, realizing that Bai Qi's presence would significantly enhance their chances of success. It would be best not to disturb Brother Bai. If you were to engage Frieza, we could inadvertently find ourselves in peril, Cassius replied sternly, his seriousness evident. If Bai Qi and Frieza were to clash, even being caught in the crossfire could be fatal. True. Then let us set off to find the elder, Krillin said sheepishly, acknowledging that his suggestion lacked adequate consideration. Uncle Cassius, what kind of person is Mr. Bai Qi? Just as they prepared to leave, Son Gohan approached Cassius, curiosity lighting up his face. Well, let's put it this way. Before you become familiar with him, consider him another Frieza, Cassius said after a moment's thought. Feeling compelled to reveal the truth and dispel any illusions, he understood perfectly what kind of person Bai Qi was and saw no need to conceal it. What? Son Gohan's face tightened. Having seen Cassius's amiable demeanor, he subconsciously assumed that Bai Qi would be equally approachable. Dandy's feelings mirrored his own at that moment. In contrast, Krillin and the others were not overly surprised, recalling how Bai Qi had nearly killed them over the Dragon Balls. I knew it. Bulma pursed her lips, as Cassius's words once again affirmed her thoughts regarding Bai Qi. Thus, I do not advise anyone to seek out Brother Bai if his plans are hindered. Terrifying things may ensue. The actions of someone of his caliber are beyond our control. Cassius glanced at Krillin, dissuading others from harboring illusions about Bai Qi. Krillin nodded, having a general understanding of Bai Qi's character, and was not particularly surprised. Mainly, his respect for Bai Qi stemmed from the guidance he had received from him on Earth. As Krillin and Cassius prepared to leave the cave, they suddenly sensed movement in the distance. Kiki, we couldn't find the Dragon Balls or those Namekians. But it seems we have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. An evil voice echoed from afar. Krillin and the others stilled their breaths, moving stealthily to hide behind a rock to observe. Nearby a spaceship, the newly landed Tais and Gak were surrounded by Guldo and Raikum of the Ginyu Force. Ginyu Force? Gak stammered, recognizing the two as a galactic patrol officer. His legs trembled slightly, while Tais nervously regarded them. It was unfortunate that they had arrived after Krillin and the others. Upon landing, they encountered Guldo and Raikum, who were searching for the Dragon Balls. Cold sweat dripped from Gak's forehead. Tais, Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, Bulma, you know her? Krillin asked, bewildered, while Gohan and the others looked curiously at Bulma. Of course I know her. She is my sister. Krillin, you must find a way to rescue her. Bulma clearly did not expect to encounter Tais here. You have a sister? Krillin was astonished, having never heard of Bulma's sibling before, and once he regained his composure, he vowed to save her. Cassius looked on in disbelief at the reckless duo below. He naturally recognized them and could hardly fathom that one was Bulma's sister. Nevertheless, there was no time to lose. Cassius informed Krillin and the others about Raikum and Guldo's battle prowess and special abilities, ensuring they were prepared. This is quite troublesome. Krillin furrowed his brow after hearing Cassius's description. Hee, Guldo, finally some living beings. I'll take the first shot. I've been bored to death. Raikum exclaimed, eyeing Gak and Tais. After parting ways with Ginyu, they had traversed numerous villages, only to find the Namekians had evacuated, leaving them quite bored. Now that they had finally encountered some living beings, they were naturally excited. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had devised a plan. Din would lead Bulma and the others to retreat while Krillin, Gohan, and Cassius stayed behind to rescue Tais. just as Raikum prepared to strike, Cassius, possessing the highest battle power among them, concealed himself at a distance and unleashed 2 energy blasts directed at Raikum and Guldo. Haha. Gohan concentrated energy blasts in his hands, continuously hurling them toward Raikum and his companion. Boom, boom, boom. A thick cloud of smoke spread. Solar flare. Krillin swiftly positioned himself above Taiz and Gak, using the solar flare to temporarily blind Raikum and Guldo, then dashed between Taiz and Gak, lifting one in each arm and flying away. Evil explosion. Seeing Krillin's success, Gohan executed his evil explosion, while Cassius launched another energy blast before both turned and fled, unleashing their energy. The explosion generated a thick cloud of smoke, and moments later, Raikum emerged unscathed, while Guldo stumbled out, somewhat disheveled. Cough, cough, where did they come from? Guldo coughed, rubbing his eyes, having been choked by the smoke. This is getting interesting. I've already notified the captain. They'll be here shortly. Those individuals might have information about the Dragon Balls, Raikum declared confidently, unconcerned by Krillin and the others' escape. That's a possibility. Once the captain arrives, we can capture them and find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Guldo was elated, finally having uncovered a lead after such a long search. With that, the two took flight to reunite with Jinyu. In the distance, within a vast crevice, Krillin and the others concealed their presence, quietly hiding. Carrying so many people, escape seemed impossible. They could only rely on their ability to suppress their energy and gamble on their advantage, which evidently paid off. Once they sensed Raikum and the others had departed, Krillin let out a sigh of relief. Bulma, I can't believe I found you here. This is fantastic. I almost thought I was done for. Taiz wiped the tears streaming from her eyes due to the blinding light, looking at Bulma with immense joy. As her vision cleared, Gak noticed Cassius, shivering in fear, his relief quickly turning to anxiety. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate you saving me, Taiz exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she embraced the vigilant Krillin, who was startled by her sudden affection. It's nothing. Krillin quickly pulled away, his face crimson, clearly flustered as it was his first time being hugged by a girl. Cassius observed the scene with a bemused expression, annoyed by Krillin's rather favorable reception from Gak, despite his own contributions. It's you. Taiz suddenly pointed at Cassius in surprise. Do you know each other? Bulma asked, puzzled as she looked between Taiz and Cassius. Know each other? That's an understatement. Taiz's expression brightened. She had a much better impression of Cassius than of Bai Qi, and proceeded to recount her encounter with Bai Qi to Bulma. What? That knife-wielding man nearly killed you. Bulma shouted in anger after hearing the story, glaring at the slightly awkward Cassius, who averted his gaze. Bulma, keep your voice down. Be careful not to attract attention. Krillin warned, startled. Bulma quickly covered her mouth, though her furious gaze remained fixed on Cassius. Hiki, so it is you too. A voice interjected, revealing Vegeta standing before them. Arms crossed. You propose an alliance? Krillin looked at Vegeta in surprise. After their previous unfriendly exchanges, he had assumed Vegeta and Dodoria were allies. You are aware of our current predicament, yes? An alliance would grant us a sliver of hope. Otherwise, not only will we fail to find the Dragon Balls, but our chances of survival are also slim, Vegeta scoffed. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would have already eliminated Krillin, harboring resentment over the incident with his tail. Yet, the pressing situation compelled him to temporarily set aside his vendetta. All right, but if you join us, you must refrain from indiscriminate killings. Krillin agreed to his terms after some contemplation. After all, there were no alternatives. An alliance was their only recourse. It seems Earthlings are not entirely foolish. Disregarding Bulma's murderous glare, Vegeta felt a sense of calm as he observed Krillin's cooperation in the current predicament. Collaboration was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. In Chapter 20, Captured Individuals, a dire situation, Vegeta and Krillin cautiously advanced towards the Grand Elder. Having formed an alliance, Krillin divulged all he knew to Vegeta. Upon learning about Bai Qi's situation, a tempest of emotions surged within Vegeta. The terrifying energy he sensed belonged to a human from Earth, a concept that momentarily rattled his pride. However, the matters concerning the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder filled him with elation, as the Dragon Balls, which he and Frieza had long coveted, had already been collected by someone else. He felt closer to his dream than ever before. As Vegeta walked ahead, a smile crept onto his lips at the thought of soon acquiring eternal life, a joy he could hardly contain, despite his outward composure. Observing the triumphant Vegeta, Krillin understood his thoughts. They were allies now, and these revelations could not be concealed for long. It was better to inform Vegeta early to avoid potential conflicts later. So, this is the scion that Brother Bai spoke of? He seems quite similar to Earthlings. A curious onlooker noticed Vegeta from behind, remarking on the similarity, particularly due to the absence of his tail. At this moment, various thoughts filled the minds of the others. Bulma, so this is the scion who fought with Goku? Quite handsome. Ties, I'm so excited. It seems we are off to do something significant. Gohan, this Vegeta is a very bad person. He killed Uncle Piccolo. I must keep a close watch on him. Dandy, the newcomer doesn't seem like a good person. I wonder if leading them to the Grand Elder is the right choice. Jiaozi, Tian, wait for me. Gak, oh no, another scion has joined us. My life is so hard. I will never travel with ties again. Suddenly, a menacing presence approached. As thoughts swirled in their minds, Krillin's terrified voice broke the silence. Cassius. Gohan and others felt the weight of the situation, their expressions grave, and just as they prepared to flee, it was already too late. Sweat dripped from Vegeta's brow as he focused intently on the descending figures. Oh, if it isn't our Prince Vegeta, came the chilling voice of Sabo, arms crossed. His handsome visage adorned with a mocking smile as he surveyed Vegeta and his companions. At that moment, the Ginyu Force landed, casting disdainful glances at Krillin and the others. Ha! Little bald head, you dared to ambush me. Now I have you. Good's raucous laughter echoed, as Krillin positioned himself protectively in front of Ties, Bulma, and the others lacking combat prowess, confronting Ginyu alongside Gohan and Cassius. Is this the end? Sensing the formidable energy emanating from the Ginyu Force, Krillin's expression hardened. He understood that escape was impossible. Even Vegeta was no match for them. Standing centrally, Jinyu's presence reminded him of the first time he faced Bai Qi on Earth. Ah, Cassius, Frieza trusts you so deeply, yet you have betrayed him. I suppose Dodoria has met his end at your hands, Sabo remarked coldly, his ire directed at Cassius. Aware of the connection between Dodoria's death and Cassius's actions. Che. Cassius merely sneered, feeling no need to defend himself. What was done was done. I had hoped you were a man of potential, Cassius, but it seems you're merely a traitor. Fear not. I shall grant you a painless death as a tribute to your artistic talents, Jinyu expressed with feigned regret. His words laced with cruelty for those who dared to betray Frieza. Krillin remained tense, fixated on the Ginyu Force, knowing that words held no weight in this moment. They were akin to fish on a chopping board, vulnerable and exposed. Who would have thought the esteemed Prince of the Scions would lower himself to mingle with a bunch of weaklings? Sabo mocked. Noticing Cassius's silence and turning his derision towards Vegeta. Humph, Sabo, can you do anything other than bark? If you dare, let us fight, Vegeta retorted, pointing a finger at Sabo in challenge. Realizing that escape from the Ginyu Force was impossible, he deemed it worthwhile to eliminate Sabo, a nuisance he detested. Seems your brain has turned to mush, Captain Ginyu. Permit me to teach Vegeta a lesson first, Sabo requested, casting a condescending glance at Vegeta. Very well. But remember to be quick. We have matters to attend to, Ginyu acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, granting Sabo this small favor as a courtesy to Frieza's trusted aide. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta. Sabo taunted as he soared into the air, ready to unleash his wrath on the Scion Prince. You talk too much. With that, Vegeta erupted in fury, appearing before Sabo in an instant and delivering a crushing blow to his face, sending Sabo flying several meters away. What? Sabo, in pain, was startled by Vegeta's sudden ferocity. As he regained composure, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance. Don't get too cocky, he roared, throwing a punch at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta effortlessly dodged Sabo's attack and retaliated with a series of powerful strikes to Sabo's abdomen. Sabo's expression contorted in agony as he struggled to kick Vegeta away. Vegeta seized Sabo's leg, using all his strength to hurl him into the distance, then swiftly positioned himself behind Sabo, delivering a devastating blow that sent him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous impact, Sabo hit the earth, creating a massive crater, and as he struggled to rise, his handsome face bore the marks of Vegeta's assault. Looking up at Vegeta, Sabo gathered energy in his right hand, forming a massive energy blast aimed directly at him. Humph. Observing the incoming attack, Vegeta tensed his left arm and swiftly deflected it. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted in the distance, leveling a mountain range. Vegeta raised his arms beside his left cheek, gathering immense energy in his hands. Die. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a powerful energy blast at the still-stunned Sabo. Ah. Boom. A colossal explosion ensued, the shockwave nearly knocking Krillin off his feet as he, along with Cassius and Gohan, braced themselves against the force. Fortunately, Bulma and Ties managed to withstand the blast without being swept away. The Ginyu Force remained largely unaffected, save for Good, who appeared somewhat flustered, while the others stood their ground and scathed. Impressive. He's even stronger than before on Earth. Did he actually eliminate him? Krillin squinted towards the center of the explosion. Phew. Who would have thought, Sabo, that my power has surged so dramatically? Prepare to meet your demise, haha. Vegeta gazed down, panting with exhilaration, and broke into a triumphant laugh. Vegeta, I never expected such a drastic change in your combat power, he chuckled, somewhat complacently. At that moment, a voice from below heralded the transformation of Zabo. What? In disbelief, Vegeta beheld Zabo, now grotesque in appearance, emerging from the crater, his energy having surged significantly. Ugh! Seeing Zabo's altered form, Bulma felt a wave of nausea. She had once thought him rather handsome. It's been ages since I've looked this way, Vegeta. You have truly provoked me. Zabo's entire aura erupted, and in an instant, he lunged towards the still reeling Vegeta. The second round of battle commenced. Bang! Boom! Crash! Huh! Empowered. Zabo unleashed a relentless barrage upon the exhausted Vegeta, who could no longer match Zabo's velocity, receiving several punishing blows. Thud. Vegeta was swiftly incapacitated. A metallic taste flooding his throat, and as he opened his swollen, painful eyes, he saw Zabo approaching at breakneck speed. He spat a mouthful of blood towards Zabo's eyes. What? Zabo, caught off guard by Vegeta's unexpected move, found his vision obscured by the crimson spray. Thump, thump, thump. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a series of punches at Zabo, who, unable to evade due to his impaired sight, was struck forcefully in the abdomen. Sensing his success, Vegeta pressed the attack, winding up to strike Zabo's head with his right fist. Bang! How cunning, Vegeta. Zabo grit his teeth, enduring the pain as he opened his bloodied eyes and caught Vegeta's fist with his hand. Crack! With a forceful twist of his wrist, Zabo crushed the bones in Vegeta's hand. Ah! Pain surged through his hand, and Vegeta cried out in agony. Bang! Without granting Vegeta a moment's respite, Zabo propelled him forward, delivering a brutal knee strike to Vegeta's gut, the sheer force arching his back. Phew! Blood rained from the sky, releasing Vegeta. Zabo struck down upon his head with both palms. Buzz! The eardrum shattered instantly, a deafening roar filled Vegeta's mind, and with immense pressure, he began to bleed from every orifice, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bang! Zabo kicked the unconscious Vegeta towards Krillin, who clenched his teeth and rushed to check on Vegeta's condition, with Gohan joining him. Bulma and the others hurried over, and upon seeing Vegeta's state, Bulma turned away. Unable to bear it, Cassius stepped forward, vigilantly watching the Ginyu Force and the now reverted Zabo. As the highest combatant outside of Vegeta, he knew he had to take a stand, though his legs trembled slightly. Thankfully, Vegeta was merely unconscious and still alive. Krillin and Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Ginyu, perhaps we should take them all to Lord Frieza, suggested Cassius. I'm sure Lord Frieza would be keen to hear about Cassius's betrayal. It would provide us with some accountability. Zabo rubbed his eyes, observing the trembling Cassius, and a mischievous idea struck him. He approached Ginyu and made the proposal. Jinyu's gaze flickered to Krillin and the others before he ultimately nodded. Cassius's betrayal was indeed significant, given the backing of Bai Qi. It was best to bring him before Frieza for judgment. Zabo felt elated, eagerly anticipating Bai Qi's reaction once they presented Cassius. Thus, Krillin carried Vegeta on his back as they were escorted by Ginyu and Zabo to meet Frieza. Leading the way, Cassius was filled with trepidation, unsure of what Frieza would do upon seeing him, and Bai Qi. Oh, Bai, I'm sorry for causing you more trouble. Sighing heavily, guilt flooded Cassius's heart. Frieza lounged in his hovercraft, gently swirling his wine glass, blood-red eyes scanning the distance. Oh ho ho, how amusing, he cackled, though his expression bore no trace of mirth. Ginyu had already relayed the events to him through private communication. Well, these past few days have been rather dull. Let us seek some amusement at their expense. Crack. Frieza drained his glass in one gulp, shattering the vessel. Half an hour later, a knock echoed. Lord Bai Qi. Awakened from his slumber, Bai Qi opened the door. Lord Frieza requests your presence outside the spaceship. He says there is something of great importance for you to see. Very well, I shall be there shortly. Bai Qi returned to his quarters, fastening the ice edge to his waist, and began to stride towards the spaceship's exit. It seems I can no longer conceal the truth. Sensing the presence of Cassius, Ginyu, and a few unfamiliar energies, Bai Qi realized that the situation was likely exposed. Though he was not particularly surprised, having anticipated such a development long ago. Frieza loomed over Krillin and Son Gohan, while Vegeta, now awake, stared at Frieza with bloodied eyes. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cassius, you truly have surprised me. Frisia chuckled upon seeing Cassius, who remained silent, calmly gazing back at Frisia. Suddenly, Bai Qi emerged from the spaceship, his long blade hanging at his side, and approached Frisia, his expression astonished as he regarded Cassius. Noticing Bai Qi's gaze, Cassius, feeling a twinge of guilt, lowered his head slightly. So this is the Bai Qi with a battle power exceeding 1 million. How infuriating that he has been surpassed by a mere earthling. Vegeta observed Bai Qi with a mixture of resentment, silently lamenting. Mr. Bai. Look at him in that black battle suit, Krillin murmured. What fate awaits them all? It has been over 2 years, and he still carries that hideous blade. And what on earth is that dog-eaten hairstyle? In the vast cosmos, can one not find a decent barber? Bulma criticized Bai Qi's appearance with unrestrained mockery, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Jakku and Tase also spotted Bai Qi, their hearts sinking into despair at the sight of the man who brought forth terror. Alongside the notoriously ruthless Frisia, they felt that from the moment they arrived on Namek, they had descended into hell. Is this truly Mr. Bai Qi? Son Gohan, trembling with fear, scrutinized Bai Qi, while Dandy's face had already turned ashen. Oh ho ho, Mr. Bai Qi, you may not yet be aware, but Cassius has betrayed us. It was he who caused the demise of Mr. Dodoria. Frisia, observing Bai Qi's astonishment, let out a sardonic laugh as he revealed the details. While Zabo and Jinyu curiously awaited Bai Qi's reaction. What? He has betrayed Lord Frisia? This is a betrayal of Lord Frisia's trust in us, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Bai Qi, with a heart full of anguish, gazed furiously at Cassius. Oh ho ho, it matters not, Mr. Bai Qi. He has deceived not only you but also me. A traitor indeed, and he shall meet his end shortly. Casting a glance at Bai Qi, uncertain whether he had been swayed by the latter's performance, he refrained from further words and turned his attention to the bloodied Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I valued your potential so highly, yet never did I anticipate your betrayal. Cough, cough, Frisia, you have always been wary of us Saiyans. Did you think I was oblivious to that? Vegeta lifted his head, coldly regarding Frisia. Oh ho ho, discovered. I had presumed all Saiyans to be fools. Perhaps sparing your life was not in vain after all. Frisia observed Vegeta with a hint of surprise. Spare my life? What do you mean by that? Vegeta inquired, confusion flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha, nearly forgot you were still in the dark. Very well, I shall enlighten you before your demise. Frisia divulged the truth of his annihilation of planet Vegeta, yet he was taken aback by Vegeta's placid demeanor. Oh ho ho, you seem utterly unfazed. Ha ha. The weak are destined to perish, there is little to lament. Moreover, this merely illustrates your fear of our Saiyan potential, Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk, betraying no sorrow for his homeworld's destruction. As for the true sentiments within, perhaps only he could fathom them. Oh ho ho, what does it matter? Regardless, the Saiyans shall soon be extinct, aha. Frisia refrained from countering, his expression laced with mockery. He dismissed the trembling Vegeta, along with Krillin and others, focusing instead on the sullen Bai Qi, whose countenance darkened due to Cassius's treachery. Mr. Bai Qi, shall you confront Cassius, or shall I? Naturally, the one who brought his downfall should be the one to execute him. By the way, King Frisia, are all our forces assembled? Bai Qi gazed at Cassius with a profound sense of regret, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Well, everyone is present. Once we ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I intend to concentrate our forces for the search, as we have squandered considerable time here. Might I inquire why Mr. Bai Qi is asking this? Frisia, upon hearing Bai Qi's words, exhibited a hint of confusion. Ah, that's reassuring. I aim to demonstrate to all the consequences of betraying Lord Frisia. Oh, I appreciate your efforts. Mr. Bai Qi, Frisia chuckled with delight. It is my duty. After uttering his final words, Bai Qi turned his gaze towards Cassius, and the long-dormant bloodlust within him began to surge, a palpable aura of hostility enveloping the surroundings. The air momentarily stagnated, and the metallic scent of blood filled the nostrils of all present. Even the notorious Jinyu Force, known for their ruthless nature, found themselves momentarily taken aback by Bai Qi's formidable presence, which was distinct from the typical oppressive force of mere strength. Bai Qi emanates a piercing sharpness that feels akin to a razor's edge poised precariously against one's throat, where even the slightest movement could result in dire consequences. Gulp. Is this truly the full extent of Lord Bai Qi's power? Jinyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling, while Sabo and the others felt a chilling dread. Having never witnessed Bai Qi unleash his might, they were thoroughly intimidated by his formidable presence. Even Frisia was taken aback, encountering Bai Qi's extraordinary aura for the first time. How remarkable! Frisia narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Bai Qi intently. Krillin and his companions were rendered speechless, and even Vegeta's heart raced as he gazed at Bai Qi. There were no cataclysmic transformations, only an overwhelming sense of mortality that enveloped them, serving as a stark reminder of how perilous Bai Qi truly was in this moment. If someone unfamiliar with Frisia were present, they would undoubtedly point at Bai Qi and exclaim, "Surely, you are the ruthless cosmic overlord, Frisia." Only Cassius dared to lift his gaze towards Bai Qi. "Are you ready?" The cold and calm voice of Bai Qi Bing echoed. "Huh?" All present were momentarily stunned, unsure of whom Bai Qi Bing was addressing. Swish. The ice edge was drawn. Boom. Frisia's previously relaxed expression vanished, his crimson pupils constricting sharply, instinctively sensing a life-threatening danger as the floating vehicle beneath him erupted in an explosion. Chapter 21. Bai Qi Bing vs. Frisia. Swish. A flash of red light emerged as Bai Qi Bing unsheathed the ice edge, unleashing a blade of deathly aura that cleaved towards the dazed Sabo and his companions. The crescent-shaped red blade tore through the air, slicing towards Sabo and the Jinyu force, who were already stunned by the overwhelming momentum that surged forth as Bai Qi Bing drew his weapon. The mightiest among them, Jinyu, sensed the impending peril at the moment Bai Qi Bing unsheathed his sword and narrowly evaded the deadly blade. However, by the time Sabo and the other 4 members of the Jinyu force reacted, the blade had already skimmed past them. Crack. The weakest among them, Gudu, was instantly reduced to fragments by the terrifying energy of the blade, while Sabo and the remaining 3 were severed at the waist, collapsing to the ground with blood and entrails spilling forth. With his fading consciousness, Sabo cast a final glance at the panicked Cassius, a flicker of regret illuminating his eyes. Had he known, he would have ended it there. After murmuring this, his awareness faded into oblivion. Run. Cassius had already prepared himself at the moment Bai Qi Bing spoke. Witnessing the swift demise of Sabo and the others, realizing the opportunity had arrived, he seized the nearest dandy with his left hand and lifted Gak with his right. Boom. After unleashing his energy, he sped away without looking back. Klin, awakened by Cassius's voice, hoisted the severely injured Vegeta onto his back, tucking the pale-faced ties under his arm, and hastily followed in Cassius's wake. Gohan also reacted promptly, quickly gathering his energy as he carried the dazed Bulma, while Chaozu climbed onto his back. In this moment, hesitation could mean death. Boom. The 20-fold Kaioken. Activating the Kaioken, Bai Qi Bing's bloodlust surged, reaching for the heavens, crushing the surrounding inhabitants of the universe beneath its immense pressure, while the ground below cracked like spider webs. After delivering a slice towards Jinyu and his team, he redirected his assault towards Frisia, whose aura was beginning to intensify. The red glowing ice edge, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, rushed towards Frisia's neck. Boom. Clang. With a terrifying surge of energy, the ice edge, having penetrated, found itself unable to advance further, as if it had struck an object of extreme density. Yet, the force in Bai Qi Bing's hand remained undiminished, propelling Frisia away. Crack. Frisia crashed through the spacecraft, shattering several mountain peaks in succession, ultimately being buried beneath the rubble. Gasp. The entire Namek shook, the lake's surface roiling under an inexplicable pressure, sending waves crashing. A whirlwind swept through, dispersing the smoke and dust. Frisia, restored to his original form, hovered in the air, surrounded by floating debris as if in a weightless state. His small, robust, and well-proportioned gray-white body bore 2 tear streaks beneath his blood-red eyes. He raised a hand to his neck, feeling the fading cut, glancing warily at the surging Bai Qi Bing below. At the moment Bai Qi Bing unsheathed his blade, Frisia's instinctive danger sense went into overdrive, and his body's protective mechanisms shattered the constraints he had placed upon his power, forcefully repelling the ice edge. Oh ho ho! How perilous! Before he could utter the word danger, a burst of red light surged toward him, and the surrounding debris disintegrated under Bai Qi Bing's bloodlust as the crimson blade sliced towards Frisia's forehead. Bang! Frisia decisively unleashed his power, gripping the ice edge tightly with both hands, producing a piercing sound. His purplish-black lips curled into a smirk as his red eyes locked on to Bai Qi Bing. 2 beams of crimson light shooting forth. Boom! After narrowly dodging the beams, Bai Qi Bing delivered a powerful meteor strike to Frisia's face, engulfing them both in a massive explosion, with the smoke billowing around Frisia as he was sent hurtling away. A red figure pursued closely behind, and Frisia, now inflamed with rage, halted midair, unleashing a burst of energy that collided with Bai Qi Bing. Boom! Bang! Bang! Clang! The red and white figures intertwined, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds, as energy blasts and crimson blades scattered into the surroundings. Clang! Frisia, unwilling to confront Bai Qi Bing's ice edge with his physical form, expelled energy from his body, enveloping his hands with a formidable aura, which temporarily resisted the ice edge. Swish. However, his body continued to accumulate wounds. The ice edge, wrapped in bloodlust, sharpened exponentially, while the energy enveloping Frisia's exterior crumbled as if it were mere paper. Swish. Frisia concentrated energy in his palm, manifesting a solid purple blade aimed at Bai Qi. Thanks to the strength of his soul and heightened neural reflexes, Bai Qi swiftly discerned Frisia's movements, effortlessly evading the attack. Bai Qi seized the opportunity and struck at Frisia's chest with a blade. Although Frisia managed to react and evade backwards, the tip of the knife still grazed him, leaving a painful gash that elicited a cry from his lips. Had he not dodged at the critical moment, compounded by Frisia's innate physical strength, that strike could have sunk deep into his bones. Observing Bai Qi and the ice blade in his hand, he realized he could not allow Bai Qi to approach any closer. Boom, boom, boom. Frisia unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from both hands, propelling himself away from Bai Qi at high speed. After retreating several dozen meters, and just as he was about to catch his breath, a profound sense of danger surged from behind, accompanied by a slight sting at the nape of his neck. Alarmed, Frisia exerted every ounce of strength, ducking down at the fastest pace possible while simultaneously whipping his tail backward. Swoosh! The ice blade sliced through his tail effortlessly, passing overhead and leaving a thin crimson line along with a few droplets of purple blood. Bang! Frustrated at his missed attack, Bai Qi's left fist connected forcefully with Frisia's side, causing his body to nearly fold in half. He was hurled away, trailing a white tail as he fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Under the amplification of 20-fold King Kai's fist, Bai Qi's power, speed, and defense reached a terrifying level, allowing him to dominate Frisia, who was exerting only 50% of his strength. Yet, Bai Qi remained cautious. Frisia had not unleashed his full power, and the pain coursing through his body was becoming increasingly evident, a side effect of the King Kai's fist beginning to manifest. Before reaching his limit, he needed to swiftly eliminate Frisia, or it would be his demise. With icy, murderous blue eyes fixed on Frisia's descent, Bai Qi hesitated not a moment, gripping the ice blade tightly and charging towards Frisia like a crimson harbinger of death. Bang, bang, bang. 3 beams of lethal energy shot forth from the smoke, but Bai Qi deftly evaded them. At that moment, a searing heat washed over his face as countless fireballs filled his line of sight. There was no escaping them. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped himself in blood energy and pressed forward through the onslaught towards Frisia. Bang, boom, swoosh. Damn it, that accursed Bai Qi, Frisia thought, feeling the chilling malice emanating from Bai Qi's approaching blue gaze. He suppressed the excruciating pain in his tail and frantically unleashed energy blasts and death beams. Everything transpired too swiftly. Bai Qi's relentless assault and razor-sharp blade overwhelmed him. The weapon he had always dismissed as a mere toy had nearly cost him his life multiple times, and the agony in his chest was growing unbearable. Such as Mr. Bai's power. Farther away, Krillin, carrying Vegeta, sensed the tremendous commotion behind him. Both Frisia and Bai Qi were the most formidable beings he had ever encountered in his life. At that moment, he recalled what Cassius had meant by uncertainty. Coughing, he thought, Frisia has concealed his true strength so deeply, and that human can contend with him to such an extent. How infuriating. Shock at Frisia's prowess and a deep-seated unwillingness surged within Vegeta, causing him to momentarily overlook his own pain. Straining to open his bloodshot eyes, he turned to look back, feeling the overwhelming murderous intent and immense energy pressure even from such a distance. Huff, huff. Tai Si and Bulma trembled, their bodies reacting with rapid breaths as Bai Qi's suddenly intensified aura left them momentarily stunned. What a terrifying individual. Is he truly human? Though Bulma and Tai Si could not perceive energy, the overwhelming scent of blood enveloped them, making them feel as though they were in a slaughterhouse, transformed into sheep facing a butcher wielding a knife. Cassius, where do we go now? Krillin asked anxiously. Of course, we head to the Grand Elder. With Frisia's minions essentially eliminated by Brother Bai, and Frisia himself obstructed, we need not worry any longer. Let us advance at full speed. After speaking, Cassius enveloped Jack and Dandy in energy and propelled them towards the Grand Elder. Yes. Krillin and Gohan erupted in energy and followed Cassius closely. Coughing, the Grand Elder sensed the approaching energy of Krillin and the others, as well as the clash between Bai Qi and Frisia in the distance. He has actually managed to suppress Frisia. Such a force. Could it be that only a demon can slay another demon? The Grand Elder's eyes half closed, contemplating the tumultuous energies of Bai Qi and the viciously powerful Frisia. Regardless of who triumphed, their crisis would remain unresolved, though subconsciously, he hoped for Bai Qi's victory. May the compassionate warrior from Earth succeed. Opening his eyes, he gazed skyward, entrusting his final hope to Goku. Within the spaceship, Goku was adjusting himself, preparing for the challenges ahead. The King Kai had informed him of the situation on Namek, regarding Frieza and the ambiguous ally, Bai Qi. As he began to contain his aura, Goku looked toward the approaching green planet. His expression grave, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of facing a formidable foe. Bladestorm. The air around Bai Qi reverberated with a sharp whine as a multitude of transparent blades materialized within a 1,000-meter radius. Clang. Frieza's energy blasts and death beams were effortlessly sliced apart. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, harnessing his power to blink away to a distance of 1,000 meters. As he beheld Bai Qi advancing, Frieza felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Not even King Cold had instilled such a feeling within him. And he found himself bereft of time to utter a word. Boom. Just as he pondered, a colossal red meteor struck him squarely in the face. Damn it. With no time to evade, he could only raise his arms to shield himself. The immense explosion bathed the sky in crimson hues and shook the ground, creating fissures in the earth. The injuries he bore began to ooze purple blood under the tremendous pressure, rendering his arms weak as they drooped down, making him feel as though they might snap. Huff. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Frieza gasped for breath, just as he relished this rare moment of respite. The ominous sound of blades echoed, and a red beam tore through the smoke, aiming for his forehead. His pupils constricted as his vision was engulfed in crimson light, and his drooping arms could no longer be raised. An overwhelming force surged, shifting the very heavens. The 3 stars above were violently displaced from Namek's gravitational pull, and the planet, which had never known night, began to be shrouded in darkness. Once again, Namek trembled. Darkness enveloped the land, and the Namekians gathered at the Grand Elder's abode witnessed an unprecedented scene, fear rising within them. Hiss, hiss, roar. The fish in the river and the creatures on land became restless, as animals possess an innate sensitivity to danger, sensing an impending calamity. The end is nigh. This thought echoed in the minds of all Namekians. Cassius and his companions, having rushed at full speed, finally reached the Grand Elder's residence. Bang! Exhausted from their frantic journey, they collapsed onto the ground, and Cassius gazed towards Frieza's direction. My heavens, this is beyond outrageous. The surrounding anomalies rendered everyone's faces pale. Krillin gazed upon the darkened earth, his parched lips trembling slightly. How terrifying were the adversaries they had once faced. Everyone, come inside. The Elder has been waiting for you. Nella, recovering from his shock, spotted Cassius and hurriedly ushered him and his companions into the Elder's abode. Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo? Upon seeing Nella's visage reminiscent of Piccolo, Krillin and Gohan were momentarily taken aback, believing they had encountered Piccolo himself. The ice blade in Bai Qi's hand was forcefully deflected, sending him and the blade crashing into the distance. After shattering several mountain peaks, he finally came to a halt, rubbing his numbed right arm, while casting a grave glance towards Frieza's direction. Hiss. A closer inspection would reveal beads of sweat forming on Bai Qi's forehead, his body tremoring slightly, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. He was nearing his limit. Had it not been for his formidable physique, he would have succumbed long ago. The 100 state required a buildup of energy, yet what was Frieza up to? Observing Frieza, whose muscles swelled and were enveloped by a powerful energy aura, Bai Qi's expression was serious, tinged with confusion. This was certainly not by the book. With blood-red eyes filled with fury and hatred, Frieza gazed at Bai Qi from a kilometer away. Such a state required a gradual increase in energy to barely maintain control over this power. However, the imminent threat posed by Bai Qi forced him to release this energy instantaneously. The celestial phenomena surrounding them were the result of his inability to control this power. His crimson eyes fixated on Bai Qi, a murderous intent enveloping him. 3 seconds. He could only sustain this full-force attack for 3 seconds. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the energy. Crack. Minute fissures appeared on his body, but Frieza ignored them, clenching his fists and summoning all his strength, the terrifying force distorting the air around him. In the first second, whoosh, Frieza vanished from his position in an instant. Bai Qi's blue eyes narrowed as his acute senses prompted him to instinctively place the ice blade across his chest, his left hand pressing against the blade's tip. Boom. Frieza materialized before Bai Qi and struck the ice blade with a powerful punch. The tremendous impact sent Bai Qi soaring into the sky, scattering the surrounding clouds with the force of the blow. In the second, Frieza raised both hands, gathering all his strength as a red energy sphere manifested between them. In an incredibly brief moment, he infused all his energy into it, causing it to swell to an immense size, exuding a sense of annihilation. In the third second, With his remaining power, Frisia propelled the colossal energy sphere towards Bai Qi, who was still ascending into space, the sphere approaching him at astonishing speed. Atmospheric bomb. Turned to dust. A surviving Namekian witnessed a red sun rising in the darkness. After launching the atmospheric bomb, Frisia's inflated muscles began to contract, returning to their original state. And he ultimately lost consciousness. As Bai Qi neared the outer atmosphere, he finally halted, lacking the time to assess his tumultuous internal state. He lifted his head. A red sun appearing before him. Damn it! After uttering an expletive, Bai Qi, unable to evade, braced himself as he crossed his arms in front of him. Colliding with the atmospheric bomb. Boom. The red sun was forcefully halted, yet moments later, it continued its slow advance. Sizzle. His arms felt as if they were being scorched by the searing energy, emitting a pungent odor as he was gradually pushed skyward, his heart racing with alarm. This thing was about to explode. The sensation of impending doom caused his brows to furrow tightly. He grit his teeth and began mobilizing the remaining vitality within him. Lowering his right hand, which gripped the blade, he infused the ice blade with his life force, manifesting a massive sword composed of his essence. With all his might. He swung the red blade behind him and struck forward, cleaving the atmospheric bomb in two as it whistled past his ears. Boom. One half crashed into his small star that had just been blown away, obliterating it entirely. The other half soared into the depths of the universe, illuminating Goku's astonished face as his spaceship passed beneath. Boom. Upon reaching its zenith, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the cosmos. Transforming. What a revolting ability. Trembling. He sheathed the ice blade, utterly exhausted, and succumbed to Namek's gravitational pull, plummeting towards the ground, his body igniting in flames due to the friction with the air. I can no longer sense Frisia's energy. Has he fled? As he descended, Bai Qi speculated that Frisia had likely escaped. As for death, if it were that easy, he wouldn't be Frisia. Never mind. I shall seek out the elder. Cassius is probably there as well. With that thought, he bit his tongue to alleviate the dizziness in his head and began to adjust his trajectory towards Cassius's location. At the elder's place, Cassius, Krillin, and the others sensed something and rushed out. Is that Brother Bai? They saw a red meteor hurtling towards them, and upon detecting Bai Qi's presence, Cassius's face lit up with joy. On the darkened earth, the surviving Jinyu Force member carried the unconscious Frisia towards the partially destroyed spaceship. Frisia, hold on. His purple face was etched with determination. Chapter 22, The Dying Elder Boom. A red meteor crashed beside the village. Midway, Bai Qi exerted a sliver of recovering energy to slow his descent, yet he still plummeted violently. The shockwaves sent the Namekians in the village tumbling to the ground. A long and wide fissure was carved into the earth, with Bai Qi standing at the end of the shattered pit. His black battle attire was tattered. Especially around his arms, not only was the fabric in shreds, but his skin had also seemingly vanished, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones beneath. Brother Bai, Mr. Bai. Krillin and Cassius rushed to his side, filled with excitement. Hiss. The wounds on Bai Qi's body caused Klin to take a sharp breath. And while he could not ascertain Bai Qi's pain, merely witnessing the sight sent shivers down his spine. How are you, Brother Bai? Cassius, accustomed to such sights, jogged to Bai Qi's side, his face etched with concern as he extended his hand, ready to assist him. Fortunately, have you encountered the Grand Elder? Bai Qi waved his hand, suppressing the pain as he made his way towards the village. He was not yet at the point of requiring assistance. We've seen him. The Elder is currently unlocking Dandy's potential. By the way, Brother Bai, has that Frisia fellow perished? Mr. Bai, it's been a long time. Are you all right? Krillin approached, his expression tense as he whispered the question. Indeed, it has been a while. He is not dead yet. Frisia let him escape, Bai Qi replied, nodding at Cassius, before directing his gaze to the Elder's chamber without uttering another word. What? Such formidable energy could only flee before Mr. Bai. Krillin sensed the overwhelming power that Frisia had exerted, capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. Yet it had been compelled to retreat in the presence of Bai Qi. This revelation deepened his understanding of Bai Qi's strength. In the village, the Namekians surrounding them cast curious, fearful, and awestruck glances at Bai Qi as he entered. Ignoring their stares, Bai Qi approached Neru, who stood guard at the Elder's door. Mr. Bai, the Elder requests your presence. Neru regarded Bai Qi with caution, yet, having received prior instructions from the Elder, led him into the room, with Cassius and Krillin following closely behind. Invitation or not, I would have stormed in. Bai Qi felt a wave of exasperation at Neru's words. He had risked his life to meet this Elder. At this moment, anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their end. Sensing Bai Qi's murderous intent, Nera faltered momentarily. While Krillin felt it as well, his gaze darting nervously between the two. Cassius, however, maintained an expression of calm composure. After a brief moment, Nera continued to guide Bai Qi towards the elder. With each step echoing, Bulma and Tais glanced up from within the room, their expressions paling upon seeing Bai Qi. Tais was haunted by unsettling memories, while Bulma was taken aback by the sight of Bai Qi's wounds. The elder, larger than an average Namekian, sat in a chair with a hand resting on Dandy's head, working to unlock his potential. Pretend you don't see me. Pretend you don't see me. Tais silently chanted in her mind. To appear so nonchalant despite such injuries, what a monster. Bulma marveled at Bai Qi's serene demeanor. Vegeta, leaning against the wall, sensed Bai Qi's presence but was not overly surprised. He merely regarded him with a pale countenance. Chaozu's face still bore traces of fear, while Yamcha turned away, his trembling shoulders betraying his inner turmoil. Uncle Krillin. Gohan spotted Krillin and dashed over, curiously peering at Bai Qi, feeling the weight of their gazes. Bai Qi remained indifferent, casting a casual glance around, pausing slightly when he noticed Chaozu. Has there been a change? Cough, cough. Young man, you've arrived. An elderly voice interrupted Bai Qi's thoughts. The elder, having finished unlocking Dandy's potential, turned to face Bai Qi, while Dandy, head bowed, passed by, stealing a fearful glance at him. The elder, large and corpulent, emanated an aura of decay and age, resembling a lamp that had long since run out of oil. Is this the price of foresight? Observing the elder's state, Bai Qi understood what had transpired. He had glimpsed the future at the cost of his own vitality. It seems you anticipated my arrival. Thus, you must also be aware of my purpose. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, produce the Dragon Balls at once. Bai Qi was not surprised, for he knew that the Grand Elder possessed the ability to glimpse into the future, which also clarified his intentions. Ahem. I am well aware of this. The Dragon Balls of planet Namek can grant 3 wishes. How many do you intend to wish for? The Grand Elder inquired without unnecessary elaboration, gazing intently at Bai Qi. Is that even a question? Naturally, I shall claim all 3, Bai Qi replied with a grin, fully aware that his arduous journey was aimed at maximizing his benefits. However, Klin and his companions were taken aback. If all the wishes were to be granted to Bai Qi, what would that mean for them? A bitter smile crept across Klin's face. Yet, what did it matter? Bai Qi was not someone they could contend with, not even in his currently injured state. Moreover, Bai Qi had just saved them, whether intentionally or not. And Klin felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. Vegeta, on the other hand, remained unresponsive. Ever since he had witnessed the powers of Frieza and Bai Qi, he had lost all interest in the notion of eternal life. In the face of overwhelming strength, eternal existence was merely a farce. There's nothing we can do now, Sai. Klin lamented, while the others wore expressions of despondency. Absolutely not. Bulma was the first to voice her opposition. She had nearly risked her life for the Dragon Balls. How could she return empty-handed? What if Yamcha and the others were reincarnated? Bai Qi, could you not spare us just one wish? She exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Before she could continue, Klin hurriedly pulled her aside, covering her mouth with his hand, while Son Gohan looked anxiously at Bai Qi. Bai Qi cast a casual glance at Bulma and the girl behind her, Taisi. Taisi appeared to sense Bai Qi's gaze and, frightened, hid behind Klin, who was her sole source of comfort at that moment. Youth, I can only grant you 2 wishes, the Grand Elder declared. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan and the others felt a surge of joy. Bai Qi squinted his eyes, a murderous aura beginning to simmer within him. What does not possible mean? Why is he even here? The persistent pain coursing through him, coupled with the stubbornness of the Grand Elder, made him exceedingly irritable. A desire to kill bubbling up within him. Grand Elder, you would do well to consider the consequences before you speak. Everyone was taken aback. Although Nyla felt an intense fear within, he maintained a serious demeanor as he approached the Grand Elder, gazing at Bai Qi. Ahem, young man. I can grant you at most 2 wishes. If you disagree, you may kill me, and at that point, the Dragon Balls would lose their purpose. The Grand Elder, undeterred, spoke these words with conviction, his murky but wise old eyes locking onto Bai Qi's bloodthirsty blue gaze. After a lengthy silence, during which Krillin and the others awaited with bated breath, Bai Qi retracted his murderous intent, his expression somewhat resigned. Fine. 2 it is, now let us make haste. In truth, Bai Qi had initially intended to leverage the deaths of other Namekians as a threat, but upon seeing the resolve in the Grand Elder's eyes, he understood that the Elder was all in. Pushing too hard might yield no wishes at all, leaving him no choice but to compromise. Moreover, with Frieza's whereabouts currently unknown, time was of the essence. Very well, let this final wish be granted to my friends from Earth. The Grand Elder regarded Krillin and the others with kindness, and their spirits soared with joy. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Bai Qi's voice rang out once more. Friends from Earth? You should have said so earlier. I am precisely the Earthling you speak of. If you don't believe me, ask them. I am indeed from Earth. Pointing at Krillin, Bai Qi stated earnestly, leaving Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan momentarily speechless, astonished by his audacity. Ahem. The Grand Elder coughed a couple of times, taken aback by Bai Qi's boldness, and refrained from further comment, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Qi, causing the surroundings to fall silent. If you don't believe, then so be it. Under the intense scrutiny of the Grand Elder and the others, Bai Qi felt his cheeks flush slightly. After a light cough, he chose to remain silent. Hearing this, the Grand Elder withdrew his gaze and looked at Krillin, Gohan, and Dend. Prior to this, I sensed untapped potential within you. You are all noble warriors. And if you come to me, I can help unleash that potential. The Grand Elder addressed Krillin and the others, who were filled with joy and hurried forth. Under the Grand Elder's guidance, their powers surged, multiplying several times, with Gohan's enhancement being the most remarkable. Bai Qi said nothing further. After all, it would not take long. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. The guiding potential had little to do with him, for it required talent to harness it. Am I truly a wicked warrior? Cassius thought with a frown as he glanced at Krillin, his displeasure palpable. Moreover, as a warrior from the Demon Clan, you too have hidden potential within you. Come forth. Cough. Perhaps sensing Cassius's dissatisfaction, the Grand Elder extended a benevolent invitation to him. Very well. Cassius scampered over, his face alight with joy as he felt his aura intensify. At that moment, Vegeta, observing the surging energy of Krillin and the others, felt a tremor within him. However, recalling the Grand Elder's words regarding benevolent warriors, he snorted disdainfully and closed his eyes to meditate. He was well aware of his own nature and saw no need for self-deception. At that juncture, Dandy approached Vegeta under the Grand Elder's instruction. What do you want, kid? Vegeta asked, opening his swollen eyes with a hint of confusion as he regarded Dandy. The Grand Elder instructed me to treat your injuries, Dandy exclaimed, his small face tense with anxiety. Owing to the Grand Elder's influence, Vegeta had not had the opportunity to wreak havoc upon that Namekian. So Dandy felt only fear and no significant hostility towards him. Mind your own business, Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Just then, the aged voice of the Grand Elder resonated. Accept the treatment. Scion, the malevolent Frieza is still alive. Should a great battle ensue, you will need to unite in resistance. What? Frieza is still alive? The Grand Elder's revelation startled Vegeta, compelling him to suppress his pain and rise to his feet, directing his gaze at Bai Qi. Indeed, Frieza is not dead. Bai Qi confirmed in response to Vegeta's questioning look, his words tightening the hearts of all present. Vegeta's temples throbbed, his expression a tempest of emotions before he ultimately acquiesced to Dandy's treatment. The formidable strength of Frieza was well acknowledged. This was not the time for internal strife. Chapter 23. The Wish. The arrival of Son Goku let us commence swiftly. If Frieza were to attack, we must be prepared. Bai Qi's impatient voice broke the silence as he opened his eyes to regard the Grand Elder, having already squandered too much time. Apologies for the delay, Naru. Please retrieve the Dragon Balls. Before he could finish, the Grand Elder suddenly began to cough violently, his life force waning rapidly. Grand Elder. Naru and Dandy rushed forward, their expressions wrought with concern, while Krillin and the others quickly gathered around. Get away from me. The Grand Elder's condition caused Bai Qi's eyelids to flicker. His wish remained ungranted, and he hastily channeled a thread of his primal energy into the Grand Elder. Cough, cough. Thank you, young man, the Grand Elder said, appearing somewhat revitalized after absorbing Bai Qi's energy, expressing his gratitude. Do not speak. Let us begin at once. Bai Qi gazed at the Grand Elder, urging him to dispense with the trivialities, for his heart could scarcely endure further agitation. Outside the chamber, aside from Vegeta, Dandy, and the Grand Elder, everyone else had exited. 7 Dragon Balls, each larger than a basketball, lay upon the ground, surrounded by a multitude of Namekians. Is this truly the Dragon Balls of Namek? They are significantly larger than those on Earth. Bulma observed the extraordinary Dragon Balls with astonishment. Nara stepped forward and began to summon the eternal dragon in the Namekian tongue. With a resounding boom, a dragon unlike any seen on Earth materialized, a robust creature named Purunga, adorned with black horns on its shoulders and head. Emerging from the darkness of night, Tai Si and Gak, having never witnessed a dragon before, watched in curiosity, as Bai Qi beheld Purunga's formidable appearance. A question lingered in his mind. The Namekians are known for their peaceful nature and aversion to conflict, yet this dragon exuded an aura of aggression. imbued with a palpable sense of societal weight. Bulma and her companions stared in awe at the unique Purunga, whose visage deviated greatly from their preconceived notions. Purunga proclaimed, "Speak your wish, and I shall translate," for he could only grant wishes in the Namekian language. Bai Qi implored, "Let me instantly learn the instantaneous movement of King Kai." Remember, it must be immediate. Having once suffered due to delays, Bai Qi emphasized the urgency of his request. Mastering this technique would enable him to escape instantaneously, even if Frisia were to replicate the destruction of Namek as depicted in the original tale. Moreover, King Kai's method of instantaneous movement was far more convenient than Goku's. As it required no sensing of energy and held no distance limitations, he could even teleport directly to the King's palace if he wished. Nara conveyed Bai Qi's desire to Purunga, who responded with a series of incomprehensible utterances. Bai Qi felt no change within himself. Clearly, his wish had not been granted. Noticing the anxious gaze of Naru upon him, an unsettling feeling crept into Bai Qi's heart. Purunga states that your soul's energy is rather unique, seemingly too potent for him to directly alter your memories. However, he can imprint the method of cultivation into your mind. Do you consent? Unique? Is this due to having lived 2 lives, or perhaps because of my soul cultivation? Bai Qi immediately contemplated the reason behind the situation, yet felt quite displeased. It seemed that the 2 dragons had conspired together to vex him, provoking thoughts of roasting Polona. You are rather useless, divine dragon. Very well. Just impart to me the methods of cultivation. His expression bore traces of resignation. However, there was no alternative, as he could not return empty-handed at this juncture. Nyla wiped the sweat from his brow and translated Bai Qi's words to Polona, omitting the initial remark. This time, Polona refrained from any superfluous dialogue. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Bai Qi sensed obscure and perplexing memories flooding his mind. Cassius, it is now your turn to make your second wish. After bestowing the second wish upon Cassius, Bai Qi disregarded his astonishment and stepped into the Grand Elder's dwelling, for this wish was rightfully Cassius's, given their long companionship. Thank you, Brother Bai. Cassius called out gratefully to Bai Qi's retreating figure. Clin and the others gazed at him with envy. Such a precious wish had been so freely given. Truly generous, Bulma muttered under her breath. I wish for the resurrection of my family, slain by Delilah in the demon realm, and for them to be transported to Earth. Cassius spoke without hesitation, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Polona. Nyla conveyed his wish to Polona. After a brief moment, I regret to inform you, Nyla said, that due to the passage of time, your family has already been reincarnated, rendering your wish unattainable. A look of disappointment flickered in Cassius's eyes, though it quickly faded, and he silently wished for their well-being in their new lives. What should I wish for? At this moment, Cassius found himself devoid of any desires. After contemplating for a moment, he noticed Clin and his friends standing nearby. Filled with eager anticipation. Never mind, I have no wishes left. Clin, you all have traveled a great distance. Surely, you have something of utmost importance. I shall relinquish this wish to you. With a smile directed at Clin, Cassius generously passed the wish on to him. Cassius, Clin, Bulma, Sun Wukong, and Dandy looked on in disbelief, their eyes brimming with astonishment, emotion, and profound gratitude. Even Nyla cast a deep glance at Cassius. He had aided them immensely, choosing to remain despite having the option to leave, and now he was bestowing his invaluable wish upon them. It's nothing. Go ahead and make your wish. Cassius chuckled nonchalantly, urging Clin to proceed. Moments later, due to Palanga's limitation of resurrecting only one individual, Clin ultimately wished for Piccolo's revival, thereby enabling the Dragon Balls on Earth to be utilized. Just then, Sun Wukong's spaceship finally landed on Namek, and he emerged, surveying the pitch-black expanse of the planet. Strange. That overwhelming energy has dissipated. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. He had sensed the overwhelming aura unleashed by Frisia, the most terrifying presence he had ever encountered. Impressive indeed. Bai Qi seemed to be battling that creature just now. Filled with admiration, Sun Wukong felt no fear, only an intense urge to fight. This is Goku's energy. Goku has arrived. Clin's face lit up with an unprecedented excitement, while Dandy and Sun Wufan also beamed with joy. Really? Goku is here, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Irrespective of the circumstances, Sun Wukong was eternally reliable in their hearts. Yes, it's Dad's energy. Nyla, sensing the eagerness of the group, remarked. Can we postpone our final wish until later? We should first reunite with Goku. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Jack and Ties felt somewhat bewildered. Nonetheless, they deemed it safer to follow Clin than to remain with Bai Qi. After contemplating, Clin spoke to Nyla, who nodded in agreement. Polona could remain for a limited time. but Nala cautioned, "Be swift." "Excellent." "Yes." Klin and Sun Wukong, along with their companions, hastily made their way towards Sun Wukong, while Cassius, seeking amusement, decided to follow along. In the Grand Elder's dwelling, that energy, Kakarot has arrived. Vegeta, whose wounds had healed, also sensed Sun Wukong's presence. His own energy having grown significantly due to his scion heritage. Bai Qi sat calmly on the ground, having anticipated Sun Wukong's arrival. A super scion. Perhaps? Sensing Klin and the others approaching Sun Wukong, he surmised the forthcoming events, just as Dandy approached him. The Grand Elder sent me to heal you," Dandy stammered, glancing at Bai Qi and the wounds on his arms, speaking with trepidation. "Then I shall be in your debt." Bai Qi Dao expressed his gratitude and began to receive Dandy's treatment, as he was on the verge of unbearable pain. "Cough, cough, scion, your body harbors immense potential. I can assist you in harnessing a fraction of it to confront the imminent fierce battle." Clearly, the Grand Elder possessed knowledge of certain matters and was uncharacteristically inclined to aid Vegeta. Humph. After a cold snort, Vegeta swiftly approached the Grand Elder. For no one is immune to the allure of power, especially when faced with the formidable strength of Frieza, which compelled him to relent. Upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, Bai Qi felt a surge of disdain. Moments later, Vegeta's aura began to escalate dramatically, surpassing the levels of Krillin and his companions. In Bai Qi's perception, Vegeta's battle power had reached a staggering 5 million or more. Was this the essence of Vegeta? Krillin and the others also sensed it, their hearts filled with astonishment. But their immediate priority was to rendezvous with Son Goku. Crack. Clenching his fists, Vegeta reveled in the swelling power within him, though his joy was fleeting. After the encounters with Bai Qi and Frieza, this newfound strength still felt utterly inadequate. Nevertheless, he harbored confidence in surpassing both Bai Qi and Frieza. For the Elder had remarked on his immense potential, suggesting that only a fraction had been unleashed. This recollection brought to mind a certain legend among the Saiyans. Suppressing his aura, he ventured forth to seek out Son Goku, pausing momentarily as he passed Bai Qi, his eyes ablaze with martial intent. "What? Do you wish to engage?" Bai Qi looked at Vegeta with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Although currently gravely injured and in poor condition, he was more than capable of dispatching Vegeta in an instant. "Humph, Earthling, I shall surpass you." Sensing the surge of danger within his heart, Vegeta averted his gaze, merely taking note of Bai Qi's appearance without any intention to engage. Moreover, regardless of whether he could defeat Bai Qi or not, he had no interest in challenging someone so severely wounded. After uttering his final words, he departed. Unfazed by Vegeta's remarks, Bai Qi glanced at Dandy, who was blushing fiercely from administering treatment. Curiously, while Dandy's healing momentarily alleviated the pain from his wounds, there was no indication of recovery. Could it be due to the strength of his body? Unlike Krillin and the others, Bai Qi's physical resilience remained unchanged regardless of any energy enveloping him. "If it doesn't work, then so be it. My situation is somewhat unique, and your treatment is ineffective on me." Feeling a bit embarrassed by Bai Qi's words, Dandy left, wiping the sweat from his brow and casting a curious glance at Bai Qi. Once Dandy had departed, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate. He would have to rely on his own recovery abilities now. Closing his eyes, he felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Ever since arriving on Namek, he had not experienced a moment of respite. Observing Bai Qi, the Elder remained silent, his aged eyes shut tight, enveloping the room in an immediate stillness. Chapter 24. The Elder's request. Stepping outside, Vegeta glanced at the visibly anxious Nailu and the hovering Barunga, but did not linger. He took flight toward Goku's direction. "Goku." An excited voice resonated as Krillin and the others finally reunited with Goku, gathering around him. "You finally made it, Goku." Bulma's gloomy demeanor brightened upon seeing Goku's reliable figure. "Aha, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, I'm so glad to see you all safe." Goku, relieved to see Krillin and the others unharmed, smiled broadly, his hearty laughter calming the anxious hearts of his companions. Tais, observing Goku clad in his bright orange martial arts uniform and the uplifted spirits of Krillin and the others, felt a spark of curiosity. Why do they seem to have found hope in him, despite his apparent lack of strength? While she could not sense their energy, Goku's aura did not seem particularly formidable compared to Bai Qi and the others. Gak, with his large yellow eyes, also discreetly observed. Cassius stood at the back of the crowd, watching Goku surrounded by Krillin and the others. "It's that kid." "Haha, Krillin, I can sense the change in your energy," Goku exclaimed, surprised. "Oh, Goku, it's like this." Krillin's excitement surged as he began to recount their experiences, but Goku gestured for him to remain silent. placing his hand on Krillin's head to utilize his telepathy. Huh? Both Krillin and Gohan were momentarily taken aback, and after a brief moment, Goku withdrew his hand. I know everything now. It's been a while, Cassius. Thank you for taking care of Krillin and the others. And Bai Qi. I'm truly grateful for him saving them. Understanding the situation, Goku regarded Cassius with heartfelt appreciation, moved by the efforts he had made for Krillin and his friends. Krillin gazed at Goku in astonishment. He was completely taken aback by this display. It's nothing. Cassius chuckled awkwardly. Although he had indeed helped Krillin and the others, he was aware that Bai Qi's confrontation with Frieza was largely due to him. By the way, here is a Sinza bean. It can heal all injuries. Please deliver it to Bai Qi. Knowing of Bai Qi's injuries, Goku quickly produced a Sinza bean and handed it to Cassius. Is it really that miraculous? Thank you. Cassius felt a surge of joy upon hearing Goku's words and carefully stowed the Sinza bean away, deeply concerned for Bai Qi's wounds. Haha, it's my pleasure. By the way, you must be Bulma's sister, right? Pleased to meet you. Goku then noticed Taiz and Gak, recognizing her identity, and extended a friendly hand. Yes, hello. Taiz was somewhat puzzled that Goku knew who she was, but she still shook his hand, finding it easy to let her guard down in the face of Goku's warm smile. Kakarot. Just as the group was exchanging pleasantries, a cold voice descended from above. Vegeta, arms crossed, slowly descended, his overwhelming energy causing Krillin and the others to tense up. Currently, Vegeta was stronger than anyone present, and they all feared that if he decided to act, no one would be able to stop him. Ignoring the anxious expressions of Krillin and the others, Vegeta fixed his icy gaze on Goku, the devoid of murderous intent. It's been a while, Vegeta. I didn't expect you to become this strong, Goku remarked, impressed by Vegeta's newfound power. Kakarot, the battle on Earth is far from over. Were it not for the looming shadow of Frieza, Vegeta would have relished the opportunity to challenge Goku right then and there. Vegeta, I really want to fight you, but now is not the time. That fellow named Frieza is still alive, right? Goku chuckled, his tone filled with the thrill of battle as he addressed Vegeta. Although he recognized that he was not Vegeta's match, he still yearned for a confrontation with him, fully aware that the moment was not ripe for such a duel. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta snorted, his demeanor softening slightly. By the way, Goku, let us hurry to the Elder. He can help you unlock your potential. You are already stronger than us. Once your potential is unleashed, you will surely reach astonishing heights, giving us a better chance against Frieza. Krillin urged Goku excitedly to visit the Elder, confident that the Elder's enhancement would make Goku even stronger, perhaps surpassing even the current Vegeta. Yes, Dad. We still have a wish to make. Let us head back. Remembering their unfulfilled wish, Gohan prompted Goku to return. Goku nodded, noticing Barunga in the distant sky, and said nothing more as he and Krillin flew toward the Elder's village. Kakarot, do you really think you can surpass me? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, trailing behind them. He firmly believed that, as a lowly warrior, Goku, even after unlocking his potential, would never surpass him, the prince of the Saiyan elite. Cough, young man. Your name is Bai Qi, is it not? May I trouble you with a request? The silence of the room was broken by a weary voice as the Elder laboriously opened his eyes to gaze upon Bai Qi, now appearing even more frail than before. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Bai Qi concluded his meditation, opening his slightly weary azure eyes. His injuries had yet to heal, and the intense pain had persisted unabated. Earlier, he had suppressed his anguish due to the wish he made, but now, the agony coursed through his arms and internal organs, reminding him that the battle against Frieza had been far more arduous than Klin and the others had anticipated. Furthermore, having maintained the Kaioken at 20 times its usual strength during the fight, the side effects were beginning to manifest. Even now, his muscles trembled faintly. This terrifying consequence led Bai Qi to contemplate that Goku's heart condition in the future Android saga might be a result of excessive use of the Kaioken technique. I have little time left, he said, and I wish to request something of you. If, in the future, my children encounter insurmountable difficulties, would you be willing to extend your assistance within your abilities? The frail Grand Elder spoke these words with surprising clarity, clearly having pondered them for a considerable duration before articulating them. Dandy, standing beside the weakened Grand Elder, gazed at him with a sorrowful expression, his voice tinged with melancholy. You must be losing your wits. Such matters should be directed to the newly arrived Goku. Bai Qi's face was adorned with a mocking expression. He was adept at taking lives. As for this so-called protection, it was foreign to him, something he had never engaged in nor intended to, for he abhorred making promises to others. Coughing lightly, he mused that he might convey this sentiment to the warrior if the opportunity arose. However, that soldier was excessively virtuous. Such goodness should not be directed towards adversaries. At times, it is the wicked who must confront the wicked, instilling a sense of dread that deters them from encroaching further. The elder spoke words that contradicted his esteemed position with a calm demeanor, perhaps influenced by certain events that had altered his perspective. Oh. Upon hearing the elder's remarks, Bai Qi displayed astonishment, not because the elder labeled him as a villain, but rather due to the fact that such sentiments had escaped his lips. Throughout Bai Qi's previous life, both on television and in his own experiences, the elder had always embodied benevolence. This pronouncement undeniably shattered those entrenched stereotypes. The elder regarded Bai Qi quietly. His aged eyes filled with a plea. In that moment, he was no longer the revered sage, privy to the future, but merely an elderly man yearning for the continuation of his race. This was not a mere animation. The elder was not a mere NPC. Every being was a living entity, striving for survival in the tumultuous realm of Dragon Ball in their own unique manner. How intriguing. This marked the first occasion someone had implored me to undertake such a task. However, considering your relative cooperation, I shall concede. If I remain alive in the future and within the realm of my abilities, no one shall intrude upon your peace. Bai Qi regarded the Grand Elder with a self-deprecating smile before acquiescing to his request, now comprehending why this elderly figure had chosen to unlock Vegeta's potential. The old man appeared far from decrepit. Furthermore, Bai Qi resonated with the Grand Elder's sentiments. To show sympathy towards an adversary? Absurd. In the face of an enemy, one must be as merciless as the frigid winter. Either they perish, or I do. Cough, cough. I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all Namekians, Mr. Bai Qi. Upon hearing Bai Qi's agreement, the Grand Elder finally felt a sense of relief and sincerely expressed his thanks. Without offering a reply, Bai Qi closed his eyes to continue his meditation. Despite the unpleasant incident that had transpired, it ultimately helped him achieve his goal, rendering the request entirely reasonable. What was that? At the mouth of the spacecraft, Jinyu stood astonished, gazing at the distant apparition of Purunga emerging from the night. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Witnessing such a spectacle and recalling their recent frantic search for the Dragon Balls, he began to piece things together. Crack! From deep within the ship, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Upon hearing the noise, Jinyu's expression brightened, and disregarding Purunga, he hastened toward the source of the sound. Frisia. Shattering the glass of the healing pot, a rejuvenated Frisia stood on the ground, his newly grown tail striking the earth with formidable strength. Oh ho ho ho, Captain Jinyu. My sincere thanks to you this time. Upon hearing Jinyu's voice, Frisia offered a faint smile, his tone carrying a rare seriousness as he expressed gratitude. Your Majesty, Frisia. It is but my duty. May I inquire about your condition? Jinyu, gazing at the restored Frisia, struggled to conceal his joy, yet still hesitantly questioned him. Haha. Do not worry, Captain Jinyu. I am quite all right. Observing Jinyu's concern, Frisia softly reassured him, though his expression began to grow cold. That's splendid. Allow me to perform a dance in celebration of your recovery, Your Majesty Frisia. With a series of energetic movements and claps, Jinyu demonstrated his evident delight. This time, Frisia did not intervene, quietly observing Jinyu's performance. After nodding his head, he stepped outside, his aura no longer as frenzied as before. Clearly having mastered this newfound power through his battle with Bai Qi. Chapter 25, Vegeta, the Super Saiyan? Creak, creak. As his body moved, it emitted a sound akin to rusted metal grinding. Captain Jinyu, what is the situation outside? In response to Frisia's inquiry, Jinyu reported. It appears the Namekians have utilized the Dragon Balls. By the way, Your Majesty, has Bai Qi perished? Jinyu conveyed what he knew to Frisia, simultaneously expressing curiosity about Bai Qi's fate. Upon hearing Bai Qi's name, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for several seconds as a murderous intent enveloped Frisia's face. It took a while for him to regain his composure as he ventured outside. Is that so? The Eternal Dragon, oh ho ho. Bai Qi should not have died. How could he? He must fully experience the wrath I am about to unleash. His calm tone was laced with a resentment that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, and at that moment, he caught sight of Purunga in the sky. Still alive? Quite tenacious, indeed. Upon learning of Bai Qi's survival, cold sweat beaded on Jinyu's forehead. Vividly recalling the lethal crimson energy that had claimed the lives of Sabin and the other three, a haunting memory etched into his mind. Aha, do not fear. Captain Jinyu, earlier, I inadvertently transformed into this state and could not control my strength. Now that I have adapted to this form, that cursed Bai Qi is no longer my match. Frisia chuckled confidently, attributing his earlier disarray to the suddenness of the transformation and Bai Qi's relentless assault. Having acclimated to this power and with prior preparations, he was certain he could eliminate Bai Qi. Humph. I always knew that traitor Bai Qi would not stand a chance against His Majesty Frisia. Jinyu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. Oh ho ho, that scoundrel Bai Qi is likely still recovering from his injuries. Humph. This time, I shall make him understand what true fear is. Without the healing pot available, Frisia was convinced Bai Qi's wounds had yet to heal, presenting an opportune moment for him. Is that the dragon capable of granting wishes? Heh. Gazing at the distant Purunga, Frisia's excitement dissipated, for his singular desire was to flay Bai Qi alive. The thought of having shared a meal with Bai Qi before the great battle filled him with frustration. The Namekians, the fear has only just begun. With a cruel smile gracing his face, he raised his finger, unleashing a beam of death that cleaved through the night sky, aimed directly at Purunga. Not good. As Goku and his companions hurried back, they sensed a flash of purple light above them. Inside the Grand Elder's abode, Bai Qi abruptly opened his eyes. Boom. Purunga was instantaneously obliterated, the tremendous explosion causing houses within the village to collapse. A throng of Namekians, trembling in terror, raised their heads to behold the demise of Purunga. Grand Elder. Dandy's sorrowful voice echoed, as it seemed the destruction of the Dragon Balls had extinguished the Grand Elder's last breath. Bang. Ignoring the lifeless Grand Elder. Bai Qi bore the pain as he scooped up Dandy and dashed out before the building could fully collapse. Frisia? That buffoon Krillin and the others haven't made their wish yet? Damn it, I need to find Goku for a Senzu-bean. After tossing Dandy to the panicked Nail, Bai Qi steeled himself and soared towards Goku's direction. Goku and Vegeta, their expressions grave, stared at the white figure intercepting them. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta. It seems you are still alive. But that matters not. You won't be for long. You all shall meet your end shortly. Frisia's maniacal laughter reached Krillin and the others, sending tremors of fear coursing through them. Gazing at Vegeta, the unfamiliar Goku, and Krillin, Frisia's lips curled upward in a malicious grin, eager to release his pin-up fury. As for Jinyu, he had not been summoned. Should anything unfortunate happen, Jinyu remained his only loyal subordinate. Humph, who meets their demise is yet to be determined. Do not be so arrogant. Without further ado, Vegeta, empowered, appeared before Frisia in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at Frisia's face. Ha! Bang! Easily dodging Vegeta's strike. Frisia retaliated with a kick to his abdomen, the sheer force contorting Vegeta's features in agony. Ha! Ha! Goku, having learned of Frisia through Krillin's memories, recognized the foe as an enemy. In an instant, he unleashed his rage and aimed a kick at Frisia. Bang! Frisia did not even attempt to evade, brazenly absorbing Goku's attack while mocking him with a gaze of contempt. Seeing a somewhat familiar face, a figure wrapped in a red bandage with a scarred visage surfaced in his memory. Oh ho ho ho, I see. You are also a scion, aren't you? How splendid. This will allow me to capture you all at once. With his signature laughter, he landed a crushing blow to Goku's face, sending him flying backward, and followed up with a powerful swing of his tail that struck Vegeta on the head. Boom. Following a heavy thud, Vegeta was driven into the ground. Cough cough. Damn it, the disparity is insurmountable. Struggling to rise, Vegeta's head throbbed with pain, causing his vision to blur. Well, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he charged angrily towards Frisia once more. Ha! Tenfold Kaioken. Recognizing that he was no match for his opponent, Son Goku decisively activated the Kaioken, emanating a crimson aura as he lunged at Frisia. The sudden burst of red flames momentarily stunned Frisia, awakening some unpleasant memories within him, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught of attacks from Vegeta and Son Goku. Oh ho ho! This is really irritating. Frisia scoffed as he regained his composure, a slight twinge in his abdomen reminding him of the battle. Get lost, Kakarot. Don't meddle. The clash of the three was evident to any observer. Frisia was merely toying with them, rendering Son Goku and Vegeta's attacks ineffective. Bulma, ties. Keep your distance. Gak, take them away, don't come near. Krillin urged with a serious tone, determined to assist Son Goku while ensuring their safety. Gak did not dissent. He had no desire to confront Frisia. Energy Sphere Slash. Demon Flash. Frisia instinctively dodged the Energy Sphere Slash, his heightened sensitivity to sharp objects kicking in. However, he paid little attention to the attacks from Gohan and Kakarot, allowing them to strike him unimpeded. Boom. The trio was engulfed in a cloud of black smoke, with Son Goku being struck aside by a powerful tail. A wave of crimson energy surged from the smoke towards Krillin and the others. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Krillin and his companions were thrown to the ground, their fighting spirit extinguished in an instant. Unscathed, Frisia seized the bloodied Vegeta and flew out of the smoke. Cough. Ugh. Vegeta struggled to breathe, his face turning crimson from the pressure. Frisia felt as if something had snagged his body like a spider's web. Turning to see Din barely rising, he realized the vast disparity in strength rendered Din's telekinesis ineffective against him. Oh ho ho, little one, this is how telekinesis is wielded. With an evil grin, Frisia clenched his left hand, lifting Din into the air with an invisible force. As he tightened his grip, Din was crushed. Din. With a furious roar, Krillin struggled to rise, gathering energy blasts to hurl at Frisia. Gohan and Kakarot also managed to get to their feet, using their remaining strength to attack Frisia. Frisia mockingly observed them, casually placing Vegeta in front of himself as a shield. Not good. Boom. By the time Krillin and the others realized what was happening, it was too late. Their attack struck Vegeta directly, tossing the barely conscious Vegeta aside. Frisia pointed his index finger at Krillin and the others, gathering a death beam between his fingers, poised to annihilate them. 20-fold Kaioken. Activating the 20-fold Kaioken. Son Goku swiftly appeared beside Frisia, delivering a punch that sent the astonished tyrant flying. He caught the falling Vegeta and hurriedly fed him a Senzu bean, then transformed into a red blur, pursuing Frisia. Boom. With a forceful kick to Frisia's abdomen, the pain forced him to double over. Just as he did, Son Goku executed a knee strike to Frisia's chin. Boom. As Frisia's head snapped back, Son Goku clasped his hands together, delivering a devastating blow that drove him into the ground. Kamehameha Wave. The formidable energy wave struck the recovering Frisia. Power boost. Vegeta, astonished by the effects of the Senzu bean, seized the opportunity and unleashed his own power boost. The brilliant light illuminated the night sky of Namek, and with a cataclysmic explosion, a massive dark pit emerged. Phew. Did we succeed? Gasping for breath, Son Goku, having released the Kaioken, gazed downwards as he slowly descended beside Vegeta. Suddenly, a death beam pierced through Son Goku's chest, and he collapsed before Vegeta's horrified gaze. Oh ho ho. Quite impressive. Just enough to warm up. Now, the game is over. Frisia, with only a minor scratch on his body, grinned and instantly appeared before Vegeta, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming him down. Boom. The ground shattered, and the shockwave hurled the nearly lifeless Son Goku away. Krillin, gritting his teeth, crawled to Son Goku's side, urgently searching his body for the last Senzu bean and feeding it to him. With a deep breath, Son Goku returned from the brink of death, witnessing Frisia ruthlessly lifting Vegeta by the neck with his powerful tail, striking his abdomen relentlessly. Boom. 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 Frisia skillfully controlled the force of his blows, ensuring that while they inflicted severe pain, they wouldn't be fatal. Cough. Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth as his insides twisted painfully. Oh ho ho, such filthy blood. Disgusted by the crimson fluid staining his tail, Frisia released Vegeta, flinging him away. 20-fold Kaioken. Rejuvenated, Son Goku activated the Kaioken once more, charging at Frisia. Boom. Boom. However, this time Frisia was no longer a serious opponent, and he found himself being pushed back steadily. In the distance, a red figure dashed through the night, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead as pain radiated throughout his still recovering body. If I had known Krillin and the others hadn't made their wish yet, I would have asked Shenron to heal my wounds first. Damn it, Kakarot is still out there. Knowing Din's abilities, he had initially been unconcerned about his injuries. But now he realized he had underestimated the situation, feeling a sense of dread at the energy fluctuations emanating from afar. Boom. Crack. A tail struck Son Goku into the sky, followed by a knee strike to his waist, resulting in a sharp crack as the Kaioken dissipated, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Squeezing tightly around Son Goku's legs, Frisia approached the nearly unconscious Vegeta, pressing 3 toes onto his head. Oh ho ho. A wild monkey is a wild monkey. What nonsense about being the Prince of Saiyans. How does it feel? Do you regret betraying me? Boom. 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 As he spoke, he relentlessly stomped Vegeta's head into the ground, causing the earth to fracture around them. Oh ho ho. Considering your father led that pack of wild monkeys to conquer countless planets for me, all you need to do is grovel and beg for mercy. And perhaps I might spare you, haha. Though he spoke of letting go, the intensity beneath his feet only grew stronger. Vegeta, collapsing behind, gazed through swollen eyes at the ravaged form of himself. His face, a grotesque tapestry of flesh and blood due to the friction with the ground, awakened him from the brink of unconsciousness, filling his mind with a burgeoning hatred. Hatred for Frisia, who had ruthlessly annihilated planet Vegeta. A fate met after years of warfare fought by his kind against the tyrant. Hatred for his own impotence, for allowing himself to be toyed with by Frisia, the very destroyer of his ancestral world, and for his arrogance in taking pride in his scant power. This hatred ignited a tempest of fury within him. a fury that surged like a tidal wave, drowning reason in its wake. Thud, thud. The heart, seemingly on the verge of stalling, was infused with renewed vigor. Pounding heavily as the latent strength buried deep within his genes surged forth, shattering the dam of rational thought and engulfing him in madness. Bang! A formidable force erupted from him, sending Frieza hurtling away, while the crater beneath them expanded under the pressure. Releasing Goku, Frieza stared in shock at Vegeta, whose aura had drastically transformed. A thought involuntarily crossed his mind as he observed Vegeta's metamorphosis. Muscles subtly swelled as he began to levitate, debris rising from the ground. Enveloped in a violent, golden aura, his hair darkened to a deep purple, and his bloodied eyes fixed on Frieza, pupils replaced by a chilling, stark white. "Vegeta!" exclaimed Krillin and the others, their hearts weighed down by the overwhelming gravity of the moment. Just then, Bai Qi arrived at the scene, his face pale with astonishment upon witnessing Vegeta. Vegeta, Super Saiyan, Mimetic. Chapter 29, Life and Death. Merely a tedious legend, Frieza scoffed from a distance, dismissing the thought that had flickered in his mind, only to catch sight of Bai Qi's astonished expression, his demeanor shifting to one of malice. Ho ho ho! Bang! Frieza, ready to speak, was abruptly struck in the face by a fist enveloped in golden energy. Puff! The air erupted with a thunderous crack, propelling him away. A lingering trace of gold flames left on his visage. Fool! Don't think that a mere change in appearance will allow you to defeat me, wild monkey. With no further regard for Bai Qi, Frieza resolved to eliminate Vegeta first, his ghostly white eyes locking onto him, suppressing his shock as he summoned all his strength to engage. Bang! Boom! The sounds of energy clashes filled the air as Vegeta, in his mimetic state, matched Frieza's 50 power blow for blow, seemingly impervious to pain, subtly gaining the upper hand. Was the mimetic state due to inadequate foundational strength or a lack of tranquility in the heart? Bai Qi, catch. This is a Senza bean. It will heal your injuries. As Bai Qi pondered, Kachu's, barely managing to rise from the pit, tossed a Senza bean Goku had given him to Bai Qi. Slap. Rumble. Without hesitation, Bai Qi caught it, chewed, and swallowed, determined to rejoin the fray once he recovered, knowing Vegeta's current state bore significant drawbacks that could not be sustained for long. As the Senza bean took effect, a gentle warmth enveloped his arm, swiftly healing the grievous wound, though his internal injuries remained unaddressed. Accepting this reality with a hint of resignation, Bai Qi was grateful for the healing of his arm, at least allowing him to wield a blade. What about the healing pot? Did it merely stimulate muscle recovery, or had my injuries already healed significantly by then? Hey, Kachus, you all should keep your distance. Dismissing the thoughts that clouded his mind, Bai Qi cautiously approached the gravely injured Goku. Cough, cough. Bai Qi, long time no see, haha, cough. Indeed, long time no see. Observing Goku, whose spine appeared almost shattered, still managing a smile, Bai Qi could only shake his head in exasperation, admiring his resilience. Hiss. As Bai Qi turned Goku onto his back, the movement tugged at his wounds, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Fortunately, it was merely a minor adjustment. Roar. Ho ho ho. Is this all you've got? Bang. Boom. Though he spoke with bravado, Frieza was inwardly astonished. Just moments ago, Vegeta had seemed as insignificant as an ant. Yet now he stood toe-to-toe with Frieza's 50 power. Truly terrifying. It seems annihilating planet Vegeta was indeed the right decision. Though the Ice Demon clan possessed formidable individual strength, their numbers were scant, and they had only 3 members remaining. With the Saiyan population on planet Vegeta being vast, should several more like Vegeta emerge, their dominance in the universe would be in jeopardy. Casting a glance at Bai Qi and the prone Goku, Frieza felt a flicker of apprehension, a profound killing intent seeping into his gaze. Once I eliminate these 2 Saiyans, I shall devise every possible means to eradicate all remaining Saiyans in the universe, and that planet known as Earth will meet its end as well. Boom. Lost in thought, Frieza was once again sent flying by a punch from Vegeta. Bang. Seizing the opportunity to distance himself, Frieza unleashed a death ray that struck Vegeta's forehead. Roar. Momentarily stalled, Vegeta, now shrouded in black smoke, charged at Frieza with a headbutt aimed at his face. What? Vegeta's ghostly white eyes filled his vision, followed by a jarring pain that sent a wave of dizziness through his mind. You scoundrel. Slap. Infuriated, Frieza spun around, his tail lashing out to strike Vegeta's neck. Vegeta braced himself against the blow, gripping Frieza's tail, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Thud. Gripping the tail, Vegeta yanked Frieza down to the ground. Roar. Bang. Bang. Vegeta relentlessly hurled Frieza against the earth, creating a series of craters that rapidly expanded around them. Hiss. Cough. Bai Qi pondered a healing method before flipping Goku over again, eliciting a pained grimace from him. Ignoring Goku's plight, Bai Qi placed his hand on Goku's abdomen, confirming the position before delivering a controlled strike. Ah! Crack! With a scream and a faint crack, Goku's spine realigned. Hiss. That hurts. Thank you, Bai Qi. Struggling to his feet, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing gratitude despite the lingering chill in his lower back. What about Vegeta? Goku inquired. Curiosity etched on his face as he observed Vegeta in the distance. Perhaps it is a transformation unique to your Saiyan lineage. Observing the relentless assault on Frieza by Vegeta, Bai Qi's expression turned grave as his hand gradually moved towards the hilt of his sword. The pseudo-transformed state of a Super Saiyan offers merely a 30-fold increase in power and entails immense consumption, leading to a loss of rationality, unlike Broly, who possesses such prowess innately. Cough, cough, Vegeta, you wild. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta was mercilessly flinging Frieza around, smashing him into the ground. And just as Frieza attempted to speak, he was met with a mouthful of debris. Rip. With a sound of tearing, Vegeta yanked Frieza's tail clean off, sending his body hurtling away like a projectile. Clutching the severed tail, Vegeta's pale eyes locked onto Goku. Kakarot. With a whisper, Vegeta recognized Goku. And as his rationality gradually returned, his pupils reappeared, the savage, fiery golden aura dissipating from his form. Indeed, upon regaining his senses, he exited that state. Bai Qi felt a deep weight in his heart. No one could rival Frieza now. Just moments ago? Aha. Indeed. I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Although I was devoid of reason, that overwhelming sensation, that feeling of invincibility, was etched deeply in my memory. Hiss, cough, cough. At this moment, the pain from the wounds sustained in battle surged forth, particularly a searing sensation piercing through his forehead. Having discarded his tail, the injury sustained in combat left Vegeta unable to maintain his footing, and he collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta. Son Goku hurried over to Vegeta's side, helping him to rise. Cough, cough. Aha, Kakarot. I succeeded. I truly am the strongest Saiyan. Cough, cough. By the way, did that bastard Frieza perish? This time. Vegeta did not refuse Son Goku's assistance, laughing heartily as he stood up. Although his body felt as though it might fall apart, Vegeta's heart was filled with elation. Having dealt a significant blow to Frieza had brought him immense relief. It seems not yet. Son Goku's expression turned serious as he gazed towards the direction where Frieza had flown, sensing a terrifying aura coalescing in the darkness. Oh ho ho ho. You have truly given me many surprises. The severed Frieza slowly descended before everyone, his face seemingly shrouded in frost. Blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent fixed upon Son Goku and Vegeta. Thud thud. Bai Qi walked alongside Sun Wukong, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Frieza. The situation had become dire. The three of them were gravely injured, while Frieza, aside from a severed tail, remained in peak condition. A chilling aura began to emanate around Frieza. Cough, cough, Frieza, do not revel too much in your triumph. Just now, I was the Super Saiyan you fear the most, Vegeta declared, his face alight with pride, a reflection of the Saiyan spirit, despite his injuries. Oh ho ho. Is that the extent of the so-called Super Saiyan? Allow this ignorant wild monkey to witness true power, Frieza mocked. His aura beginning to boil as a more ferocious energy surged forth, enveloping him in a violet blaze. His muscles swelled, and flashes of lightning danced around him. Though the overwhelming presence was not as earth-shattering as before, it exerted an immense pressure on everyone's hearts. What? Vegeta's smile faltered, his pride shattered. Having witnessed Frieza's full power while injured, the reality of facing him now was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. No, it cannot be. This kind of power. Fear took root in Vegeta's heart. He realized that even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was no match for Frieza at this moment. This realization shattered his thoughts of being invincible in the universe. What a terrifying opponent, this sense of helplessness. Even the typically optimistic Sun Wukong wore a bitter smile, the vast disparity in power momentarily sapping his fighting spirit. Coughing, he remarked, have we descended into hell? In the distance, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Cassius lay on the ground, their eyes filled with despair as they stared at Frieza, finally grasping the immense challenge Bai Qi had faced in battle. Cough. Mr. Bai Qi's injuries haven't healed? Son Gohan observed Bai Qi's pale complexion, noting that his wounds seemed unaffected even after consuming a Senzu bean. Ah, your beans must be expired, Cassius lamented. Having seen the beans work wonders on Vegeta and Sun Wukong, yet they appeared ineffective on Bai Qi. Hey Cassius, what should we do now? Krillin asked in a panic, having lost all resolve under Frieza's oppressive presence. Wait for death, I suppose. Ah, Bai Qi, your injuries are still unhealed despite having eaten a Sinza bean? Sun Wukong finally noticed Bai Qi's faint energy, astonished. Vegeta also looked over in confusion, having experienced the bean's effects himself. Perhaps the bean was not fully ripe. Huh? With a sudden glint, Bai Qi drew out his icy blade, its tip resting against the ground as his cold, blue eyes fixed on the ever-augmenting Frisia. Had it been in the past, he would have seized the opportunity to strike, but in his current state, rushing in would lead to instant annihilation. The energy field surrounding Frisia was no trifling matter. With the Dandy and Sinza beans failing to take effect and the Dragon Balls destroyed, it felt as though invisible hands were restraining him. History seemed to follow its predetermined course. Cough. Hey, you don't intend to confront Frisia in your current state, do you? Vegeta, taken aback by Bai Qi's unsheathing his sword, recognized that it was evident to all that Bai Qi would be easily dispatched by Frisia. Unless one wishes to await death? Glancing sidelong at Vegeta, Bai Qi began to gather the little energy he had regained. His fierce aura slicing through the oppressive energy field enveloping them all. Was he a worthy opponent? Certainly not. And he had no intention of sacrificing Krillin or Son Gohan before Sun Wukong merely to borrow the power of a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frisia. That was absurd. Given Cassius and Krillin's relationship, he would never resort to such tactics. If possible, he wished to slay Frisia with his own hands. As for death, without the resolve to face it, how could he dare confront such a monster as Frisia in his human form, having died once before? He was indifferent to life and death. Victory meant survival, and defeat meant demise. Remember, to succumb to fear before battle is a grave error. With a clang, having uttered a rare word of caution before the impending battle, Bai Qi unleashed his bloodlust and charged at Frisia with his icy blade. What? You bastard! Do you look down on me? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his anger momentarily eclipsing his pain as he pushed past Sun Wukong and surged toward Frisia. Having regained a fraction of his energy, Sun Wukong stood still, watching the two rush forward with a hint of resignation. He refrained from joining their reckless charge. His expression grave, he inhaled deeply, raising his hands as he prepared to unleash his final technique, the Spirit Bomb. Oh ho ho! You truly do not know when to quit. Frisia sneered at the advancing Bai Qi and Vegeta, finding their movements painfully slow. Confident in his fully unleashed power, he was certain he could obliterate Bai Qi with a single punch. Bang! Bai Qi's energy surged as he forcibly activated a 20-fold Kaioken, his muscles tearing apart under the strain of the overwhelming power. As the pain crashed over him like a wave, he swung his blade toward Frisia. Ho ho ho! I anticipated this move. This farce ends now, prepare to die. Frisia roared. Crackling with destructive and potent purple energy, it erupted outward, engulfing Bai Qi in a suffocating aura. Zzz. Bai Qi's right arm sizzled as the intense energy evaporated his skin, yet his expression remained unchanged as he delivered one final strike. Swish. A crimson beam pierced through the violet energy net, landing a blow on Frisia's chest. However, it was merely a glancing strike, and he was immediately repelled by the overwhelming force. Vegeta, who had been following closely, was flung back upon contact with the energy wave, his body colliding with Sun Wukong, who was still concentrating on gathering energy for the Spirit Bomb. Ugh! Bang! The immense impact sent them both hurtling backward to the ground, while the energy net continued its relentless expansion at a terrifying speed. 1,000 meters away, Bulma, Tai Si, and Gak stood frozen behind a rock, dumbfounded as they watched the approaching purple energy net. At a critical moment, Krillin gritted his teeth and swiftly approached the three, raising his hands to channel the meager energy he had just regained, attempting to resist the purple energy. Gohan and Cassius, initially taken aback, quickly regained their composure and flashed to Krillin's side, unleashing their remaining energy. In an instant, a purple energy net enveloped them all, forming a semicircular sphere of violet energy with a diameter of several kilometers, illuminating the dark sky with its radiant glow. There was no explosion. The energy wave spread for miles before coming to a halt. Moments later, the purple energy wave dissipated, revealing Frisia in his original form, panting in midair, a shallow gash across his chest. This energy projection had drained considerable stamina, yet it proved effective. The surrounding landscape for miles was scorched to a charred black. In the distance, Goku and Vegeta lay in a blackened pit, their bodies singed, with remnants of smoldering sparks still clinging to their hair. Gasping, Goku weakly lifted his head, feeling the persistent sting throughout his body. Beside him, Vegeta began to cough violently. Having distanced themselves from the epicenter at the last moment, they were barely clinging to life. Krillin, Cassius, and Gohan were also enveloped in darkness, the intense burning sensation radiating from their bodies. Bulma and the others, under protection, had not suffered severe harm. Nearby, Frisia's ice blade was half embedded in the scorched earth, with a trace of blood dissipating into the air from its edge. The frontline fighter, Bai Qi, now had only charred bone remaining in his right arm, the joint connected by a few strands of blackened flesh, his face a shadowy mask with closed eyes. His hair completely burned away, revealing a blood-streaked scalp. The concentrated energy had torn through his chest, exposing his ribs and a heart that lay curled within. Its life force extinguished. Chapter 27. Similar histories. Strange spaces. Oh, what a pity, to die so easily. Was my force too great? Frisia, hovering in the air, surveyed the lifeless Bai Qi with a hint of regret, not for the loss of life, but because he had not yet relished the torment of his opponent. Goku sensed the dissipating energy of Bai Qi and struggled to rise, his eyes filled with sorrow. Damn it, I warned you. Vegeta, weak but determined, also managed to rise. His gaze dimmed, as he had anticipated this outcome. From the moment the attack was launched, he had accepted the possibility of death, merely surviving by chance. Brother White. Cassius's mind was blank, the foundation of his resolve crumbling, leaving him powerless on the ground. Mr. White. Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of deep sadness. With Bai Qi gone, they were next. That guy was so strong, Bulma murmured, begrudgingly acknowledging that Bai Qi was the most formidable among them. Now, with his demise at Frisia's hands, what would become of them? Ties and Gak appeared ashen, as if they foresaw their own fates. Cassius, keep it together. We can use the Dragon Balls on Earth to revive Mr. White. Krillin whispered in an attempt to console Cassius, recalling that the Dragon Balls could indeed be utilized for resurrection. Yes, the Dragon Balls. Hope flickered in Cassius's dim eyes as he repeated the phrase. So, we must first survive this crisis. Upon hearing Krillin's words, the expressions of the group turned somber. Their gazes filled with despair as they looked towards Frisia. Surviving this crisis was no easy feat. Do not mourn. My benevolence will soon reunite you all. Frisia's piercing voice interrupted their thoughts, his blood-red eyes gleaming with mockery as he raised a finger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 beams of death pierced through the weakened Krillin and his companions, intentionally avoiding vital points to prolong their suffering. The ground, charred and blackened, was stained red as Krillin and the others writhed in agony. Krillin, Gohan, Cassius, Bulma and Ties collapsed in fear, rushing to surround the injured trio, their expressions frantic. Gak stood frozen in terror. Do not panic, insufferable earthlings. Not just Namek, but I shall visit your so-called Earth as well. Frisia's cold, cruel laughter echoed in their ears. You bastard! What did you say? Goku, witnessing his friend's torment, was consumed by rage, glaring at Frisia. Bang! A beam of death sent Goku flying. This is unbearable. Frisia. Vegeta snarled, his hope shattered as he realized the Super Saiyan he had long revered could not defeat Frisia. Frisia, observing the fury in Goku, the grimace on Vegeta's face, and the despair etched on Krillin and the others, found their expressions tiresome. With a swift motion, he vanished and reappeared, holding the bewildered Jinyu. Lord Frisia? The game was over. Ascending into the sky, he began to gather energy on his fingertip, forming a massive yellow energy sphere in the night sky. Frisia had lost patience. His journey to Namek had yielded no Dragon Balls, and he had suffered losses to boot, nearly being slain by Bai Qi, the very monkey he had belittled. Become cosmic dust. As dawn broke, the Namekians, gathered by Nail, gazed in horror at the colossal yellow sun that had appeared in the sky, bathing Namek in blinding light. What is this? Only Nail understood the impending doom. As a warrior, he recognized it, the enormous energy sphere capable of obliterating Namek. A death energy sphere, as large as a planet, coalesced above Frisia, illuminating the despairing faces of all. The death energy sphere, enveloping genuine energy, Frisia gestured. And the sphere began its descent towards the ground. Boom. Even before it reached the surface, the terrifying pressure caused the earth to buckle. Is this how planet Vegeta was destroyed? Vegeta murmured, his previously fierce expression now tranquil as he watched the approaching death energy sphere. Brother White, I will join you. Cassius grimly smiled at the descending sphere. Krillin and the others were devoid of color. Their fate was sealed. A figure appeared resolutely beneath the energy orb. A severely injured Sun Wukong, his body drenched in blood, bravely colliding with the energy attack. Alas, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The energy orb continued its descent unaffected, instantly vaporizing the blood on Wukong's body. Gritting his teeth, blood oozed from his gums due to the pressure. His complexion wild and frantic as he braced himself against the onslaught. Kakarot and Vegeta stared in disbelief at Wukong's desperate resistance. History does indeed have a remarkable way of repeating itself. Observing Wukong's struggle, that resolute yet familiar visage evoked memories within Frisia of a certain figure before the planet Vegeta. Unfortunately, history cannot be altered. Wild monkey, ahaha, do not fret too much. I shall ensure that your so-called Earth accompanies you to oblivion. Frisia disdainfully regarded the defiant Wukong, his expression dripping with mockery, dismissing Earthlings and their so-called super scions, wishing for them to turn to ashes. I absolutely refuse to let you annihilate Earth. Wukong spat out each word, his face contorted. Thoughts of Earth, of Bai Qi, and of his mentor, Master Roshi, surged through him, igniting an uncontrollable fury that transcended limits. A peculiar scion cell within him seemed to be injected with a catalyst, beginning to split wildly. Thump, thump, thump. His blood boiled. His heart raced, awakening the latent power buried deep within his genes, just as it had for Vegeta. It surged forth, a primal roar demanding release to obliterate everything. His pupils began to fade, a maddening bloodlust occupying his mind. The beast was unleashed. In that moment, cherished memories of Earth flooded his mind like a slideshow, restoring his sanity and fortifying his resolve, becoming a beacon amidst the tempest. His hair began to rise, shimmering between gold and black, as a fierce golden aura erupted from his being. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky. Golden light radiating as immense power propelled the energy orb deep into the cosmos. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion echoed from the depths of the universe, the mere aftershock shattering surrounding planets. The muffled sound of the explosion roused Krillin and the others, an intangible pressure gripping their hearts like a vice. What? Frisia's maniacal laughter halted abruptly, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed upon the golden figure below, an unprecedented sense of oppression filling his heart. Sun Wukong, with his hair tied back and his body radiating golden energy, emerged into the night sky. Beneath his golden brows, his piercing green eyes regarded Frisia with icy disdain. Vegeta, in a state of shock, watched Wukong, the deathly pallor in his gaze slowly dissipating, his mouth agape as he instinctively exclaimed, Super Saiyan. In a peculiar realm, amidst an endless ocean, Bai Qi lay naked upon a floating ice slab. All his wounds vanished. The pain that had plagued him dissipated. His vacant blue eyes gazing at the boundless sky. It seemed he had perished this time. Indeed, he had proven too weak. Over 3 years in the Dragon Ball world, and this was his end. A bitter smile crossed his face. He hadn't even endured through the Namek saga, merely a transient visitor, arriving and departing swiftly. Sigh. I wonder how Cassius is faring. If all goes well, Wukong should transform into a Super Saiyan, allowing him to overcome this crisis. Throughout those brief 3 years, his only lingering concern was for Cassius. Where exactly is this place? Observing the enigmatic space around him, Bai Qi was filled with confusion. Since perishing under Frisia's assault, he had found himself here. The sky was pure white, devoid of clouds, while beneath him lay an ice slab large enough for two, gently floating on the ocean's surface. After awakening, he had remained supine on this slab, the biting cold seeping through, rendering him utterly powerless. Besides the ability to open his eyes, his body felt as though it were paralyzed by an unseen force. He strained to glance around, realizing he was adrift in a deep blue sea, with no islands in sight. In the distance, the sky and ocean seemed to intertwine, the entire realm divided into blue and white. As time passed, an eerie sensation enveloped him. It was too quiet. The sky harbored no birds or clouds, nor did the sun grace the atmosphere, only an expanse of white. The sea beneath him was completely still, resembling a dead ocean. Not a whisper of wind disturbed the silence. The only movements were his own rotating eyes and the beating of his heart, all else frozen in time. It resembled a canvas painted in blue and white. A profound sense of solitude surged within him, as if the world had forsaken him. Suppressing the disquiet in his heart, Bai Qi struggled to muster strength. Yet the once surging power had vanished, his body still immobilized, even his fingers refusing to budge. It seemed he could no longer command his own body. The only faculties he retained were his eyes and the slight rise and fall of his chest. One thing was certain, this was definitely not heaven, though it bore no resemblance to hell either. Reflecting on the realms of heaven and hell from Dragon Ball, he knew he would not ascend to heaven, yet. Given his current predicament, he found no signs of hell either. Could it be that his soul did not belong to the Dragon Ball universe? Pondering this conundrum drove him to the brink of madness. Was he destined to remain here for eternity? The solitude felt more terrifying than death itself. Thud. His pupils constricted, his previously calm heart felt as though gripped by a powerful hand, contracting and then leaping violently. Fear, an unfamiliar sensation, washed over him, one he had never experienced even when facing Frisia in battle. What could this feeling be? Bai Qi's eyes began to rotate at the starting point. sensing that something was watching him. He scanned everything within his line of sight, yet still could not locate the source. No. This feeling of being observed emanated from beneath him, but beneath him lay only ice. Could it be? Bai Qi's keen intuition informed him that the sensation of being observed emanated from the ocean beneath him. Yet, he found himself unable to even turn his head, rendering him incapable of discerning the situation below. From the vantage point of the sky, the tranquil surface of the sea revealed only Bai Qi at its center, surrounded by an unfathomable, deep azure expanse. The further one delved into its depths, the more it succumbed to darkness. Rather than an ocean, it resembled an abyss. What is it? What manner of entity is gazing at me? No, I cannot remain passive in this predicament. Bai Qi concentrated his mind. And after a prolonged effort, he finally managed to move his lips, and the muscles on his face could be controlled with difficulty. With a series of mechanical clicks, Bai Qi's neck began to rotate, and his head gradually tilted to the side. However, obscured by the ice, he could only glimpse the distant sea surface, still unable to discern the situation beneath the ice. What is humanity's greatest fear? It is the unknown. In this moment, Bai Qi found himself in such a predicament, lying on the ice with an unseen entity watching him from below. His instinctual perception of danger seemed to have failed. Yet, Bai Qi was entirely convinced that the entity below harbored an overwhelming malevolence. Just moments ago, his heart raced violently, and that fleeting sensation of palpitations vividly conveyed the terrifying nature of what lay beneath. How infuriating! Bai Qi, with an agitated mouth, began to unleash a torrent of furious invectives. This inexplicable sensation left him exceedingly vexed, and he sought to dissipate the dread that loomed within him. Yet, it proved futile. The silence of the space remained unaltered, save for the echo of his voice. Damn it, I'll give it my all. After uttering a curse, Bai Qi bit down hard on his tongue, hoping to provoke his senses with the sharp pain. Hiss. Damn it, even in death, I still feel something. After this moment of sardonic reflection, Bai Qi attempted to shift his body. Perhaps due to the pain, he regained a modicum of control over his limbs. Bai Qi inched closer to the icy precipice, beneath which lay the abyss of the deep sea. Danger. Extreme peril. As he approached, his heart began to constrict, and his barely mobile body trembled inexplicably. Everything around him warned that a single glance downward would unleash a horror more terrifying than death itself. To hell with it. Today, I must see what lies beneath, some malevolent force at play. Suppressing his trepidation, Bai Qi stubbornly advanced like a mule toward the edge. However, as he drew nearer, his vision began to blur, waves of irresistible drowsiness washed over him, and his eyelids felt heavy. What the hell is happening again? Chapter 28, The Curtain Falls. Leaving planet Namek. Bang, bang. On planet Namek, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, was mercilessly thrashing Frieza, who now stood no chance against him. You bastard. This cannot be. Frieza, battered and bruised, stared in disbelief at Goku. Just moments ago, having witnessed Vegeta's defeat, he had dismissed Goku's transformation. After all, he had fought against the mimicry of Vegeta, and at best, they had fought to a standstill at 50% of Vegeta's power, devoid of reason. Believing victory was merely a matter of time. However, after grappling with Goku, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The Super Saiyan before him was overwhelmingly powerful. Even in his full form, Frieza felt he could not prevail. Furthermore, Goku exhibited reason and attacked with remarkable precision and intensity. Don't get too cocky, wild monkey. Bang. After swatting away a death beam, Goku's cold, light green eyes locked onto Frieza. Such power. No wonder Vegeta was so obsessed. And the brutality coursing through him compelled him to obliterate Frieza. Bang. Bang. With a swift dodge from Frieza's attack, Goku delivered a crushing blow that sent him flying, suppressing his emotions as he charged toward Frieza once more. Is this the true form of a Super Saiyan? What of my earlier transformation? On the ground, Vegeta stood in stunned silence, watching the display of might from Goku, the lowly warrior he had always looked down upon, now transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. With a frustrated thud, he sat on the ground, fist clenched. How could this be? I am the prince of all Saiyans. A profound sense of defeat surged within him. But soon his expression hardened with determination. Humph. If Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, so can I. That transformation I experienced must be related to the Super Saiyan, and I will undoubtedly achieve it. Realizing this, Vegeta rose anew, his fervent gaze fixed upon the combat between Goku and Frieza. Indeed. This is the true Super Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Suddenly, Vegeta noticed a shadowy figure below. It was the descending Goldo, his purple visage now etched with anxiety. Engaged with Goku, Frisia could not attend to him and could only hurl him aside. "Oh, isn't this our Captain Jinyu?" Vegeta landed beside Goldo with a mocking grin, disregarding him completely. "Humph. Vegeta, have you been rendered senseless by Frisia?" Goldo, unaware of the battle between Vegeta and Frisia and with his scouter destroyed, still believed Vegeta's power level to be unchanged. Heh, with a disinterested Goldo before him. Vegeta smiled. "Can't beat Frisia, yet think you can stand against me?" Meanwhile, Krillin and the others sat together, their wounds still unhealed, faces pale. Yet they watched Goku in awe. Cough, haha. Goku is truly incredible. Is that what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? Krillin grinned. Relief washing over them as Frisia, the harbinger of despair, proved no match for Goku. "Hey, Tais, be gentle. Humph. You still have the energy to laugh despite your injuries." Tais meticulously bandaged Krillin's wounds, tightening the binding upon hearing his laughter. "Hey, isn't that a good thing?" Krillin scratched his head, laughing foolishly. His pale cheeks flushing slightly as he gazed at Tais tending to him. "Wonderful. We can return to Earth and resurrect Brother Bai." "Ouch," I said, Gak. "Do you even know what you're doing?" As Cassius daydreamed, Gak's trembling hands brushed against his wound, causing him to wince in pain. "Ah, yes, sorry, my hand slipped." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gak nervously attended to Cassius's injury. "Is that my dad? He's so strong now." Gohan looked up at Goku, his little face alight with excitement. "Indeed, Goku is consistently reliable," Bulma added, glancing at Goku while tending to Gohan's wounds, her tone relaxed. Thanks to Goku's transformation, the ominous clouds hanging over them dissipated. In stark contrast, Frisia, battered in the air, was far from well. He felt as though he might spit blood from sheer frustration. Since arriving on Namek, he had not known respite. First, Bai Qi had betrayed him, leaving him gravely injured. Then Vegeta had brutally severed his tail. And now he was being mercilessly pummeled by this sudden Super Saiyan. What is happening? What kind of world is this? Why does everyone feel free to trample over me? Wasn't he supposed to be the emperor of the universe? Boom. Just as he pondered his existence, Goku delivered a punishing blow to his face, sending him sprawling. In a crater, Bai Qi's charred body lay still, his heart long ceased to beat, beginning to wither. At that moment, the ice spear lodged nearby trembled slightly. A trickle of life force escaping from the desiccated heart, encircling it. The heart, as if nourished, became plump and radiant. Thump. The heart unexpectedly pulsed, and in an instant, a surge of life force erupted forth. Boom. The vibrant energy surged skyward like a spear, piercing the night sky. What's happening? Everyone gasped as a sharp aura manifested in the air. Bai Qi. Goku, momentarily forgetting the battered Frisia, was captivated by a familiar yet extraordinary energy. Ah, is that the human? Observing the ascending life force, Vegeta, having just dealt with Goldo, was momentarily stunned, recognizing it as a force entirely distinct from Goku's Super Saiyan might. Bai Qi exuded an aura that felt sharp and relentless. "Bai, brother, Bai!" Cassius exclaimed joyfully, shoving Gak aside, disregarding the blood seeping from his wounds, and stood up in excitement. "Such a dangerous presence, Mr. Bai?" Klin and Sun Wukong were equally astonished, the ominous sense of peril enveloping their hearts. "The Blade Man has been resurrected," Bulma spoke, her tone tinged with fear yet laced with a hint of joy. Taisi and Gak were momentarily frozen in disbelief. "What? That guy Bai Qi is dead beyond any chance of revival. How could he possibly come back to life?" Frisia's swollen eyes widened in shock as he beheld the astonishing might. Amidst the crimson glow, Bai Qi slowly ascended, his flesh rapidly regenerating, the deadly wounds healing before their eyes. His blue eyes suddenly snapped open. "Ah, I'm alive again?" The last thing he remembered was nearing the ice surface. Just about to see what lay below, when an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber, awakening to find himself returned. Ah! The sensation of life is truly delightful. Once he regained consciousness, he gradually drew the surging energy within him. As the light beam illuminated him, Bai Qi stood before everyone. His injuries healed, save for his tattered clothing. "Ah, splendid indeed, Bai Qi." A smile broke across Sun Wukong's stern visage. His heart lifted at the sight of Bai Qi's resurrection. With a resonant hum, the ice blade, embedded in the ground, floated beside Bai Qi, with a satisfying sound. He grasped the ice blade, feeling its reassuring chill and the surge of power coursing through him, instilling confidence that he could cleave Frisia in any state. "Brother Bai!" Cassius's jubilant voice echoed from afar. Relieved to see Cassius unharmed, Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. With a swift motion, he sheathed the ice blade and looked up to see Sun Wukong in the air. Indeed, the trend cannot be altered. Humph. Sensing Bai Qi's renewed strength, Vegeta's expression darkened. a cold snort escaping his lips, aware that he had once again been surpassed. Haha, Bai Qi, you've grown stronger, Sun Wukong remarked, his gaze locked onto him, brimming with combat spirit. A faint acknowledgement escaped Bai Qi as his piercing blue eyes met Sun Wukong's green ones. It's truly vexing, that arrogant gaze. No wonder many take on Super Scions, only to grow increasingly frustrated. Transformed into a Super Scion, Sun Wukong radiated a fierce, robust aura, his eyes cold and sharp, exuding an air of supreme confidence. What is going on? This sudden resurrection and transformation of Bai Qi, what could it mean? A super earthling? Frisia's heart shattered, realizing that Bai Qi's aura now subtly eclipsed his own, leaving him feeling alienated in this world for the first time. Hey, Frisia, you may leave now. You possess no fighting spirit. Once you've trained well, we can engage again, Sun Wukong coldly stated to the dejected Frisia, who had lost his will to fight. Wukong? Clin and the others gazed at Sun Wukong, bewildered by his actions. Kakarot, are you out of your mind? Vegeta, regaining his senses, was incensed. Incredulous that Sun Wukong would spare Frisia, yet he recalled how he too had been granted mercy by Sun Wukong on Earth. Observing Sun Wukong's astonishing maneuver, Bai Qi remained unfazed, for who else could it be but Sun Wukong? What? You? Frisia's face contorted in disbelief upon hearing Sun Wukong's intention to spare him. He felt insulted, ready to retort, but was met with a gaze imbued with lethal intent. Forget it. Once I distance myself from you, I shall annihilate this planet and relish watching you struggle to survive in the cosmos. With a bitter resolve, Frisia prepared to retreat, uttering no further words as he slowly backed away. Swish. Clang. Bai Qi flickered before Frisia, and in a flash of crimson light, the ice blade had already traversed his neck. Boom. Without affording Frisia the chance to utter a word, Bai Qi coalesced a colossal meteor in his left hand, obliterating Frisia into fragments. A dense, transparent aura was expelled from Frisia's body. Bai Qi refrained from immediate absorption, instead enveloping it with his blood essence and storing it within. The explosive sound roused the stunned onlookers, who gazed in astonishment at the remnants of Frisia scattered around. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Sun Wukong inquired, his voice tinged with anger, for he had clearly decided to spare Frisia. Zing. Your decision to let him go is of no concern to me, Bai Qi replied coolly, sheathing the ice blade and disregarding Wukong, who had fallen into contemplation as he soared toward Kaixius. Upon Bai Qi's approach, Ties instinctively hid behind Krillin. This planet is no longer habitable. Take those Namekians and return to Earth. With your enhanced power, you should be able to set up a large-scale teleportation array, he stated. Right. Understood, Kaixius nodded, leading the group toward the Namekian village. Well done. Among the gathered crowd, none were more elated than Vegeta, who for the first time found Bai Qi quite agreeable. Casting a sympathetic glance at the shattered Frisia, Sun Wukong, having come to a realization, quickly followed suit. Indeed. Bai Qi has a point. My decision to spare Frisia has nothing to do with him, he murmured to himself as he flew. Neru, Dondi, and a group of Namekians stood atop the teleportation array, yet the Namekians proved to be remarkably obstinate, resisting Krillin and others' entreaties to leave. It was only after Bai Qi drew forth his ice blade that they finally consented to depart. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong infused his energy into the teleportation array, and in a flash of white light, the multitude of Namekians were transported to Earth, necessitating 2 separate transfers due to their numbers. Observing their departure, Bai Qi felt a wave of exasperation. Had he not promised the Elder, he would have been indifferent to the fate of the Namekians. After all, it seemed unreasonable that he had just assured their well-being, only for them to meet such a grim fate moments later. Bai Qi and the group, including Sun Wukong, stood upon the teleportation array. Vegeta, with his arms crossed and an air of disdain, joined them. A flash of white light enveloped them, and in an instant, they found themselves on Earth. Amidst a gathering of Namekians, Piccolo spotted Sun Wukong and was about to speak when he noticed Bai Qi, causing his expression to tighten. Upon seeing Vegeta behind him, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he readied himself for battle. Ah, Piccolo, it's splendid to see you revived, exclaimed Sun Wukong, beaming with joy. Uncle Piccolo. After Sun Wukong's explanation, Piccolo grasped the situation. I never anticipated such peril for my homeland. A look of melancholy washed over Piccolo's face, as he had yet to witness planet Namek. Nevertheless, what mattered most to him was that Gohan was safe. He had already foreseen the need for the Dragon Balls and gathered them, but without Sun Wukong's presence, he hesitated to use them recklessly. As the group contemplated the Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, a somber realization dawned upon them. Earth's Dragon Balls could grant only one wish. Yet their desires were numerous. Moreover, Kaiatsu had already been revived once, and the Earth as Shinran could not bring him back again. While the Namekian dragon had been destroyed by Frisia, the Namekians, too, required a new home, as they could not adapt to Earth's environment. Cough, esteemed guests. At the behest of the Grand Elder, I am now the new Grand Elder of Namek. Perhaps I can assist you. An elderly Namekian stepped forward, breaking the silence. The new Grand Elder, named Mulan, could conjure a temporary Dragon Ball within a few days, capable of granting 2 wishes before vanishing. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls had the unique ability to resurrect the same individual infinitely, albeit one at a time. Thus, by combining the powers of both Dragon Balls, they could fulfill 3 wishes in total, alleviating the group's concerns. As the gathering prepared to depart, Bulma extended an invitation to the homeless Vegeta to stay at her residence. Having witnessed Vegeta's defeat and learned from Frisia that his planet had been destroyed, she felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate Scion Prince. Despite disdainfully labeling her a lowly woman, Vegeta reluctantly accepted, for he indeed had nowhere else to go. Grateful for all Cassius had done, Bulma intended to gift him a house, only to discover after searching for some time that Bai Qi had already departed with Cassius upon concluding Mulan's words. Days later, the group gathered beneath Shinran to bid farewell to Nail and the others. After Mulan summoned the temporary Shinran, Sun Wukong first used the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Kaiatsu, and then utilized the Earth-S Dragon Balls to bring back Tien and Yamcha. Now, Nail and his companions intended to use the final wish of the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore their original home. However, to prevent future disturbances, much like those caused by Frisia, Nail resolved to lead the Namekians to a new planet suitable for their existence. Farewell, Dandy. Who knows when we shall meet again? Gohan said, reluctantly bidding farewell to Dandy, with whom he had formed a deep bond in a short time. Yes, goodbye, Gohan. I hope we meet again, Dandy replied. Equally sorrowful. Piccolo, are you certain you do not wish to join us? Nail asked, observing Piccolo leaning against a tree. Their initial meeting had left them both astonished, as they bore striking similarities. After spending several days together, they had become friends, and Piccolo's training in the other world far surpassed Nail's abilities, allowing him to guide Nail in his training during their time together. No, I have grown accustomed to Earth, Piccolo declined Nail's invitation, as he was not suited to the Namekian way of peaceful living, given his love for battle. Very well, until we meet again, Piccolo, Nail said, regretfully parting ways with him. After a nod from Piccolo, he turned to make his wish with Shinran. As their departure drew near, Bai Qi discreetly infused a trace of his energy into a Namekian's body. Once Nail completed his wish, the Namekians vanished in an instant, and the temporary Shinran dissipated upon fulfilling its purpose. This is the location. Bai Qi discerned the newfound Namek's position by sensing his energy. Having made a promise to the Grand Elder, he resolved to take it to heart. Ignoring the others, Bai Qi soared towards his residence on Earth, intending to delve deeper into the mysteries of his resurrection, burgeoning power, and the instantaneous teleportation that now resided in his mind. With the Namekians gone, Sun Wukong and Piccolo also took their leave to focus on training. Cassius lingered, marveling at Clearin, who stood hand in hand with Tais, a picture of bliss. He had expected Clearin to be with the reckless Tais. Ah, Clearin, congratulations on capturing such beauty, Cassius teased, approaching him. Well, haha, Clearin replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Since returning to Earth, he had developed an inexplicable affection for Tais. Yet, having stood before the formidable Ginyu Force on Namek, he lacked the courage to confess his feelings to Tais. In search of advice, he once approached Cassius, only to find him utterly bewildered. Realizing he had sought counsel from the wrong person, suddenly he remembered that Yamcha was the best person to consult about matters of the heart, for no one understood relationships better than him among their circle. What? You like Tais? Yamcha exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment, as he regarded Clearin, who appeared flustered. He had always considered Clearin a brother, not realizing Clearin aspired to be his brother-in-law. If you truly care for her, then profess your feelings boldly, Yamcha encouraged. Now fully recovered from his shock, he offered Clearin thoughtful advice, understanding the significance of this matter for Clearin's happiness, emphasizing that everything else could wait. But what if she rejects me? Clearin asked, anxiety lacing his voice. If she rejects you, so be it. You can't worry about the outcome if you haven't even taken the first step. Yamcha, now assuming the role of a life coach, imparted his wisdom. After an hour of encouragement, Clearin finally mustered the courage to act. Thus, on a moonlit night, fearing too many would know, Clearin, dressed in formal attire and clutching a bouquet of flowers, found himself at Tais' door. After a fierce internal struggle, he knocked. Knock, knock. Tais, clad in her nightwear and engrossed in writing a novel, heard the knocking and, puzzled, approached the door. Who could be visiting at this hour? Is it Bulma? Opening the door, Tai Si was taken aback to find Clin standing before her, elegantly attired and holding a bouquet of flowers. "Ah, Clin, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, astonished by his unexpected appearance and attire. Tai Si, Clin stammered, his face flushing once more as he gazed upon her. The sight of Tai Si, clad in a delicate white lace nightgown that fluttered slightly in the breeze from the door, captivated him. Her short, golden hair framed a youthful visage, marked by a hint of naivete, while her dark, clear eyes were furrowed in contemplation. "Clin? How beautiful!" he murmured absent-mindedly, oblivious to Tai Si's words as his mind went blank, forgetting everything he had learned from Yamcha. "Clin." Tai Si's cheeks reddened further, and Clin's attire sparked a realization within her, causing her already flushed face to burn with embarrassment. "How could you confess to a girl at night?" she exclaimed, her voice a mix of astonishment and indignation. Clearing his throat, Clin finally remembered his purpose. "Tai Si, I like you. Please, would you be my girlfriend?" he declared boldly, raising the flowers with newfound determination. A tense silence enveloped the air for a few moments before, bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Clin frozen in place, flowers still in hand. A bittersweet smile crept across his face. His heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the sense of disappointment lingered. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and Tai Si swiftly reached out, snatching the flowers from Clin's grasp before shutting the door once more. A faint voice escaping from the other side. "You fool! Who confesses at night?" Clin's dejection transformed into excitement as he cautiously inquired. "So, Tai Si, did you agree?" A barely audible slipped through the door crack, flooding Clin's heart with joy. Inside, Tai Si, still blushing, stared at the flowers in her hands, her heart racing from Clin's words. That night, Clin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness on his way home, his spirit invigorated. He felt emboldened, ready to face any challenge, even Frisia. Meanwhile, Tai Si lost her interest in writing, lying in bed with Clin's confession echoing in her mind. Upon hearing Kashi's words, Tai Si flushed and shyly hid behind Clin. On Namek, whenever danger approached, Clin had always stood resolutely in front of her, leaving a profound impact on her heart. After accepting Clin's affection, she chose to remain with him instead of departing with Jack, intending to conclude her novel alongside him. Upon learning that Tai Si would not accompany him, Jack felt an immense sense of relief, exhilarated by the knowledge that he had rid himself of the troublesome presence of Tai Si, fearful that she might change her mind. He hastily piloted his ship away that very night, their friendship irrevocably altered. Among everyone, Bulma was the most incredulous. She could hardly believe that Clin would become her brother-in-law one day. Watching the slightly bashful Clin and Tai Si, she felt as though she were in a dream. "Haha. Clin, make sure to invite me to the wedding," Kashi exclaimed, genuinely thrilled for his friend. "Of course. You and Brother Bai must come," Clin replied, but was met with a playful pinch from Tai Si, who pouted and ran off, not disputing the notion of their future marriage. "Kashi, since you're here, this is for you," Bulma said, regaining her composure and presenting a universal capsule she had previously been unable to give him. "What is this?" Kashi asked, puzzled as he examined the capsule. "As a token of gratitude for all you've done on Namek, this capsule contains a large house. If it's not to your liking, I can provide something else," Bulma replied with a smile, recalling how Kashi had selflessly offered them his most precious wish. "Ah, thank you so much, Bulma. This gift is more than sufficient," Kashi responded gratefully, realizing that he and Bai Qi needed a larger space. "I'm glad to hear that. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. Most matters on Earth can be resolved by me," Bulma declared confidently, hands on her hips. "All right then, goodbye, Bulma," Clin said, while Kashi added, "Don't forget to invite me to the wedding." After exchanging farewells, the three parted ways. On a picturesque island, beside a verdant lawn, stood a semicircular house. "What is that strange space? I should be dead, yet here I am, inexplicably revived. Is it connected to that thing watching me?" Bai Qi pondered, bewildered by the surge of energy within his heart. "Forget it. Whatever it is, I cannot control it now. Since I've been fortunate enough to survive, I'll strive to stay alive." Resolving to no longer dwell on the confusion, he began to adjust his state. Within his heart, a dense aura of vitality, enveloped in energy, remained still. This was the power he had absorbed after defeating Frisia. A strange gravitational pull emanated from his heart, as if eager to draw in the nearby energy. The energy surged outward, and, as before, Bai Qi formed a protective membrane with his energy, tightly adhering to his body before dispersing the surrounding energy. The unfiltered energy was instantly absorbed by his heart, then circulated throughout his body. Waves of familiar pain washed over him, but this time, Bai Qi was prepared. Gritting his teeth to endure, he could hear the faint sound of his body tearing, as the energy felt like sharp knives slicing through his resilient form. An hour later, Bai Qi, trembling slightly, released the energy clinging to him, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Indeed, it remains the same. Initially, he believed that the surge of vitality following his resurrection would allow him to effortlessly absorb the essence of life. However, he found himself in a similar predicament, enduring the same sensations and processes. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for the renewed strength coursing through his body and the heightened vitality brought a sense of comfort to Bai Qi. In this world, immense power is the most fundamental and dependable asset. After a brief respite, Bai Qi rose and made his way to the bathroom. As he always found himself drenched in perspiration after each absorption. "Are we moving to a new home, Brother Bai?" asked Cassius, who had returned and now observed Bai Qi relaxing on the sofa after his bath. He informed him about Bulma's provision of a universal capsule. "I think not. I have grown accustomed to this place. Perhaps you should move in instead," Bai Qi replied, shaking his head after taking a sip of juice. He had settled comfortably here and harbored no intentions of relocating. "Oh, I see," Cassius remarked, taken aback by Bai Qi's disinclination to move. He felt a twinge of conflict within himself. Naturally, he wished to relocate. Yet he felt somewhat hesitant to broach the subject if Bai Qi was not inclined to join him. "Well, you should move in, and while you're at it, bring Uncle Bart's along too. He has been on Earth for over a year without a proper place to stay," Bai Qi suggested, contemplating the situation. He recognized Cassius' internal struggle and understood his desire to find a new residence. "Are you trying to push me away, Brother Bai?" Cassius exclaimed, feigning heartbreak, though the smirk tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. "Yes, let us move tomorrow. I'm not particularly fond of sharing a bed with another man." "All right then." Bai Qi's words left Cassius at a loss for words, causing a pang of pain in his heart, as if love had suddenly dissipated. The following day, a resounding knock echoed at the door of an opulent villa. Bai Qi, just awakened and with a serious expression, rapped on the door of Cassius' new home. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Bartis, who had just moved in. Upon seeing the grave-faced Bai Qi, he momentarily froze, only to be instantly illuminated by a broad smile on his pale face. "Ah, it's Bai Qi. Please, come in and have a seat. Uncle Bartis, I won't intrude. May I ask if Cassius is at home?" Bai Qi's demeanor softened at the sight of Bartis as he inquired about Cassius' whereabouts. "Cassius left for Shidu early this morning. Is there something you wish to discuss with him?" Bartis replied with a cheerful smile upon hearing Bai Qi's question. "I see. When Cassius returns, could you kindly relay to him that I no longer require the gaming console and television he took, but I do hope he can return the refrigerator this afternoon." Bai Qi felt utterly speechless. Upon waking up in the morning, his gaming console, television, and refrigerator had all mysteriously vanished, making him almost suspect of burglary. Ahem, yes. "You see this child? Ha ha. Rest assured, I will certainly relay the message to Cassius." Bai's lips twitched slightly, his ashen face brimming with awkwardness. "That rascal told me those items were purchased. Very well, I shan't disturb you further." Bai Qi nodded before returning, while he could forego gaming and watching television. He must attend to his nourishment. Chapter 30. A despairing future on a desolate planet. All structures on the land had crumbled into ruins. Within a relatively intact house, under the dim light, a striking figure sat at the bedside. A gentle touch graced his face, and Bai Qi, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. As his vision became clearer, he beheld a pair of blue eyes gazing at him quietly. Beneath a crown of golden hair, a beautiful visage bore a hint of fatigue, as a hand softly caressed his face, radiating tenderness. Bai Zhu adorned his neck with the original teardrop-shaped crimson gem, while a blue jacket was draped over his black shirt. And beneath his black trousers, he wore yellow boots. "Up so early, Latsili?" Bai Qi sat up, his mature face marked by sharp blue eyes that remained cold yet bore traces of fatigue. "I didn't want to disturb you, but I sense that group of individuals is approaching again." Observing Bai Qi, Latsili's expression returned to its usual aloofness as she softly spoke, her blue eyes reflecting not only concern but also a hint of sorrow. "What a relentless bunch they are." After expressing her exasperation, she noticed that Latsili was already dressed and ready. Bai Qi staggered to his feet, walked to the door, seized the ice edge leaning against the wall, and casually donned a coat before stepping outside, with Latsili quietly following him. Nearby, Bulma, clad in a white lab coat, furrowed her brow as she typed away at the keyboard. The strain of overwork and immense pressure had begun to show on her once radiant features. Before her stood a machine resembling a spacecraft, surrounded by thick, tangled cables. Sun Gohan, dressed in an orange martial arts uniform and standing tall, leaned against the doorframe. His face etched with seriousness. "It seems they are indeed coming," he remarked, keenly attuned to the atmosphere. "I sense it too, Brother Gohan. I will inform Mother to prepare for evacuation." Beneath a purple coat, a black tank top concealed the grief in his features. His light violet eyes dulled with worry as he gazed at Gohan. Just then, Bai Qi and Li approached, their footsteps echoing softly. "Uncle Bai Qi and Li." They greeted in unison. "Ah, it appears you both are aware as well." Bai Qi gave a slight nod before entering the room, to which Li responded with a gentle nod of acknowledgement. "Is it Bai Qi? Are we relocating again?" Bulma realized the gravity of the situation upon seeing Bai Qi enter. "Yes, our location has likely been compromised again. By the way, how much longer until the time machine is complete?" Bai Qi inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the imposing time machine before him. "Alas, it is nearly finished. Just some final adjustments remain. However, time is of the essence. We are always running out of it, and the energy required for traversing dimensions also needs time to accumulate." Bulma replied, her expression tinged with regret. Each time the machine reached a critical moment of calibration, that group would pursue them, stalling its completion. "Well, I suppose that is somewhat encouraging." Bai Qi sighed in relief, his somber mood lifting slightly. After all these years, this time machine represented their last opportunity. "Gohan, have you mastered instant transmission?" "Yes, Uncle Bai Qi, I have fully mastered it, and can now use it with agility," Gohan affirmed. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Gohan's remarkable potential. Meanwhile, Trunks, standing at the side, felt slightly embarrassed. Despite learning instant transmission alongside Gohan, he had yet to fully grasp it. "Excellent. Then you two should prepare to leave promptly. I will buy you some time." "What? Uncle Bai Qi?" Gohan exclaimed in shock, realizing that Bai Qi had encouraged him to learn instant transmission for this very purpose. Trunks, equally astonished, looked at Bai Qi, who had consistently been their pillar of strength during these desperate times. "No, Uncle Bai Qi. I have reached full power as a Super Saiyan 2 now. I should stay." Gohan insisted, instinctively believing that the strongest among them should take on this perilous task. "Are you both willing to stay behind to face certain death?" "Not yet. I have no further room for growth in my abilities. If anyone has the potential to defeat them in the future, it will undoubtedly be you two. And do not assume that your current strength can surpass mine. Against them, you stand no chance." Bai Qi interrupted coldly, his voice firm. It had been quite some time since he last absorbed energy, and although he had not progressed further, he was still far beyond Gohan's capabilities. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the two fell silent, recognizing the harsh truth. Staying behind would ultimately lead to their demise. In such dire circumstances, it was indeed the wisest decision to leave Gohan, who had immense potential and room for growth. "Bai Qi, have you made your decision? After all these years, you truly have not changed at all," Bulma remarked, her surprise tempered by familiarity with Bai Qi's steadfast nature. "Yes, prepare to leave. If all goes according to plan, the time machine should be completed within the time I managed to buy you." Bai Qi maintained a serene expression, believing that this was indeed the best course of action. He had once thought that his arrival would prevent the despair depicted in the original narrative, yet as he had anticipated, the future had transformed, becoming even more hopeless. Behind him, Li remained silent, her gaze fixed on Bai Qi. After years spent together, she had long understood her husband's thoughts. Since Bai Qi had begun teaching Sun Wukong the technique of instantaneous movement, she had harbored an unspoken suspicion. Throughout the years, she had always been his staunchest supporter. Yet this time felt different. Not paying heed to Bulma and the others who were busily gathering their belongings, Bai Qi approached Li, who seemed taken aback by his sudden presence. Gently taking her hand, he led her aside. "I truly apologize, Li. It must be quite difficult facing my grim countenance day after day," he chuckled softly. Observing Li's silence and feeling the warmth of her hand, his tone softened. His previously steely blue eyes now filled with affection. "Well, it seems you finally realized," Li replied, her laughter tinged with sorrow. For she understood that this would be their last encounter. Releasing her hand, Bai Qi enveloped her in his embrace, savoring the softness of her presence. Unbeknownst to him, Li had long since nestled herself within the solitude of his heart. Once, Cassius suggested about spending a lifetime with his icy blade. And Bai Qi had never refuted him. He had never harbored grand aspirations for love. Yet, after a prolonged exile, he had developed profound feelings for the woman before him. Though the looming threat always kept his heart on edge. He recalled how he had once scorned Vegeta for his inability to express love. only to find himself transformed into a similar figure. Lazuli clung tightly to Bai Qi, burying her face deep within his chest. This seemingly fragile form had become an indispensable part of her existence. Perhaps I should have asked you for a child back then, he mused playfully. A tinge of regret lacing his words as he observed the bustling Trunks and Sun Wukong, his tone imbued with an unprecedented lightness. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Lazuli could no longer contain her sorrow. Her body trembled as she began to weep. Despite being mentally prepared, the reality of the moment overwhelmed her. In this desolate world, the Dragon Balls had long since vanished. Death meant an irrevocable separation. Observing the pair embracing in the distance, Bulma, who had just stowed away the time machine, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, a solitary yet endearing figure materializing in her mind. As thoughts of that individual emerged, a smile graced Bulma's face, her eyes shimmering with happiness, for the one deemed cold-hearted had reserved all his tenderness for her. Noticing that Bulma and the others were nearing completion, Bai Qi gently released Lazuli, whose usually stoic face was now streaked with tears. Tenderly wiping away her tears and gazing at the visage etched in his memory, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Then he took her hand and walked over to join Bulma. Haha, Bai Qi, you do have a romantic side, Bulma teased, a playful glint in her eyes. Indeed, haha, all my romance is reserved for Lazuli, he replied with a grin. Bai Qi unexpectedly broke into a smile, gazing at Lazuli, shedding his previous cold demeanor, and uttered a statement that astonished everyone present. Sun Wukong and Trunks were left in disbelief, realizing that their uncle Bai Qi had suddenly gained insight at this moment. Even Lazuli, who had spent considerable time with Bai Qi, felt her cheeks flush at his clumsy yet heartfelt words. Oh, by the way, Trunks, could you come here for a moment? It seemed a thought had crossed his mind as Bai Qi pulled Trunks aside. What is it, Uncle Bai Qi? Trunks asked, his expression one of confusion. Ahem. If my assumptions are correct, once the time machine is complete, it should be you who travels back to the past, right? Bai Qi cleared his throat and spoke. Well, yes, we have made a decision. I will return to the past, as Gohan possesses the greatest strength, and with his mastery of instant transmission, while my own abilities are inferior to his. Trunks spoke somewhat awkwardly, clearly apprehensive about Bai Qi chiding him for neglecting his training. That is well, Bai Qi replied, his tone earnest. Listen closely. Upon your return to the past, should everything be resolved, and if my situation with Lazuli remains unchanged, you must convey to my past self to treat Lazuli with greater kindness. Make sure to mention that it is my request. At this moment, Bai Qi was well beyond any sense of bashfulness, his expression serious as he imparted this advice to Trunks. Rest assured, Uncle Bai Qi, I will relay your message faithfully. After a brief moment of silence, Trunks vowed with determination, sensing a profound transformation in Bai Qi today. Acknowledging his words with a nod, Bai Qi returned to Bulma's side alongside Trunks. He surveyed the group, now fully prepared, and took one last glance at Lazuli. Well then, farewell, Bulma, Lazuli, Gohan, Trunks. I entrust the forthcoming journey to you. Bai Qi concealed the smile that had graced his face, adopting a solemn tone as he bid his final farewell. Farewell, Uncle Bai Qi. With his index and middle fingers pressed against his forehead, the four individuals vanished from his sight. As he recalled Lazuli's lingering gaze filled with reluctance, Bai Qi found himself staring blankly at the desolate room, where the events of the preceding moments seemed to drift like a fleeting dream. The only tangible reminder was the dampness of his shirt, soaked with tears, which now emanated a faint chill. Sensing the sudden emergence of several formidable auras on the planet, the tenderness in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an icy glint reminiscent of glaciers, as a murderous intent surged skyward, tearing through the clouds above. They were dead, all of them, on that fateful day, those whom Bai Qi could never have dreamed would materialize on Earth, like a nightmarish vision. As if premeditated, they swiftly extinguished Piccolo's life and later revealed their destruction of New Namek. Then began the slaughter. Not a single soul on Earth could stand against them. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's timely breakthrough, granting him the opportunity to teleport himself and others to a different planet, they might have perished long ago. However, even then, those individuals managed to locate their hiding place in a remarkably brief span of time. The number of those who had narrowly escaped continued to dwindle. In just months prior, Vegeta had sacrificed himself to shield them. Now, Son Gohan had mastered the art of instant transmission, and Trunks was diligently learning as well, allowing him to finally pursue his long-held desires. Bulma was right. After all these years, he remained unchanged, still the same person. The intense, sanguine energy began to boil within him, instantaneously crushing the debris surrounding Bai Qi, enveloping the entire planet. The sky transformed into a sea of blood. the stench of carnage permeating every corner, as he stood amidst it all, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. In this ocean of crimson, his blue eyes radiated a soul-consuming brilliance. As the cells within his body erupted in a cacophony of screams, the pervasive bloodlust began to return to him. And Bai Qi amassed his aura to its zenith, causing the surrounding space to groan under the strain, producing a sound akin to fabric tearing. His aura, sharp as a dagger, pierced the cosmos, and the living beings on the surviving planets sensed the ominous presence from above, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The surviving warriors in the universe felt this overwhelming force, beads of sweat forming on their brows, as an immense sense of dread gripped their hearts. "Ah! What an astonishing aura, Mr. Bai," an aged voice echoed from above him, and 4 figures materialized in midair. Without uttering a word, Bai Qi drew his icy blade. His cold blue gaze directed upward, bracing for his final confrontation. Chapter 31. A Despairing Future. Gazing at the 2 aged figures in the sky, his blue eyes suffused with murderous intent, he pondered how these 2 old men had come to associate with one another. However, they shared one glaring commonality: animosity toward the Psiots. "Dr. Mu, Dr. Bai Qi, how fervent you are, having pursued us for so long," Bai Qi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Ha ha, Mr. Bai is quite stubborn. I've said it countless times. If you simply hand over the 2 Psiots behind you, this matter would be resolved." Dr. Mu spoke with a sinister tone, his interest lying solely in the Psiots rather than in Bai Qi. Dr. Bai Qi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Bai Qi with an inscrutable expression. Behind them stood 2 figures, one tall and one short. "If what you say were true, Bai Qi, Earth would not have faced destruction. Not just Earth, but the entire northern galaxy has fallen to your hands." As he gazed outward, the remnants of countless planets drifted through the cosmic expanse. "Enough with the idle chatter. The last time, it was you who dealt with Vegeta. Now, we'll take care of Bai Qi." Dr. Bai Qi finally spoke, gesturing for the shadowy figure behind him to step forward. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Qi's pupils constricted, a surge of uncontrollable killing intent welling up within him. Clad in a black trench coat, the figure bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qi, albeit significantly younger. His black eyes, devoid of emotion, regarded Bai Qi, enveloped in an eerie and ominous aura. Strapped to his waist was a long, straight blade, lacking a curve or guard. Entirely black, from a distance, it resembled a mere staff. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, casting an unsettling atmosphere around them, as the cold, vengeful energy enveloped the vicinity, and bloodstains snaked along the blade's surface like veins. Bai Qi squinted his eyes, devoid of the same fervor, yet within the red veins one could discern a multitude of aggrieved souls lurking. "You must be feeling rather disgruntled as well," he remarked softly, glancing at the ice blade in his hand. "You wretched spawn." With that exclamation directed at the looming shadow in the sky, Bai Qi propelled himself forward with a ferocious kick against the ground, appearing before the artificial Bai Qi in an instant. The terrifying speed caused the earth beneath him to fracture violently only after he had vanished. Clang! The ice blade met the straight sword, unleashing a myriad of translucent air blades that erupted in all directions. Wherever they passed, the air bore faint traces of their passage. Swish! Clang! Clang! Boom! The figure of Bai Qi flickered continuously, transforming into a crimson shadow in the air, while the artificial Bai Qi remained stationary, showing no signs of movement, merely brandishing the straight blade in his hand, deftly blocking each of Bai Qi's attacks with precision. "This thing is excessively powerful." The real Bai Qi, propelled backward, gazed at the impassive shadow with a heart filled with frustration. He had endured the excruciating pain of his body tearing apart countless times in his quest for strength. Yet, this counterfeit, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, had entirely surpassed him. The straight blade he wielded even formed an impenetrable barrier of energy around him, leaving Bai Qi unable to penetrate its defenses. Swish! Clang! As he pondered, the artificial Bai Qi suddenly vanished from his position, triggering an overwhelming sense of danger in Bai Qi's mind. With no time for contemplation, he instinctively slashed forward. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the icy edge collided with the straight blade that had appeared before him, creating a spark. Although he managed to block the attack, the force behind it sent Bai Qi hurtling through the air. Hiss! The residual energy shredded the fabric of his right arm. And after being propelled several thousand meters, he finally stabilized his form. Boom! His blood surged, veins bulging like roots, and with the activation of the 20-fold King S fist, Bai Qi launched another offensive. Clang! This time, the artificial Bai Qi did not defend. Instead, he swung his straight blade to meet the attack. And the two engaged in a flurry of clashes, each one exceeding 100 in mere moments. Each collision unleashed fragmented, translucent energy blades, shattering the debris strewn across the ground upon contact. However, even with the king's fist activated, Bai Qi remained outmatched. The residual force from each clash reverberated through his entire being, causing his cells to tremble. Minutes passed. Bai Qi was once again hurled through the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing whistle. Blood surged from his wounds, and after barely stabilizing himself, he disregarded the numbness in his right arm that threatened to rob him of consciousness. His bloodshot blue eyes fixated intently on the expressionless figure before him, whose dark pupils betrayed no hint of emotion. With no words wasted, the two engaged in combat once more, the air resonating with the sound of their clashes. The atmosphere crackled with tension as they fought. "Ah, Dr. Bai Qi, you truly are remarkable. The creations you produce are extraordinary," Dr. Miao exclaimed. Observing the duel between the two combatants, the ominous aura enveloping the surroundings, though familiar from past encounters, still sent shivers down his spine each time. "Too kind. Your Broly is quite impressive as well," Dr. Bai Qi modestly replied, though the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Dr. Miao fell silent. Casting a glance at the towering figure behind him, Broly, clad in sleek black armor, adorned with a battle skirt glistening with metallic sheen, with arms crossed. He hovered in the air, disdain etched on his face as he surveyed the clash below. His dark eyes, unlike the dull and vacant gaze controlled by Paragus, radiated the confidence and arrogance characteristic of a true warrior. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air as numerous red energy blades materialized, blanketing the planet with their lethal presence, launching indiscriminate assaults. Crack! The remnants of ruins and withered trees on the planet's surface, even the towering mountains, were obliterated into fragments, while the ground beneath, thousands of meters deep, was violently uprooted. The entire planet appeared diminished in size under the relentless onslaught. Bang! 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 A green energy shield enveloped Dr. Miao and his companions, as the red blades clashed against it, leaving transparent marks with each strike. Humph! With the shield on the verge of shattering, Broly let out a cold snort, releasing a surge of potent energy that reinforced the barrier, stabilizing it against the impending destruction. The two doctors remained unperturbed, their eyes fixed on the battle below, assured of their safety in Broly's presence. Crack! The artificial Bai Qi, wielding a straight sword, swung fiercely at the menacing red blades, shattering them to pieces. With a swift motion of his right hand, he delivered a powerful strike aimed at Bai Qi, who was unleashing a tempest of energy blades. Clang! Bang! In an instant, Bai Qi reacted, barely managing to deflect the assault with his ice edge, the blade itself bending in a rare display of strain, while he was forcefully propelled into the ground. The impact was so tremendous that it penetrated the very core of the planet, reaching the other side where a dark figure awaited him, a straight blade poised in hand. Feeling the chill against his neck, Bai Qi let out a thunderous roar, swiftly pivoting his body. Clang! The two weapons clashed once more, and as anticipated, Bai Qi was sent flying. Boom! Upon landing, he unleashed a colossal meteor from his left hand towards the shadow in the sky, which expanded dramatically as it ascended. Ha! Broly, witnessing this, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, his face a mask of derision. Slash! A flash of white light surged forth, and a direct strike cleaved the target in two. Boom! One half hurtled into the depths of the cosmos, vaporizing any planetary debris it encountered. The other half soared towards the recently arrived Dr. Bai Qi and his companions. Faced with the approaching orb of destruction, both Dr. Miao and Dr. Bai Qi maintained their composure. With a swift motion, Broly's towering figure positioned itself before them, effortlessly deflecting the energy sphere far into the distance. Bang! A colossal red blade, stretching over 100 meters, manifested before all present, slicing towards the artificial Bai Qi suspended in midair, generating a tempest that caused her black skirt to billow ominously. Yet, her expression remained utterly unperturbed as she swung her straight blade downward. Clang! Clang! Clash! With each swing of Bai Qi, the massive blade danced through the air, conjuring gusts of wind. The space surrounding the artificial Bai Qi seemed frozen in time, as she nonchalantly parried the incoming attacks. Clang! Bang! Clash! The colossal blade struck as if against solid metal, continually rebuffed. Crack! Having seemingly grown bored, the artificial Bai Qi shattered the red blade and conjured a massive white energy blade aimed at Bai Qi. In a moment of dire urgency, Bai Qi summoned all her strength to evade, the white blade slicing through her left shoulder and crashing into the ground with unrelenting force. Slash! The entire planet was cleaved in two. Gasping for breath, Bai Qi gazed at the figure above her. You are completely outmatched. Bai Qi, cease your resistance. Your body retains some research value. Cooperate, and perhaps I shall spare your life, Dr. Bai Qi proclaimed, hovering beside the artificial Bai Qi, his tone dripping with arrogance. Spitting blood. Bai Qi staunched the wound on her shoulder with her own vitality. Though cold sweat trickled down her brow and her body trembled, she regarded Dr. Bai Qi with an icy glare. Exhaling a heavy sigh, she began to draw all her energy inward, her once sharp and frigid aura returning to a calm state. Oh, you still cling to hope? Huh. Very well, we shall observe what further tricks you possess, so you may learn that my most perfect creation is invincible. Dr. Bai Qi, unimpressed by Bai Qi's attempts to gather her strength, returned to Dr. Miao's side. He refrained from intervening, intent on shattering Bai Qi's confidence, making her understand that all her efforts were in vain. Indeed, great power often breeds hubris. It is a universal flaw. This was precisely what Bai Qi wished to witness. She remained silent, closing her eyes, having not lived these past years in vain. With great ingenuity, she had prepared a grand surprise for the two doctors. The once blurry red figure in her mind had transformed into a red ice blade, quietly suspended within. As she channeled her mental energy, the red ice blade began to dissolve, and in reality, the blade in her hand emitted a faint red glow. The emotionless black eyes of the artificial Bai Qi glanced down momentarily. It felt as though her soul was being tugged. Suppressing the pain emanating from the depths of her being, Bai Qi ignited her blood, each cell seeming to emit a primal roar. Although her physical prowess had stagnated in her struggle for survival, she had, over time, devised something intriguing. Her path had always been unconventional. And now she chose to pursue it to the very end. Hiss. Red flames ignited across her body, her enhanced physique began to contract, and her once black hair transformed to white from the roots. What is this? Dr. Bai Qi's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted dramatically as he widened his eyes at the transformed Bai Qi. Is she burning her own life force? Dr. Miao speculated uncertainly. No. It is also her soul energy, Dr. Bai Qi exclaimed, utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that Bai Qi would go to such lengths, for typically, no matter the individual, death offers a chance for rebirth. Yet, Bai Qi's actions unequivocally severed her ties to this world. Even the Dragon Balls could not resurrect her, obliterating all traces of her existence. Madness. The two exchanged a glance, sharing the same assessment. Thud. With a heavy thump, her heart began to wither. As Dr. Bai Qi had predicted, she was exhausting both her life force and soul energy. The body she had continually fortified and the soul energy she had diligently cultivated were forcibly transmuted into raw power. All her strength coalesced into one. Yet no cataclysmic transformation occurred. As for rebirth, a joke. She anticipated that upon her demise, she would return to the peculiar space she had visited 2 decades prior. A chilling premonition loomed. She feared that something dreadful awaited her there, thus she resolved to extinguish all possibilities now. The notion of rebirth was of no concern. Her singular focus was to eliminate the scoundrels before her, especially that imposter. Crack. Under the immense strain, the entire planet fractured completely. Dr. Miao and the others, safeguarded by their energy shield, remained unaffected, even amidst the cosmos. The artificial Bai Qi, however, exhibited no such worries. Her emotionless black gaze fixated on the surging energy of Bai Qi. Clang. Gripping the ice blade, Bai Qi's blue eyes burned with ferocity as she faced the 4 adversaries. The finale was yet to come. She possessed one final trump card. Over this extended period, she had surpassed the limits of the Kaioken technique. Though such mastery could only be wielded once in a lifetime. 50 times Kaioken. Hiss. Her desiccated skin flushed red and cracked. Her already fearsome aura escalating to new heights, her body on the verge of disintegration. The ice blade trembled violently as Bai Qi tightened her grip one last time, slashing towards the 4 with a radiant crimson beam. Clang. What? The blade's resonance jolted the stunned duo into awareness. Dr. Miao, now horrified, realized he was utterly immobilized. Dr. Bai Qi, who had maintained control, also bore the first traces of fear upon his countenance. Sensing the imminent danger, Broly, who had yet to intervene, roared. His pupils dilating as his muscles swelled, his black hair transforming into a vibrant golden green, all tied back. A robust, ferocious golden green aura surged forth, crackling with arcs of lightning. The sudden eruption of power shattered his restraints, vanishing alongside the 2 doctors. The artificial Bai Qi remained motionless, her emotionless gaze fixed upon the descending crimson beam. Without hesitation, she swung her straight blade to meet it. Crack. The red beam hesitated briefly before shattering the straight blade, cleaving the artificial Bai Qi in half from top to bottom. Whoosh. The 2 doctors, now distanced by Broly, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the spot where the crimson beam descended. The artificial Bai Qi had vanished. leaving behind a rift in space where she once stood, filled with chaos and deep purple energy. Gulp. A single blade is cleaved through space. Doctor. Meow, and the visibly shaken Dr. Likey gazed at the rift, swallowing hard, their voices faltering. Broly, too, regarded the rift with trepidation, estimating that should he unleash his full power to confront it, the consequences would be dire. In the final moments before her dissolution, Bai Qi cast a regretful glance at Dr. Meow and the others. Alas, it is unfortunate that you have escaped. The final sentence lingered, consciousness dissolving into the void. Only a fragment of icy sharpness floated serenely in the cosmos. On a distant planet, Sun Gohan and Trunks sensed the sudden surge of Broly's energy. A flicker of frustration flashed in Sun Gohan's eyes. Bai Qi was correct. He was still far from being a match. Was his father truly slain by him? After murmuring this, Trunks fell into silence. Lazuli, who was assisting Bulma in preparing the time machine, paused abruptly. A flicker of unease coursed through the permanent energy core that had long since replaced her heart. With a sense of foreboding, she glanced towards the direction of Bai Qi's battle, her serene visage shadowed by a dimming of her cool blue gaze. Chapter 32. The wedding in progress. 5 months had elapsed since their return from Namek. What? Krillin is getting married? On the flat ground outside, Bai Qi, practicing with his blade, was momentarily taken aback by Cassius's words. He halted his movements, surprise evident on his face as he regarded Cassius. Ah, it's with Ties, the one who nearly fell victim to Brother Bai's wrath. Casually holding a bag of chips, clad in relaxed attire, Cassius spoke with a calm demeanor, revealing that he had long been aware of Krillin and Ties' relationship, thus his lack of astonishment. Indeed, Bai Qi soon regained his composure. Ever since Vegeta transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan on Namek, he realized that the original narrative could only serve as a reference. This world was in a constant state of flux. However, Krillin and Ties had only known each other for a little over 5 months, and their swift decision to marry felt rather abrupt to him. Moreover, if nothing were to change in the future, Krillin would become Vegeta's brother-in-law. It was surprising how quickly Krillin was getting married. Oh, right, he invited us to the wedding. It seems Cassius was looking at him with a hint of anticipation. It was his first wedding, and he felt quite exhilarated by the novelty of it all. Go ahead, I have no interest, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly, standing up to continue practicing his swordsmanship. Weddings held little appeal for him, especially considering he had nearly killed Ties at one point. Attending would only create an awkward atmosphere. Are you really not going? Bai, if it weren't for Krillin being so busy these days, he would have come to invite you himself. Plus, I heard Bulma has engaged the finest chefs on Earth for the banquet, with an abundance of delicacies, Cassius said, his face reflecting a hint of disappointment. As he had anticipated Bai Qi's reluctance, knowing well that he preferred less crowded environments. Did you mention a banquet? Bai Qi's attention was piqued by Cassius's mention of the feast. He almost forgot that Ties was the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual. The wedding banquet would undoubtedly be of the highest standard, replete with exquisite cuisine. Indeed, given Bulma's background, the banquet will be of the utmost luxury. And the chefs will undoubtedly be the best, Cassius remarked, somewhat exasperated by Bai Qi's singular interest in the food. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, knowing how much Krillin looked forward to Bai Qi's attendance. Why didn't you mention this sooner? When is it? The day after tomorrow at noon. Excellent. Bye. Let's go together then. I'll go prepare a gift. All right. With Bai Qi's affirmative response, Cassius replied in a light-hearted tone and hurried off to prepare a wedding gift. As it was indeed for his dear friend's wedding, a matter he took to heart, watching Cassius leave in high spirits. Bai Qi paid him no further mind and resumed his sword practice, feeling that Cassius would handle the gift preparations adequately, as he had no experience in such matters. Soon, the day arrived. 2 days later. Bai Qi stood before the mirror, attired in a rather formal outfit for the day, a blue sweatshirt paired with white casual trousers. The loose-fitting garments brought him considerable satisfaction, as he harbored a distaste for the constraining nature of suits. This attire afforded him a sense of comfort. In the mirror's reflection, his tousled hair framed his face, and his sharp blue eyes gazed appreciatively at his present self. Behind him stood Cassius, clad in a striking red suit, impeccably groomed, with his hair slicked back gleaming in the light. He wore an expression of exasperation as he observed Bai Qi, although it was his inaugural attendance at a wedding. The sight of the ice edge at Bai Qi's waist led him to subconsciously deem such an accessory somewhat inappropriate for the occasion. Moreover, Bai Qi's casually cropped hair only added to Cassius's agitation. Had Bai Qi not so vehemently despised others tampering with his hair, he would have been inclined to offer his own grooming services. Bai Qi, standing tall, silently derided Cassius's flamboyant crimson ensemble. With preparations nearing completion, he declared. Let us be on our way. The two made their way outside to join Battis, who was also dressed quite formally for the day, alongside gifts prepared for Krillin. Shall we proceed? They asked, placing their hands upon Bai Qi's shoulders. The exuberant Bulma had decided to host her sister's wedding on a private island. Guests included Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Master Roshi, Launch, and the entire Son Goku family, with even Piccolo accepting an invitation to attend Krillin's nuptials. Meanwhile, Vegeta was busy in the cosmos, relentlessly hunting down remnants of Frieza, his notoriety spreading to every corner of the universe. Far from Earth, Gak received an invitation from Tais to join the wedding festivities. On this special day, Krillin donned a white suit, his face beaming with happiness as he warmly greeted everyone. Congratulations on your marriage, Krillin, they exclaimed joyously. Laughter and heartfelt wishes resonated among the attendees. Even Piccolo softened his typically stern demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement to Krillin. Krillin returned smiles to each well-wisher in turn. Outside, Bulma and Yamcha were diligently welcoming guests, which included not only Tianjin Fan and others but also friends of the briefs. In an instant, Bai appeared alongside Kashi before Bulma and Yamcha. Ah, it's you too. Haha, Bulma exclaimed, startled at first, but quickly recollected herself. Having been informed by Krillin of Bai's invitation and greeted the trio with warmth, Yamcha noticed a fleeting tension on Bai's face, yet it soon transformed into a broad smile. Apologies for our tardiness, haha, Kashi said with an equally cheerful demeanor. Bai nodded in acknowledgement, while Battis sported a bright smile. Without further ado, Bai entered, disregarding the vigilant gazes of Piccolo and Tien, and made his way to an unoccupied table to await his meal. Jayak observed Bai's body instinctively shudder. But upon recalling the significance of the day, he relaxed. Haha, Bai, you've come. How are you finding life on Earth? Sun Wukong, dressed in a light-colored suit, approached Bai with a smile, occasionally fidgeting with his attire. Yes, I received Krillin's invitation, Bai replied, suppressing a smirk at the inquiry about his adaptation to Earth, a rather peculiar question to come from a Scion's lips. Haha, Mr. Bai, I truly appreciate your presence, Krillin said warmly upon spotting Bai. Congratulations on your marriage, Krillin, Bai sincerely offered, as he acknowledged his friend. Tai Si, it's been ages since you've returned home. I never expected you to find a boyfriend so quickly, Mrs. Brief remarked with a smile, glancing at the guest outside. You have quite an array of friends, some with long horns, and a strikingly fierce gentleman with a sword, she added, addressing Tai Si, who was adorned in a white wedding gown. Haha, some of them are Krillin's friends, Tai Si responded, her smile slightly faltering at the mention of the sword-wielding man, yet quickly regained her composure, reassured by Krillin's presence. Nearby, Dr. Brief observed his daughter with a beaming expression. The couple was pleased with Krillin as their daughter's husband, finding him a commendable choice compared to the fickle Yamcha. Most importantly, their daughter's happiness was what mattered most. Before long, the wedding festivities commenced. Dressed in a pristine white gown, Klin and Tais exchanged rings under the solemn oath of Master Roshi. Amidst the blessings and warm gazes of the onlookers, Bai Qi, seemingly uninterested, stood before a long table laden with delectable dishes, indulging in a feast alongside Sun Wukong. Although Bai Qi's culinary skills had improved significantly over the past 5 months, the limited variety of dishes had long since lost their charm. In a jubilant mood, Cassius ascended the stage, determined to convey his heartfelt blessings through the medium of art on this joyous occasion for his dear friend. In the astonished gazes of Klin, Tais, and others, Cassius performed a unique dance. Son Gohan, adorned in a white tank suit, watched Cassius with admiration. What? Exclaimed Piccolo, seated nearby, startled by Son Gohan's words. He quickly lowered his head, adopting a serious demeanor to instruct him. Once the crowd, momentarily awestruck by Cassius's performance, regained their composure, they frantically searched for Bai Qi. As Cassius had been following him closely, and his actions were perplexing. Alas, Bai Qi had sensed something amiss and, after grabbing a few roasted chickens, had discreetly vanished using instantaneous movement. Chapter 33, A Family United on this day, a colossal spacecraft approached Earth. The martial artists on Earth sensed 2 formidable auras emanating from above. Father, is this Earth? Indeed. According to the coordinates, this is the place. The 2 were none other than King Cold and Gula, who had come seeking vengeance, though their interest in the Dragon Balls was equally piqued. Below, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered, speculating that the visitors were likely connected to Frieza due to the spacecraft's appearance. Tais disregarded Klin's protests and accompanied Bulma. Much to Klin's chagrin, Vegeta, recently returned from training in outer space, also arrived in flamboyant crimson attire. Is this the enemy that Goku faced on Namek? As they sensed the two powerful presences above, Yamcha's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the intensity of the auras. Piccolo, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan gazed solemnly at the spacecraft, having now realized how arduous Goku's victory had been on Namek. Damn it, why now? Vegeta muttered, gazing at the sky with a sense of frustration. He had been so close to grasping the threshold of Super Saiyan. Given a bit more time, he was confident he could succeed. Goku, brimming with excitement, looked up at the sky, the two potent auras surpassing even Frieza's made his fist itch with anticipation for battle. Despite his pleas, Bai Qi had never sparred with him, leaving him on the verge of bursting from a year without combat. Amid the gathering, Cassius remained calm, reassured by the presence of Super Saiyan Goku and Bai Qi. Knowing they were unlikely to face grave danger, Bai Qi instantaneously transported himself above them, disregarding the astonished expressions of those below, and cast a perplexed gaze at the spacecraft. Frieza has been reduced to mere fragments. It should be impossible for him to be revived by machines. Is it Cooler and King Cold? Initially believing that he had obliterated Frieza, it seemed unlikely that King Cold would return to Earth. However, given the circumstances, it appeared he had acquired information through other channels. Bai Qi, it has been a long time. Sun Wukong greeted him with fervor. Bai Qi, landing gracefully on the ground, nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, facing such an opponent is truly exhilarating, he remarked. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin and the others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. This indicated that Sun Wukong was fully confident in overcoming the approaching adversaries, especially with the equally formidable Bai Qi by his side. At that moment, the air around them turned crimson as Bai Qi began to gather immense stellar energy in his left hand. He certainly could not allow King Cold to land safely, and it would be best to eliminate him mid-air. Bai Qi, what are you planning to do? Sun Wukong inquired seriously upon witnessing Bai Qi's actions, while the others silently trembled at the terrifying energy he wielded. Of course, I am preparing to annihilate them. What, do you wish to reminisce with them? Bai Qi regarded the others with a hint of confusion, wondering if they truly could not perceive the obvious. No matter, he still yearned to engage them in combat. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the expressions of Klin and his companions shifted, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Vegeta, however, nodded with a sense of satisfaction. Such warrior spirit was indeed characteristic of their Saiyan lineage, though he found himself in agreement with Bai Qi's approach at this moment. Have you lost your wits? Just as Bai Qi was about to unleash a powerful energy blast, a formidable aura suddenly emerged from the distance, a golden energy wave hurtling towards their spacecraft. What is happening? The faces of King Cold and his companion paled, an instinctive sense of danger surging within them, just as they prepared to evade. The energy wave struck the ship with tremendous force. Boom. The overwhelming energy wave shattered the spacecraft in an instant, enveloping the two occupants within. In a moment of despair, they vanished within the blast, their arrival as fleeting as their departure. Those on Earth were left in stunned silence, the intensity of the aura nearly unimaginable. Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief, while Sun Wukong wore a grave countenance. This power even surpassed his own. Witnessing the two vanish in an instant, Bai Qi released the vast amount of meteor energy he had been holding, initially thinking the striking figure would not arrive. However, this is quite formidable. As the onlookers remained puzzled about the identity of this sudden aura, a purple figure materialized before them. Dressed in a purple jacket and carrying a sword, Trunks appeared, radiating a cold and potent energy. His light purple eyes scanned the crowd, momentarily lingering on Bulma and Vegeta before ultimately focusing on Bai Qi, who maintained an expression of calm indifference. It has been a while, Uncle Bai Qi. With smiles exchanged amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Trunks greeted Bai Qi warmly. Yamcha, what do you think those three are discussing? Clint inquired. Observing Bai Qi and Sun Wukong engaged in animated conversation with the mysterious youth. How would I know? Yamcha replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Piccolo, standing nearby, sensed something ominous. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan asked, concern etched across his face as he noticed Piccolo's growing tension. Ignoring Gohan's query, Piccolo's expression became increasingly strained. Vegeta, seated upon a stone, glowered at the whispering trio of Sun Wukong, Bai Qi, and Trunks. That bastard Kakarot. What is with those peculiar glances? Vegeta's frustration and irritation mounted as he observed Sun Wukong casting bewildered looks his way. Bulma scrutinized Trunks closely. This enigmatic and handsome youth evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. So, you are the son of Vegeta and Bulma, Sun Wukong exclaimed, shock evident on his face. He had never anticipated that Vegeta would marry Bulma, let alone have a son. It was because Uncle Yamcha was too much of a flirt, Trunks replied with a smile. Bai Qi maintained a stoic expression, yet within him, the news brought by Trunks stirred a tempest of emotions. Uncle Bai Qi seems rather unfazed, Trunks mused, observing Bai Qi's unchanged demeanor. In Trunks' recollections, his uncle always exuded an air of calmness. You have traveled back from 20 years into the future. Whether you claim to be Vegeta's son or my own, I would believe you, Bai Qi slowly articulated, having long prepared his response. Ah, cough. Well, that's true, Trunks replied. Taken aback by Bai Qi's words, his stern face slightly flushed. However, the current Bai Qi indeed bears a striking resemblance to that demon. The youthful Bai Qi mirrored the terrifying figure from Trunks' memories, save for his eyes. Trunks had disclosed all details regarding the androids that would emerge 3 years hence and the events that would transpire 9 years later to both Bai Qi and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, usually carefree, bore a grave expression upon hearing that he too would perish in battle in the future. At that time, we were utterly defenseless, in the end. It was only my mother, brother Gohan, and a few others who remained. Suddenly, Trunks shifted the subject, casting a furtive glance at the pensive Bai Qi. Feeling a slight relief. An hour later, Bai Qi departed first. The remaining individuals now grasped the unfolding situation, apart from the fact that Trunks was indeed Vegeta's son. Additionally, they learned about the formidable androids set to appear in 3 years, asserting that they were currently no match for them. Of course, if you fear, I can intervene. Trunks remarked disdainfully, inciting the ire of all present. Whom do you look down upon? Amidst the uproar, Trunks nodded to himself, satisfied with the reaction. Only through battle could Earth's warriors rapidly evolve. They needed to grow stronger to confront that bleak future. Forget about the formidable adversaries appearing in 9 years. If anyone lacks confidence against the androids in 3 years, then they should not even bother showing up. With a scoff, Piccolo exited. Vegeta, his face a thundercloud, also departed. Enraged to learn he would fall to a fellow Saiyan in the future, asserting himself as the mightiest Saiyan. He felt a pressing urgency to ascend to Super Saiyan. The atmosphere was charged with determination, prompting all to commence their training. Trunks, however, lingered, seizing the opportunity to seek out the 2 doctors ahead of time and eliminate them to avert future tragedies. Chapter 34, The Rigorous Training of Warriors Bang. A grotesque, headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Bai Qi, gripping his blade, furrowed his brow. Since learning of the astonishing news from Trunks, he had departed Earth, wandering through the cosmos. Have they yet to be born? Or are they deliberately concealed? Bai Qi pondered aloud, surveying the encroaching extraterrestrials. He had scoured thousands of planets, yet still found no trace of Dr. Lecky or Dr. Mew. Logically, such cataclysmic events should fall under the purview of the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, as Bai Qi suspected, that feline might have perished in slumber following the death of the Supreme Kai. The thought made Bai Qi want to spit blood. Such a powerful being had met its end so frivolously. Irresponsible. Clang. A circular energy blade sliced through the surrounding aliens, and Bai Qi vanished from sight. Earth what? You do not know where they are? Bai Qi's countenance darkened as he gazed at the hovering Shinron. If even Shinron was unaware, how could he possibly search planet by planet? It felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack, or rather, a needle in the entire universe, utterly impossible. The warriors drawn by Shinron shared expressions of astonishment, all desiring to locate the enemy's whereabouts to preemptively quell the looming threat. No one wished to endure that despairing future. Yet Shinron's words dashed everyone's hopes. After fruitlessly searching the universe, Bai Qi returned to Earth to gather the Dragon Balls, preparing to make a wish to inquire if Shinron knew the locations of the 2 old men. As expected, Shinron did not disappoint. It delivered the same disheartening news. These 2 individuals did not exist within this universe. This situation could stem from 2 possibilities. Either the 2 old men had not yet been born, which was evidently unlikely, or they had already perished. But how could their deaths have led to such a dire future? Had they suddenly resurrected? With no alternatives left, Shinron's words extinguished Bai Qi's intentions of venturing to Namek to inquire further. Then, please enhance the Earth's fortitude to the utmost of your abilities, Bai Qi declared. Contemplating his next wish. Living on Earth, he certainly did not wish to be whisked away in his slumber along with the planet. This time, Shinron did not let him down. It affirmed its ability to fulfill the wish. As a crimson light flickered in Shinron's eyes, all present distinctly felt the Earth's resilience significantly bolster. This brought a measure of joy, though also surprise at Bai Qi's unexpected wish. Once Shinron completed its task, it dissipated, and the warriors gradually departed the scene. For now, all they could do was train relentlessly. striving to become more formidable in preparation for the impending crisis posed by the androids. After meticulously preparing a vast quantity of compressed food and drinking water, Bai Qi departed from Earth without even tidying up his house. In a remote corner of the cosmos, on a colossal lifeless planet, he soared through the air. Ever since his wish at Shenlong's altar had failed, he had devoted all his energy to cultivation. The planet he now occupied boasted an extraordinarily harsh natural environment, with a mass several times greater than that of Earth and the Sun combined. The pitch-black land was riddled with deep fissures, filled with magma at scorching temperatures, while the air reeked of charred matter. Beyond the land lay a tumultuous ocean, where no signs of life could be discerned beneath the raging waves. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky was devoid of sunlight, shrouded by thick clouds, within which massive bolts of lightning writhed like dragons of thunder, roaring through the clouded expanse. With a flash, the lightning illuminated Bai Qi's cold, resolute visage. He was certainly not here to admire the scenery. Raising his gaze, he drew his vital energy inward, slowly ascending into the depths of the clouds, no longer absorbing any life force. He intended to employ a method commonly found in the novels of his past life, body tempering through lightning. He was uncertain of its efficacy. As he beheld the high-voltage lightning above him, Bai Qi's brow twitched, and a sense of suffocation enveloped him at the thought of being slain by an impostor who appeared from nowhere in the future. He could not fathom the rationale behind Dr. Bai Qi's decision to neglect the immense potential of the Scion bloodline, opting instead to engage in schemes with mere earthling cells. Bai Qi harbored doubts regarding the potential for growth within his own cells. After all, he was merely human. He found it perplexing that Dr. Bai Qi had set his sights on him. His disdain for scientists was palpable, and he questioned how Broly and Dr. Myo had become entangled. Was it due to Baby? To perish at the hands of an insurmountable foe was one thing, but to fall victim to a mere artificial counterfeit was utterly unacceptable to him. Damn it. I refuse to let this happen, he resolved, gritting his teeth as he plunged headfirst into the stormy clouds. Crash! A brilliant flash of lightning struck Bai Qi, paralyzing him momentarily. He plummeted, enveloped in black smoke, crashing onto the rocky ground below, his body convulsing in a pit. A day later, having recovered from his state of numbness, Bai Qi emerged from the dark hole, acutely aware of his muscles surging with vitality beneath the violent onslaught of the thunder. This method proved effective. Elated by the transformation within his body, Bai Qi recognized that his physical strength allowed him to endure such extreme training. Clearly, this approach was remarkably potent. As for relying on conventional training methods, that would take an eternity before he could contend with such formidable adversaries. In the original narrative, the future Gohan and Trunks, possessing immense hybrid Saiyan potential, had only attained the Super Saiyan level after an extended period, largely due to the absence of Goku and Vegeta's guidance. What chance did a mere earthling like him have? Normal training would lead him to a fate of inaction. He doubted he could even defeat the android cell in his electric form. Damn Dr. Bai Qi. Just wait until I catch you. Contemplating his dissatisfaction, Bai Qi charged once more into the tumultuous clouds, fully aware of the risks. Either he would be struck dead or emerge stronger, but he chose the former without hesitation. While Bai Qi engaged in his reckless training, the others on Earth did not slacken their efforts, embarking on rigorous training of their own. Krillin and Tais had departed Earth for the vast cosmos, believing that traversing various planets would yield far superior results than training on Earth. Initially, Krillin intended to leave Tais behind, but her insistence on caring for him and seeking inspiration for her riding compelled him to acquiesce. Upon learning of Bai Qi's wish, Trunks realized that he could not preemptively eliminate Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Myo. He entrusted Goku with a miraculous heart medication from the future after extensive warnings, before departing in his time machine, assuring everyone he would return before the androids appeared. Goku, alongside Gohan, began training, initially facing opposition from Chi-Chi, however. After Goku revealed the impending events, she reluctantly permitted Gohan to train. With Chi-Chi's consent, Goku sought out Piccolo to join him in their training regimen. As their training progressed, Piccolo became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Goku, particularly as Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Whenever he entered a state of contemplation, the overwhelming frustration surged within him, making it impossible to find peace. A thought began to surface in his mind. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued his cycle of leaving Earth, training vigorously, returning only to repeat the process. Having already parted ways with Yamcha, Bulma devoted herself to caring for Vegeta. And through this nurturing, she gradually developed special feelings for him. One day, amidst the tumultuous conditions of a harsh planet, Vegeta, with his body battered and hair standing on end, found his once dark hair transformed to a brilliant gold, complemented by cold, pale green eyes. Enveloped in a fierce, golden aura, an imposing and terrifying pressure filled the space around him, far surpassing anything he had experienced in his prior forms. This power was formidable, yet he knew it was still insufficient. Clenching his fist, he suppressed his elation, aware that this strength was still lacking. Humph! He scoffed at the thought of being slain by a certain scion in the future, and resumed his training with renewed determination, in preparation for the looming crisis. Everyone embarked on their arduous training, unwilling to meet their fate without a fight. Chapter 35, Piccolo's Decision Boom. Amidst the thunderous roars on a massive planet, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to regain control of his chaotic energy disrupted by the lightning strikes. His bare torso was marred by scars from the electrical assaults. Though the wounds had healed, the scars remained as a testament. His hair, unkempt and long due to neglect, stood upright in a wild display from the lightning's impact. His tattered pants barely concealed his modesty. Beneath his frizzy hair, a flicker of lightning danced within his blue eyes. Perhaps it's time to explore the depths of the ocean, he mused. Bai Qi did not charge into the clouds this time. Instead, he soared above the tumultuous sea, inhaling deeply before plunging into the depths below. In stark contrast to the violent surface, the ocean beneath lay in eerie silence, devoid of any trace of life. As Bai Qi continued his descent, the pressure upon his body intensified, and the surrounding darkness rendered his vision useless. Upon reaching the limits of his physical endurance, he halted his descent, feeling as if the water pressure were great hands poised to crush him at any moment. His chest heaved laboriously, each breath a struggle, as his bones creaked under the immense strain, threatening to fracture. Ignoring the changes in his body, Bai Qi tightly shut his eyes, calming the turbulent blood energy coursing within him. The once agitated cells, stirred by prolonged lightning strikes, now huddled together, bracing against the overwhelming pressure. The abyssal environment around him conjured memories of the enigmatic space he encountered after his death, that strange location beneath the depths of the ocean. With a sudden rush, his heart grew heavy, and after reaching his limit, Bai Qi surged back to the surface. Gasping for air, he greedily inhaled the fresh atmosphere, landing atop a cluster of rocks. With a crack, he retrieved his provisions, resting while replenishing his energy. He pondered the uncertainty of whether he would return to that space after his future demise, and if so, what horrors might await him. Gazing at the churning sea, Bai Qi reflected on the unsettling space that still sent shivers down his spine. He was not afraid of death itself, but rather the thought of returning to that space after dying. A premonition whispered within him that upon his next return, something terrifying would transpire. Was the world truly so fearsome? Was a peaceful death beyond his reach? With a bitter smile, Bai Qi contemplated the despairing future that constricted his existence. While the uncanny and disquieting space deterred him from seeking death, was this all due to your influence? Recalling the blood mist that fused with his heart, he surmised that the peculiar space was likely intertwined with this phenomenon. Alas, ultimately, his weakness was the root of all his troubles. If only he were strong enough. The sudden emergence of Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Liao, along with their sinister toys, in that peculiar space would pose no threat. With absolute power, not even the god of destruction Beerus, the angel Whis, or even the Omni King could dictate his fate. After indulging in this pleasant fantasy, Bai Qi took a sip of water and dove back into the ocean. He swiftly returned to his previous depth, where a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings as he drew his ice blade and commenced his training. Under the oppressive pressure, each strike was an arduous endeavor. Yet Bai Qi persevered in his monotonous pursuit of mastery. On Earth, a pensive Cassius reclined on a large sofa. Ever since Krillin's marriage, the most affected by the change was undoubtedly his father. Following Krillin's wedding, Bartz incessantly urged him to find a wife, as Cassius was the last remaining heir in their family, and thus the duty of carrying on the lineage fell squarely upon him. However, Cassius harbored no desire for a romantic relationship. Firstly, he simply had no options. Secondly, the ominous events looming in the future left him devoid of such thoughts. He refrained from sharing his concerns with his father, fearing the shock might be too much for his ailing health. After relentless persuasion, Trunks divulged that he would meet his demise at the hands of someone resembling Bai Qi, sending Cassius into a spiral of distress. Once he regained his composure, an idea struck him, and he mischievously inquired whether Bai Qi would marry in the future. Trunks merely smiled enigmatically in response, remaining silent. Surely, Bai Qi would remain single until his death, Cassius mourned, evidently misinterpreting Trunks' meaning. Resolving to distract himself, he decided to engage in training rather than wallowing in despair. With his mind settled, Cassius made his way to the gym to study magic. In a dense forest, Yamucha had retreated into the mountains for rigorous training following his breakup with Bulma. His disheveled hair framed a determined face, now adorned with stubble, while beneath his thick brows glimmered eyes as sharp as a wolf's. As his body moved fluidly, his hands struck forward repeatedly, the echoes of wolf howls seemingly resonating in the air. New Kamehameha. Shadow Punch. The air was filled with shouts as Tian Shinhan, his figure flickering, diligently honed his techniques in the plains. On board his spaceship, Krillin struggled to perform push-ups in the gravity chamber, although his efforts paled in comparison to Vegeta's. He had reached his limit. Is this how Goku trains? No wonder he's so powerful, he gasped, shutting off the gravity control. As he stepped out, he was met with the gentle gaze of Tais, who watched him tenderly, her abdomen slightly rounded. Gazing at her, Krillin felt a surge of happiness and vowed, I will never allow that mad end to harm you. Meanwhile, Vegeta was drenched in sweat in the gravity chamber, keeping his transformation into a Super Saiyan a secret from everyone. He planned to reveal it during the battle against the androids, intending to astonish them all. Just wait, I'll defeat those puppets myself. Humph, Kakarot, I am the strongest Saiyan. And that includes Bai Qi, he mused, a smug grin spreading across his face as he envisioned the astonished expressions of his peers. At that moment, a contemplative Piccolo arrived at the lookout. Your current strength is insufficient to protect Earth. To confront the impending challenges, unifying into a complete entity is our best option. He spoke slowly to the Elder Kai, a decision that had taken him considerable thought, recognizing that the Namekian's potential could not rival that of the Saiyans. Moreover, as a currently incomplete being, he could not keep pace with Goku. In light of the forthcoming threats, be it the androids or the terrifying future, only by restoring his complete form could he hope to contend. I need some time to think, Piccolo replied. The Elder Kai showed no surprise, his expression calm. Clearly having anticipated this outcome, he was aware of the news Trunks had brought. Indeed, this is a matter worth careful consideration. I will visit Namek first. And upon my return, I hope you will have made a decision. If not, I shall assist you in making one. After casting a profound glance at the Elder Kai, Piccolo departed from the lookout. The Elder Kai stood there for a long while, watching Piccolo's retreating figure. Meanwhile, King Kai looked on with concern at the Elder Kai. Before leaving, Trunks had imparted the technique of instant transmission to Goku. Initially, Goku had sought out Bai Qi for guidance, but unable to locate him, he missed that opportunity. Fortunately, Trunks had taught him instant transmission, and during this period of training, Goku successfully mastered the skill. So, the new Namek is located here. Thank you, King Kai. Goku expressed his gratitude to the sky, having learned of the new Namek's location from King Kai at Piccolo's behest. Let us depart, Piccolo. After expressing his gratitude, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo nodded. This time, Piccolo traveled to Namek primarily to seek out Nail, who had previously revealed to him a unique method for enhancing strength specific to the Namekians. At that time, he had rejected the idea, but now, faced with pressing circumstances, he recalled this technique. To confront the impending crisis, he must harness every available power. Additionally, Piccolo planned to find a Namekian capable of taking over the role of the Elder, for the Dragon Balls were of utmost importance and could not be left unguarded. Placing a hand on Wukong's shoulder, the two vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 39, The Sudden Attack in the Future, in a Realm of Torment. Bai Qi lay quietly on the charred ground, a halo atop his head. He pondered whether the depletion of his spiritual and life force had prevented him from returning to that space. In his final moments, he had expected to be lost forever. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the afterlife. Due to his past actions, King Enma had not even judged him, sending him directly here instead. His once formidable vitality had dissipated, and strangely, his body, which should have faded, remained intact. However, his heart had reverted to a normal state. While the strength cultivated through relentless training endured, had everything returned to square one? Gazing at the surroundings resembling the demon realm, Bai Qi fell into a daze, rendered speechless. The events of the past 20 years felt like a fleeting dream, and upon waking, he found himself back in the same place. In the external world, on a heavily mechanized metallic planet, complex metallic structures stood erect upon a barren surface, devoid of vegetation or any signs of life. At the center of this planet, a towering conical structure loomed high above the ground. In a laboratory filled with intricate instruments, Dr. Mew and Dr. Likey stood before a transparent chamber brimming with green slime. Over 2 meters tall. Unbelievable, I never anticipated that Bai Qi would unleash such power before his demise, Dr. Likey remarked in a grim tone. His aged features contorted in disbelief at the strength exhibited by a mere earthling. Perhaps we should have let Broly face Bai Qi back then. Haha, Dr. Mew responded. a hint of schadenfreude in his voice as he scrutinized the chamber. Humph, even that power may not guarantee Broly's victory, Dr. Bai retorted with a cold scoff, his expression darkening. He speculated that the terrifying power Bai Qi had unleashed would not be easily countered, even by Broly. Indeed, Dr. Mu conceded, falling silent as he contemplated the glass chamber. Broly was far more formidable than Dr. Bai imagined. If Bai Qi were to see the chamber, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for within the shallow green liquid lay the artificial Bai Qi, whom he had obliterated. Half of its form resembled a human, while the other half was a grotesque mass of intertwined red flesh, surrounded by writhing tendrils that evoked both disgust and terror. Wisps of grayish-white gas curled around it. Observing the incomplete artificial Bai Qi, Dr. Bai's heart bled, recalling how he had salvaged the last remnants of its flesh from the battlefield. Without delay, he returned, employing all available equipment alongside Dr. Mu, spending months to revive this fragment of flesh, resurrecting the creation he had poured his soul into. Yet, despite being revived, its strength had significantly diminished, fueling Dr. Bai's rage towards Bai Qi for the destruction of his most perfect creation. Thankfully, it had not been entirely obliterated. Months later, Bulma, Trunks, Gohan, and Lazuli gathered around a table for a meal. Since we've alerted them in advance, Wukong and the others must be on guard. I hope they do not repeat past mistakes, Bulma mused, glancing at Trunks, who was happily devouring his food. Ever since Trunks returned, the mood among them had lightened considerably. Additionally, following Bai Qi's battle, Dr. Bai and his associates had not pursued them for an extended period. Uncle Wukong and the others will surely be prepared and won't be caught off guard like we were. Given Uncle Bai Qi's nature, he should be able to navigate through any crisis, Trunks asserted, laying down his utensils. He was confident that with his warning, the warriors would safely weather the storm. Rest assured, I will return soon to remind them once more, Trunks added thoughtfully. That's reassuring, Bulma replied with a nod. Just then, Gohan finished his meal, looking up with a cheerful expression. That would be wonderful. The despair we endured should not be experienced by my father and the others again. Lazuli, seated beside Bulma, remained silent, attentively listening to Trunks. She only reacted slightly when Bai Qi was mentioned, her previously cold demeanor softening at the thought of Trunks returning to deliver another warning. She too wished to prevent a recurrence of past events. Suddenly, a green energy blast struck their location with a thunderous boom, instantly transforming the area into ruins. Gohan reacted instantly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and erecting an energy shield to protect Bulma and the others from harm. With cold green eyes, he focused on a figure hovering above, while Trunks also transformed into Super Saiyan, drawing his sword and bracing for confrontation. Lazuli shielded the defenseless Bulma behind her, her blue eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Huh, what a challenge to find you. Dr. Mu sneered, observing the group. They had concealed their energy signature, evading detection by Gohan and the others. At that moment, Broly descended slowly, his energy rapidly surging, muscles bulging beneath his black armor, his eyes devoid of emotion, and his hair transforming into a golden-green hue, as he coldly regarded Gohan. Ha ha ha, Kakarot-san, is it? A booming, savage laughter echoed, an overwhelming aura pressing down upon Gohan and his companions. Minutes later, Broly's voice rang out, haha, you are far too weak. You failed to pique my interest compared to your father. Without a trace of injury, Broly, in a state of transcendence, carried the severely wounded Gohan, his face adorned with a maniacal grin. The overwhelming disparity in strength rendered Gohan, Trunks, and Lazuli utterly powerless against Broly, resulting in their swift defeat. Nearby, the battered Trunks lay on the ground, while Bulma, covered in dust, cradled him, her eyes filled with hatred directed at Dr. Mu and his companions. Despair weighing heavily upon her heart, Lazuli stood before them, her gaze fixed intently on Broly and the shadowy figures of Dr. Mu and Dr. Leaky behind him. Though injured herself, the advantage of her perpetual energy allowed her to maintain a semblance of composure. Bulma, despite being our adversary, I must concede that you are a genius to have devised a time machine. But do you truly believe you can bring it to fruition? Dr. Mu remarked, astonished as he examined the data he had obtained from Bulma. A time machine? Ha. Do you think you can travel back to thwart us? How naive. Dr. Leaky scoffed, though internally he was still taken aback by Bulma's ingenuity. Regardless of whether the device could be constructed, the mere notion surpassed their expectations. Bulma remained silent, holding Trunks as her feelings of despair gradually subsided. She cast a blank stare at Dr. Mu and Dr. Leaky, understanding that their escape was futile today. Yet, she harbored no fear of death, for Trunks had left a glimmer of hope for the past, even if it were but a sliver. she could embrace her fate with peace. Dr. Leaky, perhaps you might find interest in this? Lazuli, who had remained quiet until now, spoke with a calm demeanor. With a swift motion, she unleashed a universal capsule, revealing a time machine before retracting it just as quickly once they had taken in its appearance. This was what she had discovered on Trunks moments prior. What was that? Dr. Leaky stammered, disbelief etched across his face. For the machine bore an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in his schematics. A time machine? Dr. Mew echoed, his expression mirroring that of Dr. Leaky. Though skepticism lingered in his tone. It appears you are not as foolish as I presumed. Indeed, this is a time machine. You must be intrigued. Why not set Gohan down so we can discuss this matter amicably? Lazuli proposed, holding the capsule firmly as she fixed her gaze on the two men. Lazuli, what are you doing? Bulma, perplexed and somewhat angry, questioned her intentions, fully aware that if Dr. Leaky and his cohorts obtained the time machine, dire consequences would ensue. After reassuring Bulma with a glance, Lazuli redirected her focus to the now fervent expressions of Dr. Mew and Dr. Leaky. Do you think we would believe you? Perhaps you should hand over that device for our inspection, then we might consider sparing Gohan's life. Dr. Mew, suppressing his excitement, gestured to Broly, who tightened his grip, rendering Gohan even paler. Very well, if that is your stance, then we shall kill Gohan. You shall not have the time machine either. Lazuli, unfazed by Dr. Mew's threats, began to form an energy ball in her other hand, inching it closer to the capsule. Wait, Dr. Leaky interjected, unable to contain himself. If that truly was a time machine and they missed their chance, it would be a monumental loss. I doubt you would dare to play tricks. Dr. Mew, equally eager for the time machine, reluctantly acquiesced to Lazuli's demands, signaling Broly to release Gohan. With a disgruntled grunt, Broly unceremoniously tossed the barely conscious Gohan at Lazuli's feet. She quickly pulled Gohan back behind her, maintaining her focus on Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew, the energy ball still crackling in her hand. Cough, Aunt Lazuli. Gohan managed to open his eyes slightly, struggling to speak. Shoo, do not speak. This is a Senza bean. Wait for the right moment to consume it. Here, take this. Lazuli whispered, discreetly handing Gohan a Senza bean along with a capsule. Her movement swift and subtle enough that Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew failed to notice. Gohan remained silent, clutching the Senza bean and capsule tightly, while Bulma hastily pulled him closer. Gohan, big brother. Trunks, nearing unconsciousness in Bulma's embrace, managed to muster a bit of spirit upon seeing Gohan. From a distance, Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew fixated on Lazuli, having only witnessed her pulling Gohan behind her, unaware of her other actions. The capsule they believed to be the time machine remained firmly in her grasp, keeping their suspicions at bay. Broly also observed intently, prepared to strike should Lazuli exhibit any unexpected behavior. Meanwhile, the recently restored android, Bai Qi, stood motionless at the back, merely spectating. Convinced that the strongest fighters among the four, Gohan and Trunks, were gravely injured, Dr. Mew and Dr. Leaky perceived only Bulma, deemed harmless, and Lazuli, who posed no threat. They believed that escaping their clutches would be nearly impossible for the four. Seeing Gohan, Trunks, and Bulma huddled together brought relief to Lazuli. The Senza bean had become their final lifeline, provided by Bai Qi. All right, Gohan, we have released him. Now hand over the time machine. Dr. Leaky coldly demanded of Lazuli, knowing that without the time machine, they would have already been corpses. Do not rush, Dr. Leaky. Surely, you do not fear this motley crew? Lazuli replied, a hint of a smile gracing her cold visage as she inched the energy ball closer to the capsule. Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew, realizing the gravity of the situation, remained fixated on Lazuli, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if she had already been slain countless times in their minds. Ignoring their deadly glares, Lazuli tilted her head slightly towards Gohan, who seemed to understand her intent, his swollen eyes widening in realization. I'm sorry, he suppressed his sorrow, gritting his teeth, and began to await the opportune moment, his hand trembling around the Senza bean. Smart boy, Lazuli thought, satisfied with Gohan's response as she slowly approached the nearly uncontainable Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her azure eyes. Bang! With a swift motion, Razali unleashed the energy ball she had been gathering for so long towards Dr. Leaky and his companion. Simultaneously, Son Gohan hastily consumed a Senza bean. Broly, who had been intently watching them, immediately reacted. Just as Gohan swallowed the bean, a formidable green energy sphere hurtled towards him. Boom! Prepared for this, Razali positioned herself in front of the energy ball, creating an opening for Gohan to teleport away with Bulma and Trunks before the explosion engulfed them. Bang! Razalai was propelled into the ruins by the blast, stirring up a cloud of dust. Heh, as expected of the wife of Bai Qi, so decisive and unafraid of death, remarked Dr. Mio in a chilling tone, aware of Razalai's connection to Bai Qi. Dr. Likey's expression darkened, watching the time machine slip away, although he remained unharmed. The data he had acquired from Bulma regarding the time machine was destroyed amidst Razalai's attack, while the device he had believed to be the time machine was obliterated by Broly's assault. Cough, cough, heh. Naturally, Razalai trembled as she rose, bloody yet defiantly lifting her chin and speaking with confidence. Humph, what a disposition. Just like Bai Qi, stubborn and detestable. Alas, your efforts are futile. Like him, you shall soon meet your demise. Dr. Likey, regaining his composure, spoke with cold fury, his aged face contorted with rage at Razalai's actions. Cough, cough indeed. Surely my husband prepared a grand surprise for you before his demise. Razalai slyly glanced at the shadow whose aura had diminished, fully aware of Bai Qi's temperament, and smiled mockingly at Dr. Likey. Humph, ignorant fool. Dr. Likey spat, stung by her words, his expression darkening as he chose to ignore her, and, alongside Dr. Mio, swiftly moved to the exterior of the planet. Broly casually hurled a massive meteor towards the ground, which swelled in size like a planet as it approached. Let us turn to dust together, foolish woman. Thud. Severely injured, Razalai sat weakly on the ground, the breeze created by the pressure tousling her golden hair. Calmly, she gazed at the impending green planet, a smile emerging on her face in the face of death. Despite their near-certain demise, 3 of them had successfully escaped. Her objective had been achieved. Even if only one managed to flee, hope remained. I hope Bulma and the others succeed, she murmured, and with that, Razalai and the planet disintegrated under the terrifying energy. Observing the obliterated planet, Dr. Likey and the others did not linger, returning to the metal sphere. Humph. The next time we locate them, there will be no games. We will eliminate them all, Dr. Likey grumbled to Dr. Mio, evidently agitated by Razalai's taunts. Heh. Those little mice pose no threat. Perhaps we could first examine that time machine, Dr. Mio replied dismissively, his face alight with excitement. Humph. The manufacturing data and the existing time machine were destroyed. How can we study it? Dr. Likey retorted, still brooding over the loss of the time machine. The time machine may be gone, but the manufacturing data is intact. Dr. Mio confidently pointed to his head. How could I forget? Let us hasten our research. That Earth woman managed to create it, and so can we. Seeing Dr. Mio's gesture, Dr. Likey's expression brightened with elation. Indeed, Dr. Mio was a robot, and he had recorded all the manufacturing data he had glimpsed. They exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts, and the laboratory echoed with maniacal, twisted laughter. Chapter 38. The Kindness of the King of Hell in the Future Underworld. After death, Razalai, adorned with a halo, stood before the King of Hell. A towering figure with horns, red skin, and clad in a purple suit. Let me see, Razalai, your merits are sufficient for entry into heaven. The King of Hell declared, perusing a massive tome. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. What became of a boy named Laplace who died over a decade ago? Did he ascend to heaven or? Razalai, with utmost respect, inquired, recalling Bai Qi's previous mention of the King of Hell, the overseer of all souls. Oh, you mean that boy who adored animals? Naturally. His kind heart earned him a place in heaven, the king replied with a smile, displaying remarkable patience. Having committed to memory every warrior's soul lost during the tragic events on Earth, he felt deeply helpless during that time, as countless souls flooded into the underworld, overwhelming his workload, a situation that fueled his disdain for Dr. Likey and his companions. Despite his sympathy for the Earth's fallen warriors, he could offer no substantial assistance, merely attending to the souls of those who perished in battle. That's good to hear. Your Majesty, if I may again inquire, what of a person named Bai Qi? What became of him after his death? Learning that her brother had found peace in heaven, Razalai sighed with relief. Knowing Laplace had sacrificed himself to buy them time against Dr. Likey's group, now reassured by her brother's fate, she cautiously sought news of Bai Qi. Her blue eyes filled with anticipation. Cough, cough, you refer to Bai Qi? Well, he is in hell, the King of Hell replied, his red visage momentarily awkward. Having sent Bai Qi down without a proper judgment. How could this be? Bai Qi died to save us. Why would he end up in hell? Razalai murmured. Disappointment etched on her face, having hoped that Bai Qi's sacrifice would earn him a place in heaven, much like her own. This is because, during the battle, he completely exhausted his life force and soul energy. By all rights, he should have been obliterated. However, due to his selfless act of saving others, coupled with the remnants of his powerful soul, I preserved both his soul and body. Nonetheless, the blood he shed in his youth cannot be overlooked. Akin to the powerful scion warrior Vegeta, he too must reside in hell, the king explained, revealing the reasoning, noting the parallels between Bai Qi and Vegeta, while also being struck by the sheer strength of Bai Qi's soul energy. What? Soul? Obliterated? The phrase echoed violently in Razali's mind, leaving her stunned. She understood the terrifying implications, her mind blank. Bai Qi had never disclosed such a fate to her. That's the gist of it. Now, Razali, I have answered your questions, and I shall send you to heaven, the king of hell announced, nodding as he prepared to escort Razali to paradise. Wait, your majesty. Could you possibly send me to hell instead? Razali hastily exclaimed, her usually stern blue eyes now brimming with desperation. What did you just say? Upon instinctively agreeing, the king of hell suddenly realized the implications of the request, rendered momentarily speechless. Such demands he had only encountered from the most nefarious of individuals. Yet, from his investigations, it appeared that Lazili's soul, adorned with its serene and captivating azure hue, bore no trace of malevolence. How could she possibly make such a request? As he prepared to counter her assertion, the king of hell's gaze fell upon his ledger, and comprehension dawned upon his countenance. So, you are the wife of Bai Qi. With the revelation of Lazili's connection to Bai Qi, the king of hell grasped the entire situation. Astonished that such a tranquil and benevolent soul could harbor affection for Bai Qi, he vividly recalled the fierce essence of Bai Qi's soul, marked by a pure, blood-red hue symbolizing slaughter, which elucidated why he had arranged Bai Qi's fate so transparently, rendering interrogation unnecessary. Do you understand the gravity of descending into hell? He began to explain slowly, concerned that Lazili might recklessly choose without comprehending the distinctions between hell and heaven. Indeed, I am Bai Qi's wife. I am aware of what you speak. Thus, I kindly request you to escort me to hell. Lazili nodded, seemingly indifferent to whether she descended into hell or ascended to heaven, merely listening out of courtesy to the king of hell's words. Her expression remained one of earnest supplication as she regarded him. Very well, if you are resolute in your decision, I shall respect your wishes. The king of hell regarded Lazili with a mix of bemusement and understanding, clearly aware that she had not absorbed his counsel. Rest assured, I will see you directly by Bai Qi's side. Ultimately, unable to deny the hopeful Lazili, the king of hell acquiesced, even going so far as to arrange a swift passage for her. I am immensely grateful, Lord of Hell. Additionally, I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of Bai Qi for your kindness in preserving his soul. Lazili bowed deeply, her tone imbued with sincere appreciation. Bai Qi lay on the ground, his hands placed behind his head, utterly bored. How dull it is. I wonder how Lazuli and Bulma are faring. Has Trunks successfully returned to the past? Is the crisis averted? In his mind, Bai Qi was in a state of chaotic contemplation, feeling utterly helpless as he waited in vain. Alas, he pondered the fate of Vegeta, who had perished before him. Was it possible he had ascended to heaven? What of Frieza and Cell, those old friends of his, who had also vanished without a trace? Bored and restless, he had intended to seek out Vegeta or Frieza for companionship, only to discover that neither could be found after a thorough search. Just as Bai Qi was engulfed in melancholy, a familiar voice, laced with joy, resonated beside him. Huh? Doubting his senses, Bai Qi immediately sat up, only to find Lazuli standing next to him, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Moreover, the halo above Lazuli's head plunged his heart into despair, for he had been worrying about her safety moments ago. A few minutes later, he exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth are those two rascals, Sun Wukong and Gohan, doing? How could they let you die? Bai Qi murmured with a frown, expressing his discontent. If circumstances had permitted, he would have gladly dealt a blow to each of the two individuals. Before his demise, he had earnestly entrusted Sun Wukong and the others with a critical task, and now it had barely been a while before Lazili descended. Relax, it was my decision. And it had nothing to do with Gohan and the others. Moreover, thanks to my cleverness, Bulma and the others managed to escape successfully. Hiki. Leaning gently against Bai Qi's shoulder, Lazili spoke tenderly, her tone tinged with pride as she recounted her actions, her head slightly lifted in anticipation of Bai Qi's praise, entirely shedding her usual aloofness. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qi, filled with exasperation, retorted, Cleverness? What nonsense! Are you a fool for forsaking your chance to ascend to paradise and coming to this wretched place? What a ridiculous situation. Humph. By the way, that certain scoundrel hasn't yet informed me about the perilous act he undertook without my consent. Lazili exclaimed, her voice sharp as she playfully pinched Bai Qi's waist, casting him a fierce glare. Ah, that matter, hee. Bai Qi felt a sudden pang of guilt, rendering him momentarily speechless. In an instant, he discerned the reason behind his distress, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. At that moment, Lazili unexpectedly enveloped him in a tight embrace. Promise me. Don't do such things again. It's truly wonderful to see you once more, she murmured, burying her head in Bai Qi's chest, her voice trembling slightly. The phrase soul flying away frightening her. I won't, he chuckled softly. Observing Lazili's fear, Bai Qi chose not to elaborate further, instead holding her close, soothing her anxiety. He too felt deeply moved by her willingness to descend into the underworld to find him, yet a twinge of guilt lingered in his heart. Ah! Let the troubles concerning Dr. Bai Qi be a burden for my past self to bear. After all, I am merely a dead man now. Upon learning that Dr. Bai Qi had perused the materials for the time machine, Bai Qi realized that his former self was in trouble. Yet, what could he do? He was simply a dead man. With that thought, he gently tucked a strand of Lazili's golden hair behind her ear, a serene smile gracing his face. Chapter 39. The 3-year agreement has arrived in the vast expanse of the ocean. The seabed lay beneath, where the pressure had reached terrifying levels, and darkness consumed all light. Deep blue eyes suddenly opened wide in the abyss. Bang! The entire deep sea seemed to tremble under an inexplicable force. The agitated surface momentarily stilling as if in a mirage, only to return to its chaotic state in an instant. Bai Qi, seated at the ocean floor, rose to his feet, causing the surrounding water to ripple. An invisible force field pushed the water away from him for several meters, creating the illusion that he resided within a transparent sphere. Swish! The figure of Bai Qi vanished beneath the sea, and in the absence of pressure, the waters swiftly collided. Almost 3 years had passed. Gazing at the tumultuous surface of the ocean, Bai Qi's voice was tinged with a husky timbre. He had resided on this planet for 3 long years, and the monotonous ordeal of his arduous training had finally come to an end. Thunder rumbled above. As the dark clouds continued to roar with ferocity, Bai Qi surged directly to the center, countless bolts of lightning striking him along the way. Yet they failed to inflict any harm upon him. Crackling sounds echoed as the surrounding clouds unleashed their fury, the lightning resembling enraged thunder dragons, roaring towards Bai Qi at the core, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Bai Qi allowed the lightning dragon to coil around him, as a dazzling white light engulfed his form. The effect was remarkable. Beneath such terrifying thunder strikes, Bai Qi merely felt a negligible tingling sensation throughout his body, a smile gracing his rugged face. Amidst a tumultuous sea of lightning, Bai Qi appeared as if he were a deity of thunder descending upon the mortal realm. After assessing the fruits of his cultivation, his chest expanded slightly, and he slowly opened his mouth. A roar erupted, reverberating even louder than the thunder itself. As the terrifying sound waves pierced through the thick clouds, causing them to tremble, the subsequent powerful, invisible sound waves shattered the cloud cover in an instant, rendering the lightning dragon within the cloud sea utterly vanquished. In a sky that had never known sunshine, a scene of boundless clarity emerged. Satisfied with the long-awaited clear sky, Bai Qi nodded approvingly and promptly teleported away from the planet. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, relentlessly kicked and punched. At this moment, he was no longer generating the astonishing noise that marked his initial transformation. He had evidently mastered this form completely. His aura, while still somewhat turbulent, was considerably more tranquil than at the outset. With a decisive flick, he turned off the gravity switch and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Humph. That self-proclaimed time traveler mentioned the arrival of the androids would be within the next few days. I'll take care of those puppets, along with Kakarot, Vegeta declared with a triumphant laugh, his immense power instilling him with unparalleled confidence. As he stepped out of the gravity chamber, Vegeta made his way toward the bathroom and passed by the bedroom, where Bulma, cradling a chubby child with lavender hair named Trunks, sat on the sofa engrossed in the television. Vegeta cast a brief glance at Bulma and the boy. These days might very well coincide with the android's appearance as foretold by that mysterious youth. Bulma, appearing bored, fiddled with the television channels. Sensing Vegeta's gaze, she turned to see him already entering the bathroom. Just like Goku, a fellow who can only train. Trunks, you must not grow up to be like your father. Bulma chuckled, playfully teasing Trunks. She wished for her son to grow up without the burdens that Vegeta bore, hoping only for his happiness and ease. Little Trunks, oblivious to the meaning behind Bulma's words, reached out with his pudgy hands, his light purple eyes blinking innocently. In the bathroom, water cascaded over Vegeta's form. The scars etched upon his body a testament to years of relentless battles and recent rigorous training. Beneath these scars lay defined muscles, the water flowing over them akin to a brook meandering through a valley, concealing within them a formidable strength. Emerging from the bathroom, he noticed Bulma had neatly prepared a blue battle suit on a nearby chair. The sight of the outfit stirred a flicker of emotion within his typically stoic heart. That bleak future described by the mysterious youth is indeed alarming. Everyone, including Goku, has perished. Staring at the playful Trunks in her arms, Bulma murmured softly. A moment later, a smile brightened her face as she lifted Trunks and said, "But fret not, your father will protect us when the time comes, won't he, Trunks?" Vegeta, standing at the threshold of the bedroom, paused slightly upon hearing Bulma's words. A spacecraft approached Earth. "Time flies, it has already been 3 years," remarked Krillin, who had grown his hair back, seated at the controls as Earth drew closer. Tais, seated in the co-pilot's seat with a golden-haired girl in her arms, looked at Krillin with a hint of concern and said, "Krillin, the time the mysterious youth spoke of regarding the androids is nearly upon us. Please be careful." "Huh. Don't worry, Tais. I've been training tirelessly for the past 3 years. With me around, you all will be safe," Krillin replied, scratching his head. His confidence had blossomed considerably over the years of rigorous training, and despite his modest height of 5 feet, he emanated a formidable presence. In the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo, having returned from Namek, stood before the Elder Kaioshin, his aura significantly amplified after assimilating with Nail. "Elder Kaioshin, I trust you have made your decision," Piccolo began, gazing at the serene elder. "Indeed, you are correct. Earth does not require a frail Kaioshin in the face of such crises. A powerful warrior is what the planet truly needs," the Elder Kaioshin replied, his wise eyes fixed on Piccolo, indicating that he had made his choice. "Rest assured, Earth cannot lose the Dragon Balls. A new Kaioshin has already been selected." Piccolo glanced at Dend, who stood beside Popo, and conveyed this to the elder. "Very well, Popo. I thank you for your care over the centuries." The Elder Kaioshin expressed his gratitude to the sorrowful Popo. He then instructed Piccolo to place his hand over his heart, as his aged will was ill-suited for the role of a warrior. Thus, he relinquished his consciousness to Piccolo. "Piccolo, Earth is entrusted to you." Upon uttering these final words, the Elder Kaioshin erupted in a brilliant white light, as the blood that had cooled for centuries within him began to boil, stirred by the impending emergence of a superpower. After all, before becoming a Kaioshin, he too had been a warrior devoted to the pursuit of martial arts. As the white light dissipated, a transformed Piccolo stood before Popo and Dend, his formidable aura enveloping the entire Earth. "This energy? Is that Namekian? How is this possible?" Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, abruptly setting down his bowl during dinner. "Piccolo, what an incredible aura!" Goku, training with Gohan in his Super Saiyan form, felt Piccolo's overwhelming power and smiled. "Uncle Piccolo, is this the result of 3 years of training?" Gohan chimed in, his face alight with joy as he paused his training. That Piccolo, Yajirobe and Tien, having just finished their training, also sensed Piccolo's energy, feeling a collective sigh of insignificance wash over them as their 3 years of arduous training suddenly felt trivial. "Well, at least our chances of survival during that impending crisis have significantly increased," Yajirobe thought. Though slightly downcast, he felt a surge of happiness, realizing that any addition of strength meant an increase in hope. "Incredible, Piccolo." Krillin, having just arrived on Earth, felt a surge of admiration upon sensing Piccolo's power, devoid of any feelings of defeat. From long ago, Krillin recognized that Piccolo was of a different caliber, akin to Goku, Vegeta, and Bai Qi. They all possessed their own pride and would never allow themselves to fall behind. "I wonder how powerful Mr. Bai has become." Upon contemplating the presence of Bai Qi, Krillin's expression radiated longing. Unlike the Saiyans, the Namekians, Bai Qi was a fellow Earthling. Simultaneously, within the confines of his home, Cassius felt a surge of joy upon sensing Piccolo's energy. This indicated that he could once again relish the tranquility of being a blissful recluse. Chapter 40. The early arrival of Trunks. On May 11th, the day preceding the emergence of the androids, Trunks returned from the future, arriving before Goku's family who were preparing for dinner. "Trunks. Come in quickly. Chi-Chi just finished cooking," Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm after a brief moment of surprise upon seeing Trunks at his doorstep. Chi-Chi stood nearby, her curiosity piqued as she observed Trunks. Gohan, positioned behind Goku, wore an astonished expression, for he sensed that Trunks was extraordinarily powerful, stronger even than his father. "Thank you, Uncle Goku, but I want to be staying for dinner. I came mainly to check if you've taken the special medicine," Trunks replied, smiling as he shook his head. His purpose for visiting was not to dine, but rather to ensure that his Uncle Goku, amidst his usual carefree demeanor, had not neglected his health. "What medicine?" "Oh, right. I almost forgot. Hee, Goku said, his confusion dissipating after a few seconds. With Trunks watching intently and Chi-Chi glaring with indignation, Goku reluctantly swallowed the medicine. Very well, I shan't intrude any further. Goodbye. Uncle Goku, and Chi-Chi, and Gohan. Trunks felt a sense of relief wash over him as he bid farewell to the family, instantly teleporting away. What a kind and polite young man. Humph, Goku. You truly worry me. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her heart heavy with concern for Goku, who, without Trunks' reminder, might have ignored his ailment. She glared at him, pinching him firmly. Haha, I was wrong, Chi-Chi. Goku chuckled awkwardly, having intended to take the medicine only when his condition worsened. Gohan, witnessing the exchange, quietly returned to his seat, avoiding Chi-Chi's gaze. He was aware of his father's illness but had forgotten amidst his training, now fearing Chi-Chi's ire would be directed at him. Father, Uncle Piccolo's power is immense, and Uncle Krillin and the others have also grown significantly stronger after 3 years of rigorous training. As Trunks flew in the sky, sensing the energies of Earth's warriors, he nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Uncle Bai Qi had also returned from his cosmic training. Trunks was eager to discover just how formidable he had become, yet a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. He traversed through time, wishing not to instigate any adverse consequences. I hope my arrival does not alter the course of events, he murmured, suppressing his unease. His gaze resolute as he pressed his fingers to his forehead. Suddenly, Bai Qi, while bathing at home, sensed an unfamiliar energy and, without donning his attire, swiftly drew his sword, striking towards a specific location. Clang. Trunks, having just teleported, was startled. A flash of white light enveloped him as he instinctively unsheathed his sword to parry Bai Qi's attack. Crack. The clash of their weapons produced a jarring sound, and the furniture nearby shattered from the force of their encounter, a testament to their restraint. Otherwise, the island would have been obliterated. Trunks, next time, remember to knock. Bai Qi remarked, lowering his guard as he gazed at Trunks with exasperation. You appear unexpectedly. Who can withstand such a surprise? My apologies, Uncle Bai Qi. I completely forgot, Trunks said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he sheathed his sword, discreetly rubbing his tingling wrist. Noticing Bai Qi's bare state, he coughed and averted his gaze, internally astonished by Bai Qi's vigilance, pondering why anyone would be so alert in their own home. Bai Qi also noticed that he was still unclothed and hastily donned a garment, despite his own indifference to the matter. A few minutes later, he inquired. You arrived quite punctually, didn't you? Were you worried about something? While seated on the sofa, Bai Qi tousled his disheveled hair and posed the question to Trunks, who sat beside him. If his memory served him right, this handsome youth had only appeared after Vegeta and the others had vanquished Android 19. Given the current prowess of you and Uncle Bai Qi, the androids are no match whatsoever. The subsequent challenges are merely a tad troublesome, Trunks remarked with a smile. Although he had been quite young at the time, he recalled his mother and others mentioning that the androids had not posed significant difficulties for Bai Qi and his companions. Is that so? Bai Qi nodded. Vegeta had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Piccolo had also merged with Kami ahead of time. The collective strength of the group far surpassed that of the original narrative, excluding himself. The power of Goku and the others alone could effortlessly overwhelm any adversary before encountering the formidable lightning cell. If they were to refrain from reckless decisions, they could swiftly conclude their battles. Moreover, Bai Qi had not idled away the past 3 years. He even dared to confront Lightning Cell. I wonder if my arrival will summon that alternate timeline cell. Due to Bai Qi's influence and other factors, the future had undergone significant changes, and he found himself curious if a timeline of total annihilation still existed. Trunks, what level do you currently find yourself at? Bai Qi gazed at Trunks, who was seated on the sofa, intrigued by his prowess. Through their recent encounter, Bai Qi discerned that Trunks' strength far exceeded that depicted in the original narrative. Furthermore, the magnificent sword that withstood the icy blade was certainly not an ornament that could be easily shattered. Due to my innate talent, I can barely transform into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks admitted somewhat sheepishly, acknowledging that his potential paled in comparison to that of future Gohan, having only recently achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? On the surface, Bai Qi appeared somewhat perplexed, yet internally he bore a weighty apprehension. He was acutely aware of what Super Saiyan 2 signified. With Trunks' formidable strength, coupled with the mightier Gohan, any foe like Cell would be reduced to mere ashes, let alone Goku and Vegeta. However, even with such prowess, they were still no match for Dr. Raichi and his associates, which granted him a clearer understanding of the formidable adversaries that lay ahead. Super Saiyan 2 represented a transformation that transcended the original Super Saiyan form, providing a twofold enhancement. Recognizing Bai Qi's confusion, Trunks patiently elucidated the complexities of the Saiyans' transformations. Your transformations are indeed intricate. Bai Qi symbolically nodded, deliberately exclaiming, haha. I recall Uncle Bai Qi once critiquing our transformations as ostentatious and lacking substance. Trunks responded with a smile. As the future Bai Qi had not once refrained from jesting about their transformations. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Bai Qi expressed his agreement, and after uttering this statement, he remained silent, casually drawing out the ice edge and beginning to polish it slowly. On the opposite side, Trunks also refrained from speaking, mirroring Bai Qi's actions as he wiped his large sword, though his gaze secretly darted towards Bai Qi, patiently waiting for any questions he might have. Perhaps regarding Bai Qi's own emotional matters. Trunks had prepared his responses for such inquiries. However, it was evident that Bai Qi had no intention of asking. As he continued to sit on the sofa, focused on polishing the ice edge. After half an hour, Trunks, unable to sit still, cleared his throat and said, Well, Uncle Bai Qi, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. He hurriedly departed, having discerned that Bai Qi was entirely disinterested in matters of the heart. Moreover, it was clear that Bai Qi had no intention of inviting him to dinner. Bai Qi responded to Trunks' farewell with a mere acknowledgement. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of formidable foes from the future. Truly a troublesome individual, Bai Qi muttered to himself while gazing at the empty seat left by Trunks. He felt no concern regarding the imminent arrival of the androids. Were it not for his excessive training, fearing he might dull his intellect, he would have already marched to the lair of Dr. Gero in the original storyline to eliminate that troublesome old man before venturing to other planets for further training. This time, he needed to devise a plan to locate Dr. Raichi and Dr. Mu. Having sensed Trunks' strength, Bai Qi realized he could not allow such terrifying adversaries to grow in the future. Unlike the Saiyans, he did not possess an innate thirst for battle. It was better to eradicate unknown enemies as early as possible. Chapter 41. The androids on a small island located southwest of the South City. There lay a city populated by over 100,000 inhabitants. Tianjin Fan, did you not bring the dumplings? Yamucha inquired, somewhat puzzled, upon seeing Tianjin Fan alone. I sensed the danger of this battle, so I did not bring any dumplings, Tianjin Fan replied. Recognizing the perilous nature of the upcoming conflict and opting not to bring along the weaker dumpling. Except for Vegeta and Bai Qi. Everyone had gathered at the peak of a nearby mountain. Haha, Yamucha, I can't believe it's been 3 years since we last met. And you and Bulma have a child now. Krillin, now sporting a freshly shaved head, teased Yamucha while glancing at the boy in Bulma's arms. Tai had opted not to attend, adhering to his insistence. Is that so? You got married without inviting me? How inconsiderate, Bulma, Cassius chimed in. Evidently unaware of the situation between Vegeta and Bulma. Meanwhile, the large Trunks stood by with his hands in his pockets, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Bulma and the little Trunks in her arms. You are mistaken, Bulma and I separated long ago. This is not our child. Yamucha said with a wry smile, leaning against the wall. What? When did you two break up? And whose child is this? Krillin asked, his face a mix of confusion. Having been away from Earth for 3 years, he was oblivious to Bulma's circumstances and had focused solely on preparing for the impending battle upon his return. Tai, who had seen Bulma, had not shared any information with him. I'll take a guess. This must be Vegeta and Bulma's child, right, Trunks? Goku stepped forward, a knowing expression on his face. The large Trunks was taken aback, his eyelids twitching as he stared at Goku. He was not ready to reveal himself yet. Remembering that Uncle Goku had promised to keep his mouth shut. What? Before Bulma could respond, everyone else, except Piccolo, suddenly gasped in disbelief as they looked at Bulma. Yes, indeed, he is my and Vegeta's child. By the way, Goku, how did you know his name is Trunks? Bulma admitted freely, gazing at Goku in confusion. The existence of Trunks was known to no one, and even if someone had guessed his identity, it was improbable they would know his name. Goku's smile faltered, realizing the implications of his words as he noticed the large Trunks giving him frantic signals. He suddenly became tongue-tied, his mind racing for an explanation. Among all, Krillin appeared the most shocked. Upon hearing Bulma's admission, he was left speechless. This meant he had become Vegeta's brother-in-law, even if Vegeta would never acknowledge it. He vaguely recalled having pulled Vegeta's tail once, which made things complicated. Cassius thought, bewildered, that he knew Vegeta's personality well enough. Hearing this news left him dumbfounded. Gohan entertained the little Trunks with silly faces, causing him to burst into laughter, while Piccolo looked on, somewhat helpless. He understood the situation and was about to explain Goku's blunder when boom. The large trunk suddenly launched an energy blast at a plane soaring overhead in the city. Boom. The energy blast exploded beside the aircraft, and the onlookers were astonished to see two figures plummet from the sky. All right, enough idle chatter. Those two were androids. Now, let us see how you handle this, the large trunk stated calmly, having anticipated the impending attack on the plane and acted instinctively to save it. What? Just as you said, these guys have no energy signatures at all. The relaxed expressions on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by seriousness. As described by the large trunks. They sensed no energy from the androids. They ceased their conversation and swiftly flew towards the city. Piccolo, arms crossed, having merged with the Supreme Kai, also discerned the androids and was about to act when the large trunks made his move. Casting a deep glance at the large trunks, Piccolo flew towards the city, acknowledging that this son of Vegeta was even more formidable than he had perceived. Thank you, Goku, regaining his composure, expressed gratitude to the large trunks for saving the people on the plane. He had momentarily overlooked the presence of the androids due to their lack of energy signatures. It's nothing. Just be careful, the large trunks replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. He would not intervene any further, having acted purely out of instinct to save lives. Goku nodded in agreement and flew towards the city below the mountain. Hey, handsome, aren't you going to help? Bulma asked, noticing everyone rushing off to confront the androids while the large trunks remained still. This is Goku, and the others fight. I shouldn't interfere. And they wouldn't want me to, the large trunks promptly responded, his gaze fixed on the little trunks in Bulma's arms, a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Oh, I see. Bulma, somewhat confused, gently rocked the little trunks, not delving deeper into the meaning of his words. Simultaneously, she failed to detect the warmth in the large trunk's tone. The large trunks fell silent, his lavender eyes intensely focused below, quietly standing guard beside Bulma. Compared to the powerful Goku and the others, his sole concern was for his mother, who lacked combat abilities. What is father doing? Yet to arrive, and still waiting for Uncle Bai Qi. Trunks, with a furrowed brow, mused over Bai Qi's absence, perhaps indicating a disinterest in the artificial beings present. However, Vegeta's absence was more perplexing, with his wife and child in such perilous circumstances. One would expect him to come forth to offer protection. Despite having lived with Vegeta for several years and understanding his temperament, Trunks could not shake off his displeasure. How could this happen? We were so well concealed. Who was this mysterious individual that could detect us? An elderly man with a distinctive mustache, pale hair, and a hat emblazoned with a red ribbon symbol, alongside a portly figure with a pale complexion, lurked behind a building. They were none other than Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an artificial human, an android 19. The enigmatic youth had made an appearance 3 years prior and had since vanished, leaving them with scant information regarding his whereabouts. Android 19 mechanically stated they were unaware of Trunks' true identity, regardless of who it may be. The ability to locate us signifies formidable strength. Perhaps events transpired during our observations that we remain oblivious to. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, we must retreat to the laboratory, Dr. Gero cautioned as he observed Goku and his companions approaching the city. The moment Trunks detected their presence, he realized something was amiss. Indeed, Dr. Gero. Such troublesome adversaries. Piccolo soared to the highest tower in the city, surveying the landscape. Merging with the Guardian, he could now perceive every corner of the earth with his naked eye, scrutinizing the entire city for any signs of disturbance. Yamcha strolled warily down the street, his serious demeanor lightened by a slight smirk. No matter who you are, artificial human or not, my instincts are sharper than a wolf's. Just as Yamcha reveled in his confidence, a hand equipped with an absorption device suddenly covered his mouth. The ghastly visage of Android 19 appeared behind him, preparing to siphon his energy. Bam! Piccolo, ever vigilant, sensed Yamcha's distress and swiftly intervened, kicking Android 19 away. From the shadows, Dr. Gero cautiously floated before the recently risen Android 19. Goku, Gohan, and Krillin sensed the commotion and hastily arrived at the scene. The confrontation between Goku's group and Dr. Gero's duo was imminent. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, who had been seated on the sofa for an entire day and night since Trunks' departure, finally rose. With a swift motion, he sheathed his icy blade and donned a black jacket. Well, let us investigate these so-called artificial humans. In an instant, Bai Qi vanished from his position. Chapter 42. An ominous gaze in the city of South Capital. Passers-by curiously observed the sudden appearance of Goku and his companions alongside Dr. Gero. Bam! Piccolo, integrated with the Guardian, would not allow harm to befall innocents. He swiftly appeared beside Android 19, delivering a punch that sent the android flying. Boom. Android 19. Caught off guard, transformed into a white blur, evading the city and crashing onto a desolate island. What? Dr. Gero's pupils dilated as he barely dodged Piccolo's next strike. Retreating a step. Humph. Piccolo scoffed before delivering a powerful kick that sent Dr. Gero sprawling. The frail body nearly crumbled under Piccolo's assault, akin to Android 19, who became a mere shadow upon colliding with the mountains of the wilderness. Krillin, Tien, and the recently rescued Yamcha stared in disbelief, having barely registered Piccolo's movements as the two artificial beings were dispatched. Is this truly the extent of Piccolo's power? Krillin's voice trembled with astonishment. Having sensed Piccolo's overwhelming energy, yet witnessing it firsthand exceeded their wildest expectations. Tien and Yamcha shared similar sentiments, their eyes wide with realization. Did a green figure just zip past us? Exclaimed a startled Cassius, intrigued by the mechanics behind Dr. Gero's creation of artificial humans. Only to be struck down by another green blur. Ignoring Krillin and the others, Piccolo sped toward the location where Dr. Gero had fallen. Is this the result of Uncle Piccolo's 3 years of training? Gohan's face radiated admiration for his mentor, who consistently astonished him. Good job, Piccolo, chuckled Goku. Clearly having anticipated Piccolo's prowess, not overly surprised but genuinely impressed by his approach. This way, they could engage in battle without endangering the civilians. Indeed, the group echoed, employing their flight technique to follow Piccolo. Well done, Uncle Piccolo. Trunks, perched atop a mountain, nodded in approval at Piccolo's actions. His strategy was exceedingly wise, preventing Dr. Gero and his creations from resorting to madness during the confrontation. What are you mumbling about? Has something occurred? Bulma interjected. Her brow furrowed as she gazed down at the shrinking city, perplexed. She had intended to observe the rumored artificial humans, yet remained stationary, while the enigmatic youth beside her occasionally uttered incomprehensible phrases. Well? Trunks chuckled awkwardly in response to Bulma's inquiry, acutely aware that she could see nothing and was left in a state of agitation. Enough with the foolishness. Think of a solution quickly. Trunks has wet himself, Bulma exclaimed as the young Trunks began to urinate in her arms, leaving her flustered and unsure of how to respond, having rushed out without a diaper. Oh, right. Trunks hurried over, his face reddening as he looked at the scene before him, hastily removing his jacket to wrap around the young Trunks. Thank you, handsome. Bulma sighed in relief, grateful for Trunks' assistance in managing the situation. Haha, no problem. The usually stoic Trunks appeared bashful, smiling as he addressed Bulma. Apologies for the wet clothes. I'll wash them for you when I return home, Bulma said sheepishly, noticing the Capsule Corporation logo on her jacket, momentarily taken aback. By the way, do we know each other in the future? Bulma questioned, her face laden with suspicion, feeling an inexplicable connection to Trunks as well as the logo on her jacket, both suggesting a significant link between them. Trunks found himself momentarily speechless, recognizing that Bulma was not easily deceived. Just as he grappled for words, an idea struck him. Are you interested in artificial humans? I could take you to see them up close. Is it true? Wukong expressed concern over the danger. Upon hearing the words of the great Trunks, Bulma's initially doubtful expression swiftly transformed into one of delight, though she remained somewhat entangled in her thoughts. It's nothing to worry about. You will be safe, trust me. Great Trunks spoke with a confident and resolute tone, his smile reassuring. Thank you very much. Bulma, who had long since grown weary of her surroundings, readily agreed. It's nothing. With that brief response, Great Trunks grasped Bulma's shoulder and, utilizing instant transmission, arrived beside Krillin. Dr. Gero and his companion were currently engaged in battle with Son Goku. Earlier, Goku had requested Piccolo, who had already intervened, to allow him to confront Dr. Gero. Having gauged the strength of Dr. Gero and his partner during their previous encounter, Piccolo had lost interest in the fight and consented. At that moment, Goku was battling Dr. Gero and his associate in his normal state, appearing to struggle. However, Krillin and the others were not overly anxious. They understood Goku's nature, knowing that he preferred to test his opponents before unleashing his full power. They had long since become accustomed to this behavior. In contrast, Dr. Gero and Android 19 were not as relaxed as Krillin and his companions. Although they were gaining the upper hand against Goku, they were acutely aware, due to their extensive data, that Goku possessed a transformation that significantly enhanced his power, the Super Saiyan form. This realization indicated that Goku was merely toying with them. Dr. Gero's face reddened with frustration, as it appeared his plans for vengeance might not come to fruition. On an island located 100 kilometers away from South City, the entire landmass was enveloped in forest. Aside from the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the expected chorus of birdsong, which had succumbed to an unsettling stillness. What a strange occurrence! Bai Qi hovered above the forest, furrowing his brow as he gazed down at the eerie woods below. Initially, he had intended to teleport to Sun Wukong's side, but midway through, he sensed a peculiar gaze fixated upon him from a distant location, sending a chill down his spine. Resolutely abandoning his plan to meet the android, he instinctively followed the unsettling sensation that led him here. As he treaded softly through the forest, the only sound accompanying him was the echo of his own footsteps. The entire expanse of woods was devoid of any other noise. Not even the whisper of a breeze rustling through the treetops. The melodies of birds and the cries of cicadas were notably absent, and the towering trees cast a shadow that obscured the sunlight, plunging the depths of the forest into an ominous gloom. Could it be that cell from the timeline of obliteration? Bai Qi halted his advance, remaining still as he surveyed the increasingly dim surroundings. His thoughts immediately drifted to an alternate timeline where he had seized the cell from Trunks. Suddenly, an inexplicable gaze pierced through the air behind him. Without hesitation, Bai Qi drew his sword, unleashing a crimson arc that cleaved through the darkness. Crack! In an instant, every tree along that path was severed. The blade's radiance slicing through the forest with astonishing swiftness, continuing its trajectory until it struck a mountain several kilometers away, cleaving it in two. Boom! Only then did the felled trees react, collapsing in a chaotic tumble to the ground, as the once serene woods erupted into a cacophony. Swirling, dust being propelled into the air. Bai Qi squinted his eyes. Although the sense of observation had dissipated, he was aware that the previous attack had been futile. What a farce! Bang! The entire forest resonated with the sound of blades slicing through the air, a myriad of luminous blades permeating every corner. With a flick of his hand, an impatient Bai Qi unleashed the extreme blade storm, enveloping the entire forest. He loathed this inexplicable sensation. The dense forest vanished. The fallen trees sprawled across the ground, and without their cover, sunlight streamed directly in, revealing clouds of dust in its rays. Boom! Yet it was not over. Bai Qi leaped into the air, gathering energy in his hand as the sky around him began to turn crimson. A massive surge of energy was clenched in his grip. And without hesitation, he hurled it toward the flattened forest. Bang! An explosion radiating red light erupted, the shock waves stirring the surrounding sea into frothy waves. As the smoke dissipated, the original forest, along with the small island, was annihilated, leaving behind a vast, dark chasm. Splash! The surrounding seawater surged in, and in a short while, the island and forest vanished, replaced by a tumultuous sea. Encountering such ghostly phenomena was peculiar. The strange feeling faded, and Bai Qi's tightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Chapter 43. The astonished Dr. Gero. While pondering the absurdity of Sun Wukong's penchant for punishment, future Trunks sensed the eruption of energy from Bai Qi in the distance. Casting a glance at Piccolo, he opted not to take Bulma with him and instantaneously departed the scene. The others had long grown accustomed to Trunks' enigmatic behavior, so they were not particularly surprised. Bulma, however, recognized Dr. Gero's face from a magazine she had once perused. Uncle Bai Qi, what has transpired? Future Trunks materialized beside Bai Qi, following his gaze toward the turbulent sea, which, regrettably, was merely a normal expanse of water. Is everything all right? Have the androids appeared? Retracting his gaze, Bai Qi calmed his heart. If that had indeed been the future version of Cell, then he should be dead by now. Although Bai Qi was somewhat perplexed as to what had prompted this individual to provoke him. If not, the situation could become rather complicated. Well, having encountered Uncle Wukong and the others, those two androids would stand no chance. Future Trunks, who had discerned nothing unusual, also withdrew his gaze and responded nonchalantly. By the way, Trunks, are you certain that you arrived here alone at that time? Bai Qi quietly gazed at the great Trunks and inquired. If it weren't for Cell just now, he felt there was a significant possibility that the early appearance of the great Trunks was related. Ah, of course, Uncle Bai. I did indeed come to the future alone, the great Trunks affirmed immediately, certain of his solitary arrival. Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, after several minutes of testing, witnessing that neither of them could match the formidable Son Goku, who effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his powerful and fierce aura, unlike the earth-shattering transformation on Namek, was completely reined in within him. Old Sun's strength has advanced even further. Piccolo deduced upon observing the calm aura of the transformed Son Goku, concluding that Son Goku was now stronger than him. A sense of helplessness crossed Piccolo's green face. He had initially believed that merging with Kami would at least allow him to equal Son Goku. Now, he realized the gap between them had only widened. Gohan. What is Old Sun's current state? Despite his reluctance, Piccolo was genuinely curious about Son Goku's condition. Uncle Piccolo, according to Dad. He is currently at full power as a Super Saiyan, Gohan replied with a smile. The others, including Krillin, who had been eavesdropping, understood instantly that this state was significantly superior to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Observing the restrained aura of Son Goku, their earlier anxiety dissipated with such might. Son Goku stood alongside the powerful Piccolo, rendering any artificial human no match for them. How could this be? In just 3 years, their power has surged so dramatically, and it seems they are aware of our presence here. What on earth transpired in those 3 years? Bang! While Dr. Gero was still in shock, Son Goku sent him flying with a punch. Clap. The damage number 19 seized the moment from behind to latch onto Son Goku, activating its absorption device. Absorbing energy? A peculiar tactic, yet ultimately insufficient. Son Goku, at full power as a Super Saiyan, merely smiled lightly at this, nonchalantly channeling a steady stream of energy into number 19. Humph, arrogant fool. As he sensed Son Goku's actions, a smug expression crossed number 19's pale face, feeling its energy spike with the influx of Son Goku's formidable aura. However, that elation swiftly turned to panic. How is this possible? An unending flow of energy surged into its body, and soon it realized its energy core had reached saturation. Yet the energy continued to flood in. Oh? Realizing something was amiss, it attempted to detach from Son Goku, only to find itself irresistibly drawn to him. As if ensnared by an electric current. Hee, have you noticed? Bang. Son Goku then took control of number 19, delivering punch after punch, dislodging parts from its rotund face. So it was a robot. Observing from the sidelines, the curious Kaioshin had his questions about Dr. Gero and his companion resolved. This won't do. The previous data is outdated and no longer serves as a reference. I must find a way to escape back to the lab and release androids 17 and 18. Witnessing number 19's utter inability to counter, Dr. Gero discreetly began to crawl away, fully aware of the dire situation. Despite harboring immense hatred for Son Goku, the current circumstances had spiraled beyond his control. Whether due to unexpected strength or Son Goku's foreknowledge of their location, all of this compelled him to suppress his resentment. As he retreated, Dr. Gero felt himself bump against a wall. Old man, where do you think you're going? Vegeta, clad in a blue battle suit, blocked Dr. Gero's path, his icy tone causing the old man's body to shudder. Bang! The terrified Dr. Gero was sent flying by Vegeta's wave. Boom! He collided with the beleaguered number 19, who was also freed from Son Goku's grasp, both crashing to the ground. Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't show up. Witnessing Vegeta's delayed arrival and his immediate action against number 19 left Son Goku somewhat displeased. He had been enjoying himself thoroughly. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others looked at him with curiosity, wondering where Vegeta had been. Is this the best you lot can do, these pathetic puppets? Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Bulma before addressing the recovering Dr. Gero with a haughty expression. He had been present all along, merely observing Piccolo and Son Goku's strengths before deciding to join the fray. Vegeta, don't be too arrogant. Unlike Dr. Gero, who was astonished by the exponential growth in Son Goku and Piccolo's powers, he felt a sense of dread towards Vegeta. Number 19, still dazed, believed the database had indicated Vegeta could not become a Super Saiyan and charged at him without hesitation. No. Number 19. Bang. Dr. Gero's warning came too late. Number 19's punch struck Vegeta squarely in the face without evasion. Boom. Vegeta, fully absorbing the blow, merely tilted his head slightly, then instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden, powerful aura propelled number 19 away. The surrounding earth cratered under the force as the ferocious, mighty aura unique to Super Saiyans re-emerged before everyone. Piccolo and Son Goku were unfazed, while Krillin and the others, particularly Yamcha and Tien, who hadn't been to Namek, were stunned by the spectacle. Compared to Son Goku's restrained energy, Vegeta's transformation was far more impactful. In truth, Vegeta could have opted for a subtler transformation, but where would be the thrill in that? After 3 long years, he awaited precisely this moment. Observing Krillin and the others' astonishment, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. With a burst of exhilaration, Vegeta swiftly appeared before number 19 and delivered a punch that sent it clean through. Crack! Yanking powerfully upwards, he left behind half of number 19's body, which fell far away. As Vegeta approached, number 19's expression morphed from defiance to sheer terror. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, witnessing Vegeta's disinterest in him, was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Do androids feel fear too? Hiki. Observing the terror etched on number 19's face, Vegeta wore a cruel smile. Unlike Son Goku, who, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, strove to suppress his inner brutality and maintain composure, Vegeta rarely held back such feelings. Rather, he relished them. He felt acutely that, in this state of enhanced ferocity, a Super Saiyan could unleash even greater power. Vegeta? Beside them. Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's actions with a furrowed brow, wishing to intervene. He found this brutal combat rather distasteful. However, Piccolo, standing alongside him, shook his head, silencing Sun Wukong's impending words, for after all, Dr. Gero and his minions were foes, and sympathy was unwarranted. With a resolute stride, Vegeta disregarded Sun Wukong's concerns and approached the half-destroyed android 19. In a swift motion, he crushed the android's face beneath his foot, eliciting a look of sheer terror. His gaze then shifted to Dr. Gero. Upon meeting Vegeta's icy stare, Dr. Gero felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware of Android 19's grim fate. In a swift flash, Future Trunks and Bai Qi arrived beside Sun Wukong. Chapter 44. Rescuing Dr. Gero Brother Bai. Cassius exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Bai Qi's sudden appearance. Indeed. I appreciate your efforts over these past 3 years. Bai Qi expressed his gratitude to Cassius, noting that during his 3-year absence, his house on Earth remained spotless. Clearly thanks to Cassius's diligent cleaning. Haha, it's nothing, Cassius replied, scratching his head, as he had also resided in that house previously. Mr. Bai. Krillin greeted him with a warm smile. Haha, it's been a while, Bai Qi. Goku chimed in, his eyes brimming with combat enthusiasm as he regarded Bai Qi. Still eager from their earlier skirmish, Yamcha and Tianjin exhaled lightly upon seeing Bai Qi's arrival. Well, you all continue. I merely came to observe, Bai Qi remarked, nodding at Krillin while disregarding Goku's gaze, then stepping aside to stand next to Cassius, avoiding any potential blood splatter. Humph. Though Bai Qi appeared calm after 3 years apart, his presence did not exude overwhelming strength. However, Vegeta was not foolish enough to believe that he was the only one who had grown stronger during this time. Both Goku and Piccolo, along with that enigmatic youth, each posed considerable pressure on him. Yet, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, the surge of power instilled a profound confidence within him. He yearned to face each of them in battle. Piccolo remained silent, his expression impassive as he observed Bai Qi. Though internally, he was far from tranquil. What a terrifying creature. With all the abilities of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo sensed the peril Bai Qi represented more acutely than Vegeta. Although they had yet to engage in combat, an ominous feeling lingered in his mind, heightening his alertness to the fullest. Is this the Bai Qi who once let 17 and 18 go? Compared to Goku and the others, he appears rather ordinary. Seeing the mysterious and undocumented Future Trunks alongside Bai Qi, whom he had monitored years prior, Dr. Gero felt a wave of despair wash over him. Frustration surged within him. He had compiled extensive files on Goku and the others, believing he had everything under control, only for reality to deliver a harsh blow. Old man. What are you thinking? Bam. Vegeta swiftly appeared before Dr. Gero, delivering a crushing blow to his chest, the force of which caused a deep indentation. Puff. Dr. Gero was abruptly jolted awake, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Eh? Can robots even bleed? Cassius observed in astonishment, having expected oil rather than blood to emerge. Due to the human modifications, some human traits were retained, Future Trunks explained calmly in response to Cassius's remark, while Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, equally intrigued, nodded in understanding. Bai Qi did not divert his attention to Vegeta and the others, but rather fixated on the lively figure of Son Goku. He had assumed that Goku was currently lying in bed. Was Trunks' early arrival intended for this purpose? Contemplating the premature arrival of Future Trunks, Bai Qi understood that under his watchful eye, Goku had taken the medicine well in advance. Indeed, the notion of inner demons was merely a fabrication. With a heart that exudes absolute purity, how could Son Goku possibly possess such a thing as an inner demon? Boom. Crash. Over at Vegeta's location, he sent the severely injured Dr. Gero, whose arm had been severed, flying with a kick that shattered a small mountain. Cough, cough. Dr. Gero struggled to rise, his hat gone, revealing his brain encased in a glass dome. With weary eyes, he glared at everyone, realizing his vendetta would remain unfulfilled. Given the current circumstances, it was already impossible. If only he had released androids 17 and 18 sooner. Dr. Gero muttered bitterly, believing that had he unleashed 17 and 18 in advance, even if they failed to defeat Goku and his companions, he was confident he would not find himself in such a dire predicament now. Truly pathetic. Vegeta, with disdain etched upon his face, raised his right hand, aiming it at the distant Dr. Gero, gathering energy to form a blue energy sphere. Big Bang attack. Neither Android 19 nor Drive Jero piqued his interest. He wished to conclude this tedious battle swiftly to pursue the other androids mentioned by future Trunks or to engage in combat with Son Goku and Bai Qi. Bang! With a thunderous shout, the blue energy sphere surged towards the despondent Dr. Jero at an astonishing speed. What a splendid name! Cassius, upon hearing the name of Vegeta's technique, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Clang! Boom! At the very moment the blue energy sphere was about to strike Dr. Jero, a flash of white light appeared, instantly splitting the sphere in two, which then detonated behind him, resulting in two explosive blasts. The violent explosion stirred a cloud of dust, enveloping Dr. Jero's figure within. What? Vegeta's eyes widened. It seemed he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before his attack was effortlessly neutralized. Slash! Slash! Bai Qi appeared directly at the center of the dust, followed by Trunks, Son Goku, and Piccolo. With a swift exhalation, Bai Qi's aura dispersed the dust like a brisk wind, revealing the shattered remnants of the explosion, where no trace of Dr. Jero remained. What just happened? Son Goku inquired, his face brimming with curiosity, while Piccolo wore a grave expression, having noticed that Trunks, usually so composed, now bore an expression of confusion. Clearly, the events that had transpired exceeded Trunks' understanding. Vegeta, his face grim, flew over, having reverted from his Super Saiyan form. At that moment, Cassius and Krillin, who had just regained their composure, hurried over, though they were still oblivious to what had occurred. However, upon seeing the expressions of Trunks and the others, they understood that something serious had transpired. Something had just rescued Dr. Jero. Observing the serious yet curious expressions of Krillin and his companions, Trunks recounted the recent events. How was that possible? Krillin, Cassius, Yamcha, and Tien all widened their eyes in disbelief. The kind of attack that had struck Dr. Jero should have been lethal. The implication was clear. The entity responsible possessed power surpassing even Vegeta's. This was precisely why Vegeta's expression was so dark. It was a personal affront to him. However, seeing Trunks' serious demeanor, Krillin and the others recognized the gravity of the situation. Could it be the other two androids you mentioned? Cassius asked uncertainly, looking to Trunks, who had already shared everything he knew about the androids. No, such a scenario has never occurred in the future. The one who saved Dr. Jero was not an android. Trunks immediately refuted, shaking his head. Bai Qi, standing nearby, remained silent, his expression equally somber. The other androids, 17, 18, and 19, lacked the power to effect such a rescue, especially under those circumstances. Was it 19? His strength might indeed allow for such a feat. Though Bai Qi pondered this, a sense of unease lingered. The prior enigmatic gaze and the sudden appearance of the being were not mere coincidences. What is happening? Is there a problem? Bulma approached, having just calmed the frightened Trunks. Her expression filled with confusion as she observed the peculiar gathering. Humph, it's none of your business, Vegeta retorted irritably, still brooding. This is a dangerous situation, for your safety. I must escort you away, Trunks said, disregarding Vegeta's annoyance as he moved beside Bulma, placing a hand on her shoulder. Before she could respond, he teleported them away. TCH. Meddling fool. Vegeta scowled at Trunks' actions, while Bai Qi and Piccolo remained unfazed. This is the Supreme Kai's temple, the safest place on Earth. Please wait here. We will return once we resolve the situation, Trunks assured Bulma. Thank you, Mr. Popo, he added as Bulma began to speak, but Trunks vanished once more. What a strange fellow. What is happening? Who are you? Bulma murmured to herself, filled with questions that begged for answers. Chapter 45, Dr. Reiki cough. Who are you? Why did you save me? Meanwhile, the disheveled and battered Dr. Jero gazed at the cloaked figure before him, perplexed. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a shadow appeared beside him. With a sharp, metallic sound, a flash of light enveloped him, and the surroundings shifted, placing him before another shadow. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I saved you, and you are still alive, are you not? An aged voice emanated from the cloak. Dr. Jero could only glimpse an eagle-like gaze, while the figure that had rescued him remained motionless, like a tree. That is indeed true. I owe you my life. However, I believe we are unfamiliar with one another, Dr. Jero replied, still enveloped in confusion. Judging by the voice, the figure also appeared to be an elder. That is inconsequential. I hear you have a grudge against the Saiyans? Without addressing Dr. Jero's confusion, the cloaked figure posed a peculiar question. Saiyans? Are you referring to Son Goku and his companions? I certainly bear a grudge against them. Are you here for them? Dr. Jero, aware of who the Saiyans were, wondered about the enmity between the cloaked elder and the Saiyans. I indeed come for the Scions. They are my enemies as well, a bitter enmity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Are you interested in collaborating? As the mention of Scions arose, the voice from beneath the cloak was laced with deep-seated hatred, firm in its proposition. Is that so? Excellent. It seems we share a common objective. In that case, let us collaborate amicably, Doctor. Jero replied with a smile creeping across his parched face. He recognized the implications in the elder's tone, and since this mysterious figure had saved him from Vegeta's minions, he must possess formidable strength. He realized he had no choice, yet what did it matter? He was alive and could still seek vengeance against Son Goku. That was sufficient. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. Thus, I shall not conceal my intentions. The voice conveyed satisfaction, and as the cloak fell away, the contemplative figure of Dr. Raiki emerged before Dr. Jero. Hello, Dr. Jero stammered, momentarily taken aback before extending a friendly hand. Greetings, Dr. Jero. You may call me Dr. Raiki. Now, you must listen attentively to what I have to say. After shaking hands with Dr. Jero, Dr. Raiki slowly began to relay everything about the future to him. While the shadow behind him remained utterly still, the more Dr. Jero listened, the more animated his expressions became. Next time I encounter an enemy, I will be the first to strike. Vegeta, soaring through the air, voiced his displeasure, accompanied by the composed Bai Qi, Trunks, the serious Piccolo, and the vigilant Krillin. After Trunks had sent Bulma away, he promptly returned. Under his suggestion, the group set forth towards Dr. Jero's lair in the north. Bai Qi had intended to utilize instantaneous movement to arrive at his destination. However, even the formidable Trunks possessed only a vague understanding of the location, let alone himself. No. Vegeta, you just engaged with the opponents I should have faced, namely Dr. Jero and Android 19. It is only right that I confront the adversaries we encounter next. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong immediately felt displeased and began to retort. What? Kakarot. Vegeta was equally unwilling to concede, leading to a spirited exchange between the two. Aside from Bai Qi, Trunks, and Piccolo, the remaining individuals silently observed the quarrel between Vegeta and his counterpart. What just transpired? Why did my mother not mention such a situation to me? Trunks, soaring ahead, masked his inner turmoil beneath a calm exterior. For the unfolding events had not been forewarned by Bulma in the future. A sense of unease began to rise within him, despite his usual confidence. Bai Qi, with an expression of calm indifference, followed closely behind. He had long been mentally prepared for any alterations in the unfolding narrative, especially after such absurd events transpired in the future. At this point, nothing could truly astonish him. Rather, he was merely intrigued by what might occur next. Casting a glance at the nonchalant Cassius, Bai Qi had previously advised him to keep his distance, for a careless demise would be unfortunate. My dear brother Bai, over these 3 years, it is not only you who have made progress, I have also been diligently honing my skills. Cassius responded confidently and resolutely upon hearing Bai Qi's suggestion, his words echoing with conviction. Bai Qi chose not to delve further into the matter. Perhaps Cassius truly had a contingency plan, although he could not perceive any discernible difference in Cassius after 3 years of training. Sensing Bai Qi's gaze upon him, Cassius wore a smile that seemed to silently communicate, "Do not worry, trust me." Meanwhile, Krillin and the others felt a resurgence of anxiety. The recent change in the expressions of Trunks and his companions indicated that events had spiraled beyond their control. A bittersweet realization dawned upon them. After 3 years of arduous cultivation, they found themselves lacking the qualifications to intervene. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them, particularly for Yamcha, who was internally wavering. However, with Krillin and Tien Shinhan in tow, he steeled himself to proceed. Though frightened, Tien Shinhan remained resolute, wishing to witness firsthand the disparity between himself and the likes of Son Goku. As for Krillin, he adopted a more indifferent demeanor after 3 years of cosmic trials. Not only had his strength increased, but his mindset had subtly transformed. He understood that fleeing from a formidable foe, one that even Son Goku could not vanquish, would be futile. Moreover, if he were to encounter such a crisis alone, who would safeguard Tai Si and the others? This was the very reason he chose to follow, fully aware of the impending dangers. As their thoughts diverged, in the heart of a dense northern forest, Dr. Jero, concealed within his laboratory, accompanied by Dr. Raiki, had arrived at their destination. The identity of Trunks and the inexplicable presence of Son Goku and his companions in South City were enigmas Dr. Raiki, claiming to hail from the future, began to elucidate. Standing behind the busy Dr. Jero, Dr. Raiki maintained a serene demeanor, offering only a general overview of the future without delving into intricate details. "Ah, is this your creation?" Dr. Reiki inquired, eyeing the two dormant capsules marked with the numbers 17 and 18 with curiosity. Yes, they are my engineered android weapons designed to exact revenge on Son Goku, Dr. Jiro replied, glancing at the capsules without concern for the potential dangers. Grasping the control device, he activated the capsule doors. With a hiss, the first capsule opened, revealing a young man clad in black with a scarf around his neck, his long black hair barely obscuring his ears adorned with golden earrings. This youth was Android 17. His piercing blue eyes immediately fixated on the remote control in Dr. Jiro's hand. A surge of murderous intent welled within him until a chilling gaze from afar caught his attention. Upon glancing over, he noticed Dr. Reiki floating nearby alongside a shadowy figure, the latter instilling an unexplainable sense of dread within him, prompting 17 to abandon his violent thoughts. Greetings, Dr. Jiro, Android 17 greeted with a smile, his gaze subtly flicking towards the young woman emerging behind him. Hello, Dr. Jiro, came the voice of Android 18. Her cold demeanor momentarily suppressing her murderous impulses as she flipped her golden hair and acknowledged him. She too noticed the unfamiliar silhouettes nearby. 17, 18. You are initiating conversation with me. It seems you have been restored, Dr. Jiro remarked, his heart buoyed despite Android 18's frosty tone. The rebellious siblings appeared to have finally acquiesced to his commands. Dr. Reiki scrutinized Android 17, a sense of familiarity washing over him, which intensified upon the emergence of Android 18, prompting his eyes to widen. They resemble each other remarkably, but the names? Although their appearances were strikingly similar, the differing names left him in doubt. Having exchanged pleasantries, Android 18 disregarded the two men, striding purposefully towards a table. With a swift motion, she opened a drawer and retrieved a red stone adorned with a cord, which she fastened around her neck. Android 17 watched in silence, bemused by his sister's choice to retain such an unflattering accessory. Are you not going to release him? Dr. Reiki queried, directing his attention toward a dormant capsule marked with the number 19. Dr. Jiro had only released androids 17 and 18, seemingly neglecting the capsule, which also contained an android. Curiosity flickered in Android 17's eyes as he observed the imposing form within, startled to detect an energy signature that surpassed his own. Android 18 remained indifferent, her gaze drifting around the unfamiliar environment, showing no interest in Dr. Reiki and his companion, dismissing them as mere associates of Dr. Jiro, whom she held in contempt. She absently fiddled with the red necklace, her blue eyes fixed on the dormant Android 19, lost in contemplation. This is a failed experiment. Due to its overwhelming power and refusal to comply with commands, I have never released it, Dr. Jiro explained, his expression grave as he worked to repair his own severed arm. Overwhelming power? Uncontrollable? Are you a fool? To create a weapon you cannot command? Dr. Reiki scoffed, his disdain palpable. As a fellow scientist, he understood that the foremost priority of any creation was absolute obedience. Otherwise, no matter how potent, it was merely a failed experiment. Dr. Reiki's derision rendered Dr. Jiro uncomfortably aware of the truth in his words. The creation of an uncontrollable weapon was indeed a disgrace to any scientist. Stealing a glance at androids 17 and 18, Dr. Jiro resolved to ensure that Dr. Reiki remained unaware of the siblings' previous lack of control. Otherwise, he would lose face entirely. Well then, release it. Do you truly believe that these two toys will suffice to thwart Son Goku and his allies? If they are indeed uncontrollable, their existence is unwarranted. Dr. Reiki retorted dismissively, maintaining his skepticism regarding their supposed strength. He needed to utilize Dr. Jiro's creations to probe the capabilities of Son Goku and Bai Qi, as his own masterpiece had significantly diminished in power. Without Dr. Mu by his side, he dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing Dr. Reiki refer to them as toys, Number 17 instantly felt a surge of displeasure, his energy beginning to mobilize as he prepared to teach this oblivious old man a lesson. Number 18, equally cold, fixed a murderous gaze upon Dr. Reiki, her intent to kill crystallizing as she silently locked onto him, waiting for number 17 to make the first move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped them, causing their pupils to constrict in response to the palpable sense of danger. Swiftly, they turned their attention to the shadowy figure draped in a black cloak behind Dr. Reiki, sensing that the ominous energy emanated from this mysterious presence. Exchanging a knowing glance, Number 17 and number 18 instinctively suppressed their fluctuating energy. The moment was not yet ripe for action. Meanwhile, Dr. Jiro, blissfully unaware of the tension, reluctantly opened the hatch for number 19. With a clang, the tall and imposing figure of number 19 emerged from the stasis pod, his crimson crest-like hair contrasting sharply with the green armor he wore. emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army across his chest. Number 17 and number 18 regarded the muscular figure with mild curiosity. Unlike their own imposing physiques, number 19 exuded an air of tranquility that felt oddly out of place. Unlike the bioengineered beings that were number 17 and number 18, number 19 was a purely mechanical creation, equipped with sophisticated computer systems capable of processing various information. And like them, he too possessed a perpetual energy source. Gazing at number 19's familiar visage, Dr. Gero momentarily faltered before swiftly gathering his composure to speak. Dr. Bai Qi, however, dismissed his words with indifference. To him, this mechanical humanoid weapon was rather mundane, with the only aspect piquing his interest being the so-called perpetual energy source. Number 19 remained unresponsive to drive Gero's inquiries, his calm gaze surveying the surroundings. Number 19, what is your mission? Dr. Gero attempted to engage him. Eliminate Sun Goku. Number 19 replied flatly, devoid of any inflection. Dr. Gero exhaled in relief upon hearing number 19's response. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged disinterested looks. They had grown weary of hearing the same orders repeated by Dr. Gero countless times. Dr. Bai Qi observed the group, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Trunks and his companions finally arrived at the vast, unending forest in the north. According to the information I have received, this should be the place, Trunks stated, surveying the expansive woodland. The others looked at the seemingly limitless forest, feeling a wave of frustration. Finding a few lifeless androids in such a vast area seemed an insurmountable task. So this is it, Bai Qi nodded, beginning to gather energy. Searching for several undetectable androids with mere eyesight was clearly an impossible endeavor. He had a more efficient method at his disposal. The surrounding sky began to take on a crimson hue as Bai Qi swiftly absorbed the energy into his left hand. A monstrous energy sphere materializing with a terrifying aura that startled Krillin and the others. Vegeta nodded in agreement, realizing that this strike would significantly facilitate their search. Trunks was taken aback. If his intel was correct, Aunt Lazilia was still within this forest. Without hesitation, he positioned himself firmly beside Bai Qi, who was on the verge of unleashing the energy blast, and gravely cautioned him, Uncle Bai Qi, your actions are perilous. You could inadvertently harm innocent lives. Thank goodness I arrived early. Had I come a day later, I shudder to think of the consequences. Fabricating a rationale, Trunks felt a flicker of relief, convinced that his arrival had instigated some changes. Observing Bai Qi's indifference, Trunks began to sweat profusely, and Son Goku stepped forward, equally concerned about the potential for collateral damage. Fear not. I am always mindful and will not endanger others, Bai Qi reassured them. Seeing the apprehension in both Trunks and Goku, Bai Qi found it curious. It felt as if Trunks' concerns were unfounded. The surrounding Krillin and others looked at him with disbelief. Knowing that the power of Bai Qi's energy sphere could obliterate the entire forest, yet he spoke with such nonchalance. Trunks remained skeptical of Bai Qi's assurances, staying vigilant and prepared to intercept any potential attack, a sentiment echoed by Son Goku. As Trunks refused to step aside, Bai Qi reluctantly dissipated the energy sphere. With an unknown enemy lurking, this was not the time for internal conflict. Once Bai Qi had dispelled the energy, Trunks secretly sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 47. Ready for the show? In the distance, a colossal energy fluctuation was detected. Within the laboratory, Number 19 instantaneously sensed Bai Qi's energy and spoke up. Is that Son Goku and his companions? How fortuitous. Dr. Gero, having already repaired his arm, chuckled coldly. Now, with number 19, 17, and 18 at his disposal, he felt emboldened, his earlier fear of Son Goku dissipating, replaced by a resurgence of hatred. I must not reveal myself just yet. Remember to keep my identity concealed. Dr. Bai Qi, draping his cloak around himself, ensured that the time for his revelation had not yet come. As 17 and 18 learned that Son Goku was approaching, curiosity stirred within them about this Dr. Gero, who had been mentioned so frequently. Number 19 remained impassive, his gaze steady upon them. That is to be expected, Dr. Gero acknowledged, understanding that Dr. Bai Qi had his own agenda, and with his formidable lineup, he felt no fear of Son Goku and his friends. At that moment, Son Goku and his group finally located the hidden laboratory nestled halfway up the mountainside. It seems this is the place, boom. Just as Krillin began to speak, Bai Qi, already impatient, swiftly hurled an energy blast towards the laboratory, reducing it to ruins in an instant. This time, Trunks did not intervene. Any further interference would only raise suspicions. And besides, the previous blast had not exhibited great power. Krillin sheepishly retracted his words as everyone stared at the smoke-shrouded remnants of what had once been the laboratory. Are you all so eager to meet your demise? Bai Qi taunted. Boom. Bai Qi flung his hand once more, unleashing another energy orb that interrupted the incessant prattle of Dr. Gue. As anticipated, Dr. Gue had indeed sought refuge here. A protective shield enveloped Dr. Gue and his companions, sparing them from harm. The shockwave generated by the explosion swiftly cleared the smoke, allowing everyone to finally discern the figures of Dr. Gue and his entourage. So it is you lot who have been conjuring illusions, is it? Bai Qi immediately focused his gaze on the two shadowy figures behind Dr. Gero, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sun Wukong and the others were, to varying degrees, aware of the other individuals present, and Trunks also took note of the peculiar shadows. Upon seeing Bai Qi, who was armed with a blade, number 17, who was raising a protective shield, appeared somewhat astonished, not expecting to encounter Bai Qi in this place. Is it him? He mused. The cold-faced number 18's expression shifted upon laying eyes on Bai Qi. As if recalling something, she hastily tucked the red necklace around her neck beneath her clothing. Redirecting his focus from the cloaked figures, Bai Qi turned his attention to Dr. Gero, ultimately resting his gaze on numbers 17 and 18. So it is you. After their previous encounter on Earth with the somewhat familiar twins, he had lain in bed one day after training, contemplating until he discerned their identities. They were none other than the androids, number 17 and number 18, from the original narrative. Having come to this realization, he initially believed that his intervention would spare the siblings from their fateful transformations. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. Well, Bai Qi, are you not surprised? Dr. Gero spoke with palpable ire, seemingly aware of Bai Qi's gaze directed at numbers 17 and 18. So, this is the name of the one who saved us. Numbers 17 and 18 finally grasped. Do we have a vendetta? Bai Qi found himself in a state of bewilderment. His presence on Earth was infrequent, yet Dr. Gero seemed to harbor a palpable animosity towards him. Sun Wukong and the others shared their curiosity, glancing at Dr. Gero, aware of the hatred directed at them. But they pondered what grievance he might have with Bai Qi. Future Trunks, equally intrigued, kept his gaze fixed upon the shadowy figure cloaked in black behind him. Humph. You caused me considerable trouble when you let androids 17 and 18 escape. It took immense effort to track them down again. Dr. Gero declared vehemently, recalling the significant losses he endured in recapturing the siblings, which had delayed many of his plans. Beside him, Android 17 remained unperturbed by Dry Gero's words, fixated instead on Bai Qi, lost in thought. After an initial shock, Android 18 regained her icy demeanor, casting occasional glances at Bai Qi, her piercing blue eyes flickering with intensity. I never expected this fellow Bai Qi would take a stand to save someone, Yamucha mused in surprise. Such an act seemed incongruous with Bai Qi's character. Sun Wukong also expressed his astonishment, while future Trunks maintained a serene expression, evidently already privy to the situation. You truly hold a grudge, old man, Bai Qi acknowledged with a nod, reluctantly admiring Dr. Gero's memory for grievances. Now, I shall let you experience death at the hands of those you saved, 17 and 18. Eliminate this, Bai Qi. Since the beating he received from Vegeta and his allies, Dr. Gero had not known solace, and he now sought to reclaim a portion of his losses through Bai Qi. Although the scant information he had gathered on Bai Qi did not indicate formidable combat prowess, it was clear that he underestimated the challenge before him. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's command, Bai Qi's brow furrowed slightly as he descended to the ground. Obeying the order, androids 17 and 18 approached him slowly. Have they had their memories erased? Bai Qi mused, albeit with little surprise. His left hand gently rested upon the hilt of his blade. Since they were foes, he thought, it would suffice to eliminate them, while also pondering whether these androids would dare to confront him. Vegeta, arms crossed, unexpectedly refrained from opposition, shifting his focus from the cloaked figure to Bai Qi. Very well, let these two puppets test his strength first. At that moment, androids 17 and 18 stood before Bai Qi. Are you ready to meet your end? 17 sneered contemptuously at Bai Qi, hands shoved into his pockets, his expression brimming with arrogance. Android 18 regarded Bai Qi's impassive face, her own blue eyes mirroring a calmness as she observed him intently. Hey, when 17 reveals a flaw, sees the opportunity to escape, a cool, low female voice whispered in Bai Qi's ear just as he prepared to draw his blade to surprise the rebellious youth. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback as he observed number 18, whose lips were moving slightly, her azure eyes continuously blinking at him, signaling him to be prepared. It was evident that she was reminding him in a voice only they could barely hear. Behind them, the arrogant number 17 subtly nodded in agreement. Watching the duo poised to commence their performance, Bai Qi's lips twitched. He realized he had been underestimated, Yet he also comprehended that their memories had not been erased. You truly are inept, running away only to be captured again. The ostentatiously defiant number 17 and the ever-signaling number 18 froze at Bai Qi's words. Was this a mockery? Was it truly the time for ridicule? Ignoring the dazed siblings, Bai Qi gripped the hilt of his blade firmly, lowering his body slightly. His cold gaze fixated on the pair, the terrifying intent to kill locking onto them directly. Both number 17 and number 18 were startled, a chilling aura enveloping them, sending shivers down their spines. They seemed to have underestimated Bai Qi, and it was not Bai Qi who required assistance. Chapter 48. The Blade of Revenge. All eyes were on the three individuals below, particularly on Bai Qi, who radiated an aura of lethal intent. The Jita widened his eyes, eager to gauge Bai Qi's current strength, just as everyone's attention was fixated on the impending clash among the three. A figure in a black robe at the back seemed to sense something, his robe billowing without wind. In an instant, as number 17 and number 18 braced themselves, Bai Qi vanished from their sight. Number 17 and number 18's pupils constricted sharply, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings. Bai Qi's power exceeded their expectations significantly. Clang! With his aura fully unleashed, Bai Qi suddenly materialized before the cloaked Dr. Locke, a red glimmer flashing as his icy blade swung down fiercely. Clang! Crack! A sharp metallic screech resonated as a straight blade intercepted the ice edge, revealing the previously motionless figure in the black robe standing before them. Boom! The mingling of blood-red energy and grayish-white aura formed a swirling vortex, the icy killing intent and an eerie sense of unease saturating the atmosphere. Gulp! Krillin and his companions felt a wave of trepidation, instinctively swallowing hard as the air around them thickened, rendering their breaths exceedingly laborious. Crack! The ground, unable to bear the weight, fractured instantly, the vortex expanding continuously, soaring to hundreds of meters in height. At its peak, it began to distort and contract. Bang! The invisible pressure crushed the vortex, causing it to explode, a murky aura swiftly spreading outward. Within the obscured haze, sharp fragments of energy blades, carrying the scent of death, enveloped the vicinity of the two. Crack! Nearby, a colossal tree shattered instantly. 19. Save me. Dr. Gero, still in shock, gazed at the imminent energy blades emanating a terrifying aura of death and urgently called out to the closest number 19. 19 did not disappoint. His robust physique agilely approached, swiftly lifting Dr. Gero and soaring to safety. The moment Bai Qi vanished, number 17 and number 18 heightened their vigilance in anticipation of his sudden strike, making them the first to react. Witnessing the erupting shards of the storm, they immediately ascended into the air, gazing in horror at the center of the chaos. Swish! No. 19, carrying the nearly paralyzed Dr. Gero, appeared beside them, his calm eyes fixed on the battlefield center. Future Trunks and Goku paid no mind to Dr. Gero and his companions, their expressions grave as they focused on the scene below, their bodies beginning to gather energy. A clearing was formed amidst the dense forest, the explosion of the vortex stirring up clouds of dust, with two figures faintly visible within. Swish! An invisible whirlwind dispersed the dust, and all who beheld the scene widened their eyes in disbelief. Bai Qi? Cassius's astonished voice resounded, his eyes nearly popping out. Number 17 and no. 18 also stared incredulously at the center, momentarily oblivious to Dr. Gero beside them. Future Trunks' calm demeanor evaporated, his heart plummeting to the abyss. As if plunged into an icy abyss, the pressure within him boiling. A blood-stained straight blade firmly blocked the ice edge, wisps of grayish-white gas emanating from it. The robe had been shredded by the energy blades, his black cloak billowing in the wind, revealing a face identical to Bai Qi's, with indifferent black eyes gazing coldly at Bai Qi's icy blue ones. Behind him, Dr. Locke revealed his true self, a mocking smile adorning his face as he surveyed the astonished crowd. It's been a while, everyone. Bang! With a forceful exertion on the straight blade, Bai Qi felt a tremendous power surge through the ice edge, propelling him backward to land at a distance. So they have followed from the future, that eerie gaze. Looking up at Dr. Locke and the others, Bai Qi's inquiries began to find answers, yet a chill ran through him, with Dr. Locke's arrival. It was likely that Dr. Mew and Broly were also involved. Dr. Locke. Trunks ground his teeth, forcing out 4 words, a face he would never forget. His energy began to rise uncontrollably as he never expected Dr. Locke to arrive. What of Bulma and Gohan from the future? The remaining thoughts were too dreadful for Trunks to contemplate. What? Everyone was taken aback. Was this the future enemy Future Trunks spoke of, Dr. Locke? And the counterfeit Bai Qi? A replica? Number 17 and number 18 gazed at the artificial Bai Qi, connecting the dots with Dr. Locke's identity. deducing the origins of this imposter. Haha, Trunks, did you think only Bulma could create time machines? Do not forget, we are the universe's greatest scientists. We can craft time machines as well. Dr. Locky addressed the surging Trunks, his words eliciting yet another round of astonishment among the crowd. Trunks? Except for Piccolo and Goku. Everyone gaped in disbelief at Trunks and Vegeta. No wonder Goku knew his name beforehand. He possessed the same lilac eyes and hair as young Trunks, resembling Vegeta's face. Thus, there would be no need for concealment. Indeed, he is the son of Vegeta from the future, Trunks. With a solemn expression, Piccolo slowly spoke. His aura also beginning to fluctuate, as the presence of the counterfeit Bai Qi imposed unprecedented pressure upon him. Vegeta, astonished, gazed intently at Trunks, momentarily neglecting the situation below. His heart shaken, the mysterious figure that vexed him was, in fact, his own son. Trunks remained unresponsive, his face icy as he regarded Dr. Locky. Connecting the dots regarding Bulma's fate, his aura teetering on the brink of chaos. Very well, we shall have a proper reunion in hell. Doctor. Locky's sinister voice interrupted everyone's thoughts, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Haha, you all remain oblivious to my masterpiece. Allow me to introduce you grandly. Observing the perplexed crowd, Dr. Locky laughed heartily, pointing at the expressionless artificial Bai Qi. My magnum opus, the universe's most formidable weapon, the blade of revenge, Abyss. As everyone pondered the meaning of this name, Krillin urged, Uncle Krillin, you all should leave at once. Krillin and his companions intended to speak, but upon witnessing Trunks' grave demeanor, they understood that this was not the moment for bravado. Be careful, he sighed helplessly, and Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien placed their hands on one another's shoulders. Cassius hesitated momentarily before joining them, realizing that remaining behind would only complicate matters for Bai Qi. Noticing Trunks' gaze, Son Gohan shook his head resolutely. In that moment, Trunks ceased to look at Son Gohan and transported the four of them to the temple before swiftly returning. Do you not understand? There is no escape, Doctor. Gero observed Trunks' actions in silence, making no attempt to intervene. As to him, Trunks' efforts were utterly futile, merely postponing the inevitable demise of Krillin and his comrades. The scene was left with only Dr. Gero, Dr. Reiki, androids 19, 17, 18, Bai Qi, and the Scion Fathers, Vegeta and Son Goku. Chapter 49. Chaos and Battle. Seeing the formidable Yuan, Dr. Gero, jolted from his shock, hurried back to Dr. Reiki's side. Yuan made no effort to stop him, remaining impassive as he regarded Bai Qi and the others. Your creation is truly astonishing, Dr. Gero remarked in awe to Dr. Reiki, clearly intimidated by Yuan's might. With a light chuckle, Dr. Reiki remained silent, his expression unfazed as he gazed at Son Goku and his companions. Hey, androids 19, 17, and 18. Assist Yuan in eliminating Son Goku and his allies, Dr. Gero commanded, calming his nerves. Android 19 offered no response, while 17 and 18 frowned in discontent. They regretted not having acted earlier to eliminate Dr. Gero, having missed a prime opportunity. Sensing their hesitation, Dr. Gero produced a control device, prompting 17 and 18 to reluctantly drift towards Yuan's side. Android 18 casually glanced at Yuan, who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qi. The chilling aura emanating from him sent a shiver down her spine, making her feel as though she faced a true weapon, devoid of any surplus emotion. Android 19 joined them, standing in opposition to Son Goku and the others. Uncle Piccolo, Father, Son Gohan, I leave androids 19, 17, and 18 to you, Trunks stated, suppressing his surging emotions and soberly delineating their tactics. Are you attempting to command me? Who do you think you are? I intend to battle Yuan. I have no interest in those three, Vegeta retorted angrily, feeling that Trunks underestimated his strength, a slight he could not abide. Father, enough. Trunks, you, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Bai Qi confront Yuan while Son Gohan and I handle the androids, Piccolo interjected, preventing further quarrel. He exchanged a glance with Son Gohan and charged towards Android 19 and the others. With a thud, Piccolo shed his weighted clothing, unleashing his full power, his strength surpassing even that of Super Saiyan Vegeta. The trio, observing this, moved to meet him, and thus, the five engaged in fierce combat. In an instant, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, reaching a pinnacle before retracting his energy, his once serene expression replaced by a cold gaze directed at Yuan below. Recalling the devastation Yuan would unleash in the future, an uncontrollable fury surged within him, as everything he held dear lay in ruins at Yuan's hands. His murderous intent surpassed even the fighting spirit evoked by facing a formidable adversary. Humph! Vegeta grunted, channeling his energy and transforming into a Super Saiyan. But he did not stop there. As his energy continued to rise, his muscles expanded dramatically. Ah, Kakarot, do not think you're the only one to transcend Super Saiyan. With a fierce shout, Vegeta's physique bulged, and he perfectly balanced his power and speed. His energy level eclipsed that of Piccolo. Vegeta, I did not expect you to unlock a new form, but it seems to consume quite a bit of energy. Son Goku observed with mild surprise at Vegeta's second Super Saiyan form, recognizing its formidable strength but also its inherent drawbacks. Before I exhaust my energy, it will be sufficient for me to eliminate him, Vegeta declared confidently, arms crossed. As Bai Qi began to stride towards Yuan, his own aura began to boil, a terrifying, sharp energy immediately weighing down upon Son Goku and Vegeta. As he walked, he focused his energy. In battle, one's aura is crucial, and at that moment, Bai Qi's presence reached its zenith, directed at the indifferent Yuan. From a distance, Android 17, engaged with Piccolo, observed the scene. Though they could not sense energy, the pressure they felt was unmistakable. That old fool, Gero, must have lost his mind, sending us to confront these monsters. Including the Bai Qi who once saved my sister and me. He cursed Dr. Gero in his thoughts. While he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, nor even Bai Qi, were opponents he could contend with. He could not fathom where Dr. Gero derived his audacity for vengeance. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was equally intimidated by Son Goku's and his ally's strength. Had it not been for Dr. Raiki's presence, he might have already been vanquished. Android 18, currently overpowering Son Gohan, was astonished by the prowess of Son Goku and his companions, particularly Bai Qi. Remembering her earlier boast about sparing Bai Qi, her cold expression flushed slightly. Yet upon witnessing Bai Qi's formidable strength, she felt an unacknowledged sense of relief. Son Gohan, however, was not enjoying such ease. His face flushed crimson, sweat pouring down as he struggled against Android 18, who had been holding back her full strength. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Android 19 occasionally interfered with Piccolo, showing no desire to engage in combat. Neither did Androids 17 and 18. Piccolo noticed this and wisely acquiesced, realizing that 17 was his equal and 19 was well beyond him. If they were to fight earnestly, both Piccolo and Son Gohan would have been swiftly defeated. Let us go, Trunks declared, observing Bai Qi's approach. As Vegeta and Son Goku looked on in surprise, a golden aura erupted from him. In a flash, his light purple hair fluffed and spiked upward, eyebrows and hair turning golden, and his energy surged to its peak, subtly surpassing that of Vegeta and Son Goku. Super Saiyan. Without acknowledging the astonishment of Son Goku and Vegeta, Trunks unsheathed his sword and charged towards the impassive Yuan. Clang. The two blades clashed. Remember this. The one who defeats you is Super Vegeta, Vegeta remarked, slightly disgruntled, as he and the serious-faced Son Goku also charged ahead, with Vegeta boasting loudly along the way. Boom. With a powerful shove, Yuan pushed Trunks aside, his blade aimed directly at Vegeta's neck as he charged forward. After the unobstructed energy pierced through his body, Vegeta felt a chill on his neck. He quickly halted, tilting his head back just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Bang! Simultaneously, Goku's strike came crashing in. But Yuan Kong's left hand firmly caught his fist, yanking him down with tremendous force. Boom! A knee strike landed squarely on Goku's face, causing him immense pain. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and retaliated with a kick aimed at Yuan. Roar! His foot connected heavily with Goku's abdomen, sending him flying, while Vegeta, recovering from the blow, launched another attack. Swish! A swift slash opened a gash across Vegeta's chest, and as he grimaced in pain, another kick sent him soaring away. Trunks charged in once more, the clash of swords ringing out as they collided with one another, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. In stark contrast to Trunks' fierce expression, Yuan maintained an air of indifference, his blade expertly intercepting Trunks' sword. Cough! The pain in Vegeta's chest forced him to cough violently, and with just a single exchange, he was on the brink of losing his fighting capacity. Not far off, Goku fared slightly better, gathering his energy to charge at Yuan once again. Spitting blood, Vegeta suppressed the turbulent energy within him, determined to unleash another surge of power before his stamina waned, charging once more at Yuan. Chapter 50, A Different Combat Style. Goku and Gohan had truly reached astonishing heights of strength. In the Divine Hall, Krillin, Yamcha, and others sat on the ground, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from below. Their faces etched with fear. If Trunks hadn't brought them here beforehand, they might have already perished. The once empty Divine Hall was now sparsely populated with people. Tai, Bulma and her husband, Master Roshi, Turtle, Launch, Oolong, Kaiatsu, Puar, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King among others had all been brought to the Divine Hall by Krillin and his companions. Let us hope everything is all right. The instinct of a martial artist warned Krillin that something terrifying was about to transpire on Earth, which was why he and Yamcha gathered their friends from the planet. Goku and Gohan, please stay safe. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, gazing down at the clouds, silently praying for her husband and son, her face filled with worry. Vegeta and Bulma shared similar concerns for Vegeta through Krillin. She learned that this enemy was unlike any they had faced before and would not be easily vanquished. An atmosphere of unease permeated the air, and each face was overshadowed by clouds of dread. Brother Bai, you must defeat that impostor. Cassius silently encouraged Bai Qi in his heart. At the center of the Divine Hall lay the Dragon Balls, gathered by Piccolo in advance. To prepare for any eventuality, Dandy had created new Dragon Balls, which Piccolo had assembled. After Dandy's enhancement, the Dragon Balls could now grant 2 wishes at once. Clang! A red light enveloped Yuan, Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta as Bai Qi, having gathered his strength, finally confronted Yuan. The fierce bloodlust hit Goku and Vegeta's faces like a slap, causing them to wince in pain. Swish! Yuan's straight sword danced through the air, filling Goku and Vegeta's vision with blinding white light. Their sharp instincts screamed warnings, and their extensive combat experience led them to immediately cross their arms defensively in front of them. Slice! Yuan's blade effortlessly tore through their formidable energy, ripping into their flesh with ease. Slash! The blade sank deep, flesh and blood evaporating to reveal their stark white bones beneath. Hiss! The excruciating agony twisted Goku and Vegeta's faces in anguish, gritting their teeth. Their unyielding fighting spirit prevented them from crying out, but they found themselves bereft of the strength to continue. They could only lower their arms and retreat. Crack! Trunks timely blocked the blade's arc with his sword, though the force still sent him reeling far back. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had pushed the 3 back, standing poised against Bai Qi. Clang! The clash of the straight sword and ice blade produced a deafening sound, creating a deep crater in the ground, the resulting pressure launching Trunks and the others into the air. Ding! Sizzle! Bai Qi's right arm swelled slightly as he pushed against Yuan, forcing him back a few steps. The straight sword and ice blade clashed, sparking brilliantly. Bang! The two exchanged powerful kicks, their strikes colliding with a dull thud, the immense force propelling them apart. Without pausing, Bai Qi surged towards the still unsteady Yuan. Whoosh! In his high-speed movement, the bloodlust surged and crackled against the air, enveloping Bai Qi in red lightning. Bang! Veins bulged on his right arm, blood energy coiling around the ice blade, transforming into a crimson beam that swung heavily towards Yuan's neck. Clang! With a powerful push against the ground, stabilizing his body, Yuan remained impassive, watching Bai Qi as he twirled his wrist, positioning the straight sword before him. At the same time, an eerie grayish-white aura began to emanate from Yuan, enveloping the straight sword just as the ice blade approached. Buzz! The red and white energies collided, the immense recoil causing both the ice blade and straight sword to quiver, producing a deep humming sound that momentarily dispersed the energy enveloping the two. Whoosh! The already battered ground tore apart like dried bark under iron hands. The force, mixed with debris, hurtled towards the already injured Goku and Vegeta, causing their pupils to constrict as they gritted their teeth, bracing themselves to withstand the impact. Boom! Trunks, still experiencing numbness in his arm, appeared before them, gathering energy in his left hand to unleash a ki blast in a jet-like explosion. The concentrated energy evaporated the debris and energy wave, shielding Goku and Vegeta from harm. In the distance, the inactive 17 and 18, along with Piccolo, noticed the commotion between Bai Qi and Yuan, instinctively halting their actions, though they remained untouched by the shockwave. The erupting energy still reached them, whipping the hair of 17 and 18 in the gust. Is it really that extraordinary? 17 felt a tingle on his scalp, his previous arrogance completely dissipating. The golden strands of hair lifted skyward, while 18's mouth fell slightly agape, her cold expression frozen in shock. Is this a human? Piccolo even began to question Bai Qi's race, while Gohan, standing beside him, was equally astounded by the fierce battle between the two. The once confident Dr. Raiki stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power exhibited by Bai Qi. Gulp! Dr. Gero felt paralyzed, realizing that Bai Qi, whom he had always underestimated, surpassed even the warriors he deemed significant. Even in the face of Bai Qi's terrifying onslaught, Yuan remained unfazed, his trembling straight sword holding firm against the ice blade. Boom! With no time to tend to his slightly numbed arm, Bai Qi immediately unleashed a colossal barrage of meteoric energy towards Yuan, the explosive force enveloping the two in an instant. Clang! Bang! At the explosion's center, the red and white energies continued to clash amidst the black smoke. Like two chains entwined and sparking with each contact. Whoosh! Sun Wukong and Vegeta hung their arms limply. The latter, severely injured and utterly drained of energy, had reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Cursed be that strange blade, it was utterly insurmountable. Gazing towards the center, Vegeta's face began to twitch. Despite his belief that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level, he found himself unable to withstand a single blow. Sun Wukong, equally grave, fixed his gaze on the heart of the explosion. In his full power state, he expended minimal energy, still maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Yet his wounded arm could no longer be lifted. Our energy is utterly incapable of blocking that black knife, Sun Wukong lamented. Realizing that both he and Vegeta's proud fists were powerless against the direct blade wielded by Yuan. To put it plainly, the combat style of Yuan and Bai Qi was their Achilles heel. It seemed that Uncle Bai Qi was not adept at collaborating with others in battle. Shaking his arm, Trunks discerned that Bai Qi could not coordinate with anyone. Once he launched an attack, he could hardly attend to anyone else. Old son, now, after calming his racing heart, Piccolo tossed a prepared Senzu to Sun Wukong, while the others, including number 17, pretended not to notice. With a rumble after sharing one with Vegeta, the two quickly consumed their beans, their wounds and depleted energy instantly restored. Clang! Boom! Bai Qi and Yuan have burst forth from the smoke, ascending from the ground to the sky as the clash of weapons reverberates in the air like thunder. Chapter 51. The Unseen Enemy. Damn it. We are utterly powerless to intervene. Even the restored Sun Wukong and Vegeta hesitate to launch a reckless assault, fearing that their energy blasts might harm Bai Qi, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Trunks is similarly constrained. Though he wields a sword, he fears that charging in might disrupt Bai Qi's battle. The might of Uncle Bai Qi is indeed terrifying, although Yuan's strength has diminished due to the future's influence. Witnessing Bai Qi's ability to contend evenly with Yuan at this moment leaves Trunks profoundly astonished. However, as a thought strikes him, he swiftly scans the surroundings, seeking the figures of Dr. Leaky and Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately grasp Trunks' intention and survey the area, but the two, who had been standing at a distance, have inexplicably vanished. When Dr. Leaky noticed Bai Qi and Yuan locked in a stalemate, he sensed the impending danger and, upon seeing Trunks along with the restored Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he made a decisive retreat. With no discernible energy signatures emanating from Dr. Leaky and his companion, they have become nearly impossible to locate with the naked eye, compelling Trunks and the others to abandon their plan to capture the leaders first. Meanwhile, Dr. Leaky and his companion have found refuge in a dimly lit cave. After much hesitation, Dr. Leaky retrieves a peculiar remote control and shatters it in a sudden outburst. Dr. Gero gazes at him in confusion but refrains from questioning, presuming it to be a contingency devised by Dr. Leaky. Nonetheless, his weathered visage betrays deep concern. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for them. Moreover, the androids he created, number 19, number 17, and number 18, are evidently unreliable, as he has observed their lackluster performance in the recent skirmish with Piccolo. Fear not, Dr. Gero, we are not fighting alone. With renewed confidence following the destruction of the device, Dr. Leaky perceives Dr. Gero's unease and responds with a reassuring smile. Ah, additional assistance? That is splendid news. Hearing this, Dr. Gero's apprehensions ease, although he remains unaware of the identity of their allies, having encountered Yuan. He trusts that Dr. Leaky's reinforcements will also be formidable. Haha, just wait, Dr. Gero, the real nightmare is about to begin. With a maniacal laugh, Dr. Leaky pays no further mind to the perplexed Dr. Gero. He sits cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes, silently reaching out to Yuan, who is engaged in battle with Bai Qi. Clang, clang. Bai Qi and Yuan continuously collided in the air, their respective energies entwined with the blades they wielded. Crimson and white radiances filled the sky, while the thunderous sounds of their clashes reverberated like distant thunder. The icy blue eyes of Bai Qi were fixed intently on Yuan's apathetic black ones. Throughout their encounter, not a single word was exchanged, for their blades provided the most eloquent responses. Swish, swish. The icy edge and straight blade incessantly carved new wounds upon each other. Bai Qi's black jacket had been reduced to tatters, gradually revealing a body marred by lightning scars. Old wounds had healed, yet new lacerations continued to appear. Years of cultivation had forged Bai Qi's formidable physique, with muscles possessing such resilience that they could withstand the radiant strikes of Yuan's blade. Though the injuries multiplied, they did not significantly impair Bai Qi. In contrast, Yuan's black trench coat had been almost entirely shredded by Bai Qi, and unlike Bai Qi's body, which was riddled with scars. Yuan's form bore a ghastly pallor, with flesh writhing beneath the knife wounds. To Bai Qi's astonishment, the injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Although Bai Qi could also recover from his wounds, his rate of healing was far less extraordinary. "What manner of monster are you?" Bai Qi inquired, unable to restrain himself as he gazed at the indifferent Yuan and his peculiar blade. The chilling response came from the glimmering straight sword in Yuan's hand. Thud, thud. Noticing that Dr. Gero had departed, Android 19, 17, and 18 lost their will to fight and came to a halt. Piccolo and Gohan also paused, disregarding the androids as they flew back to join Goku. "Old son, how are you holding up?" Piccolo asked gravely, having observed Goku being overwhelmed by Yuan during their confrontation. Gohan watched anxiously beside him. "Haha, well, that Yuan is truly terrifying. His blade is impossible to block, and Bai Qi is no different, overwhelmingly strong." Goku replied with a hint of resignation, marveling at Bai Qi's might. Beside them, Vegeta snorted with a dark expression. Sighing, Piccolo lamented that their fighting styles were utterly inadequate against Yuan. Trunks remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two combatants above. "What should we do?" 18. "Should we leave?" Android 17 asked, looking at 18. With Dr. Gero's control temporarily absent, they were, in a sense, free. "Wait a moment," Android 18 said, brushing her hair aside as she observed the ongoing battle between Bai Qi and Yuan. An inexplicable feeling lingered within her, as if something else were about to transpire. "Ugh." Android 17 shrugged in exasperation, turning his attention back to the duelist in the sky, particularly Yuan, as he began to ponder deeply. Bai Qi's strength is formidable. But why does it seem that even the seemingly mere replica, Yuan, possesses such prowess? Number 19 silently listened to the exchange between the two, refraining from speaking. As the microcomputer within him incessantly processed the combat data concerning Bai Qi and Yuan. The computer's feedback was inscrutable, leading number 19 to gaze skyward, pondering whether it was describing Yuan or Bai Qi. It appeared that Bai Qi and Yuan were evenly matched. Sun Wukong observed the two powerful figures in the air, weighing the situation, while Piccolo nodded in agreement. "Do not underestimate them. Our foes extend beyond Dr. Bai Qi and Yuan," Trunks spoke solemnly. With Dr. Bai Qi now present, he pondered the whereabouts of Dr. Mu and Broly. Trunks was certain that Dr. Mu and his companion had also arrived via the time machine. He just could not ascertain why they had yet to make an appearance. This uncertainty was why he had refrained from utilizing Super Saiyan 2. As he remained wary of Dr. Mu and his associates, after all, Broly's might far surpassed that of the current Yuan. "Uncle Bai Qi, you share this sentiment, do you not?" Trunks whispered, glancing at Bai Qi, who was staring into the sky. He sensed that Bai Qi too was not exerting his full strength, evidently on guard against unseen threats. Have they concealed themselves? That should not be the case. In the sky, Bai Qi was similarly contemplating Dr. Mu and Broly, just as Trunks had surmised. He indeed held back, vigilant against the anticipated arrival of Dr. Mu and his companion. "Are you suggesting that Dr. Mu and Broly have also traveled from the future to this place?" Upon seeing Trunks nod, Piccolo's expression darkened significantly. Trunks had informed them about Yuan's diminished strength. Yet Broly was undoubtedly at full power. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan were taken aback, becoming increasingly alert to their surroundings. While Vegeta widened his eyes in realization, "Just as you indicated, number 18, he remarked, observing the tense demeanor of Sun Wukong and the others. Number 17 grasped the implications of number 18's words. Number 18 and number 19 remained silent, yet the three subtly leaned closer together, their hearts quietly bracing for the impending confrontation. Chapter 52, Crossing the Galaxy. Hee haha. In the dimly lit cavern, Dr. Bai Qi, seated in midair, seemed to sense something amiss. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, transforming his previously somber visage into one of delight. Beside him, Dr. Gero regarded him with a hint of confusion. Dr. Bai Qi often engaged in actions that eluded his understanding. Could it be that the ally he mentioned has arrived? Dr. Gero pondered, interpreting Dr. Bai Qi's exuberance as an indication of the arrival of the anticipated assistance. Clang. Swish. Bai Qi delivered a fierce slash upon Yuan, who reciprocated with equal vigor, creating distance between them. A searing pain radiated from Bai Qi's chest, yet he exhibited little reaction, while Yuan's wound pulsated and healed instantaneously. The two began to confront each other in midair, with Yuan surprisingly refraining from launching another attack, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Bai Qi as if awaiting something. What is happening? Sun Wukong observed the sudden halt in their battle, confusion etched on his face, mirrored by Vegeta, who likewise expressed bewilderment. They had just witnessed Yuan's terrifying regenerative capabilities. Just as they were concerned for Bai Qi's ability to triumph over Yuan, the two combatants unexpectedly paused their fierce engagement. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged inquisitive glances towards Trunks. Piccolo's heart trembled slightly, as a horrifying signal resonated within him, causing his aura to fluctuate violently. Something ominous approached. A deep voice echoed, draining the color from Piccolo's usually stern visage. Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan, standing nearby, gazed worriedly at Piccolo, noting his unusual tension. Although he couldn't discern the cause, he sensed the urgency of the situation. What? Is it Broly and the others? Vegeta exclaimed, hastily scanning the surroundings. Yet he felt no other energy signatures. Sun Wukong also surveyed the area with seriousness, concentrating to sense any presence, but found none across the entire planet. Trunks responded briefly, falling silent as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The familiar aura he sensed was unforgettable. Each arrival heralded devastation. Upon receiving Trunks' confirmation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's expressions shifted, quickly adjusting their auras, their vigilance heightened to its zenith. 18. Why do they seem to have discovered something terrifying? Do you sense anything? 17 inquired, observing the unusual demeanor of Sun Wukong and the others. Although he couldn't detect the energy, he felt the air around them thickening ominously. I'm not sure, 18 replied, her brow furrowed as she glanced at the suspended battle between Bai Qi and Yuan, equally perplexed by their behavior. What's the matter, mister? Popo? Bulma asked, shaking little Trunks as she turned to the suddenly alert Popo. Previously attending to everyone, Popo froze in place. His eyes wide with sweat beading on his forehead. Popo remained speechless, lost in thought. Krillin and the others, noticing Popo's unusual state, felt a tightening in their chests. An instinctive awareness of impending dread. Wukong. The heavy voice of North Kai resonated in the minds of the alert Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Ah, Lord Kai. Have you sensed something? Sun Wukong responded quickly, realizing that the Kai's sudden contact indicated a significant discovery. Trunks was not overly surprised, while Vegeta raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the voice's origin. Quickly, you must flee. North Kai's voice trembled, instilling a deep sense of urgency in the trio. Sun Wukong paused, about to inquire further, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Qi suddenly gazing skyward. It's coming. Bai Qi's gaze pierced through the clouds into the depths of the cosmos, his instincts alerting him to a formidable danger. He detected a powerful energy signature rapidly approaching from the vastness of space. Just as 17 and 18 mirrored Bai Qi's action, they heard the calm voice of 19 beside them. They exchanged glances, both asking in unison, a powerful energy signature? In the heavenly temple, Popo also abruptly turned his gaze toward outer space, his eyes wide with astonishment. The others, following his line of sight, looked up at the sky. The enemy approaches from beyond Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized the gravity of the situation. In the starry expanse, light years away from Earth, a green comet surged through the dark universe toward the planet, harboring unimaginable power. Nearby planets were forcibly knocked off their orbits by an unseen force, as celestial bodies made way for its passage. With a resounding crash, an unsuspecting planet was shattered upon impact, while others narrowly avoided destruction, veering off course. In mere moments, the comet had drawn near to Earth. Bai Qi retracted all his energy into his body, beginning to adjust himself continuously. For he understood that the true battle was only just beginning. Boom. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed an overwhelming pressure from above, igniting their energy to withstand the immense force. A tempest surged within their hearts. Merely the oppressive aura was enough to compel them to summon their strength. How formidable must the source of such pressure be? Piccolo and Son Gohan also mobilized their energies to resist the incoming strain. Trunks fixated intently on the sky, his aura barely fluctuating. Android 17 expanded his shield, enveloping androids 19 and 18, shielding them from the external pressure. It seemed as though an even more terrifying monster was approaching. The muscles on 17's face twitched. They had yet to behold the being itself, yet the oppressive aura had already arrived. What kind of world were they inhabiting? With a shout. Though they were far from Sun Wukong and the others, the pressure emanating from the cosmos still affected Krillin and his companions. After a fierce shout, he began to erupt with energy to protect the brief couple, ordinary individuals devoid of combat prowess. Fortunately, they were not the primary targets, so with Krillin and the others' efforts, the group sustained no injuries. Are we dreaming? Krillin's bloodless lips trembled slightly as he spoke in a daze. Boom. The clouds above parted to the sides. Everyone beheld a green meteor descending ever closer. Is this a joke? Is this the kind of energy a human can emit? Even before it landed, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong felt as though they were confronting not a living being, but a colossal star plummeting toward Earth. The meteor descended at an astonishing speed to a spot not far from Sun Wukong and the others. Boom. It halted steadily in midair, unleashing a torrent of green energy that momentarily shook the entire planet. Had it not been for the deliberate containment, the Earth would have split apart. Bai Qi stood undeterred in his place, squinting his eyes as he sheathed his icy blade. The Earth truly is beset by calamities. You must endure. If we can weather this crisis, I shall enhance your strength once more with the Dragon Balls from planet Namek. Sensing the tremors of the Earth, Bai Qi felt somewhat exasperated, wishing only for the resilience of our dear planet. Chapter 53, The New Broly Whoosh. The tempest surged, sweeping past everyone, accompanied by an invisible pressure. Bang! Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, joining Trunks and Goku, their formidable golden auras erupting outward, dispelling the hurricane. Creak! The whirlwind battered against Android 17's shield, producing a jarring friction that caused the brows of the three within to furrow. Bai Qi remained unfazed. The seemingly formidable pressure of the wind merely ruffled his stray strands of hair, his azure eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead. As the gust subsided, all eyes widened in astonishment, finally discerning the source of their immense trepidation, the trio before them. Within the verdant shield, Dr. Meow stood serenely in midair, a smile gracing his face, gazing at Sun Wukong and his companions as one would regard an old friend. Behind him loomed two towering figures, and upon recognizing them, Bai Qi's heart momentarily halted. My God! Those two words vividly encapsulated his emotional turmoil, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta mirrored his shock, their eyes agape in disbelief. Trunks, momentarily taken aback, felt an icy dread enveloping him. Clad in a black battle suit, Broly crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at all present, a smirk lingering on his lips. Beside him stood another Broly, bare-chested, adorned with a crimson skirt and white trousers, his raven hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His visage appeared notably younger, more youthful, and his dark pupils surveyed the assembly with calmness, pausing slightly as they met the gazes of Sun Wukong and Bai Qi. As anticipated, it was indeed Dr. Meow and his associates who had materialized, albeit with the astonishing revelation that there were two Brolys. Bai Qi gazed at the two Brolys, a silent expletive bubbling within him as he contemplated the unexpected maneuver executed by Dr. Mew. He was familiar with one of the Brolys, the one he had encountered in this timeline. His azure eyes fixed intently on Dr. Mew. Bai Qi was intrigued by the methods this old man had employed to command the volatile Broly, and now, astonishingly, there were two of them. The presence of both the dark-clad Broly from the future and the current Broly was enough to induce a headache. And now it seemed he was confronted with double the trouble. With a sudden flash, allies returned. Dr. Like and Dr. Gelo appeared at Dr. Mew's side. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, Dr. Mew. It seems you have succeeded, Dr. Like remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Having only recently signaled for their arrival, he glanced at the Broly from this timeline. After constructing the time machine, they had immediately come to the present. Dr. Like and Yuan remained on Earth, while Dr. Mew and Broly ventured into the cosmos to locate their counterparts in this timeline, and it appeared they had achieved their goal. I couldn't bring the other one with me. Upon receiving your message, I set out with them ahead of time, Dr. Mew replied calmly, disregarding the curious expression on Dr. Gelo's face, for they had indeed traversed the cosmos to arrive here. Oh, is that so? Well, it's good that you're here, haha. Dr. Like exclaimed, his spirits high, reveling in the absolute control now firmly within his grasp. Dr. Gelo observed the newly arrived Dr. Mew and the two Brolys, his curiosity momentarily overshadowing his awareness of Android 19 and the others. With a swift motion, Yuan sheathed his blade and returned to Dr. Like's side. Observing the three elderly men, Bai Qi sensed impending danger for their party and gently descended beside Trunks. The appearance of yet another old man left androids 18 and 17 feeling irked. They harbored no fondness for this combination of elderly figures and scientists. The trio landed, positioning themselves behind Goku and the others, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Prince Vegeta, it has been a while. Dr. Mew addressed the tense Scion. Vegeta's expression was one of confusion. He had never encountered Dr. Mew before, yet the old man's tone suggested a familiarity. Haha, I imagine you all are quite perplexed, Doctor. Like guffawed, voicing the questions that lingered in many minds, along with the origins of this new Broly. The more they listened, the darker the expressions on Goku and his companions became. Bai Qi was not particularly surprised by the turn of events, with the original plot as a reference. He could naturally deduce certain aspects. In essence, Dr. Mew is a mutant robot created by the Zephyrians, who were annihilated by the Scions, while Dr. Laki is a scientist from Zephyr. Strictly speaking, the two are of the same lineage, harboring an indelible hatred for the Scions who exterminated their race. Their lives have primarily been dedicated to vengeance. By a twist of fate, they encountered one another and allied with a shared purpose. Regrettably, planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and the Scion race has been largely wiped out. Thus, they redirected their wrath towards the remaining Scions on Earth, namely Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As a robot, Dr. Mu first sought out the planet Big Star, now a colossal metal sphere with sentient awareness, located in the cosmic graveyard. After a prolonged period of growth, it had developed consciousness. With Dr. Loki's assistance, Dr. Mu established a consensus with the planet's consciousness. The two then made Big Star their base of operations, preparing to exact revenge on Sun Wukong and his companions. On one occasion, while Dr. Loki was away on an errand, Big Star detected massive energy fluctuations nearby, coinciding with a battle between Bai Qi and Broly. Ultimately, Broly obliterated the entire planet, falling into unconsciousness and drifting through space, where Big Star and Dr. Mu discovered him. However, due to Broly's overwhelming power, Big Star initially refused to accept him. Yet, recognizing Broly's Scion identity, Dr. Mu insisted, and Big Star reluctantly acquiesced. Through his research, Dr. Mu uncovered that Broly possessed unimaginable strength, but his nature was brutal and savage, seemingly born for destruction and difficult to control. After much contemplation, Dr. Mu devised a brilliant plan. He sought out Baby, the most powerful life form he had previously engineered, who could be considered the Zephyr King. Dr. Mu aimed to merge Baby with the slumbering Broly, hoping to seize control of his formidable body. However, the legendary Super Saiyan was not so easily subjugated. Even in slumber, Broly's fierce consciousness nearly shattered Baby. At a moment of desperation for Dr. Mu, Big Star offered to infiltrate Broly's mind to assist Baby. Dr. Mu was aware of Big Star's ulterior motives but had no alternative. He consented, allowing Big Star to intervene within Broly's consciousness, even against Baby and the planet's consciousness. Broly's subconscious raged like a wounded Tyrannosaurus, fiercely resisting their attempts. The three entities found themselves in a stalemate, and just then, Dr. Loki returned. Despite his assistance, the situation remained grim. After an extended deadlock, Baby and Big Star began to falter, while Broly continued to manifest relentless aggression. At this juncture, it was too late for them to withdraw. Any sign of weakness would result in Broly mercilessly consuming them. To preserve themselves, Baby and Big Star had no choice but to initiate their own integration with Broly. However, surrendering was not a simple matter, especially in the face of the already frenzied Broly. After mercilessly ravaging their consciousness, Broly finally absorbed them. Yet, even after the fusion, Broly's domineering essence prevailed. Thus, a new Super Saiyan was born, reborn Broly. The consciousness of the former Broly ensured that his combat prowess remained undiminished, while the awareness of the entire planet enabled him to regain control over his destructive impulses. Additionally, fragments of Baby's consciousness alleviated Broly's hostility towards Dr. Mu. Although he would not fully obey, he would not attack either. The most powerful Scion in the universe, an embodiment of fear, had arrived. Chapter 54. Grievances. It turns out that the misdeeds stemmed from Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon hearing Dr. Loki's words, Number 17 was the first to speak, noting that all of this was merely a consequence of the Zephyrians' hatred for the Scions. Piccolo cast a sideways glance at Vegeta, who, as the Prince of the Scions, held the most authority in this matter. Humph. Such hatred for the Scions, yet you seek our power. Heh. I assume the Broly beside you is also a Scion, Vegeta remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Having calmed down somewhat, he would not refute the actions of his own race. He was well aware of the deeds of the Scions from what he learned from King Vegeta, and he felt no remorse. The weak ought to perish, that had always been his unwavering belief. Haha, what do you know, ignorant monkey? As long as revenge can be achieved, the method is inconsequential. The end justifies the means, interjected Dr. Loki, his face contorted by hatred. He cared not for the means, as long as the Scions were annihilated. That was sufficient. Humph. Vegeta chose not to respond further. As Dr. Loki said, the process was irrelevant. Trunks remained largely unresponsive to Dr. Loki's words. His gaze fixed on the group, his energy already mobilized, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. Bai Qi felt indifferent, his fingers idly rubbing the hilt of his sword as he gazed calmly at the newly emerged Broly and Yuan, silently calming the tumultuous energy stirred by his battle with Yuan. He had no interest in the enmity between the Zephyr people and the Scions. It was only natural for one to seek revenge after the annihilation of their race. If blame were to be assigned, It would rest solely on the shoulders of the scions for not eradicating the threat completely in the first place. Allowing the Zephyr people to rise from the ashes and create such absurdity was a grave error. Those transgressions were committed by the scions of Ur, who had long since perished. Why should we be entangled in their past? Moreover, according to Trunks, after you vanquished us, you did not cease your onslaught. Not only was Earth destroyed, but countless planets across the cosmos also fell victim to your wrath. They harbored no animosity towards you. So why did you ruthlessly extinguish their lives? Goku frowned as he retorted, although Dr. Bai Qi appeared solely motivated by revenge. It was they who had plunged the future into such despair. Goku, you were rather naive. Indeed, you were unaware of those events. But do you realize that the nurturing pods you scions enjoyed in your youth, the spaceships you constructed, and all the technological advancements that facilitated your lives, even the very planet you inhabit, were seized from us, the Zephyr people, by your ancestors? Having reaped the benefits of our plunder, you must also bear the burden of our hatred. Dr. Mio interjected, methodically addressing Goku's inquiries. For years, hatred had been their driving force. I suppose we do share some culpability in this hatred, Goku acknowledged with a nod. Though he had lived on Earth since childhood, Dr. Mio's words resonated with him, and he offered a sincere apology. Beside him, Piccolo gazed at Goku in bewilderment, astounded by his thought process. Why are you apologizing? And at this moment, what good will it do? Vegeta, on the other hand, coldly regarded Dr. Bai Qi and his cohorts. You might as well kill me, but I will never apologize. Apologize? Are you a fool? If apologies held any value, violence would cease to exist. The only fitting apology is the wailing of your demise. The look of despair in your eyes. All who dare stand in our way must perish. The entire Earth, nay, even the whole universe must accompany you in death. Dr. Bai Qi laughed at Goku's words, mercilessly mocking him. Dr. Mio regarded Goku with the same incredulity, clearly in alignment with Dr. Bai Qi's sentiments. In the distance, the trio of number 19 observed Goku with surprise. Goku remained unperturbed by Dr. Bai Qi's derision, his expression calm as he regarded them. He merely believed that an apology was warranted when one had erred. At that moment, his energy began to circulate within him. Goku would not permit them to ravage the planet he cherished. Everything he held dear resided here. He would not yield even an inch unless it cost him his life. Gohan, his face set with determination, gazed resolutely at Dr. Bai Qi and his companion. He had overheard the previous exchange, but remained unfazed. For he understood that these two individuals were intent on destroying everything he cherished. They were foes, deadly foes. Bai Qi quietly observed the few individuals engaging in trivial chatter. During this brief respite, the wounds on his body had nearly healed. His gaze frequently swept over Dr. Bai Qi and his companions, calculating whether he could eliminate a few of them first. From his observations, the most formidable among them was the cloaked Broly, whose ability to traverse the cosmos purely through his aura was something he had never witnessed, even in the grand narratives of his past life. It was beyond description. The power of this dark-clad Broly was unfathomable. According to Bai Qi's estimations, given their current strengths, the probability of victory was virtually nil. Bai Qi, are you not curious about the abyss and your connection to it? Dr. Bai Qi, noticing Bai Qi's contemplative demeanor, assumed he was intrigued by the enigma behind him and spoke with feigned mystery. Dr. Gro, standing behind him, shared this curiosity. They wondered what peculiarities this earthling Bai Qi possessed, aside from his formidable strength. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were also intrigued. Unable to fathom the animosity that Bai Qi, a mere human, could hold against Dr. Bai Qi and his ilk. In the distance, androids 17 and 18 perked up their ears, speculating that the so-called abyss might be Bai Qi's clone. However, judging by Broly's circumstances, it was certainly not so simple. Not interested, Bai Qi said without a moment's hesitation, as he pondered how to strike down Dr. Bai Qi, or at the very least, Dr. Mu or Dr. Gro. Pursuing the origins of either the new Broly or the abyss seemed futile. Today, it would either be their demise or his own. There were only these two outcomes, and everything else was superfluous. Just as he was about to boast, Dr. Bai Qi's smug expression abruptly froze, rendered speechless by Bai Qi's retort, which diverged from his expectations. Watching Dr. Bai Qi's face contort as if he had consumed something foul brought a sense of satisfaction to Android 18, who detested those who fancied themselves in control of everything. Vegeta felt similarly. Although he too was curious about the relationship between the abyss and Bai Qi, he relished the discomfort inflicted upon that old rogue, Dr. Bai Qi. A light cough broke the awkward silence. Dr. Bai Qi, regaining his composure, forced himself to maintain his facade. Humph. Before you perish, allow me to enlighten you. I have spent considerable time studying the cells of your scion race. The potential contained within is immense, placing you among the elite across the universe. Even Frisia's frozen demon kind cannot compare due to their scarcity. Though they were adversaries, Dr. Lyke expressed his acknowledgement of the scion's potential. Vegeta nodded in response. At that moment, Dr. Grow interjected, however, your scion genes harbor a significant flaw, arrogance. Once your strength surpasses that of your opponent, your vigilance diminishes alarmingly. This is a fatal defect, which is why I ultimately abandoned the idea of using your cells as a template. Hearing Dr. Lyke's words, Dr. Grow nodded in agreement. Having also studied the cells of Goku and his companions, the arrogance was quite evident and utterly inescapable. Vegeta scoffed in displeasure, but tacitly acknowledged Dr. Lyke's assertion. Indeed, he often sought to toy with his adversaries once he gained the upper hand. Trunks, ever vigilant, remained composed. Bai Qi had previously informed him about this, and he had been training tirelessly alongside Gohan to address this very issue. Is that so? I believe I exercise caution. Goku scratched his head, convinced that he always gave his all. To this, Piccolo regarded him with disdain, expressing that Goku was merely speaking nonsense. Bai Qi wore a blank expression. Yet internally he concurred with Dr. Lyke's assertion. As long as Sun Wukong and his companions refrained from recklessness, the narrative of Dragon Ball could be significantly diminished. Just as I was grappling with this dilemma, I stumbled upon another revelation. Bai Qi. At this juncture, Dr. Lyke gazed at Bai Qi with fervent intensity, as if he were beholding an extraordinary treasure. This scrutiny sent shivers down Bai Qi's spine, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable, and he silently resolved to eliminate Dr. Lyke at the first opportunity. After all, no one would take pleasure in being scrutinized in such a perverse manner by an elderly gentleman. I inadvertently discovered that Bai Qi, as an earthling, possessed a power level that could rival that of the Scions, and at times, even surpass them. Based on my observations, his decisive and ferocious combat style, which offered opponents no respite, was the primary factor. If Sun Wukong and his allies could be considered formidable warriors, then Bai Qi resembled a merciless weapon, ruthlessly obliterating his adversaries. The more Dr. Lyke spoke, the more his demeanor became frenzied, and both Sun Wukong and Vegeta resonated with this sentiment. Whether it was Bai Qi or the Abyss, they could effectively subdue their opponents, although Vegeta still harbored a tinge of defiance within. Moreover, with their disparate fighting styles, Bai Qi appeared to be the nemesis of Sun Wukong and his companions. Therefore, I endeavored to locate his cells and successfully cloned another version of him. Regrettably, the clone shared his temperament but fell drastically short in terms of power, resembling an ordinary earthling. It seemed that once his cells were detached from him, they transformed into mundane cells. Dr. Lyke expressed profound regret over this matter, which had troubled him for an extended period. I also attempted to integrate the cells of Sun Wukong and his companions into the clone, only to discover that upon the introduction of unfamiliar cells, Bai Qi's dormant cells would instantly become agitated, either devouring the foreign cells or collapsing entirely, with no possibility of coexistence. This perplexity left Dr. Lyke baffled and frustrated, as he had already expended several clones in the process, and he remained none the wiser regarding the underlying reasons. Bai Qi began to comprehend, much like the dandy and the senzu beans of Namek, that each of his cells, apart from absorbing vital energy, seemed to repulse any other form of energy. Androids 17 and 18 nodded in understanding. It was evident that Bai Qi's formidable strength stemmed from unique attributes. Ultimately, I discovered a new Namek, receiving a hint from the dragon Shenron. At that moment, Dr. Lyke erupted into a triumphant laughter, while Bai Qi's expression darkened. He recalled having made a promise to the elder. It seemed he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. Nearby, the expressions of Sun Wukong and his companions shifted in curiosity, as they could easily deduce the consequences of someone like Dr. Lyke obtaining a Dragon Ball. I wish for a special seed of the spirit tree, merging this energy-absorbing tree with my self-made resentment amplification device and clones. Dr. Lyke's face grew increasingly maniacal, while Sun Wukong's countenance shifted slightly. He was well aware of the potency of vital energy, having harnessed such power himself, which was indeed formidable. However, it was clear that Dr. Lyke's method of obtaining vital energy was tainted with bloodshed and death. Bai Qi's heart jolted. Dr. Lyke was indeed no ordinary individual, possessing an uncanny understanding of the connection between himself and the life force. Whether this was merely serendipity or a consequence of the Dragon Balls remained uncertain. It was no wonder that upon first encountering the Tree of Spirit, he felt an unsettling sensation, likely a subconscious warning his mind had conjured. The life force relentlessly siphoned the essence of every creature across the myriad planets, ultimately draining them dry. Within my resentment amplification device was encapsulated the collective animosity of the Zephyrians towards the Scions, simultaneously absorbing the negative energy generated by life forms in their final moments. As both life force and resentment coursed through my being, my clone began to ascend in strength at an astonishing rate, eliciting a hearty laugh from Dr. Bai Qi, who could no longer contain his mirth. At one point, an individual claiming to be a Kaishin attempted to thwart our endeavors. However, that deity was woefully inadequate and posed no threat to us, despite his frailty. The unique nature of his life force surpassed that which we had accumulated from thousands of planets. In pursuit of this extraordinary energy, we summoned the dragon to transport us to their realm, the Kaishin realm. Regrettably, we failed to locate any of the so-called other Kaishins. Nonetheless, to avoid returning empty-handed, I instructed my clone to absorb the life force of the entire Kaishin realm. Thus, the clone finally reached its saturation point, undergoing astonishing transformations at the cellular level, heralding the emergence of the universe's most formidable weapon. And so, perhaps by coincidence or some other circumstance, this so-called weapon materialized, causing Bai Qi's visage to twitch in response. Such terrifying events ought to fall under the purview of the god of destruction. However, due to Beerus's slumber, the then Kaishin Shin had no choice but to confront the situation personally. After a series of confrontations, Dr. Bai Qi and his companions discovered the Kaishin realm, where it is likely that the elder Kaishin met his untimely demise. Beerus had truly slept through this ordeal. This incident bore striking resemblance to the ancient Majin Buu affair, though the outcomes diverged significantly. Bai Qi finally comprehended why the 7th universe ranked second to last among the 12 universes. Beside him, Sun Wukong wore a perplexed expression. He understood the king of worlds, but who was the king god? Just as Bai Qi pondered this, Dr. Bai Qi spoke again. To prevent Yuan from becoming excessively powerful and uncontrollable, I have completely eradicated his emotions. He does not think, does not feel compassion, nor fear. His mind is solely occupied with the two commands I have instilled. One is to protect me, and the other is to obey my orders. Otherwise, we might encounter situations akin to the chaos caused by the puppets created by Dr. Gua. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the embarrassed Dr. Gua. He was well aware of androids 19, 17, and 18, and could only deem them as utter failures. Androids 17 and 18 seethed with anger. That damned old man incessantly spoke of puppets, and had it not been for Yuan's presence, they would have already torn Dr. Bai Qi apart. Weapons, Yuan. Everyone reflected on this name once more, and their questions were finally resolved. No wonder they had not seen any change in Yuan's expression from the beginning to the end. He, or rather it, was merely a blade wielded by Dr. Bai Qi. Chapter 59. Suppression from the depths of bloodline. Strangely, after the arrival of that unfathomable aura on Earth, the energies of Wukong and the others began to calm. What was truly happening below? Krillin, just rising from the ground, keenly sensed the energies of Sun Wukong and the others, noting that their previously tumultuous auras had settled down, which struck him as odd. Perhaps they are in negotiations. Yamcha said bitterly. That aura had surpassed the limits of his perception, utterly shattering his psychological defenses. He had long since lost the will to resist. At that moment, the beings in the heavenly palace were sprawled in disarray, some sitting, some lying on the ground, having just experienced an inexplicable tremor on Earth. Even the heavenly palace, situated high in the sky, felt the impact, causing everyone to struggle to maintain their footing. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, silence enveloped the group. They all realized that Earth was facing an unprecedented crisis. Bobo stood quietly at the edge of the heavenly palace, his eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed down through the clouds. He sensed that, following that recent quake, countless lives had already been lost on Earth. After listening to Dr. Bai Qi's words, the gazes of everyone shifted towards Yuan. This clone of Bai Qi, wielding a blade, was merely a humanoid weapon, devoid of emotion, incapable of thought, cold, and formidable. Well, since you all understand now, you may rest in peace. Haha. Dr. Mew laughed heartily, causing Sun Wukong and Piccolo to tense up, readying themselves for battle. The resistance of mere ants. With a swift motion, Bai Qi, who had already prepared himself, vanished from sight. Thanks to the time consumed by Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mew's chatter, his condition had fully restored. Now was the time to determine life and death. As Bai Qi disappeared, Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mew displayed no signs of tension, their faces still adorned with confident smiles. With the presence of two Brolys and Yuan, they felt invincible in this universe, believing that nothing could threaten them. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared before Broly, who stood with his arms crossed. As ice shards whistled through the air, trailing behind a cold-faced Bai Qi. With a dismissive smile, Broly casually lowered his hands, preparing to intercept the blade with his bare hands. Bai Qi vanished once more before Broly, and in that fleeting moment of astonishment, a sharp surge of bloodlust emerged from behind him. Buzz. The confident smile on Dr. Likey's face had yet to fade when an overwhelming aura of blood materialized before him, accompanied by the ominous sound of the Reaper's blade. In an instant, a sea of crimson engulfed them, the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air as if their bodies were frozen by a chilling murderous intent. The vivid red consumed Dr. Likey's vision, while the soul-devouring blue eyes fixated upon him. A sharp pain pierced the center of his brow, and Dr. Likey's pupils contracted. He knew precisely what it was. Yet everything transpired too swiftly for him to react. Clang! The ashen-white blade cleaved through the blood mist, the indifferent Yuan standing steadfast before Dr. Likey, drawing his sword and slicing through the red haze with a glimmer of cold light. Ding! Crack! The clash of two weapons echoed, but mere seconds later, the anticipated stalemate did not materialize. With a sharp sound, Yuan's right arm shattered under the immense force. Boom! At that moment, both Brolys finally regained their composure, their colossal auras crashing into the sea of blood. Bai Qi felt a weight settle upon his shoulders, as though two mountains bore down upon him. Crack! The still-dazed doctor. Goro found his limbs twisted under the immense pressure, circuitry exposed as he was crushed into a heap, sent sprawling to the ground. It appeared he would not survive. Uffed. Unfazed by the pressure, Bai Qi thrust his blade through Yuan, piercing directly into Dr. Likey's skull. Without hesitation, Bai Qi's veins bulged as he gripped the icy blade with force, driving it down to the bellies of Yuan and Dr. Likey. Bang! The sound of bones lamenting filled the air, and unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure any longer, Bai Qi reluctantly began to ease his force, the ice blade halting just beneath the stomachs of Yuan and Dr. Likey. Boom! Crash! Bai Qigong was forcefully propelled away, transforming into a red shadow that plummeted into the depths of the ocean. With a rush, a verdant tempest dispersed the dense blood mist, revealing four figures to the astonished onlookers. Two towering silhouettes hovered in the air. The young Broly, bare-chested, with his pupils vanished, his green hair tied back, and his muscles inflated to their utmost. Beside him, the cloaked Broly had not assumed his Super Saiyan form, yet the aura emanating from him was no less formidable than that of his transformed counterpart. Both exuded a robust and savage emerald golden energy, crashing around them like tumultuous waves, rousing Sun Wukong and his companions from their stupor. Between the two titans, the Abyss and Dr. Likey were cleaved from above, curiously devoid of blood, only a grayish mist wafting forth. Gulp! The recently awakened number 17 involuntarily swallowed hard, reminded of Dr. Likey's earlier bravado about the strength of his Abyss, which now lay on the brink of being severed by Bai Qigong. Had he truly held back? Number 18, too, stood aghast, her azure eyes filled with disbelief as she voiced her astonishment at the ferocity of the battle, realizing that Bai Qigong had not unleashed his full power. Indeed, the current Bai Qigong was exponentially stronger than before. Number 19 analyzed the situation and spoke up. What do we do now, number 18? Number 17, shaking off his shock, inquired. Having witnessed the grim fate of Dr. Likey, they were now truly free. Let us find a place to hide. If those monsters intend to annihilate the earth, there will be no refuge for us anywhere. After a moment's contemplation, Number 18 regained her composure and resolved to conceal themselves. Number 17 nodded, and Number 19, ever agreeable, swiftly led them behind a cluster of rocks, observing Sun Wukong and the others discreetly. Ha! Boom! Sun Wukong, roused by the sight of Bai Qigong being struck away, unleashed his fury and charged at the cloaked Broly, his once mighty golden aura now appearing somewhat diminished. Bang! He landed a heavy punch on Broly's cold visage, which elicited nothing more than a mocking gaze in return. The young Broly in his Super Saiyan form was not about to stand idly by. His massive frame flickered. Boom! Sun Wukong felt a shadow dart before him, followed by a searing pain in his abdomen as he was uncontrollably hurled backwards, narrowly missing the trembling Vegeta. Boom! He crashed into a distant mountain range. What is wrong with you, Vegeta? Piccolo questioned, observing the prince seemingly paralyzed by fear, his disdain for Vegeta simmering as he and Son Gohan surged toward the Super Saiyan Broly. Once more, two heavy thuds echoed as Piccolo and Son Gohan were sent flying in unison. Gulping, Vegeta felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the Super Saiyan Broly advancing towards him. The primal dread emanating from deep within his bloodline gripped him, rendering him utterly powerless. Chapter 57. Astonishing regenerative power creeping forward. The transformed Super Saiyan Broly approached the quaking Vegeta, each step creating deep imprints in the ground, resembling a slowly advancing mountain. His pallid eyes locked onto Vegeta, a cruel smile creeping across his face, even with the consciousness of baby and the remnants of planet Bickus intertwined. The brutal instinct engraved in his blood surged forth in the heat of battle. Trunks, witnessing Vegeta's plight, understood his emotions. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's lineage was far purer than that of Sun Wukong, and certainly more than that of half-breeds like himself and Sun Gohan. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly inherently exerted a deep-rooted pressure upon ordinary Saiyans. The stronger the bloodline, the more intense the suppression. Your future self once told me, if you feel fear, then let it fuel your anger. After uttering this solemn statement, Trunks positioned himself protectively in front of Vegeta. There was no shame in Vegeta's current state. Trunks believed this was merely a transient condition, confident that Vegeta would recover. What? Vegeta faltered at Trunks' words. Boom. Without responding, golden energy erupted from within. His pale violet eyes chillingly fixed on the approaching Super Saiyan Broly. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura surging to its zenith, only to expand further still. Trunks, Sun Wukong, having risen from the rubble, felt the intensity of Trunks' energy, his face contorting in astonishment despite the pain. Piccolo mirrored his surprise. As he had suspected, Trunks' strength surpassed his wildest imaginings. Crackle! In the midst of Vegeta's astonishment, white arcs of electricity enveloped Trunks, his tousled golden hair standing on end as his golden aura erupted from below, cascading upwards. The golden flames even seeped into the ground, lifting the rubble aloft. The debris around his feet defied gravity, and his already stern countenance grew even more formidable, his icy green eyes fixated on Broly. Indeed, none wielding weapons were to be underestimated. Hiding behind the rocks, Number 17 observed Trunks' transformation, coming to the realization that those who wielded blades were no ordinary foes. Trunks resolutely ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Clang! Drawing his sword from his back, his surging aura momentarily stilled. The ground beneath him fractured violently as he surged towards Super Saiyan Broly. Clash! The sword, glinting with cold brilliance, lunged toward Broly's neck. A clear testament to Bai Qigong's teachings. Huh, is that a toy you're wielding? Broly laughed heartily, casually leaning back to evade the lethal strike, his fists clenched, leaving a trail of afterimages as he struck towards Trunks. Boom! Dodging the punch, Trunks retaliated with a kick to Broly's neck, causing him to stagger back slightly. Broly's left hand reached for Trunks' hair while his right hand gathered a green energy sphere, launching it swiftly at Trunks. Boom! After narrowly evading Broly's grasp, Trunks was struck by the energy sphere on his waist, sending him flying back several meters before it erupted violently. Haha! Broly roared with laughter as he rushed toward the still exploding Trunks, his emerald golden aura swirling around him. Swish! Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, having regained some strength, materialized before Super Saiyan Broly, energy waves coalescing in their hands. Kamehameha! Special beam cannon. Boom! With their thunderous cries, a colossal beam enveloped Broly, launching into the sky in a cataclysmic explosion, a cloud of black smoke billowing forth. Hellstorm! From afar, Piccolo, with his fingers poised at his forehead, unleashed a long-prepared attack. A thick purple beam spiraling forth, striking the towering figure standing amidst the smoke, igniting yet another tremendous explosion. Ha! A bunch of weaklings. As laughter echoed, the formidable Broly stood unscathed before everyone, his expression brimming with arrogance. Ah, you wretch! What legendary Super Saiyan? I, Vegeta, am the strongest. Observing Goku and his companions engaged in battle, Vegeta bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him back to reality, and he grimaced through his bloodied lips. With a decisive force, he shattered the oppressive aura, transforming into Super Saiyan's second stage, his muscles swelling once more as he charged towards Broly. Heh, relinquish your resistance. It may not be too painful. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Broly sneered, unfazed as he advanced toward Vegeta. Huh. At that moment, Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks, emerging from the black smoke, surged forward to confront Broly. 9 warriors became entwined in a fierce clash. The sounds of impact, crash, boom, bang, and Broly's maniacal laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, the cloaked Broly stood silently beside Dr. Mew, unfazed by the chaos. What is happening? This timeline's Bai Qi is excessively powerful, Dr. Mew remarked, wiping invisible sweat from his brow as he observed Dr. Leaky and the abyss on the verge of being cleaved in two. If Bai Qi had targeted him earlier, he doubted he would have survived. According to his calculations, Bai Qi in this timeline shouldn't possess such overwhelming strength. He even began to suspect if he and Dr. Leaky had inadvertently traversed into the wrong era. Is it Trunks' arrival that altered the power dynamics? Dr. Leaky, now split in two, surprisingly managed to speak. As he spoke, a grayish aura enveloped him. His body began to mend. In a short while, he returned to his original form, albeit looking considerably weakened, suggesting he had paid a hefty price for his recovery. As for the abyss, his healing process was far more grotesque. The severed ends of his body quivered, intertwining flesh, pulling him back together. In the blink of an eye, he too was restored, his expression remaining eerily indifferent. In the distance, amidst their arduous battle, Trunks, Piccolo, and Goku caught a glimpse of the recovering abyss and Dr. Leaky, their hearts sinking once more. They had assumed that Bai Qi's full power would have dispatched the two, yet in an instant, they were revived. With such formidable strength coupled with terrifying regenerative capabilities, the situation had deteriorated to an alarming level. Disgusting creatures. Observing the abyss' gruesome restoration, Android 17 felt a chill run through him, involuntarily muttering a curse. Beside him, Android 18 shared his sentiments, her disdain for the abyss amplified by her feminine nature, especially given her affinity for beauty. Android 19 remained impassive, observing the unfolding chaos. Both the cloaked Broly and the healed abyss turned their gaze toward the turbulent sea where Bai Qi had plunged. Beneath the surging waves lay a deadly threat. Chapter 58. Battle roar. Following the direction of their gaze, Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew also peered at the undulating surface of the ocean. Dr. Leaky's eyes narrowed as he discerned a crimson cross shape gradually materializing amidst the deep blue. The sea began to boil. With a roar, a crimson cross-shaped blade, over 100 meters in length, erupted from the water, hurtling towards Dr. Leaky and his companions at breakneck speed. Boom! The cloaked Broly instantaneously shielded the three, a green-golden aura surging forth as his muscles expanded and his hair stood upright. With a swift motion, he hurled his palm encased in the green-golden flames against the blade. Crack! The blade shattered like glass, shards scattering across the sky, the air filled with a heart-wrenching slicing sound. Swish! Having been intimidated by Bai Qi, Dr. Leaky and Dr. Mew, witnessing the attack, prudently distanced themselves from Broly and the abyss, retreating 1,000 meters, for the shadow of Bai Qi loomed large over them, particularly for Dr. Leaky. Sizzle! A fragment of the shattered blade struck the rock where Android 17 and his companions took refuge. Noticing the red glimmer, 17 felt a cold dread wash over him. His eyes widened as he instinctively ducked, a smooth-edged rock plummeting down, several strands of his black hair floating in the air. Panting heavily, 17 leaned against the rock, clutching his non-existent heart. What happened, 17? Android 18 inquired, having sensed the impending danger earlier and taking cover. 18, perhaps we should keep our distance, 17 replied, still shaken. Swish! The sound of slicing echoed as Bai Qi, emanating a bloodthirsty aura, emerged amidst the shards, his icy blade aimed directly at the cloaked Broly's face. His once tattered jacket had vanished, lightning-like markings crawling across his body, suffused with a haunting red glow. His black hair hinted at a crimson hue, and his previously slender physique had slightly inflated, resembling a blood-saturated form. 20-fold KO Ken. Bai Qi has exhausted his final trump card. His bloodlust, defense, speed, strength, and even reflexes have surged to a staggering 20-fold increase across all dimensions. Clang! The pallid gaze fixed upon Bai Qi, as in his astonished stare. The figure clad in black, Broly, clasped his hands together, firmly trapping the icy blade, producing a crisp sound of friction. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a mysterious white substance had enveloped Broly's hands, resembling a pair of gleaming metallic gloves. The metallic gloves, combined with a robust aura of verdant gold, barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the icy edge. In an instant, Bai Qi comprehended the situation, when suddenly a chilling sensation crept up from behind. Yuan thrust a straight blade towards his heart. Buzz! Bang! With a powerful twist of his grip, Bai Qi forcefully pried apart Broly's hands, the blade striking Broly's face with a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. After dodging the straight knife with a sidestep, Bai Qi swept towards Yuan. Clang! At this moment, Yuan was no match for Bai Qi, as both he and his weapon were sent flying. Boom! A green energy sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, hurtled towards Bai Qi from the ground, expanding hundreds of times in midair. With a whoosh, the view was engulfed in green, yet, with fearless azure eyes. Bai Qi waved the ice edge, a flash of red light splitting the green orb in two. Two green energy spheres whizzed past Bai Qi, the pressure ruffling his hair as they whistled away into the void of space. Haha! Before the figure even arrived, a maniacal laugh echoed the white eyes of Broly, clad in black, fixated on Bai Qi, as he surged forward after the energy sphere. Bang! A fist enveloped in emerald and gold flames lunged at Bai Qi's face, glinting with a metallic sheen. Crack! Bai Qi withdrew the ice edge just in time, the blade clashing against Broly's fist, the tremendous sound reverberating in the air. Slightly shifting backward, Bai Qi braced himself as Broly's other hand, clutching a massive energy sphere, swung towards his abdomen. Bang! Boom! With a mighty push, Bai Qi deflected Broly's punch, delivering a swift kick to his wrist, sending the energy sphere flying and resulting in a distant explosion. Haha, what a thrill! After a hearty laugh, Broly's powerful physique flickered and charged towards Bai Qi once more, his aura swelling further. Buzzing! A familiar whirring sound emerged from behind as the previously dispatched Yuan transformed into a white shadow racing forward. Noticing the rapidly approaching figures, Bai Qi's chest expanded slightly. Roar! The minds of black-clad Broly and Yuan were suddenly struck by thunder, a buzzing enveloping their ears as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. Broly grimaced in pain, while Yuan remained expressionless, his ashen body trembling slightly. The two speeding figures halted abruptly at Bai Qi's battle cry. In the distance, the transcendent Broly, grasping Vegeta's hair, was momentarily taken aback by Bai Qi's shout. Son Goku, bloodied, lay among the rubble, his orange GI tattered from battle, revealing a damaged black shirt beneath, as blood trickled from his face. Though still in the Super Saiyan state, his energy was waning, and his near-unconscious awareness was jolted by Bai Qi's roar. Meanwhile, the weakest Son Gohan had succumbed to unconsciousness amid the fierce fighting. Piccolo, similarly battered, lay on the ground, his swollen eyes fluttering shut until awakened by the roar. With a whoosh, seizing the moment of distraction, Trunks appeared beside Transcendent Broly, his sword raised to strike at the arm gripping Vegeta's hair. Crimson blood splattered through the air as Transcendent Broly winced in pain and released Vegeta, the strong man. Following Android 17's suggestion, the trio hid behind a distant rock, startled by Bai Qi's shout. Android 17 couldn't help but comment, covering her ears. Android 18 gazed at the distant battle, her mind still buzzing, unable to catch Android 17's words. Android 19 remained expressionless, his microcomputer whirring rapidly in his mind. In a decisive moment, Bai Qi thrust the ice edge forcefully towards Broly's neck. Clang! With a look of disbelief, Bai Qi witnessed Broly's metallic gauntlet seemingly come to life, morphing into a silvery liquid that enveloped the blade just before it could deliver a fatal strike. Baby? The silver liquid instantly reminded Bai Qi of Baby. Although it thwarted the attack, Broly was still propelled backward by the immense force. Clang! Regaining his focus, Yuan charged once more, the pain in Broly's neck jolting him awake. Evidently enraged, as his aura surged explosively, transforming into a meteor, he hurtled towards Bai Qi. Clang, clang, bang, clang. The three engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Chapter 59. Divine Technique in the Divine Temple. Krillin, Yamcha, and others wore pale expressions, as the previously tranquil energy of Son Goku and the others suddenly erupted. Particularly, two unfamiliar energies, even from such a distance, weighed heavily upon their bodies. Trunks' power was astonishing, far surpassing that of Goku and his companions. Tien's eyes were filled with shock. Despite having anticipated Trunks' strength, the reality of it was still overwhelming. Indeed, aside from those few anomalies, Trunks was the mightiest. Yamcha nodded in agreement, his face etched with bitterness. Before such formidable power, his steadfast martial spirit wavered. Cough, cough. Compared to Trunks and those enemies, Mr. Bai Qi is truly the most terrifying. His energy now rivals that which descended upon Earth earlier, Krillin remarked nearby. It is remarkable that, while the others are not earthlings, Bai Qi, as an earthling, can contend with such monsters. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Tian and Yamcha fully resonated with his sentiments, their faces reflecting admiration. Bai Qi now stands as the unequivocal leader among them all. There is no contest, Bai Gu is unparalleled, and no so-called Super Saiyan poses a threat. Cassius, with his hands on his hips, proudly declared, exuding an air of dominance, as if he had transformed into Bai Qi himself. In response, Krillin and the others fell silent, casting him disdainful glances. Trunks, who was engaged in a playful competition with Bulma to see whose child was more adorable, immediately took note of the mention of his name. He approached Krillin and the others, his mind swirling with questions regarding Goku's odd behavior and the subsequent events, as if he were beginning to grasp some clarity. Gilon. After consuming the senzu bean given by Piccolo, Goku regained his strength and hurried to the unconscious Gohan, feeding him another bean. Vegeta, having also consumed a senzu bean, caught the one Piccolo threw towards him. Crack. Lying on the ground, with the pain in his scalp still lingering, Vegeta swiftly ingested the senzu bean, instantly revitalizing himself and gradually rising to his feet. Take it easy, the senzu beans are running out, Piccolo cautioned, observing the fierce battle between Trunks and the legendary Broly. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, momentarily relieved by their recovery, felt a chill wash over them. With the senzu beans depleted, any further injuries could be fatal. The three of them gazed solemnly at Broly, acutely aware that despite their enhanced power from the near-death experiences, the gap between them and the legendary Broly remained vast. Impressive, Trunks, Goku remarked, a flicker of inspiration igniting within him as he contemplated Trunks' transformation into Super Saiyan 2. He had begun to sense the elusive realm that had previously troubled him. Simultaneously, he cast an admiring glance at the distant Bai Qi, who was executing the Kaioken in such a state and managing to sustain it for so long. Damn, so this is what it means to transcend the Super Saiyan level? Vegeta, watching Trunks, clenched his fists in frustration, his blue battle suit in tatters. Even though Trunks was his son, being surpassed by him instilled a sense of bitterness and immense pressure within Vegeta. Have I been on the wrong path all along? The mimicry of Super Saiyan on planet Namek, along with his belief that he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level, yet at such a great cost, seemed to taunt him, suggesting that his journey had been flawed from the outset. A subtle sense of defeat, unbeknownst to Vegeta, began to surface within him. All right, let us assist Trunks. Goku's words interrupted Vegeta's reverie, as he recognized Trunks had fallen into a precarious situation. Agreed, Piccolo and Gohan nodded in agreement. Boom. The three of them unleashed their energy and charged towards the legendary Broly. Even as bitterness churned within him, Vegeta did not hesitate to attack. By this point, Broly bore several shallow cuts, yet his aura continued to swell. Trunks was faring no better. His light purple jacket had vanished, and his black tank top was in tatters. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body and his hands, numb from gripping the sword, his pale green eyes remained fixed coldly on Broly. Goku and his companions surged into battle once more. Boom. The five began their assault on Broly. Despite facing 5 opponents alone, there was not a hint of tension on Broly's face. Rather, his smile grew increasingly maniacal. Heh, are you back to full strength? Now it gets interesting. If you die that quickly, it would be so dull, haha. Clang. Boom. Boom. Bai Qi, Yuan, and the dark-cloaked Broly were locked in an intense aerial battle, their blades and energy blasts colliding in a spectacular display. The mingling of crimson, emerald gold, and ashen white auras swirled around them, churning the clouds above and giving rise to a colossal tempest. Within this storm, there were no hurricanes or lightning. Instead, it was filled with the essence of slaughter, destruction, and an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a blade cleaved through Yuan's right arm, blood gushing forth, only to heal instantaneously in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi furrowed his brows, uncertain how many times he had shattered Yuan. The healing power led him to suspect that Dr. Likey had inadvertently granted Yuan an immortal existence, akin to that of Zamasu. Step aside. The dark-clad Broly, emanating a green-golden aura, crashed into Yuan before charging towards Bai Qi. Yuan, having been knocked away, nonchalantly flicked his straight blade and continued his advance on Bai Qi. Bang, 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 clang. Bai Qi faced the dual onslaught with composure. Though his expression remained stern, a sense of urgency began to brew within him. After such an extended confrontation, Yuan appeared completely unscathed. As for the dark-clad Broly, he was not merely uninjured. His energy continued to surge. Bai Qi maintained the state of 20 times the Kaioken, and the dreadful side effects were beginning to manifest. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but commend the North Ko for his genius. While he was unaware of the sensations experienced by Son Goku in his Super Saiyan transformations, the application of 20 times the Kaioken amplified his energy a staggering 20-fold, affecting every facet of his being, down to the cellular level. The searing pain yielded astonishing results, as every cell continuously supplied him with strength, allowing him to restrain Yuan with one hand while battling Broly with the other. This was a terrifying technique, unlike the Divine Realm, which demanded significant prerequisites. The Kaioken, on the other hand, offered a direct infusion of power, provided one could withstand it, free from the constraints of bloodlines and excessive conditions. It was straightforward and brutal, a vital skill for surpassing one's limits, albeit accompanied by formidable side effects. The longer the battle persisted, the more unfavorable it became for Bai Qi. He feared that he would succumb to exhaustion before Yuan or Broly even had to lay a finger on him. Moreover, he was convinced that the dark-clad Broly had not yet unleashed his full potential. Chapter 90. Cosmic Turmoil. Super Saiyan 2 Broly. It appears that Bai Qi's peculiar technique bears significant side effects. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Dr. Miao observed the clash between Bai Qi, the dark-clad Broly, and Yuan, commenting with a hint of detachment. He recognized the immense strain that Bai Qi's ability to suddenly amplify his power placed upon him. Indeed, immense strength invariably comes at an unimaginable cost, Dr. Likey replied, his countenance grim. Owing to the future circumstances, the present Yuan was no match for Bai Qi. Were it not for his terrifying regenerative abilities, he would have already been vanquished by Bai Qi, despite Likey's incessant boasts of Yuan's prowess. Oh, it seems Broly is thoroughly enjoying himself. Dr. Miao uttered a thought that would surely send shivers down the spines of Goku and his companions. It was true. The seemingly balanced struggle was merely Broly toying with his opponent. Humph, Scions possessed this irritating flaw. Dr. Likey scowled, looking down upon such arrogance. Dr. Miao chuckled nonchalantly. Under absolute power, even arrogance seemed entirely natural. Cough, cough, la Likey. The near-destroyed Dr. Glow called out from beneath the rubble, struggling to address Dr. Likey. Oh, it's Dr. Glow. I see you're still among the living, came the reply. Boom. After cleaving through Yuan, the dark-clad Broly charged once more, his energy now surpassing that of Bai Qi. Bang! A heavy fist hurtled towards Bai Qi, leaving him no time to retract his blade. He could only shield himself with his left arm. Crack! At the moment of impact, an overwhelming force struck, causing his arm's bones to shatter, and Bai Qi was sent flying by Broly's blow. After stabilizing himself mid-air, Bai Qi spat out a mouthful of sweet, metallic blood, his blue eyes, now laced with crimson, locked onto Broly. Thump! Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His heart raced violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. After such a prolonged engagement, he had reached his limit. Haha, you seem to be faltering. That's unfortunate, for I have only just ignited my interest. Broly's voice was chilling as he observed Bai Qi, who was beginning to weaken just as Broly had entered his stride. His dissatisfaction could only lead to terrifying consequences. Boom! The green-golden aura erupted anew, enveloping Broly as he propelled himself towards Bai Qi at super speed, gathering a green energy sphere upon his broad chest. Swish! Clang! Bai Qi's breath abruptly halted as a colossal shadow enveloped him in an instant. A flash of crimson light surged forth as the ice blade was swung fiercely towards the front. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the muscles in his shoulder were forcibly ripped apart. Ignoring the pain, he propelled himself towards the chest of the black-clad Broly with an energy blast. Boom! This time, the attack did not cleave through. Upon contact, it detonated violently, and Bai Qi felt as if a meteorite had struck him, sending him hurtling away. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater that cracked the earth and enveloped the area in swirling smoke. Drip, drip, cough. In the depths of the pit, Bai Qi pressed his bleeding right arm against the ground, half kneeling, the tip of his blade weakly resting on the earth. His slightly inflated body returned to its original state. The final blow from the black-clad Broly had utterly defeated him, and he had now exited the Kaioken state. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his body. Yet Bai Qi merely furrowed his brow slightly, his face pale as he gazed at the somewhat irate Broly. Ah, this simply will not do, You worthless fool. The ghastly gaze of the black-clad Broly fell upon Bai Qi, who was now unable to continue fighting, and his expression darkened. You are all too weak. Weak enough to infuriate me. Tightly gritting his teeth, his visage contorted with rage, the already surging energy escalated once more, causing the surrounding space to begin to solidify. Huh. Ha. Is this all you are capable of? Such power dares to challenge me with a blade? Foolish mortals, do you truly understand the essence of strength? The grimness on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by manic laughter, and as his words concluded, his fists clenched tightly, the green-golden aura erupting with even greater intensity. The already wounded Son Goku and his companions, sensing this overwhelming energy, halted in their tracks, their gazes drawn toward the source. Crack! The sudden pressure bore down upon Bai Qi, forcing him further into the earth. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, a vast shadow slowly consuming all. Slap! On the Kai's temple, Krillin and the others suddenly felt the gravity of the earth multiply by dozens of times, caught completely off guard as they crashed to the ground. Boom! Reacting swiftly, Krillin unleashed his energy to resist the invisible weight, while Yamcha and the others also released their auras to shield Bulma and the others from harm. This time, not a single voice was raised. Despair loomed like a heavy boulder upon everyone's hearts. Ha! Ha! A bunch of imbeciles. Do you think Super Saiyan is merely your foolish transformation? The black-clad Broly's face was filled with derision, his formidable energy soaring skyward, his already imposing physique expanding further, his broad chest stretching wide once more. Crackle! The skies above darkened, and thick bolts of lightning flickered ominously. Boom! The suffocating green-golden aura surrounding the black-clad Broly transformed into a beam of light that pierced through the clouds, shooting straight into the cosmos. Across the starry expanse, any life forms capable of sensing energy halted in their activities. What is this energy? Has a cosmic explosion occurred? A purple extraterrestrial being stood frozen in shock, collapsing to the ground, mumbling in disbelief. The earth faces calamity once more. On New Namek, Elder Muri gazed up at the sky, his face etched with worry. Powerless due to his low combat prowess, he could only silently pray for Son Goku and the others. Ha! Accompanied by maniacal laughter, the debris below began to ascend, vanishing within the luminous beam. The rocks where Android 19 and his companions were hiding cracked open, and Android 17 quickly raised a shield to envelop them. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. The energy radar in Android 19's mind had nearly exploded moments ago, but thankfully, he had managed to shut it down in time. Swish! The green beam rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone present in an instant. Swish! As the green light coursed through their bodies, Bai Qi felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, causing a slight tingling sensation as he squinted his eyes. Son Goku and the others experienced the same sensation. Moments later, the green light dissipated. Son Goku and his companions gaped in astonishment at the dramatically transformed black-clad Broly, a sense of horror creeping into their hearts. Gulp! They swallowed heavily. Zing! Bai Qi's pupils constricted into mere pinpricks. Golden lightning crackled and coiled around his towering form, which approached a height of 3 meters. The almost tangible green-golden aura flowed around him. His green hair was completely tied back, and his eyes, now restored to their sockets, had transformed to a vibrant green. Upon closer inspection, beneath his green eyebrows, a flicker of crimson glimmered in the depths of his icy green gaze. Do you see it, you insignificant creatures? This is true power. Ha! A boisterous laugh echoed as the dark-clad Broly addressed everyone, and with each peal of laughter, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. A formidable pressure manifested as a colossal hand, gripping the hearts of Bai Qi and Sun Wukong, rendering their breaths labored. Today, it seemed, the feast was about to commence. Bai Qi murmured, his tone laden with helplessness. The enemy they faced was truly terrifying. Question: what could be more despairing than encountering the legendary Super Saiyan? Answer: encountering a Super Saiyan 2, who transcends even the legendary Super Saiyan. Indeed, the dark-clad Broly had surpassed the original Super Saiyan form, reaching the fabled Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 91, Double Super 2, The Death of the Prince. Dr. Lecky, call Yuan back. Broly is in a state where he could easily lose control, and we cannot afford to let him accidentally kill someone, Dr. Mew cautioned, casting a seemingly benevolent glance at Dr. Lecky as he observed the dark Broly entering Super Saiyan 2. However, the pride in his tone was almost impossible to conceal. Humph, lose control. With a cold huff, Dr. Lecky summoned Yuan to his side. Despite his annoyance, Dr. Mew's words were taken seriously. The dark Broly had become exceptionally formidable. Behind them hovered Dr. Glow, barely managing to float in the air, his limbs spread out, revealing the twisted form beneath, with exposed wires sparking intermittently. His drooping old eyes surveyed everyone present in silence. Lost in thought. Haha, Bai Qi, the game is over. It's time for you to die? The dark Broly, now in Super Saiyan 2, had lost interest in combat. With fingers splayed, he aimed at Bai Qi, who was already buried in the ground. A green energy ball gathered in his palm. Observing the energy ball, Bai Qi maintained a calm demeanor. Defeat was inevitable as he had exhausted all his resources and was utterly spent. His body felt completely numb, lacking even the strength to teleport, let alone evade the attack. He couldn't even muster the energy to stand. Boom! Just as he awaited his demise, a white shockwave struck the Super Saiyan Broly, causing the energy ball in his hand to instinctively launch towards Bai Qi, while Broly himself was engulfed in a colossal explosion. Rumbling. The energy ball was deflected slightly, landing beside Bai Qi and erupting into a violent explosion that threatened to envelop him as well. Swish. Number 17 appeared before Bai Qi, raising a protective shield to withstand the aftermath. Hiss. Number 18 swiftly moved in front of Bai Qi, and in his astonished gaze, she quickly hoisted him onto her back as the trio made a hasty retreat. In the distance, number 19 pressed his hands down again. It was he who had interfered with the dark Broly using the Hell Flash Cannon. His imposing figure flickered out of existence. In the air, as the explosion dissipated, it became evident that the shockwave had inflicted no damage upon the dark Broly, yet his expression darkened with fury. Haha. The bare-chested Super Saiyan Broly appeared to be invigorated by the previous surge of energy, becoming increasingly frenzied, his greenish-golden aura surging higher. With a maniacal laugh, he seized the sword from the dazed Trunks. Clang! The immense force rendered Trunks unable to escape, and he was thrown into the air along with his sword. Boom! Energy gathered in Broly's mouth and instantly shot towards Trunks. Unable to evade, Trunks was struck by the energy blast, resulting in a massive explosion, and he plummeted to the ground amidst thick smoke. The thunderous explosion jolted the bewildered Goku and the others back into action, rejoining the fray. Bang! Thud! The already injured fighters were no match for Broly, who swiftly knocked them all to the ground. Gohan and Piccolo fell unconscious. Squeak! Squeak! Pathetic! Thud! The Super Saiyan Broly slowly approached Trunks, disdain evident on his face, and he stomped heavily down, burying him deeper into the earth. Trunks, who had been futilely scratching at Broly, had long since incurred his wrath. Thud! With another forceful kick, Broly struck Trunks again, causing him to revert from Super Saiyan 2, his consciousness beginning to fade. Cough! You bastard, stop it! Witnessing the torment inflicted upon Trunks, Vegeta staggered to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably. An unnameable fury surged within him, his feeble energy fluctuating. Oh, and how do you intend to stop me? Will you grovel like you did before Frieza? Ha ha! Boom! With a contemptuous smirk, he kicked Trunks, sending him sprawling away, mocking Vegeta. Huff! Huff! Do you dare to take my attack, you big fool? After several labored breaths, Vegeta began to gather his remaining energy before Broly could respond. Haha, then bring it on. Unfazed, Broly laughed heartily, crossing his arms, his pale eyes fixed on Vegeta, eager to see what this nearly defeated Saiyan Prince could muster. With eyes almost swollen shut, he glanced at the unconscious Trunks, then fixed his gaze firmly on the Super Saiyan Broly. Since the dark Broly had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a more intense sense of suppression had emerged deep within his bloodline. However, Trunks' injuries and Broly's contempt made him disregard this feeling, his unquenchable rage threatening to consume him. Struggling to straighten his hunched body, he spread his arms wide, fingers splayed. Boom! Energy began to flow around him, and two orbs of light appeared in his hands as Vegeta poured all of his strength into them. The orbs expanded, enveloped in white flames that crackled like lightning around Vegeta's form. As if amused by something entertaining, Broly lowered his hands. The sky around them turned green as he gathered energy into his left hand, forming a green energy ball. At last, Vegeta completed his charge and quickly pushed his hands towards Broly. Die, you bastard! Ultimate Flash! A powerful white beam, brimming with potent energy, shot from Vegeta's palms towards Broly. Humph. Broly casually flicked a massive meteor in the air, which expanded and collided with the ultimate flash, creating a blinding light that illuminated the surroundings. After a brief standoff, Vegeta let out a roar, his muscles swelling once more, as the ultimate flash surged forward, pressing against the enormous meteor towards Broly. Buzz. Displaying no sign of tension, Broly's lips curled into a sinister smile, and he tightened his grip on the massive meteor. The transparent energy pressure compressed into his palm before he swiftly opened his hand, sending the meteor hurtling back towards Vegeta. Vegeta, Goku shouted. Instantly appearing beside Vegeta and placing his hands on his waist, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha to assist him. Get back, Kakarot. Vegeta rasped, his voice hoarse, as his aura surged once more, forcefully propelling Goku away. Crackle, crackle. A brilliant white lightning flickered beside Vegeta, as a golden aura surged violently upwards. In a moment of crisis, Vegeta transcended his limits and briefly ascended to Super Saiyan 2. The ultimate flash expanded dramatically, instantaneously overpowering a colossal meteor and swiftly approaching Broly. What? The confident expression on Broly's face faltered, his white eyes widening slightly. In an instant, the black-clad Broly, now in Super Saiyan 2, appeared beside them, his left hand grasping a massive meteor. With a powerful swing, he hurled it toward the ultimate flash, which grew even larger than the previous meteor, directly engulfing both it and the ultimate flash, relentlessly bearing down on Vegeta. Humph. Gazing at the two towering dark figures in the sky, Vegeta let out a cold snort, succumbing to the overwhelming force, and was reduced to ashes amidst the violent explosion. Witnessing Vegeta's demise and the impending energy wave threatening him and Gohan, Goku let out a furious roar, finally breaking through the barrier that had long obstructed him. His golden hair stood almost completely on end, white arcs of electricity crackling around him, as he swiftly teleported to bring Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks to his side. In the midst of the explosion, his light green eyes cast a cold glance at the two Brolys before he instantaneously vanished. Though he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he was still far from their match. This was not the time for a desperate struggle. Seeing the others escape, the two Brolys remained unfazed. The game had merely begun. Chapter 92. Human Emotions with a Flash. Goku and the three arrived at the Sacred Realm. Goku. The worried expressions of Krillin and the others turned to shock at the sudden appearance of Goku, especially upon seeing the unconscious Trunks, their faces filled with concern. Gohan, what happened to you? Kiki immediately noticed Gohan, battered and unconscious, tears welling in her eyes. Just as she attempted to rush over, the crackling lightning surrounding Goku flared, blocking their path, as his piercing light green gaze surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, everyone sensed the monumental shift in Goku's energy, now far more formidable and oppressive. Observing the astonished expressions of Krillin and the others, Goku quickly reverted from Super Saiyan 2, allowing them to gather closer. Kiki hurried to Gohan's side, her heart aching as she gazed at him. Thankfully, he was merely unconscious. After a sigh of relief, her anger turned toward Goku. Goku, how could you let Gohan get hurt? She yelled almost in a roar, leaving him awkwardly scratching his head. Goku, where's Vegeta? Bulma, holding little Trunks, approached Kiki. Relieved by Goku's arrival, but quickly scanning the area and realizing Vegeta was nowhere to be found, her heart sank once more. I'm sorry, Goku said somberly, his expression heavy with remorse as he looked at Bulma. What? This can't be true. Bulma instantly grasped the implication of Goku's words. Her mind blank as she stared at him, stepping back in disbelief. Her body weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, but Kiki rushed to support her, offering comfort. Pull yourself together, Bulma. As a fellow wife, Kiki understood Bulma's feelings well. She had feared this scenario countless times whenever Goku went into battle. Ties quickly joined Bulma's side, concern etched on her face. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others looked at Bulma with sympathetic eyes, having sensed the sudden surge in Vegeta's energy moments before it vanished. They had already begun to suspect the worst. Wait, where's Brother Bai? What happened to him? Cassius, lamenting Vegeta's fate, suddenly widened his eyes, realizing Bai Qi was also missing, and rushed to Goku, shouting, Don't worry, Cassius, it seems the android saved Bai Qi in the nick of time. Though the battle was fierce, Goku and the others remained vigilant regarding Bai Qi's situation. That's a relief. Cassius finally exhaled, feeling somewhat reassured. Cough, cough. Don't worry. We still have the Dragon Balls. The unconscious Piccolo stirred awake, coughing lightly before speaking softly. In a cave, Bai Qi sat quietly on the ground, his eyes tightly shut as he regulated his breath. The wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, some even beginning to scab over. Beside him lay the ice edge. Numbers 17 and 19 stood vigil at the cave entrance, alert to their surroundings, ready to thwart any further assault from Broly and his companions. Does it not hurt? Leaned against the wall, number 18 stared blankly at Bai Qi. Due to her position behind him, her body was already stained with blood. Bai Qi's fingers continued to toy with the ruby pendant around his neck. The injuries on Bai Qi filled her with dread, particularly due to his nonchalant demeanor, as if the wounds were not his own. The lightning scars that marred his body were so alarming that, from a distance, number 18 had initially mistaken them for tattoos. It wasn't until she inadvertently brushed against a slight protrusion while carrying him that she realized these were scars, densely covering his form. As if sensing her gaze, Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes. The bloodshot veins in his blue irises had yet to fade, though his aura had calmed. He regarded number 18 with surprise, never expecting that the trio of artificial beings would rescue him in such a dire moment. What a fortunate opportunity, yet they had chosen not to flee. Are you all right? Upon seeing Bai Qi's eyes open, number 18 concealed her thoughts and resumed her cold demeanor, speaking matter-of-factly. Fortunately, I owe you my life, otherwise, I would have perished just now. Bai Qi expressed his gratitude, aware that without number 18 and her companions, he would either be trapped in an eerie dimension or consigned to the depths of hell. Without acknowledging his thanks, no. 18 removed the ruby necklace from her neck and approached him earnestly. You saved me and number 17 back in the day. Now we are even. Here, this is yours. I return it to you. It was merely a trivial act. Besides, you were captured, rendering it ineffective. As for this trinket, keep it. It was once a gift to you, and it is illogical to reclaim a gift. Gazing at the single-eyed serpent pendant swaying before him, Bai Qi refrained from accepting it. Having nearly forgotten about the item, surprised that number 18 still possessed it, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Rescuing him was merely a matter of repaying a favor, and he had only sought directions back then. It was remarkable that number 18 remembered with such clarity. Humph. If you've been captured again, so be it. As if anticipating Bai Qi's words, number 18 made no attempt to argue, swiftly reclaiming the necklace. Instinctively, she reached to place it back around her neck, but halted upon realizing Bai Qi was still watching her, opting instead to tuck it into her jacket pocket. Just then, footsteps echoed as number 19 and number 17 entered the cave. Upon seeing Bai Qi awake, number 17 was the first to speak. Ah, how do you feel? Quite well. Thank you for your assistance, Bai Qi replied, once again expressing his gratitude to the duo. Not at all, number 17 chuckled, his admiration for Bai Qi evident as he recalled their first encounter when he was awed by Bai Qi's formidable strength. Now his combat prowess surpassed all expectations. Meanwhile, no? 19 remained silent, observing Bai Qi with a calm expression. So what now? This place remains perilous, number 17 stated, his tone growing serious. As the threat from Broly and his companions lingered outside, number 19 and number 18 turned their gazes toward Bai Qi, anticipating a strategy from him, given his formidable abilities. I will lead you to a relatively safe location. Sun Wukong and the others should be there as well. After attuning himself to the energy signatures of Sun Wukong and his companions, Bai Qi discerned their whereabouts and promptly rose to his feet. With a swift motion, he drew the ice blade and sheathed it. Can you manage this, Bai Qi? Number 17 swiftly cautioned, recognizing that his condition had only slightly improved. Beside them, no. 18 frowned, her expression reflecting concern as she recalled how Bai Qi's energy had weakened during their journey, appearing on the verge of collapse. Do not worry. It is merely a minor injury, Bai Qi replied confidently, assured that he could at least utilize instant transmission now. Huh. I wonder who it was that trembled so earlier. Number 18 retorted without hesitation, recalling how Bai Qi had quaked while being carried on her back. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Number 17 averted his gaze, while Bai Qi, struck by number 18's sharp words, fell silent. The residual effects of the Kaioken technique had indeed left his muscles in agony. Reflecting on this, Bai Qi glanced at number 18. Had it not been for his resilience, he might have succumbed to her relentless pace, struggling to draw breath. Join hands. I will transport you. Bai Qi quickly regained his composure, disregarding number 18's earlier jibe, and instructed them to place their hands on his shoulders. Though slightly displeased, No. 18 complied, while number 17 and number 19 followed suit. Curiosity etched on number 17's face as he wondered what Bai Qi intended to do. In an instant, the three vanished from sight. Chapter 93. The rapid evolution of Bai Qi and his companions appeared in the celestial temple. By Dage, Cassius immediately spotted him and rushed to Bai Qi's side, his exuberant voice drawing the attention of all present. Sun Wukong and his companions, who had been gathered around the Dragon Balls, slowly approached. Through Bai Qi's succinct explanation, everyone grasped the unfolding events. Simultaneously, Bai Qi received the distressing news of Vegeta's demise, which weighed heavily on his heart, for he still required Vegeta for his final stratagem. Thankfully, he muttered to himself, there were the Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he silently commended Piccolo for his prudent actions, which had afforded everyone a glimmer of hope. In the distance, Bulma stood vigil by the unconscious Trunks, who had entrusted his care to the briefs. During the recent battle against the formidable Broly, Trunks had been a key player and thus had incurred the most severe injuries. He lay on the ground, bloodied and his tattered black vest in disarray. Nearby was the sword that Sun Wukong had retrieved. Bulma gently wiped Trunks' face with a handkerchief, her expression softening as she had already been apprised of the situation by Krillin. Gazing upon her future son, her heart ached at the sight of his wounds, twisting her insides with sorrow. Did you have a nightmare? She softly inquired, noticing the occasional twitch of his brow, while she clasped his hand tightly. The resemblance of his cheek to Vegeta's momentarily alleviated her grief. Yet the weight of her beloved's death remained unbearably heavy. Apologies for the wait. Dandy, who had just finished tending to Son Gohan and the others, hastened to Trunks' side to administer aid. Shortly after, Mama, Trunks murmured as he regained consciousness, understanding the concern etched on Bulma's face. His expression turned somber as he silently sheathed his sword and gradually rose to his feet. Piccolo and Bobo stood at the edge of the celestial temple, observing the ominous storm clouds below, where continuous flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness enveloping the earth. Those scoundrels, Piccolo seethed, having sensed the countless human lives extinguishing beneath. Bobo, meanwhile, looked helplessly at the chaos below. They were powerless to impede Broly and his companions. Humanity was facing its impending doom. Meanwhile, in a city shrouded in black smoke, towering buildings had crumbled into ruins. On the cracked roads, cars lay in disarray, interspersed with the panicked screams of the populace. In the sole intact luxurious restaurant, the two Brolys sat at a large round table overflowing with sumptuous delicacies, voraciously consuming their meals. The restaurant owner, clad in a suit, anxiously directed the waitstaff to supply the duo with more dishes, his forehead drenched in sweat and his legs trembling. The two harbingers of death had descended from the heavens and swiftly laid waste to the entire city. How could he not be terrified? I've changed my trousers several times. Gulping down their food, the Brolys took their time, having no immediate urge to pursue Sun Wukong and the others after their escape. They sought amusement in the city before retreating to the restaurant. Their appetites vastly surpassed those of Sun Wukong and his companions. In unspoken agreement, they focused solely on their meal, neither wishing to engage the other. The Broly in black garb grasped a roasted dinosaur leg in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other, alternating bites. Due to the early destruction of Earth, he had never indulged in such delicacies before. On the barren planet of Dr. Loki and Dr. Mio, he had nearly forgotten the taste of proper food. He silently vowed not to destroy Earth this time. While they feasted, another figure, Yuan, was also consuming his meal in a different city. Shirtless, Yuan stood atop a high tower, his cold, indifferent gaze surveying the city below, now reduced to ruins. The straight blade in his hand dripped with blood, while a gentle breeze fluttered the remnants of his tattered garments. The streets were littered with dismembered limbs and bodies, each face frozen in a lingering expression of terror. There were no cries of anguish, no sounds of explosions. The city lay in eerie silence, devoid of life, transformed into a ghost town. Countless wisps of grayish-white gas ascended into the sky, all absorbed into Yuan's being. The bloodstains on his blade seemed to pulsate as if alive. With the intake of this potent malice, Yuan's aura surged once more, echoing with the harrowing screams of the fallen. He remained unperturbed, his expression as inscrutable as ever, standing still like a sheathed blade. Dr. Gero, is this your ultimate creation? Dr. Mio remarked, gazing at a fist-sized biological embryo within a glass chamber. After Bai Qi and Sun Wukong fled, they remained unhurried, fully attuned to Broly's intentions. After all, Broly, who was infused with the consciousness of baby, was technically their superior. Indeed, he had assimilated the cells of all the formidable warriors on Earth, my ultimate creation, Cell. Regrettably, the lengthy growth cycle compelled me to leave it to computers for refinement, redirecting my focus towards the study of androids. Observing Cell, Dr. Gero sighed with a hint of regret, not overly boasting, for even a fully realized Cell seemed insignificant before Yuan and Broly. Quite an intriguing masterpiece, Dr. Reiki remarked, rarely complimenting Dr. Gero. He had once envisioned a similar amalgamation of superior genes. However, due to the unique nature of Bai Qi's cells, it ultimately came to naught. By the way, why does this creation have such a slow growth cycle? Dr. Mio inquired curiously. Because Cell requires a vast amount of life energy, which I am unable to gather in sufficient quantities, hence the inability to refine it further. Life energy? I can provide that, Dr. Reiki casually declared, offering his assistance. Is that true? If so, I am immensely grateful. Once Cell matures, it should be of great help to you. Dr. Gero promptly thanked Dr. Reiki, as Cell was the culmination of his efforts, far more significant than Android 19 and the others. Dr. Reiki, however, remained unimpressed. He merely wished to see if the matured Cell could inspire him in any way. With a slight closing of his eyes and a mental summons, he began to call upon Yuan. In a flash, sensing Dr. Reiki's call, Yuan appeared before the trio, his aura intensifying. Upon grasping Dr. Reiki's intentions, Yuan approached Cell, channeling a grayish-white energy into its form. The atmosphere around them was thick with resentment and an eerie presence, infused with immense life energy. Cell visibly expanded, shattering the glass enclosure within mere seconds. Its body rapidly grew, evolving into the first stage of a humanoid green insect, a long, spiked tail trailing behind. Yet the transformation did not cease there. Perhaps due to Yuan's overwhelming life energy, much to Dr. Gero's astonishment, Cell bypassed absorbing Android 17 or 18 and directly evolved into its second stage. Cell's physique became more robust and towering, shedding its insectoid appearance in favor of a more human-like form, complete with broad lips and a trailing tail. Its aura was chaotic yet potent, mingling with the essences of Earth's formidable fighters, including Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo. However, it seemed to have reached its limit, the energy remaining static. Yuan withdrew his aura, ceasing the influx of energy. Are you mocking me, Dr. Gero? Dr. Reiki frowned, visibly irked, though he held little hope. He had at least anticipated a power akin to that of a Super Saiyan at full capacity. Yet now, this version of Cell could not even contend with the muscular Vegeta, leaving him frustrated at the prospect of finding inspiration. Dr. Mio, too, was profoundly disappointed. Ahem. This Cell is not yet fully realized. Once it absorbs either Android 17 or 18, it will evolve into its complete form, significantly enhancing its power, Dr. Gero awkwardly explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. Because Cell had skipped the first stage, it now only required the absorption of one to achieve its complete form. Is that so? Nevertheless, Dr. Reiki and his companion had lost much of their interest, responding with indifference. The second stage Cell scanned the group with curiosity, its newly birthed consciousness eager to explore its surroundings. Yet, the impassive human before it radiated a sense of danger, causing a chill to creep up its neck and dissuading it from voicing its thoughts. Tension filled the air as it stood rigidly, a forced smile upon its lips that was more painful than a frown. Hello, Cell awkwardly greeted, its demeanor reminiscent of a bashful child. Yuan continued to regard it impassively, as if observing a lifeless entity. Chapter 94. The use of Dragon Balls in the Heavenly Temple. 7 Dragon Balls lay scattered upon the ground, encircled by Sun Wukong and his companions, who were lost in contemplation. They yearned to summon the eternal dragon to resurrect Vegeta, but feared that the commotion might attract Broly's attention. Simultaneously, they pondered the insurmountable challenge of defeating both Broly and Yuan, a question that remained unanswered among them. At a distance, Android 17, 18, and 19 sat together, still unfamiliar with Sun Wukong and his group. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were consumed with strategizing against Broly and Yuan, oblivious to the android's presence. Do you think they have any chance of overcoming Broly and Yuan? I find it hard to believe, 17 remarked. Leaning against a stone pillar with his hands behind his head, addressing 18, who stood nearby. Although Sun Wukong and his companions appeared to be engaged in heated discussion, 17 found their plans highly implausible, having witnessed firsthand the devastating power Broly wielded against them. I don't know, 18 replied nonchalantly, brushing her blonde hair behind her ear. She wasn't particularly concerned. Death was merely an outcome she had come to accept. The harrowing experiences at Dr. Gero's hands had rendered her indifferent to the unfolding events and their potential consequences. Even if she were to perish now, it would not astonish her. The only regret lingered in not having personally dealt with Dr. Gero. Based on calculations, the probability of victory for Sun Wukong and his group is 0. Android 19 stated calmly, having derived the conclusion from its built-in computer upon 17's inquiry. Well, that's encouraging, 17 shrugged, his expression one of resignation. He had just awakened, only to find himself embroiled in such dire circumstances. He had believed himself the strongest, only to face an endless array of monstrous foes, deeply unsettling him. Perhaps he has a plan? Or is it simply that he is unafraid of death? Upon hearing 19's words, 18 cast a quiet glance at Bai Qi, who sat not far away, meditating with closed eyes. Since arriving at the heavenly temple and briefly recounting the events, Bai Qi had remained in deep contemplation, detached from the discussions of Sun Wukong and the others. Without the urgency of an impending crisis, even facing Broly elicited little emotional response from him. Bai Qi's unwavering demeanor reminded 18 of Yuan. Aside from some minor differences, their personalities seemed strikingly aligned. He resembles that guy Yuan quite a bit. Or perhaps it is Yuan who mirrors him. At that moment, Cassius, who had been seated beside Bai Qi, rose and approached androids 17, 18, and 19. Thank you so much. Otherwise, Bai Qi would likely have met his demise again, Cassius expressed sincerely, extending his gratitude to the trio. Not at all, they replied with a hint of nonchalance. On the 17th, Cassius, with his pallid complexion, elicited a gentle chuckle from the observer. The 19th remained silent, merely smiling at Cassius, while the 18th, with her azure eyes briefly glancing at him, closed her eyes to recuperate, her heart subtly stirred. Indeed, it seems he is merely unafraid of death. She keenly perceived that Cassius's words confirmed her innermost thoughts. Mother, I am sorry, the restored Trunks murmured. His gaze cast downward as he addressed Bulma, his countenance somber, for he had come to learn of Vegeta's demise. It is all right, we still have the Dragon Balls. Everything will be fine, Bulma replied tenderly, her gaze warm upon the resilient youth. She felt a blend of pride and sorrow. Pride, for her son had matured into a formidable warrior, just as Vegeta had always envisioned. Sorrow, for the despair that awaited Trunks in the future. As she tended to the unconscious Trunks, she noticed the scars etched upon his body, each telling a tale of the hardships he had endured, more poignant than any words could convey. Her son had not grown up joyfully as she had hoped. Trunks, enveloped in silence, lowered his violet eyes, fixated on Bulma. The tightness of his clenched fists, now pale from exertion, betrayed the turmoil within, with droplets of blood seeping through his fingers. As the others exhibited various reactions, Bai Qi concluded his meditation, opening his eyes to swiftly survey the group. His injuries had healed considerably, save for the lingering crimson in his azure gaze, which still bore traces of fatigue. Physical wounds heal swiftly, yet the scars of the mind are far more arduous to mend. Maintaining the Kaioken technique demands more than sheer physical strength. The mental toll is equally significant. With a purposeful stride, he approached Goku and the others gathered around the Dragon Balls. Brother Bai, Cassius, engaged in conversation with the 17th, hurried over. The 18th opened her eyes, directing her gaze toward Bai Qi, while the 19th also shifted his attention. Uncle Bai, Trunks and Bulma noted his presence, gradually making their way toward him. With a swift motion, Bai Qi exerted a gentle force to push aside those clustered around the Dragon Balls, swiftly advancing with purpose. Along the way, he seized Dandy from the crowd. He levitated the 7 Dragon Balls into the air. Summoning Shenron on Earth is far too perilous. I shall seek another planet for that, he stated nonchalantly, without elaborating on his intentions. Grasping the bewildered Dandy, he prepared to depart, motivated by the fear that the Dragon Balls might lose their potency if he left Earth. Wait, Bai Qi, please, ensure that you bring Vegeta back, Bulma suddenly realized, urgently calling out to him. Before she could finish her plea, Bai Qi, along with the Dragon Balls and Dandy, vanished from sight. Upon witnessing his disappearance, The group lost interest in conversation and dispersed to attend to other matters. No one was particularly concerned about Bai Qi's wishes. The priority was merely to escape their plight. I say, Krillin, can we survive this peril? Tai Si, cradling the infant girl, turned to Krillin, her face etched with worry. Yes, Krillin replied with certainty. Tai Si responded softly, trusting him implicitly. On Namek, she had not witnessed Bai Qi overpowering Frieza, nor Goku displaying his remarkable prowess. She had only seen Krillin's small yet steadfast figure before her. She was just an ordinary person, unaware of Super Science or Dr. Gero. All she knew was that with Krillin by her side, she felt safe. Chapter 95, Fusion Technique on a Planet Far from Earth. Bai Qi and Dandy. The Dragon Balls appeared here. Fortunately, they were still usable. Seeing that the Dragon Balls had not changed, Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Had they become ineffective due to being far from Earth, he would have had no choice but to seek the Dragon Balls on Namek. He was reluctant to pursue that course of action unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, the process was excessively complicated and required proficiency in the Namekian language. Furthermore, if he had not gathered the necessary information in advance, merely locating the Dragon Balls would consume a considerable amount of time. Secondly, the Namekians were notoriously obstinate, making communication quite challenging. Before long, the Eternal Dragon manifested on this unfamiliar planet, while Dandy curiously observed Bai Qi, uncertain of his wishes. Eternal Dragon, for my first wish, I wish to revive Vegeta. For my second wish, I wish to bring the resurrected Vegeta to my side. After hearing the Eternal Dragon's introductory remarks, Bai Qi swiftly declared his wishes. He wanted Vegeta by his side, primarily out of concern that Vegeta might recklessly challenge Broly and his companions, potentially leading to his demise and Bai Qi's subsequent distress. With a flash of red light from the dragon's eyes, the tattered clothed Vegeta materialized beside Bai Qi. Bai Qi! Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, clearly taken aback that it was Bai Qi who had brought him back to life. Ignoring Vegeta, Bai Qi swiftly flew into the air, retrieving the 7 Dragon Balls that had begun to scatter after turning to stone. He then took hold of Dandy and the still-dazed Vegeta, disappearing from the spot. In a flash, the 3 reappeared on Earth. Vegeta, upon witnessing Vegeta's revival, everyone exhaled in relief, especially Goku, who was instructing Gohan at the time. He joyfully shouted and approached Vegeta. Kakarot, sensing the immense energy radiating from Goku's transformed state, Vegeta's previous astonishment shifted to irritation, as he had just been reveling in surpassing Goku. Who would have thought he would be overtaken so swiftly? Vegeta. Bulma joyfully rushed over and embraced the still irritated Vegeta tightly. What? Startled by Bulma's sudden hug, Vegeta's face flushed crimson as he quickly broke free. The others merely chuckled at the scene. The Dragon Balls truly are miraculous. Observing Vegeta, who had seemingly turned to dust, now vibrant and alive, number 17 expressed his astonishment, marveling at the wonders of the Dragon Balls. Before long, everyone formed a circle around Bai Qi, including number 17 and his companions. Drawn by Bai Qi's recent invitation to Vegeta and Goku to teach them a powerful technique that could alter the current situation. Noticing the curious expressions surrounding him, Bai Qi felt a slight pang of discomfort. He had only called for Goku and Vegeta. Ahem, pay attention, I will demonstrate only once. Setting aside his concerns, Bai Qi cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. He rose onto his toes and showcased the peculiar fusion technique of the Metamorans. Haha cough. Seeing Bai Qi's absurd movements, number 18 couldn't contain her laughter. However, upon feeling the gazes of those around her, she quickly composed herself, her expression turning serious. Ignoring number 18, Bai Qi felt a surge of frustration as he noted the bewildered expressions of the crowd. Only Cassius appeared to comprehend the demonstration. With no other option, he called Cassius forward, and the two began to illustrate the fusion technique before everyone. Minutes later, Bai Qi concluded, remember, the movements must be symmetrical and precise, and the energy levels must be closely matched for a successful fusion. Bai Qi spoke solemnly to the already enlightened Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, his ultimate strategy was to merge into Gogeta. However, the fusion through the earrings, resulting in Vegeto, appeared to be a more advantageous option. Yet, circumstances did not permit it, and he was unprepared with the earrings. No one anticipated that Broly and his companions would arrive so swiftly, and to make matters worse, they came in pairs. Vegeta would never resort to such actions, even at the cost of my life. Unlike Sun Wukong, who merely nodded in understanding, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, dismissing the notion without a second thought. How preposterous! He was the prince of the Saiyans, and such actions were beneath him. Bai Qi suddenly materialized before Vegeta, gripping the freshly donned garments of the Saiyan prince and lifting him with ease. Vegeta, this is not a matter of shame. You and Goku are our final trump cards. Should you refuse to merge, we may soon meet our demise at the hands of Broly and his entourage. However, I assure you, before that happens, you will certainly perish at my hands. His gaze bore into Vegeta, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to an icy low. All present felt a chill run down their spines, horrified as they regarded Bai Qi, none daring to question the veracity of his words. Just as Bulma was about to interject, Trunks intervened, shaking his head resolutely. They must seize this fleeting opportunity. From his understanding, his uncle Bai Qi would not act without certainty, and he was all too aware of his father's obstinacy. In these extraordinary times, unconventional measures were imperative. This was Vegeta. Had it been anyone else, they would have already joined the fray. His future was already in a dire state, and he would not permit such a calamity to unfold, regardless of the means required. Bai Qi, indifferent to Vegeta's thoughts, resolved that the latter's willingness or unwillingness was of no consequence. There was no remedy for his previous predicament, yet an opportunity now presented itself, and Bai Qi was utterly unwilling to resign himself to inaction and await his demise. Why do you not merge with Kakarot? Despite being unfazed by Bai Qi's murderous intent, Vegeta maintained an expression of disdain. Revived by Bai Qi, he remained unconcerned even if his life were to be taken. Do you truly believe that a fusion between two Saiyans, whose combat styles and energies are alike, such as Goku and yourself, is more fitting than one between myself and Goku, considering our distinct races and divergent fighting techniques? Is your mind solely occupied with brawn? Bai Qi coldly remarked that both Vegeta and Sun Wukong had experienced failures in fusion. Thus, one could only imagine the outcome of his attempt with Sun Wukong. With a dismissive sound of discontent, Vegeta glanced at Bulma, who was cradling little Trunks, and ultimately, he clenched his teeth, choosing to remain silent, tacitly acquiescing to the situation. Upon witnessing Vegeta's concession, Bai Qi retracted his murderous intent, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. You will enter the time chamber to practice the fusion technique. One day outside is equivalent to a year inside. I have a foreboding that Broly and his allies will soon arrive, and I will endeavor to secure this day for you. Of course, it would be even better if you could emerge sooner. Hearing Bai Qi's words, everyone fell into silence once more. Securing a day felt more daunting than scaling the heavens. Ignoring the quietude of those around him, Bai Qi strode toward the divine temple, turning back to issue a final warning to Sun Wukong and the others preparing to enter the time chamber. Remember, once the fusion is successful, you will have at most half an hour. The duration may be even shorter due to the disparity in your combat strengths. Should your arrogance prevent you from resolving the threat posed by Broly and his allies within this time frame, we shall meet in hell, without the Dragon Balls, without resurrection. All shall be annihilated. Bai Qi was acutely aware of the recklessness that often accompanies the Saiyans' newfound strength. Should death befall them due to someone's hubris, it could be said that they would depart this world with eyes wide open. After uttering his final words, Bai Qi calmly gazed upon the ominous clouds enveloping the temple below. Ever since the dark-clad Broly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the entire earth had been shrouded in a veil of darkness. Bolts of lightning churned within the clouds, casting shadows upon the land, as if foretelling impending calamity. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance. Having made their decision, they uttered not another word and promptly entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 99. The terms of alliance. Once Goku and the others had entered the time chamber, Trunks, Piccolo, and Gohan were summoned to Bai Qi's side. This assembly constituted the most formidable fighting force on Earth, aside from Goku and Vegeta. Krillin and Yamcha did not join them in their current state. They would only serve as a distraction, their presence rendered pointless amidst the chaos. What strategies do you propose, Bai Qi? Piccolo inquired solemnly, his green visage betraying an unprecedented gravity, for it seemed they stood little chance of success. Gohan silently positioned himself beside Piccolo. Initially, Chi-Chi had adamantly forbidden him from participating. However, with his father in the time chamber, he felt compelled to offer his assistance. For the sake of his father, for Chi-Chi, and for everything they cherished, he knew he must step forward. Moreover, Following his near-death experience in battle with Broly, he had unlocked the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, albeit with limited proficiency. We have no strategies. We must strive to buy as much time as possible for Goku and the others. Bai Qi spoke calmly, stating that strategies are only effective against opponents with minimal disparities. They hold no significance against an entity like Broly, who possesses absolute power. The forthcoming battle would be arduous, and death would be a commonplace occurrence. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi continued, acknowledging that while he believed Piccolo and the others were not overly concerned, it was prudent to express certain thoughts sooner rather than later. He had already envisioned two possible outcomes. 1. They would endure until Goku and Vegeta emerged, leading to a harmonious resolution. 2. They would face total annihilation. The hyperbolic time chamber would be destroyed, and Goku and his companions might, in due time, fuse to create Vegeta, thereby shattering the constraints of time itself and ultimately overcoming Broly. Of course, the latter scenario was merely Bai Qi's speculation, the future being inherently uncertain. He felt no significant apprehension regarding Vegeta's ability to contend with Broly, for from the glimpses of Vegeta's prowess displayed on the previous screen, it was evident that his extraordinary martial skill was far beyond a simplistic calculation of 1 plus 1. Upon hearing Bai Qi's forewarning, neither Trunks, Piccolo, nor even the young Gohan, aged merely 8, wavered in their resolve. Having stepped forward, they had long cast aside any thoughts of life and death. Indeed, without such resolve, they would not have attained their current strength. Though he had anticipated their reactions, Bai Qi nodded slightly and, having spoken, allowed them to prepare individually. He then approached the trio consisting of androids 17, 18, and 19. Observing Bai Qi, 17 and the others were filled with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. "Might your formidable strength join us in the impending battle?" he inquired. The infinite energy of the androids would serve as a tremendous asset, and it was vital to consolidate all available power. "Haha, I appreciate your regard for me. I'm indifferent to the outcome. Yet you must seek the consent of 18 and 19, 17 replied, expressing his willingness to assist, eager to witness the might of a formidable opponent like Broly. Though he could only speak for himself, 19 and 18 had to make their own decisions. "I will assist you, Bai Qi. I sense the life forms of Earth are perishing, and if possible, I wish to intervene," 19 stated, unusually verbose, calmly acquiescing to Bai Qi's request. Despite being a machine, he harbored a profound affection for nature and animals, unable to stand idly by as they succumbed. Acknowledging their responses with a nod, Bai Qi turned his attention to 18, who regarded him with a detached gaze, remaining silent, lost in her thoughts. "The risks of this battle are considerable, and I assure you, your efforts will not be in vain. You are aware of the Dragon Balls and their potential, are you not? Should we emerge victorious, I can wish to remove the bombs implanted by Dr. Gero within you, or if you prefer, I could grant you the chance to become normal once more. One must demonstrate sincerity when requesting assistance." Bai Qi interjected before 18 could respond, swiftly laying out his terms. Upon hearing this, 19 and 17's eyes brightened. Although they had escaped Dr. Gero's control, the bombs within them remained a persistent source of distress. They were not surprised Bai Qi knew this, for their identities were clear to Trunks, who hailed from the future. 18, with her typically aloof demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. She was not averse to aiding Bai Qi, but was surprised that someone of his remarkable strength sought her assistance. After all, with her brother already in the fray, she could not idly watch him face demise. The prospect of the Dragon Balls seemed exceedingly valuable, and she was astonished Bai Qi would offer such a boon. It was important to note that, strictly speaking, their battle was also for their own sake. Should Bai Qi's side falter, Broly would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. Conversely, victory would not only secure their lives, but also grant them the opportunity to claim a wish. "That seems agreeable," she finally replied, her tone remaining composed. With all three in accord, Bai Qi felt a wave of relief. He had extended the best terms he could offer to win their allegiance, knowing their relationship was neither intimate nor familiar, and that they would not easily lend their support. Bai Qi, aware of his lack of charisma that commands immediate obedience, recognized that he could resort to brute force if necessary. However, in contrast to his previous futile attempts at rescue, the trio of No. 17 and his companions had genuinely saved themselves. The formidable Broly, confident in his own prowess, chose not to pursue them. Otherwise, catching Bai Qi and his companions would have been effortless. It could be said that the three truly risked their lives to rescue him. Regardless, Bai Qi would never resort to such coercive tactics, and if push came to shove, he would not impose his will upon them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he ceased any further conversation with number 17 and began to regain his composure. His terrifying regenerative abilities had already healed most of his physical wounds. Now, he simply needed to maintain himself in peak condition to face the impending battle. In the distance, Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan were also engaged in their respective preparations. Observing Bai Qi in a meditative state, number 17 and his companions chose not to intrude. As androids, they required no rest and were perpetually in their optimal state. Excitement coursed through number 17 as he rubbed his fists together, eagerly anticipating the upcoming clash with a formidable opponent like Broly, despite the possibility of being swiftly defeated. After agreeing to Bai Qi's proposal, number 19 fell silent, reverting to his usual demeanor, calm and composed. Meanwhile, number 18 fixed her gaze upon Bai Qi, her expression shifting from indifference to one of newfound intrigue, her blue eyes sparkling as if she was re-evaluating him. Initially, she had perceived Bai Qi as an exceedingly proud and cold individual, devoid of humor. Yet, his earnest and peculiar display moments ago shattered her preconceived notion of him. What an odd person indeed. Muttering to herself, number 18 dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, frowning at her bloodstained clothes, which had been sullied in the act of rescuing Bai Qi. He would owe her a new outfit. Chapter 97, The Surprise Attack of Dr. Gero. Number 19, number 17, and number 18 were taken aback to find themselves concealed in this location, just as Bai Qi had finalized his discussion with number 17 and the others. The severely injured Dr. Gero appeared at the temple, accompanied by the second stage of Cell. The sudden entrance of Dr. Gero startled everyone, prompting them to stand alert and fixate their gazes on the duo, their eyes scrutinizing the powerful and chaotic presence of Cell. They could sense the formidable auras of Goku, Vegeta, and other strong warriors within his vicinity. However, given the prior experiences with Dr. Bai Qi, they were not entirely surprised. It was not unusual for Dr. Gero to concoct such a creation. Number 17 and number 18's expressions darkened, their blue eyes narrowing as they intensely scrutinized Dr. Gero. The fact that he had survived in such circumstances was indeed astonishing. He had come back quickly, proving that the old man possessed remarkable resilience. Bai Qi was somewhat astonished by the resilience of the old man. It was indeed remarkable how a scientist could survive in such dire circumstances. He felt little surprise at Cell's evolution into its second form without absorbing Android 17, as he instantly sensed the chaotic energy emanating from Cell. A grayish-white aura that belonged to the abyss. Was it forcibly catalyzed? Was the transformation into its perfect form contingent upon absorbing Android 17 or 18? With a stirring in his heart, Bai Qi found little interest in the two figures before him, Dr. Gero and his companion, as he extended his perception to seek out the energy signatures of Broly and the others. After all, with Dr. Gero's arrival, it was inevitable that Dr. Bai Qi would not be far behind. Trunks and Piccolo quickly grasped the situation, disregarding Dr. Gero and focusing on locating Broly's presence. As they felt the gazes of others upon them, particularly a few that radiated intense hostility, Dr. Gero remained unperturbed. His solitary venture here was backed by confidence. "Don't move," Dr. Gero shouted confidently at the assembled crowd, raising the remote control in his hand. Trunks, who had been ready to dispose of this bothersome old man, was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "Who do you think you are to command me to stop?" Cassius retorted angrily, energy spheres forming in his hands. Meanwhile, androids 17 and 18, having approached Dr. Gero, halted abruptly, their expressions darkening as they regarded the controller in his grasp. "Ah, you remain unaware, don't you? Within 17 and 18 lies a high-intensity bomb that I haven't planted. The explosive power within 19 is capable of obliterating the Earth. A mere press of this button, and we all perish. So I advise you all to refrain from making any sudden movements." He cast a mocking sidelong glance at the two androids behind him, his voice chilling as he subtly rubbed the button. Apart from Trunks and Bai Qi, the others visibly paled. The lurking sense of danger confirmed the truth of Dr. Gero's words. The crowd subtly distanced themselves from the stationary figure of Android 19, internally exclaiming their shock, realizing for the first time the perilous nature of the bomb so close at hand. Trunks abandoned his previous thoughts, unwilling to provoke Dr. Gero, while Bai Qi remained composed before Android 19, his blue eyes devoid of emotion. With a swift movement, Android 17 and 18 attempted to ambush but found themselves before Android 19, their fellow artificial being. Although their time together had been brief, they had already considered 19 a companion, indifferent to the presence of explosives within themselves. Android 19 regarded Drive Jero with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the old man's threats. Neither Android 17 nor 18 felt anger towards the crowd's retreat. After all, they were not well acquainted, and their fear was understandable. 17, 18, how disappointing you are. I bestowed upon you such formidable power, yet you choose to betray me? Doctor. Jero observed the unmoving crowd with satisfaction before turning his dark gaze upon the two androids. His once proud visage had been tarnished by their disobedience, especially when they had the audacity to rescue Bai Qi in front of Dr. Bai Qi. Although Dr. Bai Qi did not pursue the matter, it left Dr. Jero feeling quite embarrassed, as he felt his creations paled in comparison to those of the abyss. How dare you? We never consented to being transformed into these insatiable, tireless monstrosities. Android 18's usually cold expression twisted into one of fury, her body trembling with rage as she loathed Dr. Jero for what he had done to her. The so-called powerful abilities he offered her were of no concern. She and her brother had endured near torturous suffering to become these abominations. The reactions of those around them made it clear that they were merely monsters in the eyes of others. Android 17 glared at Drive Jero. His usual carefree demeanor stripped away, the memories of the old man's actions seared into his mind. You two ungrateful wretches. Do you have any idea how many lives were sacrificed to create the numbers 17 and 18? You remain oblivious to the burden you carry. Pain is simply the norm if you wish to attain great power. But speaking to you ungrateful beings is futile. Had I not feared losing your autonomy, and thus your combat efficacy, I would have long since erased your memories and emotions, as Dr. Bai Qi suggested. But that is of little consequence now. Your only purpose, you two defective creations, is to allow my greatest masterpiece, Cell, to evolve into its perfect form. Haha. Submit to absorption. This could be your chance at redemption. Dr. Jero's voice, hoarse and grating like rusted metal scraping against metal, echoed with disdain, reducing the brother and sister duo to mere objects in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated the astounding transformation that would occur when Cell absorbed androids 17 and 18 in its second form. You. Android 18 gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, sharp nails piercing her skin, blood seeping through the cracks. Ah. Your purpose of existence is to be absorbed by me. Resist not. Together, we shall find harmony in our union, he laughed, following Dr. Jero's command. Cell approached androids 17 and 18, no longer shy as he had been before the abyss, his greedy gaze fixated on them, his tail twitching eagerly behind him. As for Bai Qi, who stood between Cell and the two androids, he initially felt a twinge of fear but, reassured by Dr. Jero's backing, chose to ignore Bai Qi, who appeared to be paralyzed by terror. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed in their hearts, enveloping them in despair. Even with such power, it is insufficient to seize control of your fate. A sorrowful smile crept onto Android 18's face, filled with bitterness. They had believed that after enduring such inhumane modifications, possessing power would allow them to dictate their destinies. Yet, in the end, it was merely a futile struggle. Once ordinary humans, they now seemed destined to endure suffering. Like drifting reeds upon the sea, that could only sway with the tides. We are victims too. Observing the cold, watchful eyes of those around them, Android 18 was struck by a wave of self-mockery. If given a choice, she and Android 17 would undoubtedly refuse to become what they had become. Chapter 98. A tribute to suffering, infuriatingly despicable. Having collected her emotions, number 18 focused her energy into the reactor located in her chest. Determined that even if she were to self-destruct, the grotesque creature known as Cell would not absorb her power. Number 17 observed Cell's approach with a cold smile. He would rather perish at the hands of a formidable fighter like Broly than fulfill Dr. Jero's wishes. Within him, energy was also gathering and boiling. Dr. Jero watched their movements with keen interest, yet he remained unperturbed, confident that they lacked the resolve to follow through, regardless of their formidable strength. Their willpower could not compare to that of true martial artists. Little did he know that the indomitable spirit, untainted by the cruel modifications they had undergone, was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Number 19, towering and silent, rose to his feet, intent on preventing the absorption of numbers 17 and 18. Although his analysis suggested he was not a match for Cell, his mind began to churn with strategies to break the deadlock. Yamcha, Krillin, and the others dared not intervene. With Goku and Vegeta still in the hyperbolic time chamber, any misstep could spell disaster. Trunks glanced at the composed Bai Qi, feeling a sense of calm. especially as he observed Cell drawing nearer to Bai Qi, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ignorant fool," he muttered, viewing Dr. Gero and his accomplice as already dead. At that moment, Cell stood just before Bai Qi, a mere step away from numbers 17 and 18. As he gazed into those frigid blue eyes, he felt a shiver and instinctively prepared to sidestep. Suddenly, a minuscule red electric current crackled through the air, causing everyone to feel a slight tingling sensation. Dr. Gero's smug demeanor faltered as he felt a jolt. His smile froze, and the remote control in his hand emitted a plume of black smoke, clearly damaged by the electric surge. The computer within number 19 was also affected, spiraling into chaos. Cold sweat began to bead on Cell's forehead as a sense of dread washed over him. Bai Qi, who had remained motionless, subtly raised his hand and struck out swiftly. In an instant, the air was compressed and solidified as an overwhelming force coalesced beneath his palm, crashing down upon Cell. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train. His eyes widened, lips parted in shock, yet before he could utter a word, his entire being disintegrated into a cloud of purple mist. But that was not the end. Bai Qi raised his other hand, and without the need for any gathering of energy, a crimson beam, a meter in diameter, shot forth, engulfing the purple mist and the astonished Dr. Gero in the distance. The mist and the cries of Dr. Gero vanished within the beam, leaving behind a dark pit that spread across the floor of the sacred realm. Everyone exhaled in relief, returning to their tasks, pondering how Dr. Gero had dared to confront Bai Qi. Number 17 and number 18, who had resigned themselves to death, stared in awe at Bai Qi, who had once again rescued them from despair. After executing his actions, Bai Qi remained seated in quiet contemplation. From his earlier assessment, it was evident that Broly and the others had not followed. Dr. Gero had come to meet his end. "Ah, Bai Qi, I must trouble you again." Number 17 approached Bai Qi with a hint of embarrassment, expressing his gratitude, having initially contemplated self-destruction, only to be saved once more by Bai Qi. "Not at all. We are allies," Bai Qi replied calmly to number 17's thanks. He had just begun to forge alliances and would not allow the meddling of the old fool, Dr. Gero, to thwart his plans. Moreover, he sensed the turbulent energy from numbers 17 and 18, clearly preparing for self-destruction. He knew that if he did not intervene, they would not stop. If the hyperbolic time chamber were to be destroyed, their endeavors would be in vain. "Thank you." After number 17 departed, number 18 approached Bai Qi. The cold expression that had previously adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a gentle note of appreciation. Bai Qi remained silent, merely nodding his head and closing his eyes to continue his meditation. Observing the taciturn Bai Qi, number 18 felt a twinge of discomfort. She stepped away and seated herself beside a stone pillar. With her arms wrapped around her knees, her azure eyes gazed vacantly at the ground. Unlike the carefree number 17, she was profoundly affected by Dr. Gero's words. The notions of burdened lives and their underlying meanings instigated a wave of self-doubt within her, leaving her in emotional turmoil. After Dr. Gero's remarks, it seemed as if the numbers representing her and her brother were shrouded in a faint scent of blood. Casting a glance at the still gloomy number 18, Bai Qi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He understood her thoughts, recognizing that Dr. Gero's words struck a deep chord with her. However, this was not the time for self-doubt. An imminent fierce battle loomed ahead, and a wandering mind could prove fatal. Moreover, it was highly likely that the one to perish would be him. Women could be quite troublesome. Damn it, that wretched Dr. Gero. Sighing in resignation, he finally stood and approached number 18, seating himself beside her to her surprise. "Ahem, number 18, are you pondering the old man's words?" he inquired, observing her despondent expression. Number 18 replied quietly. "To you, the old man is an adversary. Dismiss his words as mere nonsense," Bai Qi reassured her. Upon hearing his words, no. 18's demeanor brightened slightly, though she still appeared rather pessimistic. "What a ridiculous name, number 18. By the way, what was your name before you became number 17? Bai Qi resolved to begin with names. "Well, let's call her Lazuli, and the 17th can be called Lapisai." The 18th paused, contemplating for a moment before recalling a name on the verge of being forgotten. It was of little significance to her, and to others as well. "All right, Lazuli it is. Much more pleasant than a mere number. From now on, let us revert to her original name. As for the burdens of life she carries, that is all nonsense. Such trivial matters hold no relevance to you. Even if every person on this planet were to perish for that reason, it would not concern you. You are merely victims. For you, this is nothing but suffering and indelible torment." No matter how eloquently that old man may embellish it, suffering remains suffering, and the pain it inflicts will not diminish in the slightest. What you must do now is to follow me through the battles that lie ahead. If you win, you may pursue whatever you desire. If you lose, we shall all meet our demise together. This is what you should be contemplating, do you understand? After a long, thoughtful pause, Bai Qi spoke earnestly, expressing his profound disdain for those who glorify and extol suffering. Such individuals, in his eyes, are far more abhorrent than suffering itself. They are nothing but detritus, vile refuse that deserves to be eradicated without mercy. Furthermore, the absurdity of bearing burdens unbeknownst to oneself is both tedious and exasperating. When confronted with such people, do not hesitate. Strike first without remorse. This is precisely why Bai Qi articulated so much. Bai Qi's words pierced deeply into Li's heart, transforming into a warm current that gently flowed through her long-frozen emotions. The influence of Dr. Gua had dissipated like mist, and her azure eyes remained fixed on Bai Qi, scrutinizing his features intently. Chapter 99, The Arrival. His blue gaze, akin to hers yet devoid of her icy demeanor, was calm and profound, concealing an underlying chill reminiscent of a towering iceberg adrift upon the sea. His visage was not particularly handsome, merely ordinary with a hint of charm. His hair, carelessly trimmed by sharp instruments, appeared disheveled yet retained a distinct layering that emanated a sense of sharpness, much like his very essence. His physique could only be described as robust. While not as muscular as Sun Wukong and others, dried blood had already crusted over his wounds. Observing Li's unresponsive state, her gaze vacant, Bai Qi felt as though his words bore little significance. Ruffling his tousled hair, he regarded Li, his brow slightly furrowing. If it doesn't feel satisfying, after we triumph, we could wish for the Dragon Balls to resurrect that old man Gua, and you could slay him once more? As he watched the dazed Li, Bai Qi uttered words that would surely provoke Dr. Gua's ire. Suddenly, a laugh escaped Li, a sound she could no longer suppress, her typically cool blue eyes curving into crescent moons, her radiant smile dispelling the gloom that had once enveloped her face. In this moment, she appeared irresistibly charming, a delightful contrast to her usual cold demeanor. Beyond her identity as an artificial being, she was simply an ordinary girl. Impressive, Brother Bai. I cannot fathom you at all. From a distance, Cassius, standing alongside number 17, gazed at Bai Qi with admiration etched across his pale features. Having spent considerable time with Bai Qi, he had assumed him to be somewhat dull. He had even harbored concerns regarding Bai Qi's romantic prospects, yet now, within a remarkably brief span, Bai Qi had elicited laughter from the Ice Princess. Cassius realized he hardly knew Bai Qi at all, and number 17 was witnessing her sister's joy for the first time. Astonished, they both regarded Bai Qi, recognizing not only his formidable strength but also his adeptness in matters of the heart. Haha, I say, number 17, why not let Brother Bai become your brother-in-law? Cassius proposed, scheming for Bai Qi's potential marriage. That would indeed be splendid. Number 17's hearty laughter rang out, her spirits lifted at the prospect of having such a powerful brother-in-law. The two exchanged knowing glances, reaching a silent agreement. Meanwhile, Trunks, who was with Bulma, had fixated his gaze on Bai Qi as he approached Li, seeing her laugh. He silently gave a thumbs up, completely unaware that Li was unwittingly being played. Her melodious laughter continued to resonate in Bai Qi's ears. Black lines appeared on Bai Qi's forehead. He didn't notice Li's adorable demeanor, only feeling somewhat disrespected by this woman. His mouth had gone dry from speaking. Yet she suddenly burst into laughter. What? Were his words amusing, or was it his appearance that provoked such mirth? Observing Bai Qi's sullen expression, Li gradually reined in her smile, though the glimmer of amusement lingered in her azure eyes. Softly, she murmured, Not at all. Your words were quite reasonable. From now on, I'll go by Li. Later, I'll inform Bai Qi as well. And, you're quite handsome. Thank you for saying so much. I feel much better now. Upon hearing her words, Bai Qi nodded slightly. Whether he was handsome or not mattered little. What mattered was that his words had taken effect. For the sake of the impending battle, he had not only performed that absurd dance himself, but had also transformed into a life coach to counsel Li. Son Goku. Vegeta, I've gone all out for this. You'd better not let me down. Noticing Bai Qi lost in thought, Li gazed at him with a serene smile. Refraining from disturbing him, a newfound lightness filled her heart. Even the looming life and death struggle no longer weighed on her. By the way, do you have a towel? Or even just a piece of cloth would do, Bai Qi suddenly asked, breaking the silence as he reflected on all he had done. Oh, let me check. Startled by his question, Li hastily rummaged through her pockets, but having just awakened, she naturally had nothing of the sort. Rip. Finding nothing, she didn't hesitate to tear off a corner of her denim jacket, her cheeks faintly flushed as she handed it to Bai Qi. Here, will this do? Good heavens, directly tearing her clothes as a token of affection? Kaxiosi stared at Li in bewilderment, his small head filled with immense confusion. Was this moving a bit too fast? Number 17 was even more stunned, his eyes widening at the sight of his usually aloof sister blushing, involuntarily tearing her own clothing. Thank you, Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi took the tattered cloth, casting a peculiar glance at Li. He recalled that Li seemed to place great importance on her garments. Nonetheless, such thoughts were inconsequential. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Bai Qi unsheathed the ice edge from his waist and meticulously wiped the blood from the blade using the ragged cloth that Li had provided. His dedication to this task was perhaps greater than that he would exhibit while bathing. Li's rosy complexion faded as her azure eyes fixated on Bai Qi, who was intently cleaning his weapon. Trunks, Cassius, and Android 17 stood frozen in disbelief. The girl had entrusted her clothing to him, an act laden with meaning. Yet Bai Qi chose to use it to clean his sword. Exhaling deeply under their scrutinizing gazes, he completed the task with precision. Gazing at the now gleaming ice edge, which reflected a pair of frigid blue eyes, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. With a snap, he sheathed the blade and carelessly discarded the blood-stained cloth onto the ground. Rising to his feet, he began to walk away, having emerged from the shadow of Li's earlier actions. Li stared blankly at the discarded cloth, her mind devoid of thought. She had naively assumed that Bai Qi intended to wipe his face, even selecting the softest part of the fabric for that purpose. The smile that once graced her face dissipated, giving way to an even colder demeanor than usual. She stood and, with an impassive expression, walked towards Android 17. Cassius, who had been petrified, quickly regained his composure upon witnessing Li's approach, sensing the murderous aura emanating from her. He prudently retreated, silently resolving to assist Bai Qi in pursuing Li, for without him, success was utterly unattainable. Ha, 18, what troubles you? Android 17 asked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he observed Li. Internally, he cursed Cassius for his lack of loyalty, forcing a smile that was clearly strained. It was evident that Bai Qi had provoked Li, and he was bound to face the consequences. From now on, refer to me as Li. While you shall call yourself Lapis, Li stated flatly to Lapis, her tone cool and unequivocal. Very well, Lapis replied, though he yearned to inquire about the reason behind this change. However, upon meeting Li's emotionless gaze, he wisely swallowed his questions and promptly acquiesced. Bai Qi approached the Temple of the Gods, gazing downward with a focused expression. Had they arrived? The heavy black clouds parted, revealing a vast expanse of sky. 5 figures emerged in the center. The countenance of all present shifted, a palpable pressure enveloping the temple as everyone instinctively gathered their energy, sensing the imminent final battle of fate. Chapter 70. The blade returns to its sheath, or the soul departs. Observing the crowd atop the Temple of the Gods, Broly, clad in black, wore a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Having just satiated his hunger, he felt the need to digest. Dr. Gero, that fool, insisted on courting death. Dr. Mew expressed his helplessness, acknowledging their inability to sway the overly confident Dr. Gero. As things stood, it seemed he was already destined for annihilation, reduced to nothingness. Dr. Li maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of distress. Upon learning that Dr. Gero intended to bring Cell, who likely needed to absorb the nearby Android 18, he realized that Gero was delusional. It would be a miracle if he survived. Puff. The younger Broly was even more forthright, his green-golden hair standing on end, muscles swelling as a formidable aura surged forth. Hee. When the pale eyes fell upon them, everyone felt as if they were being targeted by a ferocious beast. Their hair stood on end, and the chill of terror froze their blood, rendering it stagnant. The brutal and domineering aura weighed heavily upon their hearts, and everyone sensed the very temple tremble slightly under the strain. Whoosh. Ordinary individuals like Bulma and Tais were utterly overwhelmed, as if the surrounding oxygen had been siphoned away, leaving them gasping for breath. Standing at the back was the indifferent Yuan, his left hand casually resting on the hilt of his sword, the remnants of his black cloak fluttering under Broly's oppressive presence. Krillin, Yamcha, and others unleashed their energy in an attempt to counteract Broly's pressure. Swish. Their blood surged forth. transforming into razor-sharp blades that tore through the invisible weight surrounding them. Clang! The icy blade slowly emerged from its sheath, its momentum steadily rising. Bai Qi unsheathed the black scabbard from his waist and casually flung it towards a distant stone pillar. Today, either the blade would return to its sheath, or he would meet his end. At that moment, Bulma and the others finally managed to catch their breath, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Broly. Even they, who could not sense energy, felt overwhelmed, let alone Krillin and the others who were bearing the brunt of the pressure. Boom! With his golden hair fully spiked and lightning coiling around him, Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a golden aura erupting from him. His pale green eyes coldly scrutinized Broly and his companion, the sword on his back firmly gripped in hand. With a fierce roar, Gohan also completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his purple martial arts uniform billowing in the golden flames. Lapis observed Broly, though he could not sense energy. It felt as if a great hand was suppressing the energy within him, rendering it dormant and unresponsive. The initial excitement of facing a formidable foe had dissipated, and his blue eyes remained vigilant, fixated on the transcendent Broly, fully aware of the difficulty Bai Qi had faced in battle. Crack! Clang! Bai Qi's legs bent slightly, and the heavenly temple trembled gently. A tremendous force shattered the ground beneath him, propelling him upwards in a flash of crimson light, hurtling towards the 5 individuals. The blood energy coalesced into a spear, piercing into the turbulent green-golden waves. He needed to distance the battlefield from the heavenly temple, otherwise, the ensuing battle could lead to utter destruction. Clang! A figure, expressionless, stood before the group, Yuan. In a flash of white light, a blade slashed towards Bai Qi. Whoosh! The blood-red figure, along with Bai Qi, vanished in an instant. Dr. Liqi and Dr. Mio's pupils contracted. Each disappearance of Bai Qi signified the impending arrival of death. The black-clad Broly had anticipated this, his aura enveloping Dr. Liqi and the others, instantly entering a Super Saiyan state. Whoosh! Unfortunately, Bai Qi's target was not Dr. Liqi and his companions. He materialized among them. Ice Blade aimed at the youthful Broly, who was also in Super Saiyan form. As Super Saiyan Broly merely sidestepped, the blade grazed his arm, leaving a long gash on his muscular limb. A sharp pain coursed through him, yet Super Saiyan Broly only frowned slightly. His fist already poised to strike Bai Qi without hesitation. Meanwhile, the black-clad Broly gathered a massive amount of energy in his right hand, launching a barrage of meteoric strikes towards Bai Qi's face. A red energy sphere materialized in Bai Qi's left hand, initially disregarding Super Saiyan Broly's punch, firing the energy sphere to collide with the meteor strikes. Boom! In an instant, the space froze and twisted, accompanied by a deafening explosion that enveloped the 9 individuals in thick black smoke. The first to emerge from the haze was Bai Qi, blood energy enveloping his body as he dashed into the distance. Haha! Super Saiyan Broly let out a wild laugh, his overpowering aura dispersing the smoke. The wound on his arm had already scabbed over, and he pursued Bai Qi with immense force. Although he disregarded his injury, Bai Qi had ignited his fury. The black-clad Broly and Dr. Liqi were no longer present, having evidently distanced themselves from the center of the explosion. A grayish-white aura lingered around Yuan, unscathed by the recent detonation. Observing the direction in which Bai Qi had fled, he did not unleash his rage, but his speed rivaled that of Broly as he surged forward. In a fleeting moment, he had already distanced himself from the heavenly temple. Clang! Your opponent is me. The sound of a sword clashing against a blade rang out as Trunks interposed himself before Yuan, his voice cold. He understood Bai Qi's intentions, which prompted him to pursue Yuan as he moved away from the heavenly temple. Gohan and Piccolo floated behind Yuan, their expressions grave as their auras began to surge. Though the preceding events appeared complex, only half a minute had elapsed. They were no match for Broly. Merely entangling Yuan would significantly aid Bai Qi. Meanwhile, Android 19, Lazuli, and Lapis had already trailed closely behind Bai Qi, assisting him in confronting Broly. Bai Qi, propelled forward, plunged into the dark clouds, a red light darting swiftly through the mist. Clang! A figure, as imposing as a mountain, obstructed Bai Qi not far ahead, blue eyes narrowing as a blade was swung without a moment's hesitation. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as an arm, enveloped in flowing metal, blocked the blade. It was none other than the black-clad Broly, who had vanished alongside Dr. Mio and the others, his pupils now absent, emanating a disquieting white light in the darkness. Behind Bai Qi, Dark clouds parted to either side as a green meteor hurtled towards him with tremendous force. Boom! A white shockwave struck the body of the transcendent Broly, causing a violent explosion amidst the dark clouds, which began to dissipate. Beneath the ominous clouds, the 19th, having removed his hands, unleashed the Hellflash cannon to halt Broly's advance. Boom! 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 On either side, Lazuli and Lapis raised their arms high, unleashing energy blasts towards the epicenter of the explosion without restraint. The trio managed to buy precious time for Bai Qi, as their muscles subtly swelled and their bodies, marked by lightning scars, emitted a faint red glow akin to blood. With a powerful thrust of their arms, they forcefully pushed back the dark-clad Broly, even as a massive fist descended towards Bai Qi's face. With a swift flick of the wrist, the icy blade was drawn back and sliced toward the incoming fist, the two colliding with a piercing sound of friction. The terrifying recoil momentarily separated the two, yet without a hint of hesitation, they collided once more. Bang! Boom! Bai Qi grasped a crimson whip, relentlessly striking at a field of white radiance, producing a series of piercing sounds. Dark smoke enveloped the transcendent Broly. A flash of green light pierced through the haze, momentarily halting the fog. A green energy sphere burst forth from the black smoke, hurtling towards number 19 at breakneck speed. Bang! Just as the energy sphere was about to strike number 19, Lapith appeared in front of him, raising his hand to conjure a protective shield that intercepted the attack. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the black smoke billowed forth. Within the shrouding darkness, the transcendent Broly advanced like an unstoppable war machine, hurtling towards the two with incredible velocity. Sensing the ominous approach of the penetrating white gaze, Lapith trembled, instinctively retreating alongside number 19 and Lazuli into the distance. Their strategy required only long-range assaults. They dared not confront Broly directly. Chapter 71, The Vast Omega. A flash of white light revealed a green arm floating in the air, as Piccolo, enduring excruciating pain, swiftly retreated. With a swift motion, he clenched his teeth and focused, allowing a brand new arm to regenerate from the severed stump. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, sweat streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. Observing the fierce battle between Trunks, Gohan, and the formidable Yuan, Piccolo's complexion paled. Had he not dodged swiftly moments ago, that deadly strike would have severed his neck. Cursing under his breath, he realized he was completely outmatched. This monster had grown even more powerful. With determination, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, concentrating his energy into a potent sphere. They had descended from the heavens to the ground, and Yuan's attacks, while devoid of flair, were devastatingly simple slashes, each strike laden with immense force. Unlike his previous battle against Bai Qi, where he was relentlessly suppressed, Yuan dominated the encounter effortlessly. Only Trunks, wielding his sword, could barely hold his ground, though he too was suffering from an array of wounds. Gohan was not faring any better. His purple martial arts uniform was shredded, and a deep scar marred his face. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Special beam cannon. Piccolo roared, unleashing a purple energy wave from his hands, entwined with spiraling energy. With a swift motion, he pushed back Trunks and Gohan, then effortlessly cleaved his powerful energy beam in two, piercing through two distant mountain peaks with astounding force. Yuan's indifferent black eyes locked onto Piccolo, causing his pupils to contract as his heart momentarily faltered, a blinding light flashing before him. A straight blade sliced through the air towards his neck, and Piccolo could distinctly see the pulsing bloodstains adhering to the blade's surface. Solar flare. Gohan suddenly appeared between them, his hands raised before him. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a blinding radiance. Yuan closed his eyes, yet his blade remained unyielding, aimed at Gohan's position. Amidst the overwhelming white light, Gohan, with his eyes tightly shut, sensed a chill enveloping him. Ultimate flash. Trunks, positioned at a distance, was less affected, narrowing his eyes. He raised his hands and, after gathering his energy swiftly, thrust forward. A colossal white beam erupted forth, striking Yuan, who had been unable to evade in time. Boom. As the white light dissipated, a tremendous explosion erupted once more, enveloping Yuan's body in a swirling haze of gray and white. He staggered slightly to the side, sustaining considerable wounds that healed almost instantaneously. Piccolo and Gohan were also thrown back, but fortunately, being outside the line of fire, they remained largely unscathed and quickly regained their footing. With a sharp crack, Trunks positioned himself beside Piccolo and Gohan, their three pairs of eyes fixed intently on the indifferent Yuan. Without uttering a word, They unleashed a flurry of strikes. Their blades whistled through the air. An energy blast detonated as the four engaged once more in combat. The situation appeared dire, for Piccolo and his companions were rapidly depleting their stamina. Red and green hues intertwined as the air crackled with sound, the explosive force scattering the surrounding dark clouds. The crimson lightning scars glimmered faintly, resembling inflamed veins pulsing against Bai Qi's form with each fierce collision. Bai Qi felt as though his body had endured a tremor of magnitude 10, with every cell quivering in response. Bang! Another tremendous shockwave surged forth, propelling Bai Qi back violently as the dark-clad Broly struck him forcefully. Ignoring the transmission of 19 and his companions, Broly loomed ominously behind Bai Qi. His colossal fist raised high. It descended towards the approaching Bai Qi with a crushing force. Swish! Bai Qi swiftly pivoted his body, descending as his fist nearly grazed the top of his head. Utilizing this momentum, he executed a spin, delivering a powerful kick to the knee of the formidable Broly, causing his massive frame to bend slightly, exposing his neck to Bai Qi's gaze. In an instant, he seized the opportunity, the icy edge of his weapon sweeping fiercely toward Broly's throat. Yet, a hint of disdain flickered in Broly's pale eyes. Under his control, his body anchored in midair before gracefully lifting, evading this lethal strike. Simultaneously, his right leg folded, driving his knee into Bai Qi's chin. The sound of teeth clashing echoed painfully, nearly shattering Bai Qi's molars. Though he endured, his gums erupted in crimson. The black-clad Broly remained vigilant, his colossal form flickering as he maneuvered to Bai Qi's rear. Grasping Bai Qi's hair, he yanked downward, eliciting a sharp pain from the scalp. And before Bai Qi could react, a fist descended violently toward his abdomen. Boom! Another wave of the Hell Flash cannon erupted as the concealed No. 19 launched a surprise assault, with a tremendous shockwave surging toward Broly. Humph! A green protective shield materialized before Broly, absorbing the impact without wavering despite the ensuing explosion. With a swift motion, Razali and Lapith appeared before the shield, their hands brimming with highly concentrated energy orbs, relentlessly bombarding the barrier. As the energy blast detonated, the shield quivered slightly, providing Bai Qi a fleeting opportunity. He swung the icy edge of his weapon towards the black-clad Broly, while simultaneously launching a red energy orb at the Super Saiyan Broly. The chilling sensation at his neck prompting the latter to release his grip. The internal explosion shattered the protective shield, allowing Bai Qi to escape swiftly. Upon witnessing Bai Qi's liberation, Razali and Lapith ceased their bombardment and quickly distanced themselves from the two Brolys, emerging unscathed from the smoke. The black-clad Broly and the Super Saiyan Broly furrowed their brows, scrutinizing Bai Qi and Razali from afar. Their defensive fortitude was truly terrifying. Observing that their assaults had failed to inflict harm upon the Brolys, Lapith felt a wave of frustration. It was as if they were mere children confronting adults. Razali nodded in agreement, recognizing that while they could attack from a distance, in close combat, they would be defeated in mere moments, if not instantly. Casting a glance at Bai Qi, who appeared somewhat fatigued, a flicker of concern crossed Razali's azure eyes. If Bai Qi faltered, they would be left defenseless. Drawing ever closer to doom, the black-clad Broly compressed air in his right hand, forming a green energy orb the size of a ping-pong ball. Rather than hurling it at Bai Qi, he flung it skyward, where it swelled to the size of a car before hovering steadily in the atmosphere like a diminutive green sun. As number 19 and the others pondered Broly's intentions, a multitude of green light points erupted from the orb, each poised to explode upon contact, indiscriminately bombarding all in their vicinity. The sky transformed into a cascade of green meteorites, countless points piercing through the dark clouds, striking the earth below and blooming into emerald green mushrooms. Awe-inspiring Omega. Razali and Lapith positioned themselves protectively before Bai Qi, with number 19 appearing behind them as Lapith conjured a transparent shield. Boom! The incessant barrage of green orbs relentlessly battered the shield, each explosion reverberating, as cold sweat trickled down Lapith's brow, the barrier trembling under the onslaught. Chapter 72. The Blood-Red Crescent Moonboom. An unrelenting downpour of green raindrops bombarded Lapith's shield. Even with his boundless energy, the continuous explosions proved exceedingly taxing. Observing this, Razali quickly placed her hand on Lapith's shoulder, channeling her energy into him, stabilizing the previously turbulent shield. However, this was but a drop in the bucket. As the two Brolys approached rapidly, their overwhelming aura surging forth. Before the green droplets could reach them, they were repelled by a force field, expanding slightly before detonating. The ensuing explosions spread like wildfire toward the quartet of Bai Qi. "Are you still holding up?" Razali inquired with a furrowed brow, glancing at Bai Qi. The situation was far from optimistic, as he was the only one capable of confronting the enemy directly. "I must endure," Bai Qi declared, his inner energy surging violently. The pain in his scalp still fresh from Broly's earlier assault. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, knowing that the black-clad Broly had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2, while the Super Saiyan Broly beside him was steadily increasing in power. The rumors of power doubling each year were not mere fabrications. It appeared they were even holding back. "Next time, I should consider shaving my head for such battles." Silently musing, he bit down on the icy edge, extending his arms as he began to perform a counterclockwise motion, tracing a semicircle. A red circular phantom emerged behind Bai Qi, gradually rotating, its edges glowing crimson. A vivid red ring manifesting. 20-fold Kaioken. His blood surged, the red light of the lightning patterns intensifying, the fine lines thickening abruptly. Under Bai Qi's meticulous control, 2 blazing red light pillars materialized in the air, intertwining and spiraling, faintly resembling the form of a dragon, following Bai Qi's guiding hands. Bai Qi clasped his hands together, and the red dragons roared forth from either side of the four, while Lapis swiftly dissipated the protective shield. The surging blood energy evaporated the green raindrops. "I thought you wouldn't resort to energy attacks," Lapis murmured, observing the extraordinarily flamboyant assault. Bai Qi's move was simply spectacular. Without uttering a word, Bai Qi commanded the 2 red dragons to launch a high-speed assault on the 2 Brolys. His previous actions were merely a means of concentrating his mental energy, akin to how Sun Wukong and his companions pressed their hands against their foreheads when teleporting. "Humph." The transcendent Broly snorted disdainfully, conjuring a green energy orb in his hand and casually flinging it towards the red dragon. Meanwhile, the Broly clad in black delivered a powerful punch straight at the other red dragon. Under Bai Qi's control from a distance, the 2 red dragons, as if imbued with life, deftly evaded their attacks, avoiding explosions and tightly coiling around them instead. The black-clad Broly's brow twitched as he strained to break free, only to be astonished to find himself unable to escape, and the tighter he pulled, the more constricting it became. The transcendent Broly beside him was in a similar predicament. The might capable of shifting planets was rendered ineffective against the red dragons, leaving them ensnared as if caught in the embrace of 2 colossal red pythons. "Who?" Bai Qifeng lowered his hand and took the ice edge from his mouth. It resembled the explosive dragon fist of Sun Wukong, yet its power was incomparable. He focused on the resilience of his energy, for what appeared to be a formidable assault was, in truth, a display of remarkable control. His intent was merely to momentarily hinder Broly and his companions. Moreover, even in the event of an explosion, it would pose no threat to them. Lacking the effectiveness of true control. How impressive! Such a technique can be employed in this manner. Bai Qi's exquisite control over energy imparted a lesson to Laplace, who firmly believed that explosions were art. The surging blood energy began to flow into the ice edge, causing the blade to quiver gently, emitting a melodious hum. The tip of the blade shifted backward, and a massive red blade, over 100 meters long, materialized behind Bai Qi. The shadow of its colossal hilt enveloped him. Faced with Bai Qi's terrifying aura, Laplace swallowed his words, clearly sensing that Bai Qi was about to unleash a genuine killing move. Exchanging a glance with Lotzi Li, the 2 stepped aside. After forcefully exhaling a heavy breath, Bai Qi gripped the hilt tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain. Broly, clad in black, narrowed his pale eyes. At this moment, Bai Qi bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure that would later engage in a life-or-death struggle. A sense of impending doom crept into his heart. Without hesitation, he began to release all his energy. Golden lightning flickered around him, and his already imposing physique swelled further. Broly's reaction intensified, his aura expanded, and fissures appeared on the 2 red dragons surrounding him. With a swift motion, the enormous blade was raised, channeling all its might toward the black-clad Broly. An exaggerated crescent moon formed in the air. The green energy orb, pinned in the sky, burst apart. In the blink of an eye, a slender red line expanded rapidly. The black-clad Broly's pupils were tinged with a bloody green hue, as a nearly tangible stream of green-gold energy erupted outward. With a crack, his green-gold hair stood on end, overshadowing the towering figure of Broly in front of him. The overwhelming aura shattered the two red dragons completely. The blood-red crescent moon loomed closer to his forehead. With a ferocious roar, Broly surged forward, unyielding, as his right hand, enveloped in green-gold flames, struck the moon's surface. Before he could make contact, the colossal blade pierced through the fiery aura surrounding him, embedding itself in his right shoulder, severing his robust arm. The blood that flowed forth was instantly vaporized by the searing energy. The excruciating pain twisted Broly's cold visage into a grimace, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth as he shifted aside. The relentless assault of the crescent moon continued its descent toward the black-clad Broly, who smirked slightly. With a swift motion, he clamped his hands together, successfully capturing the descending blood crescent. The wind pressure generated by the impact reached Bai Qi, causing Lotzi, Li, and Laplace's hair to flutter. Behind them, concealed under a cascade of disheveled hair, Bai Qi's pallid face revealed his exhaustion. The surging blood energy began to wane, and the red blade in his grasp crumbled under the force of Broly's blow. With his right arm hanging limply, Bai Qi still managed to secure the ice edge in his grip, though all his energy had been depleted by the previous two attacks, leaving him too weak to maintain flight. As his form wavered, Lotzi Li reacted quickly, rushing forward to support Bai Qi, resting his left arm on her shoulder. "Are you all right?" Her blue eyes brimmed with concern as she looked at Bai Qi, her voice betraying an urgency she herself did not fully comprehend. Feeling the tremors coursing through his body once more, she realized the gravity of the situation. "Cough, cough. I'm fine, but we must hurry and escape," Bai Qi weakly replied, knowing they could no longer withstand the might of Broly in his transformed state. "Excellent plan." Laplace quickly concurred with Bai Qi's prudent strategy. Seizing the moment, Number 19 unleashed another hell flash toward the black-clad Broly. Without pausing to witness the outcome, the force swiftly retreated from the scene. Chapter 73. The Sword of the Brave. With a swift motion, the black-clad Broly dispersed Number 19's energy wave, paying no heed to Bai Qi and his companion's escape. His green eyes glanced over, furrowing his brow as he observed the young Broly, who, despite having lost his right arm and continuing to bleed, had reverted from his transformed state. His expression softened, and coldly, he uttered, "You may leave. I will join you shortly." The black-clad Broly nodded silently, vanishing in a flash. Once he departed, the young Broly expelled a mouthful of blood, having evidently held it in for too long, his complexion paling further. Extending his left hand, he gathered a sphere of searing energy and pressed it firmly against his wound. The blood evaporated, the scorching energy sizzling against his skin, yet Broly did not flinch. Moments later, the energy dissipated, leaving the gaping wound charred and completely cauterized, halting the flow of blood. "What a delightful battle!" he exclaimed, relishing the thrill of life and death. The pain ignited his savage instincts, a cold smile emerging on his previously pale face, which soon morphed into a maniacal laughter that echoed across the silent sky. "No, Uncle Piccolo." Meanwhile, Trunks plunged his blade into Piccolo's chest, his cold, black eyes devoid of emotion as they fixated on Piccolo's pale face. Purple blood dripped steadily from the blade onto the ground. In the distance, Gohan's anguished cry pierced the air, while Trunks, kneeling, wore a mask of sorrow that he quickly suppressed. Without uttering a word, Piccolo, despite the searing pain in his chest, displayed no hint of fear. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he roared hoarsely, "Let us perish together." His arms elongated, wrapping tightly around Trunks, as he decisively unleashed the remnants of his power. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that propelled Gohan and the recently risen Trunks backward. Gohan, scrambling to his feet, stared blankly at the epicenter of the explosion, his heart ablaze with fury at Piccolo's demise. With a furious scream, the anger ignited the latent potential within him, catalyzing it into raw power. His golden hair, once hanging limply, now stood upright, and the golden flames erupted, creating white lightning as it brushed against the air. Trunks, astonished, watched Gohan's transformation, recognizing that he was on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. It was no wonder that both Goku and Bai Qi, even Vegeta, had forewarned him in the future that Gohan possessed the greatest potential among them. An 8-year-old Super Saiyan 2. What a terrifying potential that was. Just then, while Trunks was still in shock, the figure of Trunks reappeared behind Gohan, having barely suffered any damage from the explosion. His grayish body displayed only slight fissures. the flesh writhing as it quickly healed. The blade pierced through Sun Wukong's chest from behind, extinguishing the rising aura within him. His golden hair, once standing upright, reverted to its natural black. The sharp glimmer in his light green eyes dissipated, replaced by darkness, as his gaze became vacant and his body weakened, collapsing helplessly. Yuan stepped on Sun Wukong's body, extracting the blade, blood continuing to drip from its edge. With indifferent black eyes, he regarded Trunks, who stood frozen in place. On the lookout were Piccolo, Krillin, Kaioshin, and Yamcha, all of whom felt a cold sweat break out as they sensed the disappearance of two auras below. Krillin opened his eyes, about to speak, but halted upon seeing Chi-Chi's worried expression in the distance. Kaioshin and Yamcha's faces paled. The information they received from below confirmed that the situation for Bai Qi and the others was dire. "We must assist Brother Bai," Kaioshin declared decisively, his ash-white face grave. They had to intervene to buy time for Goku and the others. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan hesitated only briefly before nodding vigorously. Chi-Chi, observing the sudden change in Krillin and the others, felt a fleeting pang of anguish in her heart, inexplicably stirred moments ago. This is not good. Piccolo and Sun Wukong's auras have vanished. Leaning against Lazuli, Bai Qi sensed the loss of their auras and felt a crushing weight in his heart. Although he anticipated death, the rapidity of it was unexpected. Sun Wukong's previously surging energy must have been a manifestation of Piccolo's wrath at his demise. Clearly, Yuan, who faced them, had not allowed him the chance to unleash his fury, decisively eliminating him. "What's wrong?" Lazuli asked, noticing Bai Qi's troubled expression, assuming his injuries had worsened. This time, her touch was considerably gentler. "The situation has deteriorated. Let me guide you. We need to regroup with Trunks." Following Bai Qi's indication, Lazuli and the others hastened their pace, with Lazuli carefully enveloping Bai Qi in energy to shield him from the wind. Gently gripping the bloodied blade, Yuan approached Trunks, each step light, yet heavy on Trunks' heart. "Damn it!" Trunks' hand trembled around his sword as he watched Yuan advance, his gaze falling upon the lifeless aura of Sun Wukong. First Vegeta, then Piccolo, and now his revered brother Wukong. Each cherished individual fell before him once again, the despairing scenes of the future replaying in his mind. His arrival had altered nothing, but rather exacerbated the situation, as misfortunes seemed to follow him, bringing suffering to those around him. A single, searing tear traced a path down his cheek. A mysterious power began to awaken within him, causing the sword in his hand to resonate and shimmer. If others were present, they would undoubtedly hear a wondrous melody echoing in their ears, growing increasingly clear, a sorrowful, lonely tune manifesting in the air, the sword, or perhaps the holy sword, beginning to emit a faint glow. That melodious, ancient song, both heroic and melancholic, seemed to narrate the tale of a solitary warrior. Even the indifferent Yuan paused, squinting at Trunks, as a phantom playing a flute appeared behind him. "What is this?" "This is the Requiem of Demons." If Bai Qi were present, witnessing Trunks' transformation and hearing the music, he would surely widen his eyes in astonishment. Goodness! The sword of the hero. Chapter 74. Kaioshin to the rescue. The melody abruptly ceased as Trunks reverted from Super Saiyan 2, yet his aura remained undiminished, filled with that mysterious power. Gripping the holy sword tightly, his pale violet eyes fixed intently on Yuan, he swiftly lunged beside him, swinging the holy sword down fiercely. Clang! The blade met Yuan's weapon with precision, yet the sheer force knocked him back several meters, leaving no time for respite as Trunks reappeared before him. After several exchanges, Yuan bore wounds that quickly healed, yet they indicated Trunks' strength now far surpassed what it had been moments prior. Boom! This time, Trunks completely dominated Yuan. Above the four racing through the air, a shadow suddenly appeared, its green eyes glancing at them, a flash of green light emanating from its hand. Not good. Bai Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced upward, only to see a green energy sphere hurtling towards them, expanding rapidly. The formidable 19, equipped with energy radar, was the first to react, positioning his robust frame at the forefront, his arms crossed defensively over his chest, having lost his limbs in battle. Crack! In an instant, 19's powerful body was violently torn apart by the terrifying energy, utterly fragile against such force. 19. Crack! Lapis cried out in anguish, swiftly rushing forward. The protective shield he summoned shattered before it could endure even a second, as he clutched desperately at the remnants of 19's head, his own form scorched by the searing energy and sent flying. Get back. Without granting Lapis a moment to mourn, Bai Qi forcefully pushed her away, then executed a sweeping strike that cleaved the energy sphere in two. Boom. The moment the sphere split, it erupted violently, engulfing Bai Qi in the explosion. Cough, Bai Qi. Lapis, having been pushed to safety, remained unharmed. As she gazed at the center of the blast and recalled the shattered 19 and the injured Lapis, she lost her composure, hurling energy balls frantically at the looming shadow of Broly above. Alarmingly, the energy spheres evaporated before they could reach Broly, consumed by the green-golden aura that surrounded him. His cold green eyes fixated on Lapis, a hint of crimson lurking within their depths. Unfazed, Lapis maintained her unwavering gaze, her energy orbs continuing to surge forth. Swish! Bai Qi suddenly materialized beside Lazuli, his right hand gripping the head of Lapisi, numbered 19, while his left arm rested casually on Lazuli's shoulder. The icy blade had vanished without a trace, as he forcefully summoned a flicker of his recently restored vitality, employing instantaneous movement to vanish from his position. Humph! Once again that repugnant maneuver. Swish! Bai Qi and his companions arrived at a clearing where, in the distance, Trunks was engaged in a fierce battle against Yuan. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the trio, Trunks swiftly repelled Yuan with a single stroke and hastened towards them. Observing Bai Qi, a sense of foreboding enveloped Trunks. The struggle faced by Bai Qi and his comrades was evidently more arduous. Number 19 had been reduced to nothing but a head, while Bai Qi had even lost his weapon. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of black blood and collapsed onto the ground, his vital energy waning to a mere whisper. The internal blood essence he possessed was insufficient for instant transportation, and he had paid a small price for it. Meanwhile, Lapus bore the gruesome visage of a bloodied and mangled half-face, his entire body shrouded in darkness. Bai Qi's situation was even more dire. His arms were charred black, particularly his right hand, where only a thin strand of flesh connected the 5 finger joints. His singed hair was matted together in a tangled mess. Lazuli first assisted Lapisi to a seated position nearby, where Lapisi managed a strained smile, signaling her not to worry. Witnessing Bai Qi's tragic condition, Lazuli felt an overwhelming pain just from looking at him and hurriedly helped him to his feet. As they gazed upon the enigmatic glow emanating from Trunks, a faint, chilling melody of a flute echoed in their ears. Bai Qi's bloodshot eyes widened in shock as he instantly recognized the haunting melody. Gazing at the enigmatic Trunks, his heart trembled violently, and a wave of horror washed over him. If his conjecture was correct, the sword in Trunks' hand was indeed the genuine sword of the hero. A terrifying realization struck him. When Broly had appeared, Son Goku had been in at least a Super Saiyan 3 state, and even with such formidable power, he had succumbed to Broly and Yuan's might. Goodness, that Broly's strength must surpass that of the diminutive puppet. The thought left Bai Qi's breath uneven. The situation was utterly terrifying. It seemed he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world depicted in the Dragon Fist explosion film. Of course, this could also be mere speculation, as Trunks had not disclosed how long he had possessed the sword of the hero. Lazuli looked at Bai Qi with concern. Upon seeing Trunks, Bai Qi's complexion had grown even more pallid. The sword of the hero? Bai Qi contemplated needing further confirmation. Trunks wore a slightly bitter expression. After his brother Tapion had entrusted him with the sword, he had carried it with him, yet it had never exhibited its true potential. Remaining silent, Bai Qi pinned all his hopes on Gogeta, for without him, they would stand no chance. Heroic state. Just as they were lost in thought, the figure of Broly, clad in black, materialized not far from them, his green eyes fixed upon them, an overwhelming aura suffocating those present. Yuan stood quietly beside Broly, holding his blade, observing everyone with indifference. With a sudden movement, Trunks, feeling no fear, lunged forward, gripping his sword to strike at Broly. He sensed that should cowardice take root in his heart, his power would dissipate. With a clang, Broly effortlessly pinched the sword of the hero between 2 fingers, a playful smile gracing his face. The sword felt as if it were trapped between 2 colossal mountains, and no matter how forcefully Trunks exerted himself, he could not break free. A powerful kick landed squarely on Trunks' abdomen, sending him crashing beside Bai Qi, the mysterious energy emanating from him vanishing. Observing Trunks, who had so easily lost his combat prowess, Bai Qi felt speechless. Just moments ago, Trunks had exhibited considerable strength, at least stronger than in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Alas, he had encountered Broly, particularly the transcendent Super Saiyan 2 version, and it was evident that Trunks had yet to fully master this power. Bai Qi. Just as Bai Qi pondered their next course of action, Cassius descended from the sky, accompanied by Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha, landing before them. Witnessing Cassius bringing Krillin and the others to their doom, Bai Qi felt on the verge of despair. Bai Qi was pondering something, and Cassius certainly discerned it. After bestowing him a confident glance, he exhaled deeply. Though he possessed no innate talent for the cultivation of qi, his aptitude for magic was exceedingly high. Consequently, he devoted the majority of his energy to magical studies over the span of 3 years. With swift hand gestures, a colossal pentagram formation materialized upon the ground before him. Behind him, Klin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan placed their hands upon Cassius's back, channeling their qi into his being. Observing Cassius as he executed techniques he had never witnessed before, Broly remained unhurried in his approach, crossing his arms and watching with keen interest. A teleportation array? Bai Qi mused. Noting its striking resemblance to the portals that traversed between planets, his curiosity piqued. Beside him, Lazuli and Lapis regarded Cassius with intrigue, equally unfamiliar with such an extraordinary technique. Chapter 75. The Descent of the Divine, the Fall of the Gods. The ultimate warrior emerges with a sudden flash. A beam of light erupted from the teleportation array, piercing through the dark clouds, and in an instant, it had broken free from the confines of Earth. Anomalous energy detected. The disembodied head of number 19, nestled in Lapis's arms, abruptly spoke, startling those nearby, particularly Lapis, who nearly dropped him. Anomalous energy? Could it be a summoning array? Bai Qi hesitantly speculated, while Lotzi Li, positioned beside him, shifted her body to shield Bai Qi and La Bai Si. Among the four, she was the only one unscathed. A summoning array? Who would be summoned? A circular void materialized amidst the ominous clouds as Cassius recited cryptic incantations with a fervent expression, culminating in a thunderous cry. Divine descent. The others, including Klin, were taken aback by this proclamation. Could it be the summoning of a deity? Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. As he suspected, it indeed was a summoning array. Yet which god would descend? Surely not the king of all. As golden light emanated from the void, the sacred radiance illuminated the surrounding clouds, revealing a figure cloaked in gold, its features obscured by the darkness. Is it truly a god? Trunks, having risen to his feet, gazed up in astonishment at the golden silhouette. Although it appeared imposing, none of them sensed any presence emanating from it. Such a phenomenon had only been witnessed in the cases of Lotzi Li, La Bai Si, and Dr. Jero. Who summons me? A commanding voice resonated through the heavens, the divine light dispelling the gloom. Klin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan felt a wave of relief. It seemed Cassius had indeed summoned formidable assistance. Suddenly, the long-awaited Broly, clad in black, appeared beside the golden figure, his towering form nearly 3 meters tall, casting a shadow over it. The golden entity seemed perplexed, uttering a single word in response to Broly's presence. But before it could complete its thought, Broly struck with tremendous force. What? How could this be? The immense power surged forth, compressing and distorting the golden figure and the surrounding space, culminating in a horrific scream as it shattered into countless fragments. Cassius, who was about to revel in triumph, froze in place. A wave of golden energy radiated outward from Broly, creating a tempest that howled and wreaked havoc around him. The speed of the onslaught was so swift that Bai Qi and the others could hardly react. Lotzi Li, who had just grasped Bai Qi's arm, was instantly swept away. After spinning for what felt like an eternity, they were flung into a desolate cityscape, reduced to ruins. What a feeble god! Broly, at the eye of the storm, remained unaffected, his imposing figure standing resolutely like an unyielding monolith amidst the golden sea. Compared to the unidentified golden entity, he truly embodied the essence of a war deity. With a tone of disappointment, he released a surge of green-gold energy, effortlessly dispersing the golden tempest. Bai Qi found himself buried beneath a pile of rubble, utterly devoid of strength to shift the stones that confined him. Each inch of his bones seemed to have shattered. From the recent fluctuations in energy, it was evident that the unidentified golden deity possessed formidable power, yet he was vanquished in a single blow by Broly. The arrival was swift, and the departure even swifter. Bang! As Bai Qi lingered in contemplation, the massive rock that pressed down upon him was suddenly displaced, revealing Laziri, her face smeared with dust. With gentle hands, she pulled him free, her cowboy jacket tattered by the tempest, exposing a black top beneath, and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. They fell together in a heap. "How are you?" Laziri inquired anxiously, her eyes filled with concern as she sensed Bai Qi's body beginning to grow colder. "Cough. You should flee," he urged. "Without your presence, it will be more challenging for him to locate you." Bai Qi's throat quivered, and despite his grievous injuries, his perception remained unclouded. He sensed that Broly was drawing near. Lazili did not respond. Instead, she exerted her strength to hoist Bai Qi onto her back, her azure eyes scanning the surroundings before swiftly moving in a determined direction. Sighing in resignation at his inability to dissuade Lazili, Bai Qi submitted to her support, having been carried by her for the second time. The surviving humans in the city, stirred by the commotion, emerged slowly from the rubble. The storm had momentarily cleared the dark clouds above, allowing sunlight to illuminate their forms. Suddenly, a towering figure obstructed Lazili's path, green eyes playfully observing the pair. Bai Qi, his blue gaze tinged with blood, lifted his head slightly to glance at Broly, his heart devoid of fear. Lazili, on high alert, conjured a sphere of energy and hurled it towards Broly. With a mere flicker of his essence, Broly dissipated the energy projectile effortlessly, and Lazili felt an invisible force strike her, sending her hurtling into the distant ruins, her fate uncertain, while Bai Qi remained grounded. Coughing violently, a massive hand seized Bai Qi by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. "How dreadfully boring, utterly feeble," Broly's domineering voice echoed. Bai Qi, rendered mute, could only cough weakly and gaze calmly at him. Broly, momentarily bored by Bai Qi's unremarkable blue eyes, cast him aside and surveyed the survivors basking in the sunlight below, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Do you yearn for the light?" His chilling voice penetrated the minds of all present, leaving them momentarily stunned. In Broly's other hand, a colossal meteor began to coalesce, not flung but simply released, ascending into the atmosphere. It soared skyward, piercing through the layers until it reached the sun. Mere seconds later, a vast patch of green erupted on the sun's surface, rapidly spreading. In the distance, Trunks, engaged in battle with one-armed Broly, noticed the sun's anomaly and swiftly distanced himself, looking up in horror as a green planet clung to the sun's surface, consuming it in an instant without explosion, leading to the sun's self-annihilation. With the sun's light extinguished, genuine darkness enveloped the earth. The survivors, who had just basked in sunlight, stood frozen, gazing at Broly, their capacity for thought dissipated. Ignoring their despair, Broly erupted in maniacal laughter, clutching Bai Qi and instantly appearing before the sacred realm. Having not spotted Kakarot or that weak prince, he mused that they must be your only hope. The denizens of the sacred realm gazed in terror at the suddenly materialized Broly and the gravely injured Bai Qi. "Have you failed?" Master Roshi lamented, his voice tinged with hopelessness. Bai Qi's plan had been unraveled, leaving a tinge of bitterness in his heart. The recent act of Broly annihilating the sun starkly illustrated the extent of his formidable power. The ability to control energy to consume the sun was far more terrifying than mere destruction. Gritting his teeth, a flicker of resolve ignited within him, and in an instant, the icy blade that had been embedded in a distant mountain peak manifested in his left hand. Without hesitation, he swung the blade towards Broly. A futile resistance. Boom. With a disdainful remark, Broly effortlessly hurled him onto the ground of the heavenly temple, creating a massive crater as he crashed down, enveloped in swirling smoke. Bai Qi languidly sat in the pit, propping himself up with his sword as he struggled to rise. "Well, the game is over," he stated with a hint of detachment. And in his palm materialized a colossal meteor, which he gently hurled towards the temple of the gods. With the ice edge raised, Bai Qi was still prepared to make one last stand. After all, some things could be revisited without regard for cost, such as the king's fist. His breath was forcibly elevated, and at that moment, the entire temple of the gods trembled unexpectedly. A figure appeared before Bai Qi, who turned slightly and gave a subtle nod. Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Bai Qi dispelled his impending use of the king's fist, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 79. The true application of instant transmission. The demise of Abyss upon seeing the newcomer, Chi-Chi and Bulma, who had recently been gripped by fear because of Broly, paused in astonishment as they caught sight of the silhouettes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta above. The figure stood tall, clad in a black vest with orange-red padding, and wore billowing white trousers with pleats, his bronze skin gleaming. His hair stood upright in a wild fashion, bearing a resemblance to Sun Wukong's bangs. while his face inherited Vegeta's stern features, complemented by a deep blue belt fluttering in the breeze. It was Gogeta. Bai Qi finally felt a sense of relief. The invincible man, whose very demeanor exuded confidence, had finally made his appearance. He had been apprehensive about the emergence of a certain rotund individual. "Apologies for my tardiness," he remarked to Bai Qi before transforming into a Super Saiyan, instantaneously appearing before Broly. Bang. Before Broly could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful uppercut struck his face, propelling him beyond the atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Now this is more like it. After stabilizing himself in midair, Broly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, devoid of any anger. His emerald eyes, gazing across the vast expanse, locked onto Gogeta before the Temple of the Gods, brimming with a fervent desire for battle. A formidable and savage aura permeated the cosmos, igniting golden lightning as it tore through the fabric of space. With a grave expression, Gogeta traversed the distance in an instant, standing before Broly. After a boisterous laugh, Broly's energy surged dramatically as his massive form barreled towards Gogeta, not even questioning his identity. At this moment, an exhilarating battle was all he craved, the fervor of combat overshadowing all else. Gogeta did not flinch or evade. The golden aura enveloped him as he met Broly head-on. Bang! Boom! The golden and green energies clashed violently, causing the very space around them to tremble. Casting a glance upward, Bai Qi chose not to intervene, if all went as anticipated. The conclusion was imminent. Gradually moving towards the edge of the Temple of the Gods, he began to descend. The gathering crowd, who had approached Bai Qi to inquire about the situation, shook their heads in disappointment and departed. Among all, the one most troubled was undoubtedly Chi-Chi. She had an unsettling feeling that something had befallen her son, Gohan. Without slowing his descent, Bai Qi plunged directly towards the ground. Reflecting on his previous position before channeling a bit of energy within him, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! Bai Qi stood before a desolate ruin, swiftly clearing away the rubble with his left hand, revealing the unconscious Lotzi Li buried deep beneath the debris. With a gentle motion, he pulled her out, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her form. "Please don't be dead," he thought, as he could not sense her breath due to her being an artificial human, rendering him unable to ascertain her state. He extended a finger and lightly prodded her cheek. The soft touch elicited a response. Feeling the tickle on her face, Lotzi Li gradually opened her eyes, her gaze meeting his, a mesmerizing blend of blue and red. "You are dead too," Lotzi Li remarked, her expression tinged with resignation. Just before losing consciousness, she had seen Bai Qi being choked by Broly, suggesting he had not survived. "No, I was fortunate enough to survive," Bai Qi replied. Lotzi Li paused, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained her composure, pushing Bai Qi's hand away, her dusty face flushing slightly. Is it over?" she inquired, her tone lightening. "Not yet, but soon," Bai Qi reassured her. Relieved to see her alive, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Had she truly perished, he would have sought to resurrect her with the Dragon Balls of Namek, for Lotzi Li and Lapis had saved him countless times. Meanwhile, Trunks and Lapis were engaged in combat against the one-armed Broly. Trunks had once again entered his valiant state. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against his formidable opponent. Lapis, despite being severely injured, managed to launch energy blasts from the sidelines, a commendable display of determination. "Damn it, he fights like a god of war." "Even with one hand," muttered Cassius, leaning against a rock and spitting blood as he cursed Broly, who was in his Super Saiyan state. In his arms lay number 19, whom Lapis had entrusted to his care. Nearby, Krillin and his companions lay flat on the ground, seemingly unconscious. They had also participated in the fray, only to be sent flying by Broly's mere swipe, leaving Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien incapacitated. Had Lapis not intervened at a critical moment, Cassius suspected he would be in a similar predicament, yet even now, he found himself unable to move. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Trunks sprawling, the one-armed Broly glanced at the sky, as if sensing something. With an eruption of energy, he soared into the air at breakneck speed towards the location where Goku and Vegeta were locked in battle. Just as Trunks prepared to pursue, Yuan, armed with a long knife, blocked his path. In a flash, as soon as Broly departed, Bai Qi arrived on the scene with Lotzi Li. She immediately noticed Lapis, who had been repelled by Yuan, and rushed to his side. "How are you, Lapis?" Lotzi Li asked anxiously, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine, cough." "What about that terrifying foe?" Lapis inquired, lightly coughing as he sought to understand the situation. That's a relief. Bai Qi mentioned that Goku and Vegeta succeeded. A formidable being has emerged, one capable of defeating Broly and his allies. Li responded, her tone easing as she realized Lapis was unharmed. That is excellent news. Lapis's previously grim expression softened considerably. With a swift motion, the sacred sword flashed, breaching Yuan's defenses and nearly severing his neck, his head tumbling back momentarily. However, in mere moments, the flesh around his neck writhed and intertwined, reattaching his head as he twisted his neck and advanced towards Trunks once more. The sight of Li and her companions furrowing their brows in concern was rather unsettling. Trunks, too, felt a headache coming on, although he currently outmatched Yuan. The latter's peculiar regenerative abilities kept him in a position of invincibility. Exhaling, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes at Yuan, beginning to channel the slight recovery of his energy. Since mastering instantaneous movement, he had harbored a daring thought. He sensed that, despite Yuan's rapid healing, the energy within him was beginning to wane. With a thin layer of energy enveloping his body, Bai Qi vanished from his spot using instantaneous movement. Li watched his disappearance with a hint of confusion. Uncertain of his whereabouts. With a sudden shift, Yuan's expression, which had remained unchanged, flickered as he swiftly distanced himself from Trunks. His grayish-white form began to tremble, inflating as if filled with air. Boom. Once fully expanded, his body erupted violently, startling Trunks and the others. Bai Qi emerged at the epicenter of the explosion, his body adorned with blood and flesh, having just utilized instantaneous movement to penetrate the very essence of the abyss. What a ruthless individual, Lapis murmured, utterly captivated by Bai Qi's merciless combat style. Beside him, Li gazed in astonishment at Bai Qi, who resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. Is instantaneous movement capable of such application? Trunks, gripping his sword, widened his eyes in realization, reflecting on the profound lesson Bai Qi had imparted once again. Bai Qi yearned to tear away the shredded flesh clinging to him, yet the blood and sinew suspended in the air surged forth, writhing and intertwining like a crimson spider's web, ensnaring him within its grasp. A colossal mass of grayish-white flesh enveloped Bai Qi entirely. Bai Qi stirred his vital energy into a frenzy, yet he remained ensnared, as if mired in mud, unable to move. The grotesque mass extended several sharp, root-like flesh spikes into the ground, siphoning the Earth's life force. Boom. It seemed that the abyss was not dead. Li and Bai Qi hastily unleashed energy blasts toward the grotesque mass. Clang. Their attacks struck the flesh sphere to no avail. Trunks, wielding the holy sword, advanced with determination, aiming a fierce blow at the flesh wall, only to be met with a straight blade that blocked his strike. What? In Trunks' astonished gaze, the straight blade whirled rapidly around the flesh sphere, tendrils of flesh entwining the hilt, while a single intact eyeball emerged above the grotesque mass. Its gaze still indifferent towards the onlookers. A horrifying and repulsive sight indeed. Bai Qi furrowed his brow. This abyss was proving to be exceedingly troublesome. He and Li continued their relentless barrage of energy blasts. We must not let anything go awry. Li gritted her teeth, fully aware of the dire predicament Bai Qi faced at the core of the flesh sphere. Trunks, gripping his sword, charged once more, engaging in a fierce clash with the blade controlled by the tendrils of blood. Despite his transformed state, his mastery of swordsmanship remained unaffected. In fact, due to the absorption of the Earth's essence, he had grown even stronger. Unaware of the turmoil outside, Bai Qi, ensnared at the center, felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The surging blood flames within him waned, while fine tendrils of flesh penetrated his wounds, burrowing deeper into his body. This malevolent entity is indeed a formidable foe. With merely a fraction of his vital energy restored, he found himself unable to escape the clutches of the flesh sphere. The surrounding mass of flesh pressed down upon him, sapping his strength further, leaving him in a precarious state. The tendrils that had already invaded his body darted toward his heart, piercing it instantly and beginning to writhe as they absorbed his essence. Ah, you have quite the appetite. The excruciating pain and the rapid depletion of his vitality rendered Bai Qi's face extraordinarily pale, yet he remained composed, even managing a cold smirk. His heart, now filled with flesh spikes, thudded heavily under his command, a mist of blood enveloping him as his insatiable hunger began to consume the abyss itself. After 3 years of deprivation, his heart, akin to a ravenous beast, ferociously devoured the very essence of the abyss. With each moment of absorption, Bai Qi's aura surged, and his grievous wounds began to heal rapidly. In no time, he had returned to his peak condition, his vital energy erupting forth, shattering the thick flesh spikes embedded in the earth. The delicate spikes at his heart sensed impending danger, trembling in a desperate bid to flee. Yet the blood mist held them firmly, now rendering them the prey. Within mere seconds, to the astonishment of Trunks and his companions, the flesh sphere that was once the abyss withered and disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. The solitary eyeball, in its final indifferent glance at the onlookers, turned to ash. The straight blade, now devoid of its master-esque control, seemed to have fulfilled its purpose. The bloodstains upon its surface quickly lost their sheen, dissipating with the slightest breeze. With his injuries healed and his aura elevated, Bai Qi soared through the skies. Within him swirled a dense, ashen-white gas, enveloped in blood energy, floating beside his heart. Bai Qi did not dare to recklessly absorb Yuan Qi from Yuan, for who could know what terrifying elements lay within? He resolved to thoroughly endure this calamity before conducting further research. Bai Qi. Upon seeing Bai Qi unscathed, Lotzi Li was the first to exclaim with joy, soaring towards him. Chapter 77. The Fall of the Dimension's Mightiest, Vegeta the Berserker. Bang. 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 Boom. Outside the earth, Vegeta nimbly darted beneath the imposing physique of Broly. Akin to a dancing dagger, each sound of slicing air leaving a wound on Broly's body. Conversely, Broly was far from leisurely. Each of Vegeta's attacks was either evaded or effortlessly countered. Thud. After dodging a fist from Broly, Vegeta brought both feet together and delivered a heavy kick to his knee. The flowing metal instantly enveloped Broly's knee, yet the colossal force pierced through the defense and struck his flesh with a resounding impact. With his legs momentarily numb, Broly's towering form lost balance and bent forward. Bam! Vegeta leaped into the air, driving a knee into Broly's face. As Broly tilted his head back, Vegeta followed up with two more knee strikes. Crack! A massive hand seized Vegeta's leg, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Broly's bloodied mouth. With a powerful yank, he hurled Vegeta around wildly. Crack! As Vegeta spun, he twisted Broly's arm, producing a sharp sound of pain, forcing Broly to reluctantly release his grip. However, with his other hand, he launched a fist towards Vegeta's face. Boom! Just freed from Broly's grasp, Vegeta quickly reacted. Crossing his arms over